myself, baby, you put me through hell. It's loving you is. Ooh. 'Cause loving you is. Got me feeling so used, got me acting confused. Like I don't know myself, baby, you put me through hell. 'Cause loving you is. Ooh. 'Cause loving you is. 'Cause loving you is.
Yo, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Perez here, aka Louis V Titan, and of course today, a little different, right? We're watching the LVT Halo 2v2. This is a $1,000 tournament. It's gonna be best of fives across the board, and we have a 128 team cap. And today is pretty exciting because, of course, we have some big names coming out. I know that a lot of people were asking if the title was clickbait. Well, as of right now, it is not clickbait. Stellar, Trippy signed up. Bound, Lqgend also signed up. Renegade, Lucid, of course, signed up. I think Renegade yet to check in, right? So we have about 20 minutes till check-in closes. So the way that this is going to work, at 10:40, check-in will end. Any teams that have not checked in will get purged from the tournament. But signups are not over until 10:50 Central, right? So in 30 minutes, you have 30 minutes, right? So there's a 10-minute window. If you get purged from the tournament, you can reclaim your spot by re-registering. That's pretty much also just as good as a check-in if you're 10 minutes before the tournament. But keep in mind, right, check-in does end at 10:50 Central, 11:50 Eastern. Tournament will start at 12 o'clock Eastern. And then, yeah, let's talk about the format today. Best of fives across the board. There is one series layout for the entire tournament today. That's right. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up so I don't get it wrong. It's going to be a little different, right, now that the maps have changed. But, of course, we have Recharge, Game 1, Solitude, Game 2, Live Fire, Game 3, Recharge, Game 4, Solitude, Game 5, right? So Recharge, Solitude, Live Fire, Recharge, Solitude, right? It's going to pretty much repeat. It's a best of 3, and then it repeats to best of 5. So Recharge, Solitude, Live Fire, Recharge, Solitude. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the pros want to play. That's what they've determined thus far to be the most fair maps for 2v2 in this situation. And yeah, gentlemen's agreements. Let's talk about that right off the bat here. Gentlemen's agreement. They're going to be allowed, right? But as admins, we cannot enforce gentlemen's agreements. So GA at your own risk. I imagine at some point today we could see some lvtSus emotes in the chat. We'll find out. But nevertheless, how's everybody doing this morning? I want to shout out a couple of our people, some of our newest subscribers for the day today. We got a Cam Knock and we got Epic 0RM also subbing for the day today. So shout out to our two newest subs on the LVT Halo channel. Ladies and gentlemen, consider supporting LVT Halo because obviously these events are not HCS events. This is finally an LVT Halo event. So this is, of course, funded by ourselves and largely by our Twitch channel. So please support the channel. Stealth dropping the subscription as well. Subscribe for 8 months. Let's go on a 7-month streak, dude. Stealth, appreciate your support. Let's go. Dav says, I'm a big fan. I'll be playing chewing the dog, of the dog. So what is that? Spartan the dog? I assume maybe we can check through some of the participants here in just a moment. But yeah, we got another sub. D Smith coming through. Angel Beauty with 300 bits as well. And it looks like we got a hype train that's getting started right now. While we're getting into the hype train, I'll go ahead and poke around and see if we can look at some of these duos. As I mentioned, the very first duo, shout out, to sign up for the tournament before it was even announced, and I did not share this to anybody. He found it himself. Bound, first person to register for the LVT Halo 2v2 tournament. My man is confident. He's playing with Lqgend today. We got crowd pleasers coming through. Kratos and Hative. We've got, I'm just gonna go through and kind of pick on some of the highest ELO here on Face It. Complexion looked like he's still looking for a teammate. I hear that he's also at a LAN, so probably going to be one of the players that gets booted out of the tournament. We got Lior and Acid out of 6 Karma coming through. From Let Them Cook, we got Glitchy and Sirion. Orange Iguanas, we got It's the Last Shot and Super CC. Out of Ryzen, we got Spar and Lido. Already some big hitters in this tournament. Let's go ahead and load some more people. We got Team Collect confirmed. Collect and Neptune. Yo, I am excited to see the return of Neptune, especially in 2v2. I believe everybody knows from the Halo 5 days, Neptune was pretty goated at 2v2, so I'm excited to see him get back into the mix here in Halo Infinite. We got Skeptify and Soul Snipe coming through as a team. Team Skeptify right there. By the way, we're not going to use team names here in the 2v2 tournament. We're going to try our best to put gamer tags only in the scoreboard, so there's just no confusion, right? Pretty much we're going to try to disregard these team names as much as possible, especially here in the 2v2. Team SS, Sabinator and Suspector registered, currently not checked in. Team on the verge of losing their spot. As I move down the list, Jump Out Gang, we got Kimbo and Millsy. Woo! All right, we got SWAT Latam, Johan and Guardian. Let's go. Loading more people. Scrolling down, Team Stellar confirmed they are checked in. Stellar and Trippy. What else do we got here? Machine, Talik and Manny. Let's go. Pretty excited for that duo. I'll be honest, I think that it's been a long time since we've had an excellent 2v2 tournament, and I can confirm now Lucid and Renegade are indeed checked in. So we're in for quite a tournament today. I got a big smile on my face because there's a lot to be excited about. Team Sentinels, Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan. Let's go, coming through. Team Tusk, Frosty and Tusk. Yo, I shout out to the competitors, to the pros for coming through, supporting LVT Halo by simply playing today. We got Mental waiting for a teammate. Looks like he might be on the verge of getting removed from the tournament, but nevertheless, let me see if I can point out any more. The Oinksters, Piggy and NyQuil. Let's go, a little duo right there. And then, yeah, let's go to take one last check. We got 115 duos right now signed up, confirmed. Some of them may not be checked in, but 115 complete duo teams that did sign up for this event. It's a 128 team cap, so there's still room, right? If you're in the chat and you want to get involved, hit > register. You can go ahead and get involved as well. But yeah, that's the 2v2 Halo tournament today. It's starting to shape up. We're gonna I'm probably gonna cut to a break here in just a moment, and we're gonna make sure that everything's lined up and we're good to go for today. But nevertheless, we have 10 more minutes left in check-in. At the end of check-in, I want to remind everybody, at the end of check-in, in about 10 minutes, at 10:40 Central, 11:40 Eastern, check-in will end. Teams that have not checked in will be purged from the tournament, but there's a 10-minute window till 11:50 Eastern where you can reclaim your spot, and it will also double as check-in. So if you get purged from the tournament and you just woke up late, right, get back in, register, you'll be good to go. But at 10:40, teams will start getting purged, all these single player teams, right? Because if you look at the tournament page, right, it says there's over 128 teams. That's because there's a couple teams in there that only have one player. I guess they never found a duo, or you know, they're just still asleep. Whatever it may be, you guys want to go ahead and get signed up. So ladies and gents, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Drops will start here in about 30 minutes. I'll probably come back, check in with you guys here in a moment, but enjoy the show, ladies and gents. It's shaping up to be a great day. Shout out to everybody that supports the channel, and I'll actually give one more shout out. Are we still in this hype train? We actually are still in this hype train. We went through all those team names. Nasty with the sub, Benzel with the sub, Zeus 27 months strong. My man Zeus coming through. He's a moderator in the channel. Shout out to the boy holding it down for LVT. So yeah, lot to be excited about today. It's going to be a great day. We have another tournament tomorrow, and last but not least, right, you can get drops here starting at 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. That's in 30 minutes on our co-streamers channels. You will have a separate drop, right? We have official co-streamers for the LVT Halo tournament today. I'm going to try to name some right off the bat. The easiest that I can name are our two casters that are going to be rotating, Eli and Mikowski. Once they get done, they're our first starting duo. Once they get done, they're free to start up their stream. They're going to have drops on their stream. On the other side, we got Why Not and we got Active as co-streamers as well. They're going to start co-streaming the day. Eventually, they'll be rating the Halo channel, and they're going to be coming on. They'll be casting. They'll be closing out the day. Tools and myself will be holding it down here on the channel, so get your drops here. And reminder, right, there's a separate drop for LVT and for the co-streamers, right? So get them both. Have two tabs open. Whatever you want to do, spread the love, right? Make sure though that you're getting those drops. And then of course we have even more co-streamers. And just to be clear, right, the co-streamers, the official co-streamers was offered to the grassroots community of HCS, and of course we have we have Stress, we have Eli X, we have Extreme Breaker, we have Uber Nick, and we have Reclaimer. And I don't believe I'm missing anybody else. So yeah, you can catch the co-streamer drops on those channels as well. I'll repeat them right now. Stress, Uber Nick, Reclaimer, Extreme Breaker, and Eli X, also with drops on their streams. So ladies and gentlemen, share the love. Open 2 tabs. Have our stream open on one side. Have their stream open on the other side. Get your drops. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know if you can double dip on drops, but make sure you spread the love. You know, once you get your drops there, come back here, or vice versa, whatever it may be, because it's all going to count. Because today is a great day for Halo. Ladies and gents, we'll be back soon. Drops starting in less than 30 minutes.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blasted to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
got you chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, LVT is back. Check-in is officially over, but registration's still open. You have 8 minutes. If you did not check in and you got booted from the tournament and you previously had a spot, this is your chance to get back in. If you re-register, this will be your chance to reclaim your spot. It will count as both check-in and registration. You have till 10:50 Central, 11:50 Eastern. That's 8 minutes. 8 minutes left to sign up. I think that we're now down to 104 totally checked in teams, and I imagine we're going to have a few more trickle in the next 7 minutes. But that's, as again, 7 minutes to get re-registered if you got booted or to get registered in the first place. There's still open slots, about 20 of them left. This is a massive tournament, ladies and gentlemen. They're all best of 5, so go ahead and try to be as timely as you can whenever you get into your matches. Try to be as courteous as you can. And we'll get through today. It's going to be an amazing day. As we said, there's tons of great competitors today. Let's go ahead and refresh and go ahead and take another check of participants of today's tournament. Now that check-in is over, as I mentioned, Bound and Legend, first team to sign up for the tournament. They are confirmed. We got Crowd Pleasers, Hative and Kratos, Six Karma, Lior and Acid. We got Orange Iguanas, It's Last Shot, and Super CC. The list just goes on and on. Team Collect, that's Neptune and Collect. Skeptify and Soul Snipe is a duo. They're officially registered and checked in. And I'm just kind of poking at some of the top ranked players here. We've got Team Stellar and Trippy in this tournament. We've got Renegade and Lucid confirmed in this tournament. Sentinels, we got Spartan and Boo Boo Doo also confirmed in this tournament. Team Tusk, Frosty and Tusk. Let's go Tusk. Last Dance, we got MQSC and Random Man, Oinksters, Piggy and Dayquil. Shout out to Dayquil, one of our supporters, moderators. Piggy, also formerly of LVT Halo team. We got Tenrai, Envor, and Capels. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that. But yeah, plenty of great duos here. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting day, ladies and gents. You have 6 more minutes to get registered. If you got booted from the tournament for not checking in, it will double count as registration as check-in. So you got 5 minutes now left to register for the tournament. Get into the tournament if you're trying to get in. Signups will end 100% at 10:50 a.m. Bracket will be live shortly after that. We'll be right back. It is time. Welcome to the stream, everybody. This is the LVT Halo 2v2 Open number 1. We've got over 100 teams signed up for today, and I got my boy Tools here on the desk with me. Tools, I know you're excited for today. Let me hear your thoughts right off the bat.
Oh, lots of good teams, right? That's what I'm really excited for. Renegade, Lucid teaming up. That's really who I have my eye on in particular today. But really, this is going to be a tournament where a lot of players can prove that they have what it takes to go up against pro players. Over 100 teams signed up today. Best of fives all throughout the day. Plenty of opportunity to show off how good you are at Halo.
Yeah, and you mentioned best of fives, right? But this is a special best of five because it's literally just one best of five over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the very end. It's going to start with Recharge, second game, going to be Solitude, third game, Livefire, fourth game, Recharge, fifth game, Solitude. It repeats itself. Yes, it does. But it's like that on purpose, right? And, Tools, give us some insight why it might be like that.
Yeah, every time we talk to the pros, they say the same thing, right? Like 2v2s are kind of a set format. They want to play the same maps. They want to play them in the same rotation like they do when they play these 2v2 wagers. We want to kind of reenact that. Obviously, most tournaments you see a map rotation where things change round to round. That just isn't really the case in 2v2. When we go back to our roots, so like when we started LVT Halo, back in Halo 5, when we were doing Money Tuesdays, it was the same rotation, right? It was always going to be the same best of 5.
Truth, Plaza, Regret.
2v2s.
Yeah, Money Tuesdays, those were the days, man. I don't know if anybody here remembers the days of Bound and Renegade wreaking havoc and literally not dropping a series to nobody ever. It happened. It was here on LVT Halo. Well, now, right, Renegade, Bound split onto two different teams. Bound deciding to team up with Lqgend out of EU. He is still in Europe, so it's worth noting, right? This is a global tournament. It's open to everybody. This is a little bit of a copy of off-season tournaments the HCS did. We obviously doubled the team cap here in the situation, and we're playing to 25 today, and Slayer only in 2v2s. But this is, of course, a global tournament, so we have some great teams out of other nations here today, so it's actually really exciting because today, LVT Halo and Halo, I think it's an amazing day for all of us indeed. But yeah, I want to know, Tools. I know that I kind of ran through teams earlier, but any power rankings, like a top 4 that you got on the top of your head?
I mean, obviously, like we have to talk about Renegade. That's like the number 1 spot, right? Renegade, Lucid. It's almost unfair when you put those two on a team. And then you start creeping around and you're like, okay, like there are some really good duos here, right? Boo Boo, Jubu, a staple in the 2v2 action. He's going to be teaming with his teammate Spartan in today's tournament underneath that Sentinels moniker. So keep an eye out for them. I believe Tusk and Frosty signed up together as well. Tusk doesn't get as much love in the 4v4 scene, but when it comes to twos, when it comes to these sort of wager style matches, he is phenomenal. Keep an eye out for him. And a lot of European talent as well in today's tournament. Like we talked about Lqgend teaming up with Bound, but keep your eye out for some of these EU guys that have been playing and grinding together. This is definitely an opportunity for them to come out of the woodwork and make something real happen.
Yeah, I'm seeing right now in chat, people are asking if drops are starting. Guys, we're gonna try to keep things as real with you as possible, as today is not an HCS tournament, it's an LVT Halo tournament. And I just refreshed. Yes, drops are working. They've already started. Somebody points out Tool's voice is shot. Guess what? Mine too. We've been sick for, it feels like a month now, right, Tools? But you know what? We got to power through it because it's time. It's preseason time, right? We're expecting the HCS roadmap here in a couple weeks at the very least, right? And so we thought that here at LVT that we would step up to the plate, provide some tournaments for everybody to play in. Obviously, it was a great time because I didn't know this was going to happen, right? But the rank settings all changed literally this week, right? So this it's literally the perfect time. It couldn't have been a better culmination of events to get to where we are today. But Garrett, what do you think some of your top changes for ranked is here as far as Slayer goes?
I feel like I've really been enjoying Charge with the Shroud screen in there. I think it opens up a lot of classes. It's one of the maps where I feel like we'll see a lot of one-ways potentially come out. I think it helps twos immensely because it allows players to be a little bit more aggressive than they were in the past. Before it was like get the repulse, stand still, right? Like make sure you're playing corner. That's not really going to happen the same way this time. Livefire obviously has a lot of changes. I've been enjoying the quantum translocator. We'll have to see how it plays today, though.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Also, right, GAs are a thing here in 2v2s, and players are free to GA amongst themselves in their matches. We're not going to enforce them. Admins cannot enforce them. It's physically impossible, right? So GA at your own risk. Tools, do you think we're going to see that LVTSus emote emerge today?
Yeah, right. I think you definitely might be seeing some sus plays, but I think everyone knows what they want to play with. There's no heat waves on these maps anymore, right? There's not really a lot to abuse. So I think we'll see some pretty clean play throughout today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in our first lobby. I've told them that they can ready up whenever they're ready. They have not started yet. We are going to be watching Chunkman and Killjoy versus Butoria and Gun Goddess. Butoria and Gun Goddess, some emerging streamers here in Halo. So we're going to get a chance to feature them. Winner of this match, Garrett, right? Am I mistaken? Who do they play?
I think it's Renegade and Lucid that waits for them. So we're gonna see the top duo featured early on.
We will indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, also, right, we did not seed this tournament. I believe that Face It may have used ELO because it looks like things kind of panned out how we wanted it to. Right, it does appear, right, Bound Renegade are on the top half of the bracket together. If they do advance all the way through the tournament, they will meet in winter semifinals. But on the other side, right, we got teams like Boo Boo, Sparty, Trippy, Stellar on the other side of the bracket, right? So it's going to be an exciting day, and I think at the end of the day, right, it's going to play out exactly how it should based on the seeding of the bracket. By the way, right, I do want to remind people that this is a tournament that's admin by LVT Halo and our contractors. So just bear with us, right? If there's changes that you want to see changed, let us know as soon as you can. Obviously, we're not going to change anything middle of the day, middle of the tournament, but as we have scheduled 3 of these, today's the first one, we'll be able to change things as we go, improve the system. We want to make things as best as possible for everybody, right? So, bear with us, right? I want to take a quick moment, right, to shout out some of the support that we've got. We've got them take over 5, Gingery Penguin, via Meta dropping 10 gifted subs, Volps Inculta. I know that you're a consistent supporter, 15 months subbed. And shout out to our co-streamers. We got co-streamers like Stress, Extreme Breaker, Eli X, Uber Nick, and Reclaimer from the grassroots community. This was open to all grassroots members. And then we have, of course, our casters as well. I believe Active is probably watch partying as we speak. And then when Eli and Mikowski finish today, they will also have a chance to co-stream once they're done with their shift. But ladies and gentlemen, I digress. It's time to get into this first match. As I can see, Butoria and Gun Goddess have indeed gotten underway. So we're going to kick it to our casters, Mikowski and Eli. Boys, welcome to the show and take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go. The birthplace in many ways for Halo 2v2 competition. Ogre 1, Ogre 2, who were just on the LVT Halo broadcast last week, really kicked things off with that undefeated record here in 2v2s. Will we see another legendary performance here today as we kick things off between Gun Goddess, Butoria versus Killjoy and the Chunkman? I think that's both of Last Shot's kids. Eli, what are some of your general thoughts as we start the day?
Yeah, I mean, 2v2 is a very different format from 4v4. We're used to watching, a lot of coordination between 4 players, maybe spreading out across the map so that the team can force one specific spawn. But when there's only 2 of you on the map, you just don't have that ability. There's just not enough map presence for you to force a specific spawn. The 2 players on each team have to play pretty close together, but not too close. There's a lot of at the fundamental core of Halo, it's about baiting and switching out with a teammate. And I think 2v2 just fully embodies that. The team that's better at baiting and switching, keeping each other alive. It's just a totally different song and dance than 4v4. And I can't wait to get into the action today.
Yeah, I totally agree, Eli. Nice shot there from Killjoy as he lands the killing spree, but that communication factor, that synergy factor where you got to risk your life, go down to 1 shot, try to wrap around a corner, work your way back to an opponent while 1 shot, and it's got to be done with your team of 2, with your duo. The better of the duos will come out victorious here throughout the day. So far, it's Killjoy and Chunkman building a big lead here, up 7, 10 minutes left. Eli, as we take a look at Recharge, we see Camo up bottom mid. That's still a familiarity from last season. What are some of the surprises or things to look out for with this new meta on Recharge?
So with recharge, I think that Brandon talked about it earlier with the shroud screen. It's definitely going to make a big difference. You're going to be able to use the shroud to get the camo, since the shroud does spawn in that blue pipes area. It's kind of designed, I think, in a way where teams are going to want to get control of that seaside and the blue pipes first to grab the shroud, so they can more easily access the camouflage. We don't have repulsor on the map at all anymore, which I'm thankful for. I'm tired of getting launched into the drink, to be honest with you. That's one of the cheesiest ways to die, and also so frustrating to die that way. So I'm happy that's off the map. But otherwise, I think recharge is mostly the same. I mean, when it comes to King of the Hill, there was definitely some major changes with the hills themselves. But I mean, just the shroud and the repulsor are the main ones to look at. And they also did remove some of the boxes in certain spots. So we might experience a little bit less jitter on the map moving forward, which is always a W.
Absolutely love less jitter, and I gotta agree. The one of the biggest changes to recharge too is that excuse me, not the shock rifle, but the shroud screen. I think that's gonna open up pushes down the long haul, Eli, that were once previously kind of difficult to push out of. Right? If a team has control of recharge, they likely have control of gold and maybe the A side, needle side of the map. That pushes and forces spawns over to C, where it can be very difficult to push out. With that shroud screen, you might be able to make your way to gold or make your way through to A, those two power positions. And yeah, and I also got to agree that the repulsor, I'm very glad to see it's gone on recharge, but I'm surprised. Reading the patch notes, Eli, I thought the repulsor might just get axed entirely from HCS competition. They did move it to the far side on live fire, away from the drink, but here on recharge, it's removed completely. What are your thoughts? We're getting a little ahead of ourselves as we have a 15-7 game, but what are your thoughts on live fire and why they chose maybe to keep the repulsor on that map, but not on recharge?
I think there's just not any other equipment that would work very well on live fire. They wanted to get rid of the shroud screen because the meta was kind of stale with that. It was just always used for overshield and not much else. Right. But the repulsor does have some versatility on live fire because it's not only used as a rotation tool for movement, but also to use in fights. So it's just a very versatile item. You can also, there's multiple spots to knock people off the map on live fire as well. So I kind of like that it stayed there. Glad that it's away from green, so there's less cheesy situations. You just pick it up and click one button and you get a double kill back green. So now it does spawn bottom middle. They also got rid of the heat wave, which I think was a good move. Heat wave just added to this kind of snowball effect that we can see sometimes on live fire. So I mean, overall, props to HCS. They really cooked up some new settings and made these settings feel nice and fresh ahead of the new season. And we've already had reasons to be excited about this season, and I feel like we've got even more. So great changes all around from HCS, I would say.
Yeah, it's a new year, a new meta, a new starting weapon. My goodness, how hard is it going to be for FaZe Clan to repeat? You're almost going back-to-back if you do win this year's World Championship in an entirely new Halo. I know this isn't Halo 2 to Halo 3, but I don't know. You could almost argue it's got that feeling with how much HCS changed in the offseason.
Absolutely. Not only the settings, but all the teams are different too. FaZe and Sentinels, right. I think the only two teams that are the same roster. So I just can't wait to get into it. That's going to be tomorrow, by the way, guys. We're going to have the 4v4 tournament. So shout out to LVT. Yeah. It's Swiss.
Chonk.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, Chonk popping off with the shock
Chonky
rifle.
Double.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess before we talk about tomorrow a little bit, when it comes to twos, it's oftentimes easy for one team to kind of go out to an early lead, but it can also be streaky, right? Like I think sandbox, the effect of the sandbox can be so much more potent in 2v2. If one team just gets the items early, they're probably going to, go on quite a run before running out of ammo. And Butoria and Gun Goddess, they have experience playing in twos before. I know they played in the ladies tournament. I believe they had a top 4 finish in that, if I'm not mistaken, maybe top 8. But either way, I don't think they're out of this. Despite this looking like a blowout in game 1, I think that, once they find their footing and they find that teamwork, that bait and switch, I think this team can absolutely take a game off of Chonkman and Killjoy.
Yeah, I always make the argument, right? I guess this is the positive thinker in me, but I make the argument that when you lose this big, it's kind of a positive because you don't really have anything to discuss. It's just reset, wipe it off the table, and go again. You don't have to discuss a 25-24 finish where you're probably, painstakingly going over every single little mistake you made in that match. Instead, I believe Butoria and Gun Goddess here, they're just going to wash this one away and forget about it, reload and re-rack for game 2. We've seen their skill on their streams. We know how talented they are. Played with Gun Goddess myself a few times, so don't be surprised if they make a little bit of a run here in this series, despite being down in game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so much about the teamwork, and sometimes like you can just feel a little bit out of sync. I mean, you and I have played some twos together as well, and like even though we've got so much experience together, sometimes it's difficult to get into that rhythm to make sure you're always there to help each other out in every single engagement. But eventually something can just kind of click. Maybe your positioning starts working a little bit better together. You start taking better routes. You know, just getting an item here and there is going to make a big difference. But now just 1 kill away. Killjoy's got the shock and the grapple. No, he actually ran out of the grapple charges, but have to imagine this one is probably over, and we're going to be heading to a game 2 here shortly.
One more kill here needed, 24-9, as Killjoy looks to put the finishing touches on this game. We've been having a little conversational cast to start things off, as they do earn this Staketacular, but I got to give it up to the Chonker. He had a great shot with that shock rifle throughout many of the conversations we took on in game 1. He was taking faces while we spoke throughout some of the changes here to the HCS meta and format going into Season 3. As we get ready for Solitude, Eli, I was going to make the case that maybe Solitude, you got an advantage because it's the sniper instead of the shock, but now Solitude, with that change going into Season 3, will have another shock on the map, which could bode well for Chonk and Killjoy after what we saw in Game 1. What are some adjustments that you'd like to see Butoria and Gun Goddess make heading into this Game 2?
I mean, from the moments that I saw there, it feels like they're playing a little bit timid, maybe off the break. I mean, once you go 2 down and the other team's got a lot of weapons, it's easy to feel like you've got to play slower, but the reality is you got to fight fire with fire. And if you're not being aggressive enough and forcing situations, you know, they're just going to surround you. You know, twos is a game type where a good duo is going to hit multiple, like both sides of you at the same time if you give them the timing to do so. But if you play fast enough off of your spawn point to take some space, you know, gather some intel, maybe pick up a few items, it's going to not be so bad for the, you know, for the engagement. So I'd like to see them play maybe a little bit faster off of their spawn point and make, you know, decisions a bit faster.
I agree, Eli. I think it's one of those cases where you can't win a match early on, but you can lose it. And I just felt like there was a little bit of that taking place in Game 1 where Butoria and Gun Goddess got out to a multi-team wipe deficit. I think it was 6-1 or 5-1 at the start. 4-0. I think those first 2 team wipes went to Chonk and Killjoy. So for me going into Game 2, I'd like to see a 1-3, a 2-2, or just some variation of a closer start here. I think if that's the case, Butoria and Gun Goddess can hang as we hop on board here with Butoria looking to make a jump up to mid. Instead, lands the headshot on Killjoy, and there we go. We got that 1-1 start we were looking for off the rip. Camo being fought for top mid. Butoria with the finishing touches instead. Gonna elect to pop that camo safely and freely. Has the shock rifle to work with as well, and Gun Goddess cross map lands some nice shots. Here we go, Eli. This is the start we were talking about.
Yeah, not only does she get the camo, but she's also got the shock. I have a feeling she's going to go give it to Gun Goddess because I think she's more confident in her ability with this weapon. Gun Goddess definitely very strong with the shock rifle. So I'm curious to see how they choose to play this. It does make more sense for the camo player to have it, though. So despite maybe your sniper player being across the map, makes a little bit more sense for her to hold on to it. I like the way Chonkman and Killjoy are playing this scenario, though. They said, you know what? Yeah, they got camo. Let's just wait for it to expire and then engage. So definitely a heads up play. One that we're going to see a lot today. When one team gets the camouflage, the other team usually is going to just kind of set up a little defensive play within a small room or something where they can easily watch both the entryways and make sure that camo player doesn't get any more value.
Yeah, think about it mathematically, Eli. It makes perfect sense to do that every single time. You've got 12 minutes on the clock, regardless of whether it's a 2v2 or a 4v4. So why not burn off those 30 seconds? You're playing to 25. You have no risk of not reaching the score limit by playing that 30 seconds slow as Butoria eats things up with the thrust. Move away, dodge back, reach, shockwave headshot. Sorry, got me all stumbling over my words after that incredible play there from Butoria. Looking to continue on. Has Killjoy lined up, lands some body shots, and finishes with the reversal. Butoria and Gun Goddess are answering back here, up by 4.
Let's go, Tori. Oh my God, she just put them in the barrel. Holy crap. Now they're getting the camo as well. And they've got the repulse and they've got the jump on him. Looks like Gun Goddess getting aggressive here. Hit some nice shots, long range with the repulsor. Tries to push them out. And they get the kill on the second player as well. What a fantastic start so far. But can they hold on to this? They don't need to slow down here. They're going to have to keep the pressure up. Make sure that they can get these guys stuck in the blender. If they can get them trapped in this base on the other side, they can maybe get the next set of items as well. It looks like the fight is going to be in favor of Chonkman and Killjoy, though. They did trade out 1 kill, but now how are they going to play off this next spawn point?
And you took the words right out of my mouth, Eli. The trades. This is where now you afford yourself the opportunity to earn some trades, to squeak in for the melee when an opponent is low shields. That is the strategy to look out for, as Butoria and Gun Goddess have doubled up here on Chonkman and Killjoy, as Chonkman takes to the top of snipes, goes down to low shields, low positioning as well. Gun Goddess cleans up Killjoy with the sneaky grenade, I think I saw, as another grenade goes off. Chunkman with that shock rifle. Last man alive on his I got to take on Butoria 1v1. And he's going to lose that as Butoria takes back the shock. No, she goes down and trades out. It's now a 1v1 here between Killjoy and Gun Goddess. It looks like Killjoy trying to push up on the flank. That's going to give Gun Goddess a chance here with the shock.
I think what you said earlier is exactly right. You know, losing that first game by such a wide margin, you know, it's the first game of the tournament. You're on the broadcast. There's definitely some nerves involved. You know, I see some of you trolls in chat talking about it, but you'd be nervous and probably missing your shots.
They trolled me right away, bro. They trolled me right away for that positive thinking. I saw it in chat.
Like, you guys are talking all that smack in chat. Why don't you sign up for the tournament? See how well you play in your first game. You know what I mean? So. But anyways, I mean, yeah, I think they're at that point where they got nothing to lose. They're like, all right, let's just roll in together, see if we can work these situations out. But to be honest, they haven't even needed teamwork so far. They've just been winning the 1v1s. They're getting the items as well. They're playing map really well. Hopefully they get a trade out of this situation. No trade there does hurt quite a bit, but they're still up by 2. And right now, Killjoy's going to want to hit some shots right now if he's going to come back into this.
You know what, Eli? I just hope that after our collective 40 years in the Halo community, these guys start to trust what we're saying a little bit. Even if it sounds a little faded. We've seen a couple things throughout our 2 decades collectively as teammates in the Halo, not HCS, but in MLG back in 09, competing in Halo 3 together, coming up through the free-for-all scene in Halo 2 in the 05, 04, 06 era. So yeah, we've seen a couple things and expected this from Gun Goddess and Butoria. Not expecting the grenade to come out. Expecting the chase, though, was Gun Goddess as she lands the chase grenade. We are seeing a good game here as Butoria and Gun Goddess maintain that 4-kill lead. Again, Eli, they can work through their trades, play this smart, should have a tie series.
They've got to be working together a little bit. They are keeping that like healthy distance between one another where they could feasibly help each other. In this situation, though, Tori getting no damage. Should have told Gun Goddess to back out of the situation, but looks like maybe the communication wasn't there. If she had landed a little bit more damage, it makes sense. But otherwise, in 2v2, when your teammate goes down, if there's nothing to follow up on, it's much better to just completely disengage from the situation, wait for your teammate to spawn up, and then re-engage once you have that option of baiting and switching back on the table. So hopefully they can maybe tighten up that teamwork a little bit, make sure that they are in situations to help one another, and know exactly when to stay in the fight and when to get out. Tori picking up a huge double kill after Gun Goddess goes down, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a situation where you do have to re-engage, follow up on that damage, and as soon as your teammate comes off spawn, you guys can do it again.
That was just a pure 2v2 at the cafe. Everybody grabbing a croissant and a latte as Butoria and Gun Goddess get the better of Chonkman and Killjoy in that encounter, as they've still maintained that 4-kill lead. Less than 6 to go. Butoria pushing up on the snipe side of the map, seeking some intel here, has Gun Goddess at her back, as Chonkman and Killjoy push up on the poster side. The battle ensues. Shots go down 2-3. Not enough for Butoria to land the kill, as Chonkman gets the kill and has one better to work with. This is where you got to watch out. The power weapon is a massive advantage in 2v2s. We talked about the sandbox earlier. Chonkman and Killjoy down for now, but they got a chance with that shock.
Very good trade we see come out from Gun Goddess there. Super important that she got that. If she was to go down, she would have staggered, made Butoria stay by herself a little bit longer. Like the little peek through the window there. She did it in a way that she can't really get sniped unless the guy is absolutely cracked, which, by the way, he is absolutely cracked. It's an insane headshot when Butoria only exposed herself for what felt like a microsecond. Right here, can he hit the shot on Gun Goddess? No, she hits the perfect shots, takes him down. Definitely it's so tense right now. I mean, every single one of these fights matters so much. If one team goes both dead in one engagement, it could swing the game entirely. I mean, that shock rifle still got ammo in it. These next couple engagements going to be super important.
One by one, Chunkman and Killjoy make their way back into this game as they have cut the lead now in half, only down by 2. A collective team wipe flawlessly could bring them back, but Chunkman lands the slay, lands the double, but a good job from Butoria and Gun Goddess to trade out on Killjoy. But we said it a couple minutes ago or so, Eli. Chunkman with this shock rifle in his hands could absolutely take the game over. He's only got 2 shots left, so maybe not this shock rifle, but the next one. You got to make sure you win as Killjoy takes down Gun Goddess. Chunkman's not going to wait for the camo. He knows the dinner bell has been rung. He has the opportunity to take down Butoria as he does just that and times his rotation back to the camo perfectly. But oh, Gun Goddess with the smart press is not going to allow that player to work away with the camo entirely. But there's the flank from Killjoy. Chunkman still with camo. Things are starting to roll a little bit here for Chunk and Kill.
Yeah, he's only got 1 shot left of the shock rifle, but they only need 3 kills. They've got the camo. Gun Goddess and Butoria really have to play the situation slow, I think. They got to wait for this camo to expire. I don't like the extension right there. Probably should have stuck to the side with Butoria. And wow, yeah, this just goes to show that how important the sandbox is. Whoever has it going into the end game has such an advantage, and we're going to have to see if they can come back into this, but it is an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, Chunkman and Killjoy have ridden that shock rifle usage to a comeback here. Up by 5, needing just 1 more as they land the final kill. What a comeback here from Chunkman and Killjoy. And what a nice response there from Butoria and Gun Goddess as they made their opponents bleed. Almost took them down into the dirt. It was, what, 19-17, I think? We saw an 8-0 run just about with the use of that shock rifle from Chunk and Killjoy. And Eli, that was a little bit of the issue from game 1. Too much Chunk, too much shock rifle, and we saw a little bit more of that in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the very beginning, we saw these phenomenal shots hit by Butoria. That's one of the best shots I've seen in a while, if I'm being honest. The shot mid-thrust, essentially, and hits the headshot. That was disgusting. Also cleans it up with a nice headshot there as well. Gun Goddess with a few plays of her own. This nice little chase grenade kind of predicts that he's going to push in. I mean, these girls might have gone to the losers bracket, but they did show that they've got what it takes to hang with a lot of these guys. So I think whoever they match up with in the... Oh, it's a best of 5.
We got a best of 5,
we still have another game
plenty
going.
Of Halo. You thought because it was played to 25, you'd have a shorter day? No. We got plenty of Halo for you here today as we got nothing but best of 5. So Butoria and Gun Goddess have shown that they can compete. They're going to have life, albeit a little, but they do have a lifeline. They could make it out here, but it all starts with that game 3 win.
What's really interesting to me about this format, we've got Recharge and Solitude, and now that the shock rifle's on Solitude, like, if you're in this tournament, you better be warming up against those bots with a shock rifle in your back pocket, because you're going to have to hit some shots with this gun. You're going to have to be picking it up as much as possible. I think the meta is going to firmly revolve around the shock rifle in a majority of the matches we see today. We are shifting gears to live fire, though, where we've got the S7 sniper. Some players a little bit more comfortable with this gun. And we've got the items on the map as well. So we've got the camo and the quantum translocator. I'm hoping that we see some big brain QT plays today, and I don't know, I feel like this item is so interesting and unique, and it's finally on a map and in a position where you can safely plant that first portal. So I think we're actually going to see a lot more QT usage today, and also moving forward for live fire in general, just because you're going to find a lot more opportunities to get that value like I talked about. So which one of these teams is going to, you know, make some big brain plays with the quantum translocator, and who's going to come on top for the result?
Yeah, I could definitely make the case that this is the biggest change amongst the maps that we've seen so far here in the tournament today. Recharge, Solitude, and now live fire. You talked about the QT, Eli. There's a couple ways to make the slippy on your opponent as the camo now replaces OS. Remember in season 1 where you didn't know spawning in if it was going to be OS or camo? Now we know for sure gonna have a camo in HCS season 3. How is that gonna balance and mix and match with the use of the QT on the opposite side?
Right, yeah, great questions. I think it's interesting, right, because they're on opposite sides of the map. There are 2 of the major spawn areas on the map as well. It's very common to spawn by Turbine, also back green. So I like that no matter where you spawn, there's kind of like something that can help you get out of the situation. I think where we're going to see the QT get a lot of value is in King of the Hill, because the first hill is right there at green. So you can actually place the portal essentially in the hill or right behind it, go play for camo. And if you lose it, you can always just teleport back to the hill, get some early hill time. So we're going to see a lot of different ways to use it, and I think a lot of players are going to get very creative. I'm really curious to see how players like Ryanoob and Boo Boo Doo, you know, some of these players we know as, you know, big brain, always making the biggest brain play in the moment, how are they going to use this new utility item?
Yeah, I'm just imagining in the 4v4 tournament tomorrow, somebody QTs,
Ooh, there we
pushes
go.
through, Chonkman with the kill, making it a 4-2 game. But yeah, just imagining a player working through and pushing out the entirety of Livefire, Eli, earning the team wipe, and then coming right back to the hill to earn some time. We're going to see some efficient hill scoring tomorrow in the 4v4. Guys, we have 3 straight weeks. We are taking you all the way up to the release of that HES roadmap with these LVT 4v4 and 2v2 opens. A huge thanks to, well, LVT for putting this together, man. What a savior in the community. Imagine if we had 3 weeks with nothing until that roadmap comes out. LVT always making sure we got some Halo to enjoy, as we see a player for Chunk and Killjoy pushing up on the nest side, flanking there with the ace handbacks. I like the pinch push here. Can Butoria and Gun Goddess work their way out? Nice shots trading there is Gun Goddess. Butoria now in a 1v1 with the Chunk Man, seeking the intel, but with Camo coming up soon, she's going to set up for that instead. So too is Chunk Man. It's a dueling strategy here. Chunk Man has the proximity to Camo. Doesn't necessarily mean he has the edge, but it looks like he does. It looks like, if not for a flanking rotation, Butoria and Gun Goddess are going to give that. No, they are going to make that flanking rotation. Perfectly timed, potentially. No! Butoria goes down. The Camo makes it away.
Wow. She had the right idea. They came from the tower side, tried to quickly rotate across the top, thought that maybe they could do so unnoticed, and they did, but the teamwork coming out from Chonkman and Killjoy, keeping them alive. Camo player's now going to wait for the sniper rifle instead of continuing to fight, but it looks like they're aware of it. Perfect grenades coming in from Gun Goddess. Victoria now trying to get that sniper rifle. They could have been aggressive here, but I do actually like the decision to back off. Just make sure we get away with the sniper. She's now pushing up and trying to apply pressure in the garage, and Gun Goddess is going to have to hurry up quick to get into this engagement. It's the body shot, and it looks like they were unable to finish off. It seems like a little bit of a miscommunication there in that play.
Yeah, Butoria extended into the base of A, got the body shot, but didn't have the help to clean that up quickly as she goes down shortly after. Gun Goddess gets cleaned up, and now the sniper in the hands of Chunk and Killjoy. Killjoy with the shots on Butoria takes her down and extends this lead to 4. Gun Goddess on the opposite side of the map, trading out with the Chunker as Killjoy looks to potentially clean up Gun Goddess, but he's much weaker. Elects to instead deflect back to A instead, regroup with his teammate for a 2v2 push. Butoria looking to disrupt that, but she goes down. Where was the teammate for Chonkman and Killjoy? Wow, on the backside, great positioning there from Killjoy.
So far this game, Butoria and Gun Goddess seeming a little out of sync. I think they're going to have to play a little bit closer together here. That seemed like a good opportunity for them to come into this game, but now the sniper rifle in the hands of Chonkman. If he's anything like he was with the shock rifle, this is a dangerous situation. This guy has been hitting shots since the tournament started. Gun Goddess coming in with the plasma pistol, using another sandbox item to take him down. Very good play. Let's see if Killjoy can finish this fight, though.
This is a big moment in the game where it could get a little out of hand or it could get close. With 2 kills back to back, Butoria and Gun Goddess could get right back in it. Gun Goddess, though, having a little bit of difficulty finding their opponent as Chunk and Killjoy push out together through the backup mud. There's that QT. Wow, Butoria talking about getting to safety there. Does a great job at that. Surely goes down after, but I like the process.
Yeah, it was a great time to use it, but oftentimes after you teleport, that there is that stream that shows exactly which way you came from to see where that opposite end of the portal is. You got to think to yourself, they probably saw that trail and they're going to be waiting for you to come out. So you got to wait for that shield and wait for your teammate to spawn up before you re-engage. Looks like they were able to take her down, and now just 7 kills to go. This could be a quick one, or we could start to see a comeback if these 2 ladies can start to work together a little bit closer. And wow, we get the back smack from Butoria. She was just waiting at the tires there. Great heads up play, and they're going to try to find, I think the other player might have camouflage. That's why they're looking for him here.
The Sneak Queen lands the back smack on the camo user. That could be a moment in the match that brings them back. Butoria looking to push on through to the A side. They're pushing through A, but it looks like both of the opposition are over on the Snipe Tower side. They are, in fact. Sniper up in 5 or so. Going to be up for contention. The winner of this 2v2 gunfight should earn the sniper as well. Butoria has the flank. The shots as well. Lands one. They're hiding in the vents. Sniper still sitting there precariously. As she lands the melee, she's gonna earn that sniper for her team. Butoria and Gun Goddess are right back in it with a few more slays, and there's that toss to the sniper Gun Goddess.
All right, this is their chance to come back into this. They're gonna have to go on a streak, down by 8 currently. Opposition only needs 6. Looks like Tori choosing to try to use herself as bait, maybe give Gun Goddess a little bit better of a shot if they start to look at her first. I think Chonkman and Killjoy are completely content with letting this time expire. I mean, they're playing in a way that makes sense. I'd argue that, you know, try to fight a fair fight, but they're just choosing to just set up an A, and they don't really have any reason to do anything else, right? 5 minutes on the clock. The more time that burns out, better it is for them. Looks like Butoria and Gun Goddess trying to find wherever they are. Yeah, they're just chilling here in the rat
The
tunnel.
Season 1 strategy.
They found their rat spots. I mean, you can't knock it. I mean, we're going to see probably a lot of this today in the twos tournament. This is a strategy that is viable. We might see some timeouts happen. And right now, the team with the lead doesn't have a reason to move. So
yeah,
they're just going to sit right here. They know that Gun Goddess can hit some snipes if they give her the opportunity. And they said, you know what? Let's just not even give her that opportunity.
Yeah, and I could sense that almost recognition from Butoria and Gun Goddess as Gun Goddess was set up at the top of Snipes. Moved up to the Nest Bridge. Camo's up now, and it doesn't look like Killjoy or Chonkman have any interest in pushing out from A. I'd like to see Butoria and Gun Goddess really push to that camo quickly, assuming that that's the case. They might also think that they're getting baited for it, but oh no, Butoria pushes through. The bait is on, the back smack too, and the kill goes down. Chonkman earns the slay on Butoria, and with that slay, probably feel a little bit more comfortable pushing out for camo. Gun Goddess with a body shot. Grenade cleanup, no scope, lands 2, but no. 2 players go down to 1 HP, but they're likely not going to get cleaned up. That's heartbreaking.
Oh no, I mean, you got to think, if you don't see your opponents on the map, you got to imagine they are doing a strat similar to that. You got to get that camouflage and then start searching through the map. But I mean, they recognize the time is winding down. They've got to make something happen. They try to push in. Fortunately, Tori falls right into their trap, and now with just 2 kills to go, this is going to be very difficult to come back.
Man, with the QT and 2 final slays needed to wrap this series up. Camo's up in another 20 seconds. Sniper up in another 20 seconds as Chonkman pushes through the cut side. Spots Gun Goddess at the top of Snipe. Wow. About what? Oh my God, was that predicted? I only saw Gun Goddess because of the name. Chonk doesn't have that on his screen. A predictable sticky lands and makes it a 1-kill game for the finish. Wow. There
that
it is.
Was that Hail Mary sticky. I mean, they obviously knew that she was up there, but to get the stick is, I mean, just the cherry on top. I mean, great plays all around from Chonkman and Killjoy. Great fight put up by Gun Goddess and Tori as well. And Killjoy and Chonkman, they're going to have to go up against a bit tougher competition in the next round. They're going against 2 of the players that people consider the 2 best players in the world oftentimes when having the discussion. That's going to be Renegade and Lucid. So I can't wait to see how they can fare against a totally different squad going next year.
Wow. Renegade and Lucid, number 2 and 3, right, in the MVP rankings. 2 of the best to play the game and 2 of the best to cast and produce Halo. We're going to send it back to Louie and Tools for their thoughts on that series.
Whew, thank you for that, boys. Nice little start out there for Chonk and Killjoy. Butoria, Gun Goddess, keep your heads up high. I think that was a well-fought match. You know, game 1, a little bit of a blowout, but game 2 came right back into it, had the lead for the majority of the game. And so I like what I saw out of them, right? A little bit better teamwork, and I think that they can be right in there in this series and be more than just a 3-0. Tools, first thoughts right off the bat.
Really like the maps, right? Sorry about that. I really feel like we got to see the whole spectrum of how this game can play, right? Like how each map has its unique flow, and how, you know, the first game was dominant, right? You start to get that spree going. You can run around on Solitude quite a bit. In game 2, a lot of high octane action there, and then in game 3, right, live fire, it can slow down, right? It can go to a crawl's pace. You have that lead, don't let the sniper have angles, go stand up in the corners. I'll say they might have won the game, but I think they lost Chat's heart. I mean, the second you start sitting in the corner and don't move, you become the villains, and that's just the way it is. You know, we don't want you to be the villains, but you gotta move. Like, if you don't move, like, no one's gonna like the way you play.
Yeah, tisk. But you know what? Chunk and Killjoy, they advance. And guess who they play against? Renegade and Lucid. So I guess in this case, right, Lucid coming in. We'll see how Chunk and Killjoy do here in the situation. You think, you think they got any chance here against Renegade Lucid?
I'd say for them, it's a victory if they get over 10 kills. Even then, I think that'll be very tough. I see these guys in my matchmaking lobby, so I'm nowhere near these guys. You know, I'm nowhere near Renegade and Lucid, so I have imagined it'll be a very similar result. You never know. Yeah, miracles happen. Let's just hope that the first one comes in today.
Yeah, we're still in the lobby here with the winning team. So if you're in Renegade and Lucid's chat, tell them it's time to get in here. Let's get it going. Let's get it popping. Yeah, I see them in a custom game right now. So I'm gonna send them an invite. We just sent them an invite. We'll see if they can get in here ASAP, and we're gonna get this next round started as soon as possible. What's up?
Chat's going too crazy. Chat, every single one of you in chat, I'll 15-0 you. 1v1 me anytime. I'm open. Send the invite. All of you are shit at Halo. I know. Like, none of you can aim. None of you can shoot. So don't come at me. There's only a couple. Eli X, you're cool. Everyone else, you don't got a shot. You don't have a shot in hell in beating me. I'll put up any amount. Y'all can send me a challenge.
That's right. He don't need his voice to pick up the sticks. That's for damn sure.
Absolutely. It's all good. Hey, I'm through my 5th controller this year. I got broken controllers just laying around on my desk right now. You know, that's how much I've been playing this game.
That's good. It's good to know, man. Let me just real quick. We're gonna stay on cam here for a second. I'm gonna take a quick glance at the bracket, see if there's any good callouts. It looks like Bound, his match is populated. They're going up against Young Rardo, Team Young Rardo. Orange Iguanas advance. No shock there. Team Stellar got their match populated against Larenza 2, something like that. Probably butchered that. Team Renegade versus Last Shot Suns. Last Shot Suns, of course. The two that we just witnessed, Chunk Man and Killjoy. 6 Karma still waiting for their opponents. So bracket's starting to move. Ladies and gents, if we find out today, right, that best of 5s for the first couple of rounds just isn't doing it, we'll fix it next time around. Best of 3s could be the answer for the first couple of rounds just to get the tournament moving a little quicker. But I think we're doing good time, right? We're not even an hour into the tournament. We're already past round number 1, waiting for potential champs to come through. You know what I'm saying, Tools?
Yeah, I mean, it's a process to perfect, right? We'll get it done. I think best of 5s, I think they'll work out, especially on the winner's side. We might have to change things, but all I'm gonna say is I really enjoy playing 2v2s. I really enjoy watching 2v2s. So if the tournament goes a little bit longer, I'm okay with it. Chat, are you okay with it? Right? Like, I think you guys are okay with watching. Now, Eli Mikowski, I'm sorry for your voice. I'm sorry that you have to do a lot of work. You know, it might not be okay for our talent and for our casters, but the more Halo, the more 2v2 I get to watch, the happier I'll be in my life. I really, really enjoy watching 2v2s. I can go a full day watching 2v2s.
A full day indeed. That's what's ahead of us. As we speak, right? Waiting for Renegade and Lucid here to get into the match. But, I gotta say though, like I just keep thinking about this Victoria Goddess match. We put the spotlights on them right off the bat. So shout out for the good sports out of our competitors. And yeah, I really, what's really sticking to me about that match, right, is just like hiding in garage, like on top of rats.
I feel like you've lost the second you do that, right? It doesn't matter if you win. It's like, hey. You're scared of Chow. You're scared of Chow.
Yeah, we don't want to see any more of that, guys. This is 2v2s. Come on, push the pace. I guarantee you what we'll see is in this next round, people pushing the pace. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more tournaments. We have the 4v4 Swiss style tournament going down tomorrow. Tools, I know that you're somebody that's been really in the corner for Swiss format coming to Halo. Any insight as to why you're so gung-ho about Swiss format?
Swiss format just allows you to play for longer if you're just like an average player, in my opinion. And it also helps the pros as well. So it's two-pronged, right? So for me, as like a Halo player, usually I'll lose first round, and then I'll get a couple matches in the losers bracket, but my day is like usually done within a few hours, right? And it's like, okay, like it's great to play, but with Swiss, it's round based, right? So you're guaranteed to play a set amount of rounds. And then with the nature of Swiss, you basically play against someone that has the same record as you. So your games are going to be competitive throughout the day, right? The first couple rounds, you might get blown out, but after that, you're playing against people that have the same record. So the games are going to be competitive. It's the best possible practice you can get. I think Swiss format allows these mid-range teams to get really good practice in to improve, and then the pro players don't have to deal with playing teams that aren't quite up to their level in that first stage, right? They're going to have more competitive matches as time goes on. We'll cut into a top 8. That'll be single elimination on the bracket. There is going to have to be some sort of tiebreaker system just to the nature of Swiss and how many teams are going to sign up, which is, we'll figure it out. We'll work out all these adjustments as possible. We do have a set of tiebreakers, and Louis, if we hit all those tiebreakers, right, if it's still tied, the last tiebreaker is a sudden death best of 1 Slayer to determine who will go into top 8. So maybe we'll get to see that, right? I'd be pretty excited to see that if that's the tiebreaker that we'll see.
Yeah, I feel that. I think the question that we always ask ourselves, is it hyped? The answer is yes. Best of 1 in the event that we have to figure out what is going on here. Well, I got great news, Garrett. We are officially in the lobby with Lucid Renegade. We'll go ahead and show that lobby now as we speak. And we, of course, are getting into this as soon as possible. So, early thoughts, Souls.
I'm looking at this chat. That's what I'm looking at. Is Killjoy and Chonkman, I think, have realized, we have some Goliaths ready for them. I think they have a chance, right, to make some impressive plays. Yeah, not every day you get to fight against Lucid and Renegade. Like, do your best, right? And I don't think anyone's expecting you to win, but go out there, stunt on them. You know what I'm saying? Go get a cool double kill. Go get something you can go put on Twitter. This is your opportunity. Don't let it go to waste.
I feel that. Step up to the occasion. Only the best of us can Chonkman and Killjoy get into this? We'll find out. We're going to throw it to our casters as it's time for this match to get started. We got Mikowski and Eli coming back. They're going to be riding with us all the way through the winter finals. After that, we got Active and Tony coming through. Shout out to our co-streamers for the day. We got Eli X, Stress, Uber Nick, Extreme Breaker, Reclaimer, Active, and then of course later after their cast you can join Mikowski and Eli. Speaking of which, let's throw it to the boys. It's getting started.
All right, Eli, here we go. One of the most exciting things I was looking forward to today is, of the new teams that were formed, which of the new players formed a duo with an existing player, right? Who does Lqgend team with? Who does Dead Zone team with? Who does Neptune team with? But here we have Renegade and Lucid. They're not reaching across the aisle. I guess they are in that sense. They're going to the rival. Renegade and Lucid teaming up. It's not something we'd normally see, but I'm going to enjoy it for now as we have two of the best 3 players in the league on the same team, and that's going to spell some trouble here for Chonkman and Killjoy as Lucid starts off with the double.
I'll be honest, when I saw these two on the same team, it kind of surprised me. I was like, I didn't know that they I feel like they're kind of rivals, right? They're both trying to be that best player in the world, and I guess they just recognize, like, hey, there's some money on the line. Hey, you want to just go win this money real quick? Yeah, let's go win that money. You know, I kind of feel like that's how the conversation went. You know, and props to them. You know, 2v2 is a totally different format. It's not like they're gonna gain or lose anything by teaming with their opposition in this. In this case, they're just gonna gain a lot. And there's another OpTic FaZe duo as well. I believe who is Trippy teaming with in this?
Stellar, the MVP.
Oh, Trippy and Stellar,
right?
that's right. So now it's actually an SSG OpTic duo, and then we've got Bound and Lqgend are also in the mix. So lots of high caliber teams. I cannot wait to see what some of these later rounds look like once we get into the like winners and grand finals. I don't even know who to possibly predict. A lot of this stuff could go either way.
Right, and I think to answer your question on who Neptune chose to team with on that native gaming roster, I believe it's going to be McWin, or no, excuse me, it's going to be Collect. Wow, so Collect and Neptune, a squad in this tournament. Love seeing who those new players on those teams chose to duo up with, again, because that's the fundamental foundation of Halo. So don't be surprised if we see some 2v2 action here from the likes of Neptune and Collect. If that doesn't translate to tomorrow and the rest of HCS Season 3 as they look to form a new duo. Renegade and Lucid not doing anything new here as they're dominating the competition. 11-3 up by 4 team wipes here in 2v2. And it looks like they just earned control of the camo as well. Don't need any of it as Renegade finds the perfect shots. Lucid cross map with that battle rifle. And look at this, Eli. Delayed pop of the camo. That's pretty good process there from Renegade. But both Lucid and Renegade owning the battle rifles here. That could be something to watch out for, forming as a meta. Potentially Renegade switches to the DMR because of the close range fight. But love the idea of having that BR in the back pocket if you do fight something beyond, say, 15 to 20 meters.
That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, once they're in close quarters, they pull out the bandits, got a bit lower range. Once they're in that long range fight, pull out the battle rifle. I mean, I think we really will see this kind of gameplay style quite a bit into the next season. I think that was the intention of HCS. The way they place the battle rifles is so smart too. They put it where the disruptor used to be in the long haul. Also one spawns at the former mangler or pistol location if we're going back to seasons 1 and beyond. So both sides, Cobra and Eagle, will spawn with a battle rifle pretty close by. And it's going to encourage a lot of these 1v1 BR fights that we didn't really get at all last season. In most maps, there was at most 1 BR on the map, but we're actually going to see some BR on BR action once again next season, and it's really going to shift the meta, I think. Keep in mind, the bandit does have a faster time to kill if you hit all 5 shots, but at range, it's just so difficult to hit all 5, right? So just going to make a little bit more sense to swap the lower time to kill for the better long range shot.
You know, Eli, you brought up a point that makes me question, what's up with the hate for the pistol? I love the pistol in HCS Season 2. I remember Sparty was just begging all throughout Season 1 to get the pistol in place of the Mangler. I thought that was a great swap. The pistol, the sidekick, operated great in close quarter combat, but here on Recharge and Aquarius, right? Aquarius, it was just completely removed. What do you think the thought process is there, and are you a little bummed to see the pistol and the sidekick not have as much of an impact in Season 3?
I think it's an interesting one for sure. I think it's one of those things that it's a weapon. If you're in your matchmaking lobby in Diamond, it doesn't seem like a big deal, and maybe the pistol's not that great, but when you put it in the hands of a player that just simply doesn't miss, you can delete a person off the map. It's almost overpowered in some spots in the hands of these professional players because it has an extremely fast time to kill, and I think the mentality behind a lot of the changes were to maybe extend the battles, allow for more creativity in gunfights, make it so teamwork matters a little bit more because you have to wait and engage with a teammate at the same time. And I think that weapons that have an extremely fast time to kill kind of negate that, and they wanted to keep those fast time to kill weapons down to like the sniper and the shock rifle instead of having several weapons on the map that could do that. Well, it's 11:59 a.m. Central Standard Time, which means it's still time for Eggs and Steak-tacular as Renegade and Lucid open up an absolutely massive lead here in this game 1, taking things pretty easily on Recharge as they look to set their sights to game 2. Gotta expect maybe even more of the same, but yeah, going back to some of the conversation, the changes that we've seen going into Season 3. We were talking about the sidekick previously before that game ended. I think also, Eli, it's a matter of elevating that Bandit Evo even higher up. And I really think HCS and Halo want to see the Bandit shine. And my thought is, well, the Bandit's a better close range weapon than the battle rifle, which was our starting weapon last year. So let's maybe look at removing things like the sidekick because the DMR acts in the place of it. You can see that fight right there from Lucid. That's about the range you might see a sidekick user take his positioning, but instead we're going to see the Bandit
in most of those cases as the sidekick. Hasn't necessarily gotten nerfed in Season 3, but it's just been discarded in many ways.
You also saw the removal of the Needler. I mean, the thing about HCS and all these changes is they were really listening to the pros. I mean, that's what most people wanted, and the pros said the Needler is a cheesy weapon. The getting repulsed off the map on recharge is a cheesy mechanic. So they're trying to reduce a lot of the cheese. I mean, frankly,
Right.
and also make a bit more back and forth. I mean, you look at the King of the Hill changes, that it does require you to control more of the map and make more rotations around the map. You can't just sit on one side and get 2 hills for free because you get the better spawns throughout the 2 hills. So I think overall, a lot of the changes are going to make the games a lot closer, and also, just make the games a bit more competitive, to be honest.
Now, speaking of 2 things for free, Lucid picks up the camo and shock rifle with little resistance. The 2-0 lead opens up here for Renegade and Lucid as Lucid, like a predator, looks to hunt his opponent with that camo proc. Gonna find Killjoy easily. And there's not going to be any Killjoys in this lobby for Chonkman and Killjoy, Eli. They're not going to get a killing spree, I would predict.
It's going to be very difficult for them to do so. I mean, you got 2 of the best players to ever touch the shock rifle on the map against you, and Lucid showing you why I said that. I mean, I can't even count how many highlight reel moments both of these players hit with the shock rifle throughout the last couple seasons. Now they have an opportunity to do it on Solitude, not just recharge. So get used to seeing this gun a lot more, and especially today.
Chonkman did a good job there, crouching
Oh,
below
no.
the lined up head level reticle of Lucid with that shock rifle, but still goes down. There's just not much you can do to avoid the death and destruction that Lucid and Renegade have planned for today, as they've opened up a 7-0 lead, camo up in 30.
Wow, did you see what they just did right there? So they knew the other member, I think it was Killjoy, was alive.
Nice.
Bottom lift, and Renegade actually, instead of pushing that player, backed up, let the other player spawn there. And Lucid's like, I'll just watch the top of the lift, you watch the bottom of the lift, and we'll just keep them trapped there. But
That's why I'm so surprised they 2-0'd Lucid and Renegade in that moment.
yeah, in that moment, but then Killjoy just goes straight to Renegade and 5-shots him, and then Chonkman does the same to Lucid. So, I mean, great job coming back a little bit here. Gonna have to win more than just one fight to win this game, though.
Now, what do you think about the shotgun Solitude, Eli? I think it again has to do with that range discussion where the battle rifle previously could shoot all the way across Solitude. Now with the Bandit Evo, doesn't have that same range. So you make the sniper, if it was still existing on Solitude, a power weapon, I guess, in that sense. But now with the shock, you think it balances things out. What are your thoughts?
It's an interesting one, right? Like, the two guns, not all that different. I think that the main differentiator between the two is definitely the range, but also the body shot. Obviously, the S7 is going to get you to one shot every single time if you hit any part of the body, but the shock rifle, not quite as powerful, right? Like, they're still going to need a few shots to break the shields if you hit a body shot. So I think what the thought process was in games like Strongholds and King of the Hill, there was this kind of like runaway snowball effect that could happen frequently on this map, where C is already the better side of the map to hold, plus you get an S7 to make it even easier to hold. So I think maybe decreasing the power of the sniper in question was the thought process, so that those snowballs are not quite as out of hand.
Yeah, I like that. I think those are some great thoughts, because you think about the sniper, the S7 again. You could make the argument again, another faded take from Mikowski and Eli potentially, but you could argue that a body shot with the sniper on an opponent is better than just cleanly taking their head, because of the fact that they've got 6 seconds to fully recharge back to full shields. They've got to back up on the map. That positioning gives them an extra 2 to 4 seconds. So you look at the time it takes to get back in the fight, it's about the same as if you had a full 10-second respawn. So I definitely make the case that the sniper S7 was maybe a little overpowered, for the reason that the unoptimal body shot could be just as optimal as a headshot.
I think it's
Little bit of a
definitely
weird take,
situational.
but-
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely
situational.
a weird take. I think definitely situational for me. I mean, most of the time I'd rather that guy just be off the map, so I don't have to worry about him anymore for the next several engagements. I can take space for free, like just get him off the map. But there's definitely situations where, like the last guy alive, sometimes it's better to just body shot them and keep them alive, because you're just kind of delaying their inevitable death.
Right.
And then when their teammates come back to life and then you kill him later, now they're in a 3v4 for
Blender.
the next 10 seconds, right? So
that's how you get the blender going.
you can certainly stagger somebody in that way. But you know, if all 4 of them are alive, I'd much rather hit the headshot so that we take the numbers advantage into the next sequence.
Totally agree. Renegade looking to clean up Chonk. Instead, it's Lucid. Look at the grouping there. 11 and 11, now 12 and 11. And I think that really speaks to how together Renegade and Lucid are playing on the map, not always in close proximity to each other, but always looking at and communicating the same thing as Lucid looks to push up on the cafe. Got to watch out for Chonk. Has a little bit of a backsmack potential here as Killjoy earns the kill on Renegade. Chance to wipe these 2 gods once again. I'd say that's a consolation prize right there, right? We're not expecting these guys to win, but I appreciate the 2 sequences we saw where Chunkman and Killjoy took down Renegade and Lucid without going down, and they're extending it now. Killjoy with another kill on Renegade. 2v1 advantage for Chunkman and Killjoy. They could use that to take down Lucid here once again, and they
Wow,
do.
okay.
Impressive sequence here from Chunkman and Killjoy. I'm going to give it up. I'm going to reach across digitally and shake hands on the GGs. They're not going to win this one, but they've won a couple sequences, Eli, and if they go back in the VOD and review some of this, there's plenty to learn from.
I would be completely honest with you though. I'm pretty sure Renegade and Lucid are playing with their food a little bit here. Like, I think
I thought you were going to say they were playing with their feet.
No, it really looks like Renegade is just limit testing himself right now. He's like, can I actually just 1v2 these guys? Let me see. And Lucid's like, yeah, go have fun. See if you can do it. And then Renegade dies, and Lucid's like, all right, you know what? Let me see if I can 1v2 them. If they really wanted to sweat right now, they would absolutely sweat. I don't think these guys would get 5, but I mean, I saw some laziness. I mean, Renegade was literally standing on the box in the middle of the map, just not even moving his left stick, waiting to see if somebody appeared on his screen. Then he gets shredded. Like, I don't know. I think that these guys are gonna step up their game moving into later parts of the tournament.
I don't know. I mean, it looked like to me at the end, Renegade and Lucid took the controllers from the hands, put it on the floor, and started playing with their toes. I don't know. That's one of the explanations for how they got wiped towards the end, but all fun and games here. We're having a little bit of fun. The LVT 2v2 Open early rounds, seeing some domination from some of the better opposition and better teams, better players. Renegade and Lucid, 2 potential MVPs in the HCS. Again, I'm still going to give some credit to Chunkman and Killjoy for hanging with them here. Can they get to double digits here? I think that's the goal here on Livefire. Can they get to double digits and give these guys a little bit more of a fight? Renegade and Lucid, though, they're not going to give up many more kills than they already have.
I think both of these guys prefer the S7 if they had to choose between the 2. Wow, look at the tricky play there from Killjoy. Drops down, immediately grabs the repulsor, repulses right back up. Since the repulsor spawns there, we're going to see that play a lot more often, I think, as kind of like a juke out mechanic. Like whoever drops first immediately repulses back up. The player tries to follow them, but now they're left with nothing at the bottom and got to reposition. So unfortunately in that case, Lucid was just waiting for him back at the top. Wasn't able to get any value out of it, but cool play nonetheless.
Yeah, Renegade doing a good job there. Goes down to low shields, lets that camo activate once again, goes up top. And like you said earlier, a little bit of that playing with the food mentality. You can just kind of see Renegade giving that extra microsecond to Chunkman and Killjoy that probably wouldn't give up to Spartan and Boo Boo Doo Boo, but Renegade and Lucid, they're feeling themselves here. It's early, winners round 2, and they have not yet faced a team that can make them sweat a little bit. They're going to have fun with it, up 7-1.
What's kind of interesting about this duo to me is when it comes to 4v4, they're definitely the disruptor players that like don't necessarily need their teammates to help them, but they're surrounded by such good teammates that they're often just set up to make the play, come in and sweep the whole team, right? But now playing with each other, they kind of have to, you know, take a little bit more of a support role to help one another, I think. And I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic that might come up later where both players might be playing away from each other, making plays, and might not help each other. But I mean, these guys are world-class players. They'll figure it out. So it's just an interesting thought experiment that they are kind of a similar player on each of their team, right?
I totally agree. And you know what? Off that thought, Eli, how much are Lucid and Renegade willing to show each other as to how they think through some of these Slayer games? Obviously, this isn't a 4v4. They're not going to be playing King of the Hill or Oddball here. But I would argue teaming amongst Renegade and Lucid or any of these other players that have went across the aisle again to team with their rivals, how much, again, are they willing to share? Are they willing to open up and completely let the other player know and build that chemistry to where you can win a tournament. I don't know if they're willing to go that far since 4v4 is the ultimate priority, but what are some of your thoughts as it relates to these rivals that we've seen teaming up here for the 2v2? Do you think they're going to be willing to share a little bit more than they normally would?
Honestly, I think that these guys are like, yeah, on the stage they're rivals, but off the stage they're friends, right? Like these guys both came up in Halo 5 around the same time. They probably have immense respect for one another. They have to, right? To play against somebody that's that good, you have to respect their capabilities, because that's the only way that you outplay them in the game, right? Like you predict the kind of big brain play that you expect them to make because you respect their ability. So I think these guys do have a ton of respect for each other and are probably going to just play the game. I don't know. I think the meta's at the point where they both kind of know what each other are going for, and it's just going to come down to like who's playing better in that day, whose team's going to have a little bit better chemistry. And like the chess match that these guys are going to have throughout the season against one another is on such a bigger scale than what they're doing today. Like I kind of feel like they're just having fun. Like let's see if we can just go win some money today. And that's kind of what I see going on here today.
Well, it's 70-5, Eli, and after that incredible quick scope from Renegade, somehow I'm the one being violated. 91%. Does Mikowski have a foot fetish? How did you? What? When did that happen? And why?
It's because you said that they were playing with their feet. He didn't even know what was going on. I saw it in chat, all the question marks earlier.
There's a footnote. Mikowski has a foot. What? All right, anyways, it's getting way too weird. Lucid with the QT. Making a cute play there. Finds the opposition. Finds the safe space over on the pillar side of the map. 21-6. We're 4 kills away here from this one. Mercifully being over.
Hey man, here at LVT we don't kink shame, all right? If you like feet, you like feet. That's all there is to it, man. Like just let the man live his life. I don't think he likes feet, but you know, maybe he thinks these guys are so good they could play with, they could use their controller with their feet. I mean, the phrasing is important here. Play with your feet, that could be taken a lot of different ways, right? So phrasing, Hunter, phrasing.
I do have an emote actually for when Jeff Steitzer says defeat. And I swear in my head, I hear this. I hear that defeat. As
no.
Renegade and Lucid take this one with the defeat, 25-7. Absolutely dominating the competition, as I have just probably exposed myself in way more ways than one. Eli, take it away.
Oh no, Mikowski's gonna take a breather. I think he's got to go get his pedicure. But moving on in the bracket is gonna be Renegade and Lucid. No surprise there. We'll see how soon it'll be before they face some similar opposition. Looking in the bracket, we've got so many insane teams throughout the day, and I think Mikowski's chalked, guys. I think we should probably throw it to Tools and Brandon here, moving into the next round.
All right, Tools, justice has been served. Would you agree?
I mean, hey, yeah, justice is served. The campers got what they got, but I gotta say, we gotta just start doing some background checks before we get to the broadcast. we can't be having this, Louis. Honestly, I thought about resigning on the spot. We got a freak. That's the only word I got for it. A freak here with us today. But we got some freakishly good matches coming up next. We're looking at the bracket, trying to figure out where these good matches are. And I'm telling you, the next 3 I think are going to be bangers, Louis.
All right.
So
what do we think?
We're gonna go down to the bottom of the bracket. That's where we have Team Septify and Soul Snipe will be going up against Rami and Blood Reina. They'll be going up in our round 3, and then after that, we'll see the Prodigal Son return to Halo. 2v2s was his specialty. Neptune and Collect will be going up against Boo Boo Doo and Spartan in round 4, barring some crazy upset. So I think those next 2 games are it. That's where we have to be. Yep. And I believe after that we'll have maybe a Stellar versus Bound matchup. I can't quite remember what that next matchup will be, but there's plenty of good. I think for the rest of today's tournament, there's only going to be bangers of matchups.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start. We're going to let Renegade and Lucid run their vein of the bracket, right? I assume that it's going to look a lot like what we just saw, but as Tools just mentioned, plenty on the other side. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be right back. What's up?
I got to give the shout out. I just saw the man gifted. 10 gifted. from Beiji. Woozy also gave a sub as well. And I just for a moment, right before we go to break, guys, everything we're doing here today is completely funded by us. There's no one else giving us money to do what we're doing with this bracket. So the admins, the prize pool, the talent, everyone here is paid because of the generosity that you guys give us by watching the stream, by gifting out those subs, by just using your Prime subs. So if you want to help support, hey, with what just in prize pool alone, right? Like $6,000 in prize pool alone that we're giving out for these next 3 weeks. Able to do that because of you guys. If you want to keep supporting, like, hey, sub to the channel. It's the quickest and easiest way to do it. It helps us continue doing these tournaments. I want to make sure that we have 2v2 tournaments for the rest of the year. Like, that's one of my goals. Like, I want to keep doing 2v2s. I really enjoy them. One of the easiest ways to do that is just by hitting the Prime sub, doing what you need to do.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, right? At first, when we built our January schedule, it was extremely ambitious and it looked twice as heavy as it does right now. I decided to roll it back just a little bit, right? We'll ease into things as we go, and we also want to see where the roadmap takes us here in early February. But nevertheless, it's like, we're here, we're doing it. We want Halo to live, we want it to thrive. And here at LVT Halo, we've been about it for years. And so I do also want to take a moment and say that 2023 was record breaking for LVT Halo. We had an LVT Halo competitive team. We had plenty of things to be happy about. We're out here, making sure that our Halo talent, our Halo competitors, our Halo graphic designers, editors, literally, we're out here. We are paying people in Halo to not to stay here, but to do what they do best, right? Because that's what we believe in here at Halo, at LVT Halo, is putting people in a position to succeed. And yeah, I believe that. I just want to say thank you, right? Again, I said it on Twitter the other day, but sincerely from the bottom of our hearts at LVT Halo, thank you so much. And we're trying to pay it forward. And this is a first look of what that might look like. Of course, you can expect everything that we normally do throughout the year. Last year, going to LANs, producing for the Bravo, Charlie, Delta, whatever it may be, right? We plan on doing all that again. And so, 2023 was a great year. Garrett, 2024, we might have to put shades on. It's so damn bright.
Honestly, it's been incredible. Like you said, like, we had really ambitious plans for this month. We rolled it back. So like these 6 tournaments, that's us rolling it back. We can do more. We want to do more.
Right.
We just have to make sure that all this is sustainable, right? And the way that it happens is by making sure that we aren't going deep into the red running these tournaments. And that helps when you guys are subbing and like you guys are. I saw Powerful Nails, oh my God, I want Metathor, Zando, Man, Daybook, and then Nayla just gave 5 gifted subs as well. So, hey, thank you everyone that's been helping. The subs help. And then also when we go into these ad breaks, that's the other big thing. I know that not everyone loves to watch the ads and that they can be a little bit aggressive, but without those ads, we wouldn't be able to run these tournaments. It's just the reality of it. It's how we're able to fund some of this stuff. We make sure that none of those ads run during gameplay. We don't want you guys missing any of the action, but in this downtime, right? If you're not subbed, we're gonna have to play some ads. It's just the way that we're able to fund these tournaments, make sure that the talent gets paid. Everyone that comes on to LVT Halo is getting paid, right? We don't want to make sure no one's working for free, right? Like, we want to make sure that everyone and their talent is being compensated, because we have the ability to do so because of the support that you guys have been giving us. So really, thank you everyone that's been supporting us the way that you have.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Tools, thank you for that. I do want to remind everybody we have a list of co-streamers also streaming the tournament with separate drops. So shout out to HCS, actually a humongous thank you to HCS for enabling us at LVT to do this sort of thing and to have an co-streamer initiative, right? We're trying to spread the love across Halo, right? Not only are we having a great day here on LVT Halo, but I'm hoping that like our guys Eli X, Extreme Breaker, Uber Nick, Reclaimer, Stress, Active, I believe, also watch partying at this very moment. Tony had a chance to watch party as well, and unfortunately he couldn't do it this weekend. Maybe next weekend we'll have him back. But nevertheless, it's like, listen, we're out here, we're trying to do it. We're trying to lift Halo up, all tides rise. You know what I'm saying, Tools?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really gonna be a team effort for the entire community, right? We're going to make sure that we do our part, and all these ghost streamers, all these guys that are going in, streaming Halo every day, like, they're important to the scene. We want to make sure that they can have something to watch our tournaments, having those separate drops, I think is really cool. It's like it incentivizes you guys not only to watch us, but watch them, right? Make sure you have them in the next separate tab. Get both the drops. Make sure that you're spreading out some of that love, and it honestly, it goes a long way, just like Powerful Nail. Oh my God, I'm losing my voice just talking about it, but 5 gifted subs for Powerful Nail as well. And then I believe Ren MC7 with the tier 1. Oh my God, this is crazy. You guys
Quick
are,
117 with the
crazy.
prime sub as well. Yo, by the way, right, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the Twitch news recently, but if you have a Prime, you're not using it, you need to use it ASAP, because it seems, and this is just like what the community kind of thinks what could happen, it seems like Prime subs as they are now will change. People are thinking that, I don't know, maybe if you have Prime, you'll get a discount to sub to certain streamers, maybe once a month, maybe to all streamers. I have no idea what they're going to do. But nevertheless, right now, Prime subs are free. Use them while you have them, because if we don't, it's just money left on the table. And like I said, we're out here trying to put on for Halo to make sure that there's always something going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break as we try to navigate into a different part of the bracket. We hope you've enjoyed the show so far, but things are just ramping up, and it's only going to get better from here. We'll be back very soon.
Reversal. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Reversal. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Reversal. 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 Perfect. Double kill.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down. I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. 'Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back and we're getting ready for winners round 3. We got Team Skeptify. That's Soul Snipe and Skeptify going against Rami and Blood Reina. 2 great duos. That's absolutely true. I had the pleasure of playing with Blood Reina in a grassroots event for the LATAM community, and she carried the hell out of me, and we won the tournament, and it was literally all because of her. So this is going to be a great match. I'm looking forward to it. But I do want to talk for a quick moment about that graphic that was just on screen, the 4v4 tomorrow, the Swiss format tournament that we have lined up for you guys. Originally a $1,000 prize pool. Thank you to 2 generous donations, one from Mash, coach out of Garrett, you're gonna have to help me out. He's coached
He's coached for so many, but I think Luminosity was probably his last biggest
LG.
set.
Coach for Luminosity stepping up, donating $1,000 to the prize pool, and then Tico dropping $200 as well. Prize pool for tomorrow's 4v4 now at $2,200. So action's going to be going right here once again tomorrow, and I imagine we got some bigger teams coming out because the prize pool is getting boosted just a little bit. But nevertheless, I can see that we're literally in this match as we speak, and so I'm going to throw this to Mikowski and Eli. We're going to get right into it.
All right, Eli, here we go. Blood Reina and Rami versus Septify and Soul Snipe. This is going to be a good one. And got to shout out the good representation we've seen here from the women in the Halo community showing out today. We've had half the matches broadcasted featuring some women talent in the community. Love to see that. As we see Septify earn that shock rifle early, we are getting right into it as Rami and Blood Reina do have the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Blood Reina, one of the fiercest ladies to come out of the LATAM community. This girl is insane at the video game. I've had the displeasure of playing against her and matchmaking a few times, and she put me in the dirt. So she is no slouch, and she's going against some very tough competition, though. I mean, Septify and Soul Snipe, 2 of the top competitors in the HCS. Rami had a few top 6, top 12, top 8 finishes throughout the last couple seasons as well. So we are getting deeper into the tournament, and these matches are going to be highly competitive from here on out.
Septify, your last week's champion in the free-for-all $5,000 presented by the USMC. Gotta love how that free-for-all win, Eli, turned into an opportunity to team with Soul Snipe here today. I love that for Septify. Love seeing him climb the ranks before our very eyes as we see him on our screen now with that shot.
I think you're thinking of Super CC. Super CC
I'm thinking
won
of Super CC.
It's okay though. They teamed together a few times, so I can understand the confusion. The S's. There's a lot of S's. Soul Snipe, Super CC, Septify. I mean, it's so easy to mix them up. But anyways, shock rifle, as we talked about before, it's going to be highly consequential throughout the day. Septify hitting a couple body shots, but doesn't amount to a kill. Blood Reina with a very clutch kill at the right time to get the camouflage. Now they're going to try to push through the rest of the map. I like this play from Blood Reina, though. Knows her teammate moving through that right side. She's going to hit the left side. Knows the other team is going to be spawning in A and not going to be predicting this. And this is a great pinch already. This timing is almost perfect, but somehow Rami got stuck. So what a clutch stick in that situation. If Septify and Soul Snipe were not able to land that sticky, I think that was a perfect push from Rami and Blood Reina, but that stick makes it so they can just turn around and clean up the other kill. Great clutch plays out of these guys.
Yeah, that was a massive regain there from Septify and Soul Snipe at 7-4. That's a 2-possession game that could bust open to a 3 if that had gone any differently. 7-6 instead, as Septify and Soul Snipe are on the come up, on the comeback, as Rami and Blood Reina have held the lead from the start. But Septify and Soul Snipe looking to change that as they do just that, earning another flawless 2 down to take an 8-7 lead.
Very important time to do so. Shock rifle up. You know these guys are timing it, especially in 2v2. The sandbox is even more potent than it was before. If everyone you run into has a good weapon, it's going to be hard to come back. Only 2 players on each team, obviously. So that's why the sandbox is so important, right? Like if you spawn up with a bandit and all the weapons have already been picked up by the other 2, then you don't really have an easy way to come back into it. You got to fight an uphill battle for the next couple sequences. You got to hope that these guys run out of ammo or items, and so far Soul Snipe and Septify have been doing that very well.
Yeah, I was going to say the plasma pistol, almost like the unsung hero of the day. We talked about the
Double
sandbox
kill.
as Soul Snipe gets the double kill, make it a 9-12 game. But we saw Gun Goddess take down the snipe tower with the use of the plasma pistol earlier. There we saw Septify take down Rami with it. Took down the shields of an opponent as well. Didn't get the cleanup, but the trade assist did come through. So I don't know, as the sandbox changes, the meta changes, keep an eye out for that plasma pistol. We've seen it do quite a few good things here throughout the day.
Speaking of sandbox changes, we see Soul Snipe grab the battle rifle, which we've seen Renegade and Lucid kind of elect this strategy where they use the battle rifle for these long range engagements. Once they get into close range, maybe switch to that bandit where it does have that faster time to kill. But you know, these guys played with the battle rifle for more, like, what was it, 2 years? So you know, all of them know how to use it. You know, obviously the bandit been more prominent in these offline tournaments, but you know, these guys have so much experience with the battle rifle. I have to imagine they're a bit more comfortable with it, especially in these long range fights.
Yeah, I think on Recharge, which is featured twice in the best of 5 series layout, it's going to be crucial to grab the shock. It's going to be crucial to grab the battle rifle. And when you get into those long range gunfights, keep it out. You get within 10 to 15 meters, switch to the DMR. That seems to be the strategy that we're seeing form here as Septify needs to form, looking to form more slays here, as despite the early opening lead for Rami and Blood Reyna, it's now a 5-kill lead here for Septify and Soul Snipe.
Really like this decision by Septify to back up here. After Soul Snipe goes down, he knows that it's so important. The shock rifle still has a ton of ammo in it. For him to also die would be highly detrimental to their chances to hold on to the lead, but make sure that Soul Snipe is in the mix before re-engaging. He does ultimately get taken down, but Soul Snipe right there to pick up the shock rifle. He still got some more ammo to work with.
Gotta think Rami and Blood Reyna would like to get a few more slays before Septify and Soul Snipe breach into the 20s, but that's not going to be the case. Septify takes down Blood Reyna. Now Rami, all by his lonesome here to fight in a 1v2. Camo's up soon as well, and that numbers advantage going to be way too strong as Septify takes him down easily.
Soul Snipe with the clutch sticky grenade. So interesting how people choose to throw their stickies in spots like this. If you expect your opponent to strafe, if you, I don't know, understand the way that they likely are going to strafe, you can kind of just throw it directly at them sometimes because they're going to strafe one way and then walk right back into the same spot. It's where we see him get the stick like that. But oftentimes if the other person's going for a stick, it's a lot better to just walk in one direction. I feel like it's a lot harder for people to predict that sometimes, but either way, Septify now with the camo as well, and only 1 kill to go. They've got Rami here trapped, going for a little bit of the disrespect with his shots. Doesn't have to do anything else. I mean, I say it the disrespect because it looks funny. People call it the pea shooter. You know, it's a funny gun to just tap it like that. But I mean, it's actually pretty strong. It also has a headshot multiplier. If you didn't recognize, like, it does a ton of damage with the headshot.
We brought it up during the game one. I think that's the case, Eli. If we know the DMR is going to be big, we know the battle rifle is still going to be important long range, but that's sort of my question right now as we see the entire meta for Halo explode into something entirely new. For the most part, I'm really curious which part of the sandbox is going to rise up. And for now, sounds again faded to say, but it's been the plasma pistol, whether it's completely depleting shields in a nanosecond or taking down an opponent for the win like we just saw there. Keep an eye out on the plasma pistol. The Needlers, those have been removed. Sidekick, that's not on the map anymore. It's the plasma pistol. Outside of a Nerf Disruptor, I believe, there's really not much else that I can think of, at least on Recharge. So yeah, interesting to see the plasma pistol be such a point of emphasis here early on as we see that new meta form.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, with the exclusion and nerfing of a lot of other guns, I mean, the plasma pistol does rise up in stock, right? And I mean, Halo 2 players in the chat, rise up. The noob combo is here once again. Granted, the tracking not nearly as powerful as it was in Halo 2. It was almost a free kill. That's why we called it the noob combo back then. This game takes a little bit more skill. You got to kind of predict the route that your opponent's going to take, maybe lead the shot at least a little bit. As we see another clutch stick out of Soul Snipe. This guy got to be one of the front runners for best stickies in the league. So love to see how effective he's been so far.
Huge takedown down there from Septify as he stops Blood Reyna inner tracks before popping that camo. Still active at the top mid location. That's going to be a point of contention here as Rami spots the flank. Soul Snipe spots the shots though and lands them on Rami. Now Blood Reyna in a 1v2. And I've been saying that often. Rami and Blood Rain on a 1v2. We've just seen the numbers advantage be a little bit extra there. We've also, to Septify and Soul Snipe's credit, they've really jumped on the opportunity to earn trades like we just saw there, or push in when you have that 2v1 advantage. As now Rami, though, has the camo.
Another sticky kill from Soul Snipe. If you're good with the sticky grenades, I think you're going to be good next season, because they've added the stickies to a few new spots. This map has 2 sets of sticky grenades, by the way, one in the tram side and one in the cafe side. They moved some new sticky grenades onto Aquarius where the shocks used to be. There's a pair of them on live fire at the B side. So sticky's gonna be moving up in the meta as well, I think. And there's such a powerful grenade. Even if you don't get the stick, you can one tap somebody as long as they're close enough to it. And right now Soul Snipe showing that he knows how to throw them.
And as we've seen in a lot of those free-for-alls that we've done, Eli, with Aquarius, now having, I believe, stickies on the pink and carbine side, there's at least one set still on Aquarius. Those are dominant when it comes to earning the trade. So keep an eye on that in these 2v2s. Sometimes a team takes a 2, 3, 4 kill lead. Those trades can ride all the way to the finish. As we see Septify ride his way to top mid to earn himself that camo. Doesn't spot an opposition, doesn't face any resistance, and because of that, he's going to be able to roam freely here with that camo.
Love this spot that he's chosen to perch up on. It's not really a spot that you're going to look at if you're not moving with the camo. The distortion effect's not going to be strong enough to recognize it. As soon as he picked up exactly where the enemies had spawned, he jumps off the ledge, jumps into the fight to help his teammate. Now you see them taking these diagonal positions across the map to force the snipe spawn. We saw this with Lucid and Renegade. They did this exact strategy when playing against Killjoy and Chonkman, and you can see that so far it's a good idea in theory, but it didn't work for Lucid and Renegade, and right here it's not really working for Septify and Soul Snipe either.
7-11, 9-11 left in this match. Septify down to low shields, presents an opportunity for Blood Rain and Rami to continue to chip away at that lead, but Septify does a good job timing his re-shield with his repositioning. And now he's pushing up, has that cheeky spot once again as he looks to extend through the window. Previously saw Rami and Blood Raina here, thinking maybe they doubled back, but no, they actually worked their way to Cafe and did double back. Here's Rami with that double back, catches Septify off guard. Great timing and positioning there as Rami and Blood Raina look to take down 2, and they do just that. Rami does trade out though, but it now is just a 3-kill game.
This one's close, and Rami and Blood Raina have the shock rifle. If Blood Raina can put it to use here, and if Rami can keep her alive in the process, they can come back, but it's a great push coming in from Sep and Soul Snipe. Now they get that shock rifle right back in their hands. Not only that, Soul Snipe's got a sticky grenade in his pocket. We've already seen how dangerous he is with that, but he's also dangerous with the shock rifle. Right now, Rami and Blood Raina gonna have to make a good push here to come back into this.
Yeah, I know Soul Snipe's not close. Whoa, look at that collateral damage and a headshot from Soul Snipe. Lands the double kill, earns the camo. What an incredible play there. Almost looked like the electrical outlet exploded off the wall, chained to an opponent, and then landed the headshot for the flawless double kill. As this was just previously a 3-kill game, Eli. Now it's 7.
What a clean shot. I love those shots where the person's head was only visible for maybe not even a full second, like a half a second, maybe a quarter of a second. The head was even visible through the window, has the reaction time, maybe the comms from his teammate to predict it. And now we see the sticky repulsor play, which we're definitely going to see more of next season as well. We already saw the meta kind of shift towards this last season, but now that there's more stickies on the map and we still have repulse on this map and live fire, we're going to see that sticky repulsor play come into play. Essentially, if you're close enough, you can throw a sticky and repulse it simultaneously. It's gonna move the grenade and your opponent into the same direction, so they often just stick to your opponent. Very powerful. If you haven't practiced it, I do recommend to practice that in some custom games.
Yeah, it took the words and strategy right out of my mouth before Soul Snipe stole the show with that double kill. I was going to mention that he's not in close range for now, but with one sticky and one repulsor, keep an eye on that combination. And I'm calling it the Renegade, Eli. Wow, as Soul Snipe earns the disruptor kill for the Steak-tacular, but we've seen Renegade really, I think, make something out of that tech. That
Lucid
repulsor
too.
sticky tech. Lucid is another player that I think of, but nothing will, for me, for now, beat Renegade's run of what, 2 to 3 minutes. We were casting this a couple weeks ago on Livefire in the HCS Open 1, where he moved through cuts and top mid with that repulsor sticky combination and took down what, like 6 players back to back. I mean, it was unbelievable, and I think really put on display how opportunistic that combination is. But Soul Snipe, we saw in that match, he didn't need a repulsor to land those stickies. What was it about Soul Snipe? You get one sticky cross map, or you get one, you think it's a little lucky, but Soul Snipe's landed several in this series. It's not luck, it's all by design. What is it about Soul Snipe that makes him so consistent with the stickies as we land? Oh, see that incredible double headshot land. Woo.
Wow. I mean, think about the reaction time on that shot before we talk about the sticky real quick. Is he visually saw the Spartan on the way up, and before the Spartan's head dipped below the window, he quick scope headshotted him. Like the reaction time on this man, absolutely unreal. But yeah, I mean, these stickies, he's clearly going out of his way to grab it. I mean, these guys on all the top teams, I feel like what separates them is they know how to not only get the sandbox in their pocket, but use it to its best possible advantage every single time. And I think Soul Snipe is frankly picking up the most sticky grenades, and as a result, he's getting the most sticky kills. So I think there's definitely a method to the madness, and he's really putting it on display here today.
Oh, Soul Snipe, man, did you see that? Holding forward, Ramy had the jiggle peek strafe going. I'm thinking to myself, really good job here by Ramy to stay alive, but my God, Soul Snipe will not stop. 3 kills here to start off, and that's the lead, 1-4. Not even a minute off the board, and Soul Snipe, he's already on fire.
I mean, keep in mind, this man found himself in the winners bracket finals of the World Championship on that native red roster that we grew to love. He's actually in that position at multiple tournaments. Also, there was another tournament last year, can't remember exactly which one, but also found himself in the winners finals. And that's against, you know, SSG, OpTic, and FaZe. So this man clearly, doesn't matter who he's playing against, he's going to find a way to win. And we're seeing, you know, a big reason why that native red roster was so powerful.
So massive is this gunfight right here. Soul Snipe wins another piv against Ramy, but so massive previously, as I say it now, he's got it back in his hands, but was taking Soul Snipe down at the 4-kill mark. You didn't let him go on that killing spree, but now you're letting him no-scoping you at the back of Snipes. Soul Snipe absolutely on fire. Doesn't need to have the killing spree on screen to show just how much he's popping off. Just as Ramy and Blood Arena got back in this fight, Soul Snipe's just single-handedly pushing out all of them and taking them all down with pivs. Finally going down to the one-shot cleanup for Ramy, but what a sequence from Soul Snipe, sitting at 8-2-2 with 2 minutes off the clock. Wow.
Soul Snipe doesn't even like this. Is he aware he has a teammate right now? I feel like
it doesn't look like it.
He just, I don't even care. I'm just gonna hold for it. Like, hey man, you can be a part of this if you want, but like if you're not here, like sorry bro, you're too late. Like they're already dead. Like Septify is just like, can I have some too? Like, can I be a part of this? But dude, he's just, if he's not in the fight, he's going out of his way to grab an item like the QT, and I feel like he's just limit testing himself right now. This guy won the FFA a couple weeks ago. Clearly one of the most individually skilled players that we have on the circuit, and he's putting it on display right now.
Nah, Soul Snipe looking like Tom Cruise in that one movie where he just respawns at will whenever he wants, I think, strategically to figure out the plot. I don't know. Soul Snipe is the plot. He's the main antagonist and protagonist all at once in this game. Like you said, almost feels like Septify is just along for the ride, and that's saying something because Septify is absolutely cracked in his own right as finally Ramy and Blood Arena find the team wipe. They take down Soul Snipe and Septify together. Ramy, a little bit of a stagger there, takes down Soul Snipe off spawn once again, but Septify cleans up Ramy, doing a great job there to trade out, up 15-9. You can use that as part of the strategy to take down this series and win it outright 3-0.
That kill from Ramy is what I would call a heat check. Like, Soul Snipe's overheating, flying across the map, all the confidence in the universe. Ramy hits him with the clean 5-shot, says, all right, kid, I see what you're doing, but slow your roll, buddy. Slow your roll. It doesn't matter though. Skep now is like, okay, they shut down Soul Snipe. It's time for me to catch fire. He's hitting some shots, and he's trying to hit some highlights with the movement, quick scope combination. Man, these guys came to play today.
And now all of a sudden, Eli, Skeptify has as many kills as Soul Snipe. So I guess they're just taking turns, right? You dominate the early game, I'll get the mid game, and collectively we'll come together in the end game to end this series, as Rami and Blood Reyna are going to need a few team wipes in a row to feel comfortable about this comeback. But Skeptify with the snipe takes Blood Reyna down to 1 HP. But Blood Reyna with an incredible last shot on Soul Snipe makes this a game going into the halfway mark. 8 minutes left.
It's not an easy shot to hit, too. When you get repulsored in this game, I mean, it feels like you are so discombobulated for at least a second or two. But she ices up, hits the shot, basically mid-repulse. Props to Blood Reyna for that. And now this is suddenly a game. I mean, they're only down by 6. Soul Snipe camping the portal smartly, knows that Blood Reyna is going to go fight his teammate. If he just waits by the portal, she will go back once she's weak. So we're seeing the process played, and right now Soul Snipe has to be the fastest Spartan I've seen on the map all day. I mean, you think about players like Bound, Renegade, all these players that have amazing movement, but man, every time I watch Soul Snipe play, his movement is so crisp. He's moving every single curb slide possible. He's hit it so far. It doesn't matter where this man's going, he's going to get there quick.
The timing too, Eli, was critical, as Soul Snipe was only one shot. And if he was close enough to that QT activating, that'll burn him to the grave, send him back to the respawn screen. You can take damage from an opposing QT. Might not know that from all the hours of playing Halo. I've only seen that once or twice in my games, so it's a rare occurrence, but Soul Snipe made sure he wasn't one of the rare statistics, as he made sure to jump on that QT user at just the right time, where he took no damage, but took down Blood Reyna still with that QT, as we hop on board with her as she lands the shot. Nice job there, and has Camo to work with. 17 to 23, so you're going to need to play flawless Halo if you're Rami and Blood Reyna, but they got the setup.
I don't know if anybody in chat was confused why Septify just seemingly pinged like 10 shards of grass outside right there, but there was a method behind that. There's a mechanic that, in my opinion, should be patched. But if somebody's camo and you just spam ping and one of those pings connects with the camo player, it will ping as an enemy ping. So right there, Skep was doing that as a way to try to fish out the location of the camo player. He did it in a pretty unsafe way, though, just standing out in the open. Didn't quite work out, and he was wrong with his guesses, so they ended up dying for it. But just in case anybody was wondering, that was the thought process there.
The plasma pistol again being used to potentially close out the close out a comeback, but no, my God, the body shot with the sniper too strong as the cleanup occurs, as Soul Snipe and Septify form to be quite the formidable duo as they take a difficult series 3-0.
Very impressive stuff. The sniper rifles were a massive part of every one of these games, as we expected, but also just the movement and the pressure that we saw out of Soul and Skeptify. I think that that's going to be something that as these games progress, we're going to see faster and faster movements. We're going to see faster and faster rotations, and we're going to see a lot more aggression. I don't think we're going to see anyone hiding in the rat tunnel anymore for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and two guys we know are not hiding behind the scenes. They're ready to be on cam. We got Tools and Louie with their thoughts on that previous series. Boys, take it away.
Damn, Soul Snipe was on a roll there, Tools, wasn't he?
The snipers in game 2 were phenomenal. I don't think we gave enough love to that one shot where he hits the body, right, to get the kill. But then Eli brought it up, right, that reaction time to slowly pan to the left, flick up, hit the headshot right before that player could go down. That's one of the cleanest shots I've seen yet. I don't know. It's like, if that's like, you know, getting some love from the shock rifle right there over the sniper, but oh my, this shot is just incredible. This is just pure talent through and through. This is why Soul Snipe, I think, one of the most underrated snipers in the HCS. Just the ability to do this and catch that headshot. We're talking about frames right there to get that double kill.
Frames, baby. And by the way, we're doing this live. Tools and I, we're producing this shit as we go. We didn't even talk about this. We're ready to go. Same highlight here. Man, it's impressive. I love what I'm seeing out of Soul Snipe, of course, right? Like the competition couldn't be any higher today. And it's amazing to see where we are at this time, because that was so fun, right? I feel like what we just saw at Skeptify and SoulSipe is how we should see twos played, right? Push the pace, slide around. There's so much more room on the map. There's space on the map for you to make your moves, right? So like literally start making your moves. That's what we want to see. Tools, any idea what we're trying to do next here?
Yeah, so we're waiting on one last game. It looks like they're up 2-0 in the series right now. Team Collect, which is Collect and Neptune, will be going up against Spartan and Boo Boo Doo in our next round. So that, you know, the heavyweights are here. Let's get them in. Let's get these games going. Just waiting. I think they'll 3-0. I don't think they're going to have any trouble with that. Once that game is over, we'll get right into that for our winners round 4.
Indeed. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break so I can fill out these tournament graphics, the bracket graphics, I should say. That way we're not everybody's just having to look at the website to see exactly where we are. I believe that we're finally approaching the winter quarters. As soon as we get in winter quarters, we'll be able to show you some bracket graphics on stream. That way everybody's on the same page. So give us just a moment. We'll be back with some gameplay here in just a moment. Enjoy the ads, ladies and gentlemen. As we said before, this is how we do this tournament. So I know it's a pain, but it's something that has to be done if you want this type of entertainment. So please stick around. We'll be right back.
Double kill. Perfect reversal. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Faster, stronger, moving light speed. Work it longer. We a different breed. Living larger, chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving.
Double kill.
1, 2, 3. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go.
kill. Enemy halfway to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the break is over. As you can see, lobby is ready, and we're starting to quick talk about GA's tools. Let's see what that. Let's go ahead and check in here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, I think he's been pretty clear that with the new maps, he doesn't really feel like there's anything that needs to be GA'd. The quantum translocator is really the point of discussion here. Some players don't really like it on live fire, just think it's allows you to be a little bit too aggressive. But both these teams seem to be ready to play with that, and I like that. Play with everything on the map when you have the opportunity, especially if it's not too overpowered, right? It's not like a heat wave. It's not like anything like that on live fire. Recharge, same thing. Some people were saying that they would like to GA the shroud screen. I saw that from Bound in particular. But same case, I think play with everything available. I don't think there's anything overpowered on any of these maps.
Well, this is obviously a moment that people have been waiting for, and we're not even in the quarterfinals yet. Winner of this series punches their ticket to the quarterfinal. We're loading in, so we're gonna throw it back to Mikowski and Eli as we get into game number 1, Recharge Slayer.
All right, Eli, no GAs, but plenty of gas in this series as we have our best one of the day. What are some of your thoughts as we have 4 superstars in the HCS going up against each other?
Man, this is super exciting to watch. I mean, Boo Boo, I think is one of the biggest brain players we've got when it comes to using all the different equipment to his advantage. And then we've got the new, well, not new, kind of new to Infinite at the very least, Neptune. First look at him. How is he going to pair with his 4v4 teammate Collect? This is an interesting duo in this tournament, to say the least. I mean, I've been watching some of Neptune's stream, and this kid is extremely talented. He's picked up the game very quickly. I'm pretty sure he's playing with a PlayStation controller, which is just weird to me in a lot of ways, but I mean, it's still a great controller. I can't hate on it, but either way, this is going to be an insane match. It's going to revolve a lot around intelligent teamwork plays and equipment plays as well.
Yeah, almost seems sacrilegious to be playing Halo on a PlayStation controller. We actually found that out from one of our very own Lucidity, who did a great cover feature on that native gaming roster. Tashi, the commissioner, actually approved it for Neptune, and I love that, right? Let's bring Neptune in and let's make it feel comfortable, because we've seen, Eli, when you bring in these Gears of Wars pros, Call of Duty pros, there's just something different about their POV that's really fun to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got the chops. I think he's still learning a lot of stuff. I mean, I came into his stream and taught him about what the rescope behavior, telling him the difference between the Infinite and Legacy. Like, this is a pretty primary feature that, pros were getting used to and asked for and ultimately got, but he wasn't even a part of any of that history. He's just playing with the default settings when he first gets on, and like, he's still frying. So as he learns more and more about the game, and he's got great people to learn with around him, Mikwin probably could arguably be the best person to learn from. He knows the history of all of it, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like his ceiling is extremely high, and he's surrounded by the right people to make sure he gets there.
2 minutes off the clock and 2 kills for Collect and Neptune, looking to add to that count as they do just that, making it now a 2-kill game as Collect has the shock rifle in his hand, spots the camo player. That's Boo Boo Doobu, and collectively with Neptune takes him down. What a sequence there from Collect and Neptune. Eli, I was just about to start the conversation about how the edge, at least experience-wise, goes to Boo Boo Duo and Sparty. These guys have been playing, well, let's say Halo longer than Collect and Neptune have collectively been playing Halo, and they've also been teaming longer as well. But it looks like Collect and Neptune have formed a chemistry, a duo, if you will, very early, despite not having much game time in together.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have been trying to build that chemistry. I see them searching matchmaking quite frequently. If one of them is streaming, these two are usually the duo that you see running in the playlist together. So they've definitely started to work on that teamwork. Collect also has a lot of experience playing against Boo Boo and Sparty already, so he's probably maybe predicting the kind of things they're going to go for a bit better and sharing that knowledge with Neptune. But so far, it's a very tight game. Only 1 kill separating the two, and with 10 minutes passing on the timer, that means camo's up. looks like Sparty was able to get away with it, and Boo Boo's just trying to set him up for a play here.
Boo Boo doesn't have the positioning. Tries to reposition, but my God, look at that angle from Neptune. He's finding spots and angles on the map that existing HCS pros may not even be aware of or use just yet, as Neptune finds the cheeky angle to find the slay. And Eli, we are now tied. 8.5 minutes left to go, tied at 9.
Not surprising. We've got 4 of the best players in the world on your screen right now. Boo Boo Doo Boo, though, one of the best to ever do it with this shock rifle. I feel like he's been making plays in all these online tournaments as of late. Boo Boo's won a majority of them, and he has been absolutely on fire with this gun and the Bandit, so he is not the guy you want to see. Plus, I feel like his experience in 1v1s also helps. Like, you got to have experience where there's a lot less people on the map. The map just kind of breathes a bit differently with less Spartans on it, less grenades. You've got to really change the way you move on the map, and he gets taken down, though. He tries to position himself to get the camo, but yeah, Neptune and Collect with the bait right there. Take him down, take the shock rifle and the camo. This is a huge swing right here.
Look at the discipline and look at the shots. Look at the trade process there from Neptune. I am so impressed, Eli. When Spartan came in hot around the corner with that grapple slide tech, you think Neptune would be thinking, oh, I got to start shooting fast because he's coming in fast. No, he waited for Collect to respawn, timed the pinch off of that respawn, and took down Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty, and now have the lead 12-13. Collect with 1 HP and 1 rack left in that shock rifle. Now make it half split between active ammo and ammo he needs to reload. 2 shots before he needs to reload, so he can take down the team here of Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty, but he gets spotted out. The cheeky jump from C gets called out, but Collect with the first use of the shroud screen is going to stay alive with it.
Very smart usage of it there. I thought that they might push into his shroud, but decide to wait for the shroud to expire. Collect finally exposed and gets taken down. But I like the whole way that Collect played that life. If you have a weapon like the shock rifle against players like Boo Boo and Sparty, you have to value your life so much more. And when Neptune died, Collect continued to disengage, waited till his teammate was back alive to re-engage. And wow, look at the great play from Collect once again with the ducking and dodging. This man's movement on another level makes himself such a difficult kill. And right there, he just kind of pressed right into Boo Boo's face, or Sparty's face, to steal the shock rifle.
And now we see a great example of patience there from Collect. We saw Neptune go down. That almost rings the dinner bell for Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty to try and clean up Collect. Collect recognized it, threw that chase grenade out at the top A door, and took down Boo Boo Doo Boo and the shock as a result. Camo now up once again. Sparty has to watch his back, but no, instead Neptune finds the finishing shots, cleaning up Boo Boo Doo Boo as well. No, but Collect gets the kill nonetheless. Collect gets the camo as well, and now Collect and Neptune, Eli, are starting to build a little bit of momentum heading into the end game.
This might be the biggest lead we've seen all game. This has been neck and neck throughout, but now 3 kills separate the 2, and wow, Neptune gets taken down early and Collect goes down. That was a situation that felt like Collect and Neptune could run away with it with a 3-kill lead and camo advantage. So for Boo Boo and Sparty to bait and switch in that moment to take both of them out without dying, massive plays out of these 2.
We're seeing some incredible swings in this game, and we are due for an incredible endgame finish. Tied 18-all, but Sparty McFly changes that with the double kill. Neptune and Collect will be on spawn, I imagine, over on the A side. There it is, Collect spawning A alongside Neptune, and now Boo Boo Doo Boo. Watch out, he's got the shock rifle. Lines up the headshot on Neptune, but no! He goes down instead. Back and forth we go.
That little part of the wall that juts out at glass has killed me so many times, because you do have to expose yourself for just a microsecond to the player that's shooting from Whirl. So props to Neptune for hitting that shot. He's got a lot less experience on this map, but still finding kills like that, so huge. Now it's 20-all going into the end game, 4.5 minutes on the clock, but I doubt this one goes to time.
2020, both teams clearly spotting a route to a victorious finish, as Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty will take the edge. 21-20, our best game of the day. 4:20 left on the clock. Sparty looking to push up on the needle side, utilizing that combination we saw earlier. Battle rifle for long range, DMR switch to the short range. Maybe here's an opponent there pushing up on the 8 elevator, switch to that DMR, tries to land the 3-shot melee, but no, only lands 2. Collect takes him down.
Boo can't get too aggressive here. He wanted to apply pressure to the camo, but recognized he was too weak. If he was to re-expose right there, he definitely would have died. Neptune able to escape with the camo, but grenades are coming in. Can they land? No. Neptune's going to survive, and now Sparty and Boo going to probably just bait some doorways and try to spot the camo, and Boo with the eagle eyes takes him down. Sparty right there, able to finish off that kill, and now they might be able to also kill Collect, which the perfect shots from Sparty. This is absolutely unreal from these two.
What a sequence. 23-21, previously tied 21-all. Boo Doo, the best camo user in Halo history. Makes sense why he's got the best camo eyes as well. 2 kills needed to finish off this game 1. Boo Doo collectively with Sparty down to no shields, and they're both going to go down 23-all. We have a tie game heading into the end game. Both teams needing 2 to finish off game 1. Who's going to get it?
Oh my god, did Boo spawn on C stairs? What an unfortunate spawn, but he somehow escapes before getting sniped by Collect. It was so close. And now this is, yeah, I think what the plan's going to be from Boo and Sparty. They're going to have to try to bait Collect into wasting the shock ammo. I'm not sure if they have a count on how many shots left, but they did. They baited the shots, but it's Neptune with the plasma pistol. We talked about this earlier. The stick! Oh my god.
It got him! The double from Sparty!
Are you kidding
game
me?
1! 25-24! Just as it looked like Neptune had pushed his team over the edge to win this fight. Boo Doo pushing up gold. The plasma pistol noob combo takes him down, but Sparty with the sticky, the flank from the bridge. How did this happen, Eli?
I think Sparty gets a double kill. He throws the sticky perfectly, sticks Neptune, but how does he kill Collect afterwards? After Boo goes down, it's all on Sparty. Without Boo on the map, he has to make a perfect play here. Kills him. Yeah. I think he threw. No, his other sticky also killed Collect.
Oh my god!
I think he throws a sticky into bat ledge. Yeah, he throws 2 stickies. You can see it.
Oh my god! One of the greatest dismantling of gold you will ever see from Sparty as he throws 2 perfect sticky grenades to win game 1. Wow!
I don't think in all the years that I've played and seen Halo have I seen a game end like that, dude. He threw 1 tough gold to stick and then the other one to bat ledge to kill Collect. That was absolutely unreal.
Wow, we have got to call out that incredible gameplay and sequence from Sparty. The best game we've seen all day. We also got some incredible support from the chat. Tap and Brews coming in hot with that Prime sub. Don't let Jeff Bezos steal 7 cents from you today, guys. Use that Prime sub on an incredible piece of content that we're delivering here live for you guys. Couldn't do it without the likes of Louis V Titan, Tools, and Nighty Night. Man, I'm telling you guys, LVT are the GOATs of the Halo community, and you guys are the GOATs for coming through with things like 10 gifted subs from White's Edge. Thank you guys so much for all the support and love. We appreciate it so dearly, and it absolutely fuels that enthusiasm that we have for Halo as we are getting right into game 2. Collect opening up with that kill, and I like that here from Collect and Neptune. That is a gut check moment game 1 where you think you got it and you miraculously lose it. Get on the board early here and you kind of shake off some of those memories, but I gotta imagine some of them are still sticking, Eli.
I mean, when you lose like that, you kind of just got to tip your hat. Be like, all right, bro, you just made one of the greatest plays of all time. Like, straight up, that was completely unreal way for that game to end. I think I'd just be in shock and disbelief if that happened to me on the other team. And, like, I think it'd be a little bit easier to move on. Be like, all right, bro, you got it. Like, let's just ice up to the next one. And so far, they do have a tie game right now, but it's Boo with the camo shock. I have to imagine Collect and Neptune know this. They're probably going to play a little bit passive until these 30 seconds have elapsed, and that's exactly what they've done here.
I don't think Neptune and Collect took that side of A to where they could see Boo jump over to the window. So for now, I believe both of these two teams feeling each other out, tied 2-all. I got to take a step back and just smile and appreciate the moment we are in as Boo lands the perfect headshot. Had it been an S7, might have lined it up for a collateral Quigley. Nonetheless, Neptune goes down. Collect will do a great job here. If he's able to regroup and get back to Neptune 2v2, that is a great job. Should be a 4-2 game, I would argue. But instead, because of that heads-up play there from Collect, he could swing things. Neptune gets the kill on Sparty. Collect gets the trade on Boo and we're all even here at 4.
I think Neptune's going to go straight for the shock rifle. If he doesn't get there in time, it could despawn. I don't know if he knows that mechanic, though. He's been playing the game a lot shorter than the rest of them. But yeah, if nobody's near the shock rifle and it's on the ground, it despawns much quicker. If you go within a certain radius of the gun, it will never despawn. But with nobody around, it despawns in about 7 seconds. So I think had Neptune known that, might have beelined his way to that shock rifle on glass. Maybe he doesn't have the experience to know that just yet. But either way, tight game. Exactly what we expected after an insane 24-25 finish in game 1.
4-4, now 6-6. These two teams are as close as you could imagine, and hard to say we expected this thrilling of a series when we got things going, but it kind of feels like we did. Collect looks to clean up Boo Boo Dubu, and I believe that was a Boo Boo with a waning camo.
Wow.
You let Boo Boo Dubu get away with that camo. Destruction could occur. Instead, Collect earns the double kill, takes down camo, and now has Boo Boo Dubu and Sparty on the respawn.
Great play out of Collect. I think they got the bead on this spawn as well. They know the shock rifle's coming up, so they're going to take this fight, but they want to do it cautiously. They've got the positioning to grab the shock. This is a very important time to stay alive.
Collect's really
if
reaching.
they both go down, then you know you're going to give that shock to 2 great players with it. But this is a massive pickup. Looks like Neptune dropping the shock for Collect. Knows this man is absolutely unreal. Seen some of the best clips I've ever seen from this man with the shock rifle. Right now, he's going to need to find some headshots, but Boo Boo and Sparty aren't going to give it easy.
Yeah, it looks like Collect and Neptune are trying to flip the map here. They actually give up the powerful positioning over on the C side. You can see Sparty kind of creeping down there on the bottom mid, bottom C half portion of the map. That leaves Boo Boo Dubu out by himself. Neptune with some feeler grenades going out. Neptune goes down to low shields. Collect all the flank from Sparty. Great positioning. Can Collect win this, though, on his teammate? No,
Wow.
Sparty takes him down, but Neptune earns the trade. Crucial sequence here as Boo Boo Dubu earns the net 1 positive as they go up 9-8.
Such a huge play. It was amazing that Sparty stayed alive as long as he did after being spotted by both. Boo Boo coming in with perfect timing to just make sure all that damage is capitalized on right here. Love to see the way Sparty plays within Boo Boo's sightline. You know, Sparty, I feel like he's one of the best slayers we've ever seen. I feel like it doesn't matter if he's in the front of the formation, in the back of the formation, he's going to find a way to get kills. But when these two are paired together, you know Boo Boo's more comfortable in that like mid to long range fight to overlook Sparty. So I like the way they're taking these fights. It's like Sparty's the front line, Boo Boo's sitting back. Unless Boo Boo has the camo, we're going to see him just kind of overlooking Sparty's shoulder. Sparty's going to stay within his sight line most of the time. Right there, doesn't though. You have to think if he just backs up, lets that player chase him, maybe his teammate could help out, but a little bit over aggression there from Sparty, but Boo Boo's going to hit the shot. Wow.
And I gotta say, Eli, the reason this game is so close is because of Collect's survivability. When Neptune goes down, Collect finds a way to get away from the pushing and pressing Boo Boo Dubu and Sparty, and sometimes he gets one better and takes down someone like Spartan, like we just saw in that previous play. Boo Boo Dubu, though, adding to the slay total, making it a 2-kill game as he takes down Neptune. Collect, last player alive, but not in close enough proximity for that pinch that we mentioned previously, as Collect will easily stay alive, wait for his teammate to spawn back up, get some shots down on Sparty as Neptune cleans it up. Boo Boo Dubu still with that shock rifle. Don't get doubled. Neptune pushing up. Earns the slay. 14-13, now 15-13 as Sparty does a great job to earn that trade and make it a 2-kill game, 15-13.
Maybe a little bit of that experience edge coming into play. Sparty knows that if he just sprints off his spawn back into the engagement, he can finish it off. Neptune, not aware of the spawn system, maybe moves a little bit too forward in that engagement to even give Sparty the chance to kill him. With these items spawning, though, it's going to be very important for whichever one of these teams is closest to the item to stay alive. Whoever wins this next fight is going to have a massive advantage going into the next engagement.
A massive sequence previously there. 16-14. Neptune with the headshot on Sparty. Can Boo Boo Dubu make it away with camo? It's a huge shutdown. No, he does not. Collect gets the kill, and that's massive. Shutting down Boo Boo Dubu this game with the camo is a big reason why, in addition to Collect survivability, that they maintain a 1-kill lead. But 16-14 previously, Neptune got that slay piv win on Boo Boo Dubu. That could have been a 3-kill game. Instead, it's a 1-kill game, and it's back to that as Boo Boo and Spartan win out that previous sequence to now take the lead, 18-17. Eli, what do you know? We're back and forth once again.
I mean, what else could you expect after that game 1? I mean, I think the greatest lead we saw throughout this series so far was a 3-kill edge. Both these teams been neck and neck in every situation, going back and forth. But now We see that 3-kill lead in the favor of Boo Boo and Sparty. Can they convert this into a little bit less heart-pounding win this time around?
Sparty looking to utilize that shock rifle and some patience to allow an opponent to walk into that reticle. Sparty thinking the push might be on, checks below his feet. Doesn't spot anybody. Now looking over towards the A ledge. This is the process of elimination taking place. Sparty.
Yes.
Process eliminate C. Process eliminate Cafe. Now you know that they're likely on the window side. You can see that reticle peering towards the driveway and bottom mid window side of the map. Great recognition of the situation there from Sparty as he lands the perfect headshot. Collect now a solo player once again, but he does a great job staying alive, allowing Neptune to spawn up. But here, Eli, with the biggest lead of the game, it's only 4, but it feels critical. It feels like Collect and Neptune got to get these next couple slays.
Love the way Sparty moves around the map. His reticle discipline is so clean. He's always prepared. He's, like you said, process of eliminating where the enemy could possibly show up, placing the reticle in spots. Oh my God, look at the movement from Neptune, though. This guy doesn't have much time in the game, but his strafe is absolutely insane. Almost threw off one of the best.
Strafe? That's almost like deserves a replay.
Yeah, I do want to see that strafe one more time. I don't think I would have hit a bullet.
Strafe there, and who better than to bring that to Halo than the former Call of Duty pro, right? As Boo Boo Doo has the camo finally. He's been working all game to earn himself a little camo, but he can't find the kill. Neptune finds it instead. And with 23 on the board, Boo Boo Doo only need 2. Now 1 more looking to clean things up. And Sparty with the double once again makes it a 2-0 lead. These games have been so close. Feels like it could be 1-1 heading into game 3, but instead, Boo Boo and Sparty have a convincing lead in this series after some incredible games. 2-0.
I think we've confirmed Sparty does have the clutch gene. I mean, this guy knows how to close out a game. Wow. Double kill with perfect shots to end here. But I wanted another look at this strafe, man. Once we get to the replay, highlight some of these others first, though. Collect with the double kill early on. See Neptune gets no scope by Boo Boo, who was hitting lots of shots this game. Teamwork also able to recognize where this other player was right afterwards. Once again, hitting the shots here.
Great prediction there from Boo Boo. You see him line up the reticle.
Yeah, he knew he was going to jump up. Yeah, very smart. Nice. Right here we see the positioning. Knows the other team has to push for the camouflage. Kind of a forced scenario. Great play from Neptune there.
I'm actually surprised they won by multiple possessions, Eli, when you consider that Boo Boo never got going with the camo.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of camo value this game. That's a good point. I mean, in 2v2, it does feel like whenever someone gets the camo, the other team is just going to kind of burn the 30 seconds off the clock. But take a look at that strafe another time going into game 3 here on live fire. Got the camo on this map as well. So interesting that camo is such a big part of 2v2, and so far they haven't gotten much value out of it.
Tied 0-all to start things off. 30 seconds off the board, and now Neptune goes off the map after the headshot from Sparty McFly. Boo Boo Doo Boo, his teammate on the counter side of the map. This could open up a pinch on Collect, but again, Collect is not going to give you that kill for free. He's going to stay alive. Make it a 1-0 game instead of a 2-0 game, which kind of feels like I'm picking at hairs here, Eli, but it really is the difference in these matches where it's so close.
This is so interesting. All right, so I was just talking about how in this mode, if one team gets the camo, the other team often just burns the 30-second timer off. Boo Boo, the big brain that he is, knows that that's the plan of Collect and Neptune. So what does he do? He grabs the camo, but he doesn't even proc it. He actually waited about 20 or 30 seconds before procking the camo so that he could have it for a time longer than the other team expect. At this point, Collect and Neptune think that he's out of camo, and that's why they're pushing. But he's still got the camo because of the big brain play. But wow, the rotations are making this game still only 1-0 so far.
Also, Eli, I love how Boo Boo elects to rotate to top snipe, thinking, well, these guys aren't going to pressure me for 30 seconds. They're probably going to go run and hide, so I have whatever part of live fire I want. And with the sniper in his hands, he wants the snipe tower. As Boo Boo Doo Boo, now at snipe 1, looks to spot a couple opponents. Got Neptune peeking out on the camo side of the map, but the great bait and switch there. Was not expecting Collect to push through. Neptune cleans up on Sparty, and now we see our first lead of the game from Collect and Neptune after a nice collective team double.
And you saw Collect sadly looking around for the sniper. We saw in the death of Sparty that or of Boo Boo, that the sniper fell off the map. It didn't even look like he intentionally threw it off the map. It just kind of fell off. So a bit of good fortune for them. When they go down, they don't give that power item to the other team. And this is not what I expected for this game. To be, we're more than 2 minutes in, 2.5 minutes in, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, this could be our first game that goes to time. And with that trail of the QT, Neptune knows that opponent has went back over to the green side of the map, doubles back, it looks like, and goes back-to-back down. Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty are down, and Collect here, this is the juxtaposition of Boo Boo Doo Boo's delayed pop. I think Collect here could have held on to it until maybe the nest bridge. Now you could have popped it. We're, again, picking at hairs here, but that's the difference you kind of need to focus on here with such close gameplay. Collect with the grenade on the pillars. Boo Boo Doo Boo down to low shields. He's making himself a difficult kill as Collect earns the first value we've seen out of the camo maybe all day as he nets the double kill and a 3-kill lead.
It's looking great for the blue team. Sniper rifle in the hands of Collect. We've seen what this man can do with it, and he's going to take it to the tower like you talked about. Probably the best part of the map to snipe from, but in a lobby like this, you got to be thinking levels ahead. Like, okay, what's the best thing to do? Number one. Number two, what is the other person going to do? And number three, what does the other team think that I'm going to do? And how can I counter that? There's so many levels to this, right? So I think that Collect might actually reposition here to try to be a little bit more unpredictable. Yeah, as we see here, he hears this player approaching him, and he's trying to do this in an unpredictable and deceptive manner. He's going to completely leave here because he knows that he doesn't want to lose this weapon.
And with Neptune, you might think he's out of place from Collect. Neptune at the green side of the map, Collect top snipe, but I love that positioning again from a process of elimination. You know, for Collect at snipe area, they're probably not there. If Neptune's over on green, probably not there. And that almost forced a predictable push here from Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty. I imagine Collect and Neptune have the edge on where they are. Neptune gets that first kill on Sparty, maybe because of that intel and information. Collect still trying to gather that final piece of information as to where the hell Boo Boo Doo Boo is as he's finding his way around the map. There's a QT portal there on the A sandbag side, and Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sparty are split once again, but it's strategical. Boo Boo with some shots into the back of Collect. QT gets used once again, and Boo Boo finds a sticky, it looked like, on Neptune instead of Collect.
I don't know which player had that QT in play, but that was insane. So they get separated, but he knows that his teammate's playing near the other end of the portal, so he has the option to portal back to be with his teammate if necessary, or he could just win a 1v1 on the other side. I mean, these guys are thinking many steps ahead here.
Something else you got to think about, Eli, something you brought up, this game going to time. I feel like with 1 minute before we reach the halfway mark, both teams theoretically would need 12 and 12 to complete to a 25 finish. It doesn't look like that's what we're gonna get, so keep an eye on the strategy. As Neptune has a pip there with Sparty, but Sparty wins it. Should be an easy cleanup here for Collect. Gotta hold my breath though, because Sparty, and Boo Boo Doo Boo is Boo Boo Doo Boo. Finds the trade, the +1 net outcome, and really +2, 3, or 4 with the camo, sniper, and the positioning to work with. They could start to roll.
I think very interesting right there. So Boo Boo continued to hold forward next to his opponent's dead body. Now, you know how the death cam works in this game. If you get killed by the camo player, the camera will still follow the player that just killed you. Right there, we saw that Neptune knew he was there, probably because Collect was watching the death cam. Boo Boo's still able to stay alive somehow and bring it to a tie game now. So I don't know. I kind of expected Boo Boo to take a route that was out of the vision of the dead body he had just killed, because that's how you get even more value out of the camo, but he's proven to me that it didn't even matter.
Surprised to see Sparty not pick up that sidekick that he clamored for in HES Season 1 Twitter conversations. Instead, rolls with the DMR. Makes sense. Lands the shots on Neptune. Gets cleaned up, though, by Collect. As Collect has the sniper, and it's a full one at that. 8 shots to work with. If you stay alive here, does Collect, as Boo Boo Doo Boo does a great job of staying alive with that QT, but if Collect can just stay alive, it's 11 to 11. That is a win condition. Doesn't even need to get slays here necessarily. Just needs to get those body shots. Allow Neptune to clean things up, as Neptune does, in fact, take down Sparty. Trades out with Boo Boo Doo Boo. We have that 1-kill game. 5:20 left on the clock. 12 to 13. Eli, this one's definitely going to time.
I mean, the pace is kind of picked up, but yeah, you're right. I mean, as you get closer to the finish line, I think they will actually start to play slower once again. It's going to be based on the advantageous position of the winning team. If they can afford to sit still, they will.
5 minutes.
But if they have an upper hand, they might as well press it while they have it. So I don't know. There's so many items to play for right now. There's always going to be an argument. Well, maybe we should just wait till the camo comes up. But wow, Collect hitting a snipe, and Boobo's going to have to run away. Looks like I'm a little bit surprised. Neptune and Collect not electing to push. The one player is still alive on the other team. Usually that's the play in twos, right?
I think they're content though, Eli. I think they might think it feels like a little bit more like 2:30 left on the clock. There's 4:30, but I think with this 2-possession, 3-kill lead, camo up soon, they're gonna elect to play this one out. And again, not even necessarily go for the slays and aggressively play for slays with the snipe. They're just looking to stay alive with it. If you can go the rest of this game without Boo Boo or Sparty touching the snipe, I believe Collect and Neptune should win this game 3. Collect looking to lock down the slay, the trade melee. No, he wins it out cleanly outright. Has a little bit of camo left to work with. QT up in 3, and the lead is now 4.
Such insane plays from both sides. I mean, I can't even fully break down all of the things that just happened without playing the whole thing in slow motion from third person. I mean, that's both teams making themselves such difficult kills, but it is Collect and Neptune coming out on top. We see the trade Sticky come out at a time that matters most. I mean, they have a 4-kill lead. Time is winding down. Trades are definitely in the favor of Collect.
And Neptune here, he can just QT out. If he doesn't like his shielding, he can just QT out like he does. Great positioning. Oh, he re-engages, which probably surprises his teammate, surprised us. Or excuse me, his opponent. It surprised us. Boo Boo Dooba goes down to low shields. Neptune re-shields, as does Boo Boo Dooba on the backside of Mud. Collect looking to clean him up. But instead, he's just going to be bait. I love this. Really forcing the chase here from Boo Boo and Sparty. Down 4 with less than 4 to go.
Yeah, I love the way Neptune decided to cover Collect's back while he runs away. Said, you know what, if you chase my teammate, you can catch this sticky grenade. Right. Both of them kind of reposition. Boo Boo getting caught off guard. Did not expect the rotation to come through sandbags here. And at a time that is very important with this sniper rifle coming up, a 5-kill lead. Only 3 minutes on the clock. This is looking very good for Collect and Neptune to win this game 3.
Massive win condition, maintaining that use of the sniper rifle. Again, just having it in the hands of Neptune or Collect should earn them a potential reverse sweep game 3 win, starting win. It all starts with game 3, and that's what Collect and Neptune look to have revved up here, as we have had one of our greatest series of the day, Eli. Every single game going back and forth, but take a look at the scoreboard now. This is the biggest lead. This is the most domination we've seen expressed, as Collect lands perfect shots. Neptune looking to push in on Sparty. We did see Collect clean that up, but no, Neptune, seeing that Sparty took focus on Collect, cleans up instead with that body shot with the snipe. This is the best that we've seen of these two teams. How well does that bode for Collect and Neptune as they're on the verge of starting off this reverse sweep?
This is a nice game they're having, but the bad news is they're going back to maps that they've already lost on. This is the only live fire they're going to play in the best of 5. They got to go back to the streets of Recharge and Solitude where they've already lost. So, but at the same time, this level of momentum can shift things. They did barely lose the other 2 games, so you have to argue maybe this little bit of extra momentum could give them the edge when they replay these maps. Plus, they've seen the strategy of Boo Boo and Sparty in the first 2 games. If they've learned anything and adjust,
they're splitting them up.
You could see them definitely come back and win these next 2.
No, they were doing a great job splitting them up, forcing chases, forcing disadvantageous positions. And yeah, I want to take a quick sec too, Eli, as we get into game 4. There's been a lot of conversation in the chat today as we are hosting one of our first ever completely self-funded, self-regulated, self-admin. I mean, this is all being done behind the scenes by LVT. Again, the GOATs of the Halo community. And I know it's disappointing to get ads. Some of you guys probably can't even hear this because you're in an ad break right now, but we do our best to make sure that ads play in between games, not during gameplay. Sometimes we don't have control over that as well. It just plays and it's just sort of life, right? But I will say, your trade-off for ads as a viewer are so that we can do tournaments like this, so that we can cover every single online tournament that Halo has. Imagine all these HS Open Series. If it weren't for LVT, there's nothing to do on Saturday and Sunday outside of playing Halo, of course, but to watch and play, I don't know, that's kind of my favorite thing to do. Let's not forget the LAN events. Flying out to LAN events. Guys, we're not out here making money. Any of the money we do make on these ads or subs goes to being able to fly Eli and out to Seattle so we can commentate the free-for-all grand finals. It flies Eli and I out to the first tournament of HCS Season 3 so we can cover the open bracket. Things that have never, ever been done before in Halo are all possible, and I know it sounds silly to say, because of you guys watching ads. So I know there's a little bit of hate in the community for these disgusting ads that run, but they do so much to allow us to provide you guys limitless and endless Halo content as we continue on with our Game 4. A 2-1 lead here for Boo Boo Doobo and Spartan as 1v1 takes place. About a minute. Look at this. Everybody goes down. How fitting for this incredible series that we see in Game 4. All 4 go down right off the rip.
And not only that, the camo is still up to play for, so all 4 players dead in the lobby, and they've got to come off spawn and still fight for the items. Couldn't get more dramatic than that, but wow, I just want to shout out Powerful's Nail and Made by Vigar. I'm not sure how to say that name, but either way, thank you so much for the insane support. We got 5 from Powerful, and
It's made by Edgar.
Made by Ed. Oh, I'm illiterate. Please ignore me. Wow, made by Edgar. I was adding the E to buy, like, never mind. That was, yeah, forget about that. But thank you so much for the support, guys. I know these games are hyping you guys up. You guys are hyping us up, and we're in for a treat throughout the rest of this month.
All right, and after a 2-2 start, it's now 4-7. Collect and Neptune have done a great job to sprint out to a 4-kill lead as Neptune wins another piv on Boo Boo Doobo. Collect happily takes to the back wall there and gives a little nod of approval towards his new teammate Neptune.
Absolutely, and 8 kills to 5 early on. They did win the last game. I think they are carrying some of that momentum here, but positioning not looking great. That sticky, though, is looking great. So massive. There's no sticky repulsor combo on this map anymore, but the stickies are still there, and they're still very powerful. We've got Sparty with the not only the shock, but also the grapple. I think the grapple we haven't talked about enough, Hunter, because, I mean, what's often the case in 2v2 is you might lose a teammate and then you're caught out in the open and die, but with the grapple you have a little bit more escapability. You can get out of a situation or reposition. Turns out it wasn't enough for Sparty to get out, but Boo Boo gets a trade, and once again all 4 players on the map were dead. I don't think we've seen that at all in any of these series so far. It's happened twice in this game.
Oh, this is incredible. And we peek around the tournament. There's some matches going on that looked pretty close, but my God, none have been better than this series as Boo Boo, Sparty, Collect, and Neptune have put on a show for the Halo community as Collect procs that camo. Looks to turn into a ghost in the night. Could potentially build on this 4-kill lead. Eli, Boo Boo and Sparty really only ever held a 3-kill lead in games 1 and 2. Now games 3 and 4, we've seen multiple possessions, 4+ kill leads for Collect and Neptune. Easy to make the argument that the momentum is rolling in their favor as they roll through Boo Boo and Sparty once again, taking them both down, now up 6.
I just want to say, man, so if people aren't familiar with the Halo 5 history, this guy Neptune was on the rise at the very end of Halo 5. You could argue that he was catching his spark at the perfectly wrong time. And then, of course, Halo 5 loses some popularity. COD looks like the grass is a bit greener. Neptune switches to COD. Neptune doesn't really get the full chance that he could have had if Halo 5 lasted a little bit longer, right? But now decides to come back to Halo, gets a chance with teammates like Collect and Mikwin. And I feel like this experience, every single game that he gets against top players, he gets better. And I'm just excited to see where this kid's ceiling is, because he was on the path to become one of the greats in Halo 5, but Halo 5 just stopped hosting tournaments. So now we might actually get to see his ultimate potential. And like I said, every single time he has a chance to play against these top players, he's getting better and better. And right now, so far, it looks like he's learned something in those first 2 games, because they have not looked back in these next 2.
Neptune making his return to Halo, and my goodness, what a return it's been. Eli, there is no player in the HCS that has more upside than Neptune. Just on the basis of like you said, every single game he plays, he's catching up a little bit to that game time that all these other HCS pros have on Neptune. That edge is shrinking smaller and smaller with every passing day and every passing game, where Neptune seems to get his Halo feet underneath him even more so than before, as Neptune does a great job there. Just plays bait, doesn't need to stand out and potentially risk going down, allows Collect to clean up his opposition. And now Collect and Neptune have the press on a solo Boo Boo. Can he make it out? Can he become bait for Sparty? Instead, no. Sparty is going to clean up. Now we have a 1v1 crucial battle for the shock rifle. And what do you know? All four are dead. Once again, Eli, 4-kill lead, though, maintains for Collect and Neptune.
I mean, could these guys be any closer? That's 3 times that all 4 players have been dead at the same time. And I don't know if anybody's in position to go pick up that shock rifle. Everybody's spawning around the perimeter of the map. I'm pretty sure that shock rifle probably despawned by the time anybody had a chance. But now a 3-kill game, 16-19, going into the end game here. Boo Boo and Sparty can absolutely come back into this. I'm sure nobody has forgot the way they won game 1 with that incredible double kill. But can he make another miracle happen? We'll have to see.
17-20. We are in the end game here, as it looks like Collect and Neptune are primed to head us to a reverse sweep sweatfest. Game 5, Sparty at the top of gold. We saw him win game 1 previously with an incredible dismantling of Bat Ledge and top gold. Now he's looking to make a play from that position. Has opponents down to low shields, and because of that, elects to push up instead. Now here on the high side of A, Boo Boo Doo, where's he at? How's he going to help out in this situation? Looks like he's going to try to find some cross shots in the tower from Needles. And once that damage goes down, he's going to tell Sparty to go clean it up. But Collect and Neptune aren't going to give him those angles.
Both teams honestly in good position to contest this camouflage. Sparty, though, this top cat gets the early damage, decides to chase it down, maybe recognizes that they're split. Yeah, Boo Boo must have told him, hey, his teammate's over there. You can push. After he gets the early damage, sees the opening to grab the camo, and this is exactly what they needed to come back into this. Not only that, but they also have the shock rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Oh, Sparty with camo, Boo Boo with shock and grapple. So despite a 2-kill lead here for Collect and Neptune, Boo Boo and Sparty now look primed to make a comeback of their own. Boo Boo Doo Boo, I think he had something else in mind. I think he was looking to get maybe into that top tower door.
No, he used that specifically to get just a slightly better. No. He maybe also sound bait, but he used it to try to get a slightly better angle if that player was camping on the stairs, which is a common place that somebody would sit. He gave himself just enough height. He couldn't quite get that much height with a regular jump, so he clung to the ceiling like Spider-Man for a second, see if he could get a little bit of extra angle on him. And yeah, I mean, he's using every single charge of the grapple to get some value.
I mean, just the fact that we're talking about all the different possibilities there as Boo Boo Doo Boo finds one as he takes down Neptune, but just the fact that we're discussing all of what's Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to do, that's what the opposition are thinking as well. And if we can't figure it out, the likes of Eli the Ninja, the big brain he's got, it likely means Collect and Neptune can't either, as we have a 2021 game now. Wow, Neptune with a huge takedown on Sparty, stopping the momentum for now from Boo Boo and Sparty.
Boo Boo knows that they're going to push from both sides right here. He's going to try to isolate one of these opponents. Finds the trade, which is massive. Sparty, can he win the 1v1 against Collect? No. Shot's looking a little bit shaky. Collect definitely a hard target to shoot at. Sparty knows how talented. Yeah, I mean, he gets the shock rifle, and this could very well be what brings him to a game 5.
This will be a tied game. Instead, it's a 3-kill game. Collect has the shock as well. The butterfly effect of that previous piv against his duo, now rival for the day. Collect versus Sparty, as this has been an incredible series, licking our chops for a potential game 5, and we're gonna get it, chat. Boo Boo and Sparty versus Collect and Neptune has been one for the ages. I imagine game 5 will be just as good as games 1 through 4 have been. Wow.
Hunter, is this the grand finals, or is this just
is this the greatest 2v2 series ever?
Like, what are we watching, man? I'm pretty sure this is round 4 in the tournament. I mean, we've still got rounds 5, 6, and 7 to go in the winners bracket before we get to those winners bracket finals. And the competition is already insane. Going to game 5, that means we're going back to Solitude, I believe. And wow, I mean, that was the game that Boo Boo and Sparty won by at least a slightly larger margin, but it just feels like the momentum has shifted to the side of Collect and Neptune. This could go either way.
Well, on that Solitude match, Eli, Neptune and Collect were up. And then remember, we started talking about the process of elimination where Boo Boo and Sparty ran a clinic on how to do that, as they found the location of Neptune and Collect, not through their showing of their positioning, but just through their game sense. And Sparty earned the double right after that, with the predictable reticle lined up on a player. I believe that was pushing out from the window down to bottom mid location, Prius area. And then that was about all she wrote. So keep an eye on the shock rifle. It was absolutely massive in that previous game on Solitude. Not a big impact, though, was the camo. I don't think we see another game on Solitude, especially with Boo Boo Dubu in the lobby, where camo is in a massive win condition. As Boo Boo Dubu, look at that, sprints directly out for it, and they're not going to contest the greatest camo player of all time. That's a little bit of an odd opening strat, but let's see how it plays out here for Collect and Neptune.
So interesting, the chess match when it comes to the opening strat. Sparty and Boo Boo win the chess match. So I say that because in the previous game from the same side, Collect and Neptune chose to go glass side off the opening to contest the camo a little bit more directly. This time they elect to go yard because they're trying to predict what the opponents are going to go for. This time Boo Boo's just said, you know what, I'm just going to hold forward and grab the camo. It turns out Collect and Neptune did not predict that, able to get away with not only the camo but also the shock rifle.
Sparty adding to the slays, making it a 2-possession, 3-kill game. Now make it 4. A 4-0 flawless start here for Boo Boo Dubu, and you can't let this team collectively earn the killing spree. 5-0 start, Eli. This, like I said earlier, on Solitude, actually, it feels like Collect and Neptune need these next 2 slays.
Boo Boo knows that the spawns were likely on Tram. That's why you see him keep looking right back at the loop side. Sparty baiting them to come out,
switch.
Able to get the plasma pistol kill somehow. I think the full charge of the plasma pistol actually earned the kill there. Usually only happens when the player's already one shot, but very powerful. Now Boo Boo crossing over, knows that Neptune probably doesn't expect this.
Wow, pulls out the shock?
Yeah, I thought he would keep the bandit out in that spot, but maybe just feeling a bit confident to hit the shot. Massive shots out of Sparty, not easy ones to hit. That player was moving high to low, then low to high. I mean, that was, wow, impressive, perfect shots from Sparty.
Yeah, going back to that conversation, I don't necessarily like the process there from Boo Boo Dubu taking out the shock rifle when he had an opponent 2 shots with the DMR, but you know what I do like is that it means Boo Boo Dubu's feeling himself. He's feeling confident.
Right.
You know from working with and teaming with Boo Boo Dubu in the past, when you got a confident Boo Boo Dubu on your side, he is a top 5, top 10 player in the league, and I don't know how many people are going to argue with that. Let's get some discussions going in the chat, but I really do think Boo Boo Dubu, one of those glue guys, those X factors on the squad that plays it better than anybody else.
Look at the stat column. Sparty, 8 kills, 0 assists. Boo Boo, 0 kills, 6 assists. Are these guys not working together flawlessly right now? I mean,
that glue, man.
Another assist and kill combination. Boo Boo is 0 and 2, but with 7 assists, he's been helping Sparty get every single one of these kills. Finally, doesn't help him with that one.
Should have been a frenzy, actually. He could have snuck the frenzy in right before. Sparty, nonetheless, will take the 10-1 start to this game. And yeah, what a wild 7-2 offsuit for Boo Boo Dubu, but he's making that hand work for him as he has found many assists, a lot of damage, and there we go. Neptune gets things started by taking down Sparty. Once again, he's a little bit of a blender right now. 2 deaths back-to-back after 10 kills to start. Have collected Neptune with life.
I just love to see this teamwork. I mean, that's exactly what you imagine with this duo, right? Like Boo Boo, the ultimate support player. We saw him put up, I think, 17 assists in a 4v4 game in the last tournament and fours, and maybe it was 19 assists. I'm pretty sure it was 19. One of the highest numbers I've ever seen in a Team Slayer was Boo Boo Dubu's stat line. And I mean, this guy just knows. He's like in volleyball. He's the setter, and Sparty is just spiking the ball every time, and I love the process.
Yeah, and I love how with this LVT 2v2 Open, we get a little sneak peek at the microcosm of this duo that's formed between Boo Boo Dubu and Spartan. And you know what? For what it's worth, it's been Boo Boo and Falcated, right? Those are the 2 roommates. But and that's always going to be the case. Boo Boo and Fal will always be a duo for that chemistry and relationship that they have. But now you're telling me that Boo Boo and Sparty are getting to that level? Watch out, because I think a lot of talk has occurred about Native Gaming potentially stealing a spot in the Big 3. You guys are forgetting about Sentinels, but Collect with the 360 says don't forget about Collect and Neptune, because Collect also on that squad with Sparty. Or excuse me, on that squad with Native Gaming. Sorry, I'm getting a little head spinning with all of the team changes this offseason. But Collect spins again at the top of Camo, lands another shock rifle kill, and after a few impressive sequences from Collect, these guys are right back in it. Now it's just a 2-possession game. What an incredible response and regain here from Collect and Neptune.
The biggest part of this comeback is they've been staggering Boo Boo and Sparty's spawns, both of them dying alone on repeat because of the timing at which they've been getting the kills. But now they're both back on the map. See if they can get back to that set and spike kind of setup I was talking about before. Boo with some great long-range shots on Neptune. Somehow Neptune stays alive. Both players extremely weak. Now the two full shields players are going to 1v1. Collect's going to win that, but Boo Boo's going to pick off his teammate, and he's jumping on top of the silo in a way that I don't think Collect expected at all. Collect, one of the best movement players we've ever seen. He repulses his way to LR. What are we watching?
And he repulsed. He did the repulsor 360 movement tech. Now he's dropping down to potentially take down Sparty. What a play from Collect. I'm thinking to myself, is he going to make himself a hard kill? He did more than that. Unbelievable positioning around the pillar, using it almost as a third teammate to protect himself, as Boo Boo Doo Boo had his head spinning, trying to spot Collect and Neptune simultaneously. As the game is still at a 5-kill lead for Boo Boo and Sparty. They felt in control for the most part in this game 5, but Collect and Neptune have life, and a potential camo here in the next 15 could wreak havoc on this map.
Man, I am loving this so far. I mean, I think 2v2 is the perfect game type to like really show the most skill expression. Like in 4v4, of course, there's a lot of skill expression, but it's so much more about teamwork and, you know, hitting timings and blocking spawns and all that. You don't see as many like insane movement options, because usually the player is just going to die because there's a third person on the map to kill him. But right there, that little engagement between Boo Boo and Collect, where they're both kind of jumping over each other's heads, doing crazy movement options, really putting each other in the blender. And I think, you know, a lot of old school players would say maybe 2v2 is the purest form of Halo. It's been what we've been playing since Halo CE. And I mean, you think back to the Ogres, some of the coolest plays we ever saw. I mean, it feels like could be the most pure form of Halo.
2v2, Eli, is the fundamental foundation of Halo. Even in 4v4s, it's split, if you will, between teams of two. Those two sets of duos on each squad. Who's got the better duos? Who's got the better chemistry? A lot of times it comes down to that duo work, and we see that continuously in 2v2s. Thought the sticky might have stuck. Instead, Sparty goes down to 1 HP. Boo Boo takes down Collect. Oh, but Neptune with the collateral damage takes down 2, and it's now just a 3-kill game. 19-16, 5 to go.
Oh my god, I thought I heard the audio cue of the sticky grenade connecting, but I guess it did not.
I thought
it could have been just an observer. Keep in mind, guys, the observer in this game is not a perfect representation of what's happening in the game. There is a little bit of desync involved, so sometimes you'll hear a cue as if a sticky stuck. That did not, because the observer version of the game thought it did. So I think that's what happened there, but this is so close here.
Let me point something out. It's a 2-kill game, and you brought up some stats. Boo Boo Doo Boo, since it was a 5-kill, 6-7-kill lead for Boo Boo and Spartan, Boo Boo's only gotten 1 more assist, and Sparty looks like is 4-9. So this is absolutely going the wrong way for Boo Boo Doo Boo and Spartan, despite the fact that they're in the lead. Collector lands an insane 1 HP shot on a 1 HP opponent. And what timing, as that will earn them the camo. They have the shock. They're down in this game, but watch out. They've got the whole kit to work with. Both power weapons and power-ups. As Collect does earn the camo. Boo Boo Doo Boo with some shots in him. He's going down. It's 19 all. Tied heading into the end game.
Oh my god, and he's going to hit the melee, taking the lead for the first time this entire game and when it matters most. But, wow, I mean, I think the difference with the assist is the fact that what Collect and Neptune are doing so well is they're isolating them. They recognize, like, hey, these guys are only good when they work together. Let's just isolate them one by one and pick them off. And it's been by that incredible process that they've been able to make this comeback happen. And wow, the sound effect of the lift going to be against Boo Boo and Sparty here. They know that they both went up, and I'm impressed that Sparty's able to get that much space after lifting. This is so important for him to get into another position so they can get some type of team fire going again.
So important too, Eli, is the 1-kill lead that Collect and Neptune have. They're not going to feel pressed to push out for the shock rifle. They've already got 1 in their back pocket, albeit 1 shot. But with this lead, it kind of tells me that Boo Boo and Sparty, you guys got to come to us. You guys got to engage with us. As Boo Boo Doo Boo lands the cross map shots on Neptune, tying it at 20 all. Numbers advantage edge, but how well has Collect done to hold the line and not go down in a 1v2 scenario? Because of it, we're tied 20 all with 2:38 left in this game.
Sparty was able to make some insane plays to win the end of both games 1 and 2. Does he have the ice to do it in the game 5 though? I mean, this is where everything's on the line. This feels a lot different than games 1 and 2 did. Can he ice up and hit the shot? Everything's on him right now.
Collect with a crucial win there on Boo Boo Doo Boo. Takes the lead by 1. Oh, Sparty
He
lines
does
up
have
the
the ice.
headshot on his teammate. Collect, and we're now tied 21-all once again. Clock's a factor. 2 to go.
Unreal. Nerves of steel. This guy's hitting every shot. Granted, they're not all headshots, but just the body shot is enough pressure to keep them back, especially when Camo's coming up. Boo Boo sees the opening. He knows that he has to go for it right now. Can he get away with it, though? They're going to chase him down, but Sparty's going to use him as bait.
Oh, my God.
Is he going to take down Collect too? But he doesn't even go for the camo. He leaves it. They're totally fine with using it as bait here.
And it's bait now. Exactly, Eli. With the 2-kill lead, it's on Neptune and Collect now to push out and earn a couple slays. Neptune takes down Sparty, but Boo Boo Doo trades him out. 1 kill
gets the
left.
camo.
Boo Boo Doo with the camo, but Collector's the kill. Doesn't allow Boo Boo Doo to sneak out. 24-23, and Neptune has the snipe.
Oh my God.
Sparty, 24.
It's 24-24.
This is coming down to the wire. 1:30 left on the clock, and 1 kill between these two teams will end what's been the most incredible 2v2 series of the day. Collect taking his positioning up at the top of A ledge. Boo Boo Doo at the top window of Cafe. That grenade did a lot of damage. Neptune down to 1 shot as well. Looking to sneak out a couple shots, but both will back up and take a deep breath. But no, Boo Boo and Sparty, they're not taking a breath. They're going to continue pushing up. They have the emphasis. They have the pressure. They have the damage. And now they're looking to clean it up and finish. Neptune down to half shields. Collect down to 1. Can they stay alive? Both pushing window. Neptune down to 1.
Surviving.
They're not going to chase. They're going to play this smart. Boo Boo gets the kill because of the sticky. They didn't drop. Instead, they go up in the game and take game 5 and stop the reverse sweep.
I can't even talk right now. What did we just watch? The ice on these guys right now. The ice. I mean, think back to game 1. If Sparty never gets the most insane double kill with stickies that we've ever seen, they wouldn't even be in this position, arguably, because they would have lost 3. What was that game? Boo Boo and Sparty with a huge lead, the amazing comeback from Collect and Neptune, and then the ice at the very end. Nobody able to die. This huge kill right here on Boo Boo when he's trying to get away with the camo brings it to 23-24. This insane snipe from Neptune right here. You can't write this is like a movie, man. You can't write it any better.
It really did. It felt like the Fast and Furious or something. I don't even know, man. Family. Girl, that sticky family. I don't even know. But no. Seriously, though, and we tried to call this as well as we could in real time, but the decision to stay on the window and not drop to chase a one-shot opponent that was baiting you out to the left, I believe was Collect. Neptune down to 1 HP below the block and the pillar there. Great decision-making to utilize your equipment and earn the final slay with those grenades at a 2024 moment. And look at this series layout, Eli. Every game just about came down to 1 or 2 possessions outside of game 3. What a series. One of my favorite 2v2s I've ever witnessed.
This could be, I mean, this has got to be up there.
Excuse me, that was my favorite too. Let me
Yeah.
That was faded. My favorite 2v2 series I've ever seen.
I can't even think.
I'm literally sweating right now, and I don't have the sticks on. I shouldn't be sweating. I'm sweating.
I can't think of any closer one that I've ever seen. I mean, we saw some game 5s go 50-49 last season. We even saw a tie in a game 5 last season. So we had to go to a game 6, which is just completely unreal. But I mean, this is besides a tie and then going to a game 6, this is as close as it could have been. These two teams absolutely insane. This was round 4, Hunter. We still got the quarterfinals after this.
No. You're faded, Eli. That's not true. This is not winners round 4. That was the grand finals, and I will take
feels
nothing
like
less.
it, bro. But wow, absolutely insane stuff. I think Tools and Brandon. I can't wait to hear what do you guys think about that series, man?
Dude, I'm in tears over here. Tools. Oh my God. Did not disappoint. It felt like a grand final. We're not even in the quarterfinals, just as these guys just said. Help me out here, man. Put this into words.
Down at 2 words, right? Simple, instant classic. That's what it is, right? Like some of the best 2v2 action we've seen. And listen, we're not even in winners
hi to
quarters. Yes. Yeah, right. YouTube, gonna be watching that tomorrow. We're not even in winners quarters yet. And now we're in winners quarters. Guess what? We have world champions going up against each other. Renegade and Lucid going up against Stellar and Trippy. That's right, OpTic v OpTic. Stellar versus old teammate Renegade. Winners quarterfinals is here, and guess what? They're ready to play. We're in the lobby, ready to go right now.
We're missing 3 players, but we are in the lobby with Stellar. Everybody else, get your asses in the lobby. Let's get this going. Man, you got to be like strutting around the room. I just watching chat, dude. It's fucking flying. I shout out, hats off to Collect, Neptune, Boo Boo, Sparty, and man, impressive stuff. Spartan game 1, right? He pulls it out of his ass with 2 stickies.
Phenomenal. I mean, that's not even the highlight of like that was great. It's not even like the best play of the like entire competition. That's what's crazy about this series, right? Is there's so many good plays rather than the entire thing. I mean, what a phenomenal way to win that game. But it felt like there's so many back and forth. You know, I think it's up there. It probably is the best play of the series, but I think you could definitely make some arguments for some of the other plays in this series as well. I mean, honestly, some great resilience from Collecting Neptune. Remember, they're down 0-2 in this series, and they make it back. Like, that's what's so cool about it.
Perfect.
Yeah, I forgot that there's like even better. Like, there's so many good highlights in this 2v2. And that's what I love about 2v2s, right? When the game slows down and you can really pick your pace and you have these explosive weapons. Every single map has a sniper on it. Like, you can really make some highlight plays.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let them roll. It's starting with game number 1. Garrett, I gotta use the restroom. I see that Lucid's in the lobby now. We got 2 out of 4. Ladies and gents, we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna let these keep looping. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect. Perfect. Double kill. Enemy. Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Perfect. Double kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're loading into Lucid and Stellar versus, Stellar and Trippy versus Lucid and Renegade. It's happening right now. We're going to wait for our caches to get back, so you might have Tools and I here for just a second. But man, my heart is still racing after that. That was amazing. And the action's not going to stop. The action's literally right here on LVT as we literally get into game number 1 of this intense series. I believe this is round number 5. Am I correct, Tools?
Yeah, round number 5, winners quarterfinal. I think the better way to put it now, right? We're getting toward the later stages of this tournament. And this is why 2v2s are so great, right? Everyone talks about, hey, like, we love the 50-49s game 5s. Well, the 2v2s are great, in my opinion, because you basically get that 50-49 feeling every single game of the series. Like, it's going to come down to the wire. And teams this good, it's all going to be about this sniper rifle, right? We have, I think, 4 of the best snipers in the game in this lobby. And it's just a question of who gets the rock, right? They're going to be passing it around. Who's going to be hitting this big shot? Need to see his action. Here we go. Love that pacing. Pacing going to be so important from Stellar and Trippy. They're communicating well with each other. Hey, I got this damage peak now. They go in. There was nothing they could have done, and Stellar almost ripped them off spawn.
Stable. Stellar looking to stabilize. He's got shock rifle here in the bat ledge. We see Lucid rotating through long haul. Meanwhile, Renegade challenging bat ledge. Trippy and Stellar are going to have to leak out towards A. Nice shots
Honestly,
from
I'm
Stellar,
surprised
but
Stellar
unable to
is.
seal it up.
I'm surprised he missed the headshot. Like, it almost feels automatic when you see Stellar with any sort of sniper in his hands. But not gonna go that time. Trippy misses the head of the back. Oh man, just so close. Getting that back smack, but gets the kill nonetheless. Renegade's gonna have the sniper. 3 shots left in this shock rifle. Oh my. Stay patient. Get out of jail free card, Renegade. Send Stellar back, but oh my, I think a little too aggressive right there out of Renegade.
Yeah. Garrett, our casters are back. We're gonna pop their mics in. Garrett, you and I are gonna take a seat. Makowski and Eli, take it away.
All right, gamers, apologize for the break we had to take, but that was pretty fitting after that incredible Game 5 series. And look at this. We get treated to something that could be even more incredible. Stellar and Trippy versus Renegade and Lucid. Trippy dropping down, earns the melees. Man, what a fun day of Halo it's been, Eli. My goodness. 8-7 lead here for Stellar and Trippy.
Yeah, for this to be winners quarters is absolutely mind-blowing, right? Like, you could easily see this becoming the grand finals. After the performance we saw from Boo Boo and Sparty and Collect and Neptune, though, you have to imagine one of those teams might have enough fire to make it to grand finals as well. I don't know how this one's going to play out, but it's going to really come down to like who is working together the best. 2v2 really punishes you if you're not on the same page. You've got to have nearly flawless communication at all times, and I think the best communicators are going to be the ones that do really well in this tournament.
SSG and OpTic versus FaZe and OpTic. What a wild sentence you would never expect it to be heard on broadcast, but here with LVT, anything is possible. What an open series 2v2 tournament this has been, as Renegade looks to utilize that battle rifle across the map, land some shots on the bat ledge. Doesn't get shot creeping out towards the A side of the map. That's going to allow him to instantly engage here with Trippy. As Renegade right now just playing for some intel. Neither Stellar or Trippy giving up free kills, as Lucid's on the flank. He's making his move. I don't know if Stellar anticipates it. Renegade coming in hot. Wow, Renegade does take down Lucid.
Wow.
Shortly gets cleaned up, or excuse me, Stellar does clean up Lucid. Renegade shortly cleans up after that. Shock rifle in the hands of Stellar and Trippy. Renegade wants it, and he's gonna get it.
What in the world? You know, the strategy, you're getting sniped at, you like serpentine on the ground, like you hit the little slither thing. This man just serpentined in midair. He's literally a flying snake. What in the world? He was hitting left, right on his right stick as he moved through the sky just to further increase the odds that his opponent can't hit the shot. I don't even know if in third person, like how much that actually affected a Spartan, but the thought is there, and if Renegade is going to find an edge, he's going to find it somewhere.
Yeah, what is that? The 2024 Gandhi hop? We are seeing all sorts of new tech, and that's what you get. Got to give credit to HCS for flipping the game on its head, let's be honest, but not taking away the pure core essence of Halo, which is just awesome frag rights and PvP insanity, as we see 2 players go down, Stellar and Trippy. Renegade goes down, but Lucid stays alive. That's going to earn him continuous possession of that shock rifle. 14-13 though. Stellar and Trippy maintain the lead. Lucid could change that here with a few well-timed shots.
What's so interesting is I feel like every single person in this lobby, somebody in chat thinks is the best player in the game, right? But probably most of the people think one of these 4 players is the best player in the game. Kind of depends if you're an SSG fan, an OpTic fan, a FaZe fan, or you've got your own like criteria, right? But I mean, this is absolutely insane. And when we really think about it though, the margin that separates these players is so tiny. I feel like you could run this match as a simulation a million times, and it'd probably be like one team wins like 52% or 51%. Like whoever wins, it's such a tiny margin. Either one of these teams could win on any given Saturday. So who's gonna ice up and hit the shots? That's really what it comes down to.
I don't know, man. I think we're in the Matrix right now, Eli. These games have been simulation exact. Like if you could simulate the perfect game of Halo and you wanted to just have a fun time watching throughout the day, this has been it. 15 all tied at the halfway mark. Not, excuse me, it looked like a 9. It's a 6. So yeah, halfway through this game on the clock and the scoreboard, things are tied. Lucid breaks the tie though with the headshot on 2 as he nets the double and the camo. Massive momentum swing heading into the end game.
Camo, grapple, shock is depleted. It's on the respawn as well. Lucid knows this. I don't know why I called him formal, but he knows that it's on spawn. It's going to be a while before it comes back though, so they're actually going to press forward here while he still has some camo left, probably understanding they can always backtrack and get the shock rifle later. Want to find some value out of this item, but Stellar and Trippy really not allowing them to get any value. You see them just using grenades to push him back every time Trippy hits the shots. Now it's a 1v1 left. Who's going to win this one? Trippy with the disadvantageous shield when the fights broke out. Renegade does come out on top, but he kept that very close despite having lower shields when he started shooting.
And that's the difference, Eli. In these bait and switches at a high level, it's who comes out of the bait and switch, quote unquote, win with more shields. There we saw that situation play out to perfection. Renegade was able to take down Trippy despite the fact that, oh my God. Okay. And now he's like, I thought he was going to let him know on that previous play. Here's the one he absolutely lets him know about because he's thinking the same thing. Building on his lead, a 4-kill lead. Make it 5, the killing spree with the perfect shot. Feeling confident, dives out, grapples up top, lands the headshot on his opponent, Trippy, for what looks like a game-ending spree.
Oh my God. What is this man doing right now?
7 up, and he's looking like 117 on your screen. Wow.
This guy, dude, not only was he holding forward to disrespectfully no-scope him in the face, but he's also forcing his teammate to spawn away. Like there's even more to the madness that we see from Renegade than you even realize half the time you're watching the screen. Like he's holding forward in that position because the guy doesn't have a teammate, and if he gets close enough to him, he forces the other teammate to spawn far away, which like only further increases his odds of winning the next engagement as well. It's just a steamroll, and this guy is a freaking freight train running them over right now. Holy crap, Renegade.
My God. What was that end game sequence? It was 15-15, and then basically Renegade goes on a 10-4 spree to make it a pretty wide margin there in game 1, despite what was a close one all the way through to the end, if not for Renegade.
Absolutely unreal stuff. You got to think about Lucid's POV in that moment. Like, yeah, Renegade's Lucid's teammate today, but Renegade's also teabagging his actual teammate Trippy. like, how do you feel? Like, yeah, give him the bag, brother. Like, yeah, let him know.
Yeah,
like, we're gonna destroy. Like, at the same time, it's like his teammate and they're like best friends, arguably. So I don't know. It's just a funny moment to think about from Lucid's POV right here.
Man, this is, you know, half the players in the lobby, Eli, but what, twice the fun we've had today? I mean, this is unbelievable. As a
that
caster,
shot was unreal. Yeah,
I feel as emotionally spent as I would be by a winners finals or so in a 4v4 tournament. We're not even at the semis yet. What has this day been? What does this day have in store for us? We're not even at the halfway mark just yet. This is unbelievable as we get things started off here on Solitude Slayer. 0-0 to start, but that's not going to be the case for long.
Look at these great grenades coming out from Renegade and Lucid. Almost take Trippy down. Those grenades were the catalyst for them to win this engagement. So keep that in mind, guys. If you're trying to improve, this game is so important to win the opening because you're going to get a lot of the first round of items. Make sure that whatever you do off the start is intentional. You know, throw good grenades that increase your odds of getting the items. And I think that's exactly what Renegade and Lucid did, just a little bit better than Trippy and Stellar to get this early lead.
And that's what's so interesting, Eli. Are Stellar and Trippy rivals and Renegade and Lucid rivals discussing, hey, what do you think the best opening start is here? What do you want to do? Like, I did that is just
right.
so intriguing to me. Put me in the Discord comms to just be a fly on the wall to hear and listen to how these, again, rivals in the 4v4s are forming some of the most incredible chemistry we've ever seen in 2v2.
I mean, these guys are thinking on levels that like you and I don't even think on. We break down this stuff, but these guys have so much history playing against each other at this point that they've got a mental like scouting report on all of their opponents at all times, and they're just going through the catalog and all these engagements at rapid speed. Okay, what does Trippy do when he's weak in this situation? He probably runs away and takes this route. Like, they've really studied each other that much. Plus, I mean, these guys are teammates. Like, Trippy and Lucid, they know each other better than anybody, right? So, like, who's going to out-predict each other in each of these engagements? That's why it's so close.
You know, I said at the start, Eli, that the most intriguing thing about this from a team composition standpoint was seeing who the newcomers decided to team with. We saw that with Neptune and Collect, but this might be even one better, is our seeing guys who are usually on the grand finals main stage in a world championship competing against each other, instead competing here together today. A 2-5 lead now for Renegade and Lucid as they look to continue to roll. We saw Renegade pop off with the shock rifle. Now he's doing it with the return to sender fragmentation slay. I mean, what? Renegade finding new ways to slay Spartans.
I mean, like I said before, everybody in chat's got their own idea about who the best in the world is, right? I feel like when Renegade's in this moment, because that's his ultimate goal. I mean, we saw it in his little documentary the HCS put together. All he cares about is being the best in the world. So when you put him in this lobby, he wants to be the standout performer, and he is stepping up to the occasion. He said, I want, after this game, everyone who thinks Lucid's the best player in the world, everybody who thinks Stellar's the best player in the world, they're going to think I'm the best player in the world because I'm going to show them. And I feel like that's the energy he's bringing to this series right now.
Yeah, in sports, the coach would say that's the guy who wants the ball in his hands, and that's Renegade. He wants the shock in his hands. He wants the repulsor so he can find a way to return this. He wants the observer on him. He wants all the attention, all the eyes on him, and he plays as stoic as Stellar does, with all eyes on him. It's incredible what Renegade is able to do. And yeah, that documentary where he flat outright said, I'm the best in the world, and the way he said it, you could feel it with the tone. He was not capping, he was not just faking the funk. Renegade is that dude.
I mean, he's here to show it today, right? That's why he was such a sought after player. I mean, before this game even came out, we saw the likes of Cloud9 at the time, Eco and friends picking him out. And this is why, I mean, they just...
Is this Recharge? No, it's Solitude, but it's still Renegade. You know what I mean? I mean, this is just unbelievable what Renegade is doing to Stellar and Trippy right now.
There's just something different about this guy, man. Come back and win. He's, by the way, 8-0, has not died this game. Lucid has all 4 of his team's deaths.
Renegade's gonna have to earn that frenzy if he takes down. Wow.
God. How does he choose the best option to stay alive in that moment? Thrusting into the wall?
And that's sort of a worst case scenario, right, for Renegade. He goes down to 1 HP, and then what do you know? Lucid has the cleanup. John right now can do no wrong. Can miss no shots as he lands another. Here's the frenzy. I'm just going to spoil it for you guys. It's coming. Hey, here in the next 5 to 10 seconds, get ready for that killing frenzy from Jeff Steitzer.
Yeah, he knew that was the route that Lucid was going to take right there, too. Or not Lucid. Trippy was going to take in that moment. He's just predicting them every step of the way.
This is unbelievable. This is like a live Metafy coaching session, Eli, but Renegade doesn't have to say a word. You just got to watch.
I mean,
there he goes. Caster's Curse. He goes down.
Finally.
Finally. And not before putting up 4 assists. Eli, he's got more assists than Lucid. How is this possible? He just went on a frenzy. You'd think, oh, well, Lucid's probably, feeding him the slays. But no, it's really just been all John with the likes of something like a return to sender frag kill and the shock.
I mean, Lucid's got 10 kills of his own. We can't say it's all John, but it's been John hitting the highlights. I feel like Lucid's making the openings for Lucid, Lucid's making the openings for Renegade because, I don't know, it's just so interesting seeing these two as a duo. Like, it's just going to be whoever has the power weapon, it should be trying to set them up for success. But I do think the team probably operates better to have Lucid as the support, which is just a crazy thought.
Okay, I was going to say, they need these kills not to win the game. Obviously, this one's out of hand at this point, but just to earn some confidence kills going into a game 3 where you can start that reverse sweep. You got to get to at least double digit, right? You might still get staked, but got to at least get to double digits to feel like you are in the mix for a game 3 where Renegade and Lucid have just looked absolutely insanely dominant. 10-22 now as Stellar and Trippy have crossed the double-digit threshold. Renegade looking to clean up a few more slays. Okay, yeah. Misses the sticky grenade. Stellar, if he can do one better with the sticky of his own, he'll take down Lucid, but Lucid wins out on that, and Renegade and Lucid now just 2 kills away.
Now we can already confidently say that this game's over, right? But I think that this like late charge from Stellar
Very
and Trippy is so important. Yeah, just to take some momentum into the next game, not make it like you were just at a disadvantageous position the entire game. So I think that, you know, Stellar and Trippy aren't out of this. So it looks super dominant on the side of Lucid and Renegade, but I mean, if it was Trippy and Stellar that got the items early in this game, we could have seen a wildly different game, right? So I think that if you're on the other side, you got to make sure you get these items early and win that early game opening.
What's more important, Eli, the opening break win in 4v4 on Aquarius CTF, or the 2v2 Slayer opening break win like we saw here on Solitude? Which one do you think weights heavier? Because I saw a massive snowball roll downhill after Lucid and Renegade started out 2-0.
Killing
I think the sandbox is even more important in 2s than it is in 4s, to be honest.
Wow,
because
okay.
I mean, when you have both players on your team have power items and the other team is spawning up with like no options to pick up, there's no weak link on the team to pick on, right? Like no matter who you fight, you're at a disadvantage. But in 4s, like you might be able to pick off the one guy that doesn't have the power weapon. So it's feasible that after you kill him, now you've got more guns to fight the guys that do have the weapons, so you can kind of flip the momentum, right? But in 2s, it's just a totally different game.
That's a great point, and it's so interesting the fact that everybody would probably say, you know, opening break, Aquarius, CTF, that's the most important opening break in Halo, maybe. But I agree. I think any map 2v2, Slayer is the most important because, like you said, at the start of the map, whatever utilities are there to play with, whether it be a sniper, a power-up, a QT, whatever it might be, that's what you win when you win the opening break, and you can really roll that snowball downhill. And that there's no other reason why, right? That Lucid and Renegade would absolutely dominate Stellar and Trippy like that if not for the opening break that turned into a large snowball. So going into game 3, Stellar and Trippy, I'm having deja vu because it's a lot like that series with Gun Goddess and Butoria earlier, where you're kind of saying, you know what, game 2, just get it competitive to where you can kind of just wipe it and not feel too bad about it and just say, GG, go next. It's kind of where it's kind of where Stellar and Trippy are here now, but again, they need to start out at 1-1. And I know it sounds, again, I'm splitting hairs between 1-1 and 2-0, but the difference between 1-1 and 2-0 means that you don't have access to the map control, the power-ups, the weapons, or whatever might be on the map that you're looking to accumulate. So that's the key here for Stellar and Trippy. Again, you can't win a match early, but you can lose it. You cannot go down 0-2 to Lucid and Renegade. Otherwise, they're going to roll. This will be a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, that early game momentum so important. Both these teams know what to do with a lead, and that's what makes them some of the best in the world. When they get into an advantage, they hold on to that advantage longer than the teams that are worse than them. And I think that, you know, Stellar and Trippy definitely not out of this. Very feasible for them to get an early lead into live fire, and we could see like a 2-2 comeback like we saw in the last series we witnessed as well.
And also, like in the last series, we're going to live fire. Sniper instead of, Sniper instead of Shock is going to be a massive win condition for Stellar and Trippy. Not only because Stellar, you could argue, the best S7 user in the league, but Renegade on the other side, arguably the best shock rifle user in the league. He's not going to have access to that shock, but I say that like he's not going to have access to the snipe, which he's pretty much just as good with. But I do think that opens up a little bit of body disrespect. I do think that opens up, though, some of that opportunity going into a game 3 where Stellar and Trippy still have life despite what's been one of the most dominant series all day, despite how deep we are.
We're going to see them fight very hard for this sniper rifle. They know how important it is to win this early game. Love to see it in Stellar's hands early, but he's going to have to hit the shots we know he's capable of. I will say that when Stellar's on top of his game, I mean, he without a doubt looks like the best sniper in the world, but it's not all that consistent. He'll even tell you that himself. I saw his stream title the other day was I don't remember the exact wording, but it was essentially like sometimes the best, sometimes a bot, or something like that. And I think he's really trying to find how he can kick into that next level gear all the time. And I think if he finds that, then he's going to be even more of a force than he already is.
Filthy start there from Stellar as he earns the drag shot through the A side of the map, but it's a little bit of what we were talking about. Unfortunate that Stellar wasn't able to continue on with that snipe. It was that 1-1, 2-2, 3-3 now game where things are close, and Stellar and Trippy have access to some of the sandbox on the map. Now instead it lies in the hands of Lucid as Renegade on the camo side of the map earns a slay that's going to leave Stellar out on his own. Don't expect Stellar to push outright. Oh my god, he does! What kind of ego challenge was that? 1v2 and you just rush into Renegade? That was pretty impressive in terms of confidence there from Stellar. From Stellar, wow.
He also somehow gets the grenade to bounce perfectly to kill the player top middle while he's out by OS up the cuts. So huge plays out of Stellar when it feels like he was at a massive disadvantage. And now he is caught alone once again, though.
Stellar looking to clean up Renegade, but Renegade turns on his opponent. My god, looked a little bit like a reversal there as Lucid trying to find some opponents with the intel of maybe an audio cue of a player getting hit there. He checks the corner, not there, as it looks like Trippy and Stellar are on the green and nest side of the map. A 1v1 for now between looks like Lucid and Stellar, as Stellar wins that outright. Sorry, I got a little bit of squiggles on my line. Can't see the names as well. As Stellar now goes back to back with Lucid, takes him down with the perfect shots. QT's out of there, back to B. And we have a tied game, 7-all.
Finally seeing some cool use out of the QT. He not only blinked to get out of position from dying, but also blinks back just in case his teammate needs help. Wins the fight against Lucid. Now he's going to be rewarded with the camouflage as he has to pick it up and drop the QT. Keep in mind, you can't have both the camo and the QT at the same time. I guess actually if you pick up the camo and then go pick up the QT, you could. Haven't seen that combination yet. I guess
how
it's
devastating
possible.
would that be?
Yeah, that sounds a little crazy if you think about it. Like, does
I don't think
QT activation?
You can.
Yeah, I think you can too, but you probably have to get the camo first. You can't have the QT and then pick
you
up
must
camo.
consume.
It's got to be the other way. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you have to have a full consumption of that camo as Stellar
Double
sneakily earns the back smack there on a Renegade. Lucid goes down first. This is the type of answer back we were hoping for and expecting from Stellar and Trippy, as Stellar has the snipe in his hands once again. Thought he landed that first shot for the body. Looked like he went back for a body finish. Instead, Lucid at full shields, gonna stay alive for now. Renegade goes down to low shields. And right now, this opens up Trippy's potential to clean up some opponents. But again, this is Lucid and Renegade. They're not gonna give you nothing for free.
Did you see that? Stellar was pre-aiming the entry from key door, but Renegade's so aware of the angles and what his opponent's going for. He just walked to the key door, but didn't walk any further to just prevent that. Like you said, he's not giving anything away for free. Respecting his opponent, knows that Stellar, if he enters that sightline, Stellar's going to hit the shot every time. So both these teams really playing and giving each other respect.
And you talked about the sticky grenade changes, Eli. Look at that. Sticky's now in the place of Repulsor. The spikers, I assume, aren't where the QT is. I don't know where Renegade grabbed those spike grenades. The spike grenades still are on the map, but the addition of sticky grenades, something to keep an eye on is, God, you got to keep an eye on Renegade. Finds the back of his opposition for the double kill. And after a good start in the mid game now, Stellar and Trippy in control, but it's fading away as Renegade now has that snipe. Huge takedown, though.
Stellar knew that was the route the Renegade would choose in that moment. Cuts him off. Doesn't allow him to get any value. I think there was maybe one snipe bullet left, or it was completely depleted. I'm not sure, but either way, this has so far been a better start for Stellar and Trippy, but you're going to want to mount a bigger lead than this. Make this game a little bit easier. As they do so, to get another dead end, Trippy's going to fight back, shooting Renegade's body after taking him down. Have to imagine that was out BR or out Bandit at this point. But yeah, love to see that he's fighting back a little bit with the disrespect.
Yeah, I'm just waiting, Eli, for this tournament to get so heated and intense that guys on the same squad start bagging each other like we actually saw that earlier. So I'm waiting for Lucid and Trippy to start bagging each other. I want to see a little bit of OpTic on OpTic violence as Trippy looks to push through the top mid location. Not doing too well on the slay department. Only has 4 kills, but doing his best to support Stellar, opening up the lanes, earning a couple assists there.
Oh, no.
Stellar actually with no assists. Trippy, that's a cast or curse, I guess you could argue, is Stellar earns his first assist. Trippy cleans it up. Now he's got to worry about Renegade, though. Ooh, but a spawn in the back of green for Stellar, and Renegade recognizes that. Wow, that is so incredible. Renegade looked to clean up the finish, but recognizing that Stellar got the spawn directly behind Trippy, didn't want to fight 1v2. Great recognition from Renegade. That's why he's one of the best.
Love the peak shooting coming out. We're going to see more and more of that with these bandit starts. Since we no longer have a burst weapon, you don't have to expose yourself or nearly as long to get the full damage out of your weapon. All these players so good at that peak shooting strategy. Stellar's going to get caught out, though, a little bit too aggressive. He was trying to contest the sniper, and Trippy was not there. I think Trippy took too long of a route, and he's going to be punished for it. It's going to give the other team the sniper and going to actually come off spawn at more of a disadvantageous position, and I think this is Renegade and Lucid's chance to come back.
Lucid with the snipe in his hand. We're seeing the Season 1 HES MVP take on the Season 2 MVP. What an unbelievable treat that is for the Halo community. Lucid cleaning up on his teammate Trippy. Stellar last alive for this team of 2. But it looks like for now, Lucid and Renegade are going to look to reconnect, quite literally, right on top of each other. QT? Yeah, QT gets popped there.
Interesting.
And Lucid now looks like he's just going to bait it.
Player didn't have a reason to portal back until now, but I'm sure Lucid saw that. Wait a second.
Dude, he almost
tried
the
a 180
360 repulsor tech into Stellar, maybe a pancake. How insane would that have been?
Not only that, but you repulse your opponent and get distance because he did it midair, right? So he's also making himself fly further away as his opponent flies away in the opposite direction. While one shot, that would have been an insane highlight.
22-18. This one's close. 4 kills between these two teams. 3 only needed, though, for Stellar and Trippy to close out this game 3 and start that reverse sweep. Stellar needs to land one more shot. Could have been with the DMR. A low shields opponent there. Instead, Renegade and Lucid on the camo side of the map. They got numbers advantage, and they're going to take down... Oh, hold your breath. Ooh, Lucid with an unfortunate reload. No worse for the wear, though, as Trippy ends up going down.
Great.
Lucid gets back in the fight, reloads, re-racks. Takes down Stellar. And now they're a little staggered here. Will they spawn together? That's what I'm looking out for here. One player at the back of mud. That's Stellar. Trippy now going to be pillars, and he goes down. 22 all. The comeback's mounting.
Wow, they don't want this to go to a game 4. They don't want to give them even a chance. Trying to shut the door right here, right now. Renegade with the pistol. Couple spikes in his pocket. Couple spikes on the ground next to him. We've seen him play in this cuts position a lot in 4v4 in recent tournaments, and he's able to get a lot of stickies from there. Where the spike's a little bit tougher to land. But he's just going to bait this spot. Totally content. Probably tells Lucid what he's doing. Maybe predicting that Stellar and Trippy are going to try to cross top middle here. There is a sniper up in 20 seconds. He's totally fine with just waiting the full duration. Maybe doesn't expect...
Ooh.
He thinks that his opponents will not expect that he's been here this whole time.
Yeah, that's a methodical setup here from Renegade, because like you said, you got to get to that location at the vents, maybe before the timer even comes up at the 30-second mark for that snipe to have that element of surprise as Lucid lines up that snipe. Helpful with the support from Renegade, and with Lucid's communication that no one's there, Renegade's going to pick it up.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit shocked that he just was given that for free, but wow, they take down Lucid at the tower. Such a massive kill. Renegade doesn't know what to do with the sniper. The other team knows he has it, so they're kind of playing careful, but also looking for him, seeing if maybe they could catch him off guard. Find out where he is, but Renegade doesn't hit the headshot, and Trippy closes it out. Wow.
Eli, that was one of my favorite big brain decisions there, saying, we'll give Renegade snipe so long as we can take down Lucid. They had the edge in score and played that perfectly at the end. Stellar and Trippy had no interest in grabbing that sniper. Instead, they wanted to build on the lead, grab the win, and they've done just that. 2-1 series. Stellar and Trippy start that reverse sweep comeback.
There's so many levels to this. Yeah, I think that Stellar and Trippy read the play for what it was. Knew Lucid was at the tower. Figured Renegade must have been baiting the snipe. They said, you know what? We're not going to take that bait. Let's just wrap around and kill Lucid at the tower. I'm not sure how they did it exactly. We were on Renegade's screen because he had the sniper rifle, but I would have loved to see exactly how they approached that push over to the tower.
I think they flanked through mud, Eli. I think they pushed through the back of mud. Because Lucid was there solo at the top of snipes, and then Renegade, right as he grabbed it, I think dropped and was a little out of position.
Double kill.
Speaking of in position there, Stellar with a double kill killing spree. Stellar, you know, Eli, you talked about how Renegade, with that documentary, claimed that I'm the best player in the world. I need to show that in every lobby, even if it's one like this, that I'm the guy that rises above the rest. Well, who else is like that in his lobby? It's Stellar, the MVP, the reigning MVP. It's almost more of a gut check for him to say, hey, man, I got the trophy at home. You don't. And And I think we saw that. You could absolutely say, not only by the eye test we saw, or excuse me, not only by glancing at the scoreboard, you can see that as Stellar really led the team in slays, but the eye test. Everything we saw there from Stellar showed that he brought a little bit extra out in the tank to potentially start this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, he put up big numbers, was absolutely one of the main reasons they won. Obviously, Trippy on the stat page looks like he had a rough game. Maybe he just got caught out a little bit more, and then Stellar's able to capitalize after he's
I think
dead
it's more about
on the-
Stellar just being a freak than it is Trippy having a bad game. Trippy actually got
That's
the last
true,
two
yeah.
slays to clutch up. So Trippy didn't have the 2.0, but he had the last 2 kills that earned that Game 3 win. As we hop on board now with the Recharge Slayer, Game 4, 1-1 tie. Lucid looking to break that with the use of the cam, and it looks like for now, he'll sneak away.
It's actually unreal. You got to imagine Trippy in 99.99999% of lobbies is the best player in the lobby, but this is the one where he feels like he's maybe the other 3 are conversations for like the
Right.
goats of this game, right? So like how often is Trippy quote unquote the weakest player in the lobby? And I think that this might be the only time it's ever happened. Like it's completely unreal to think about the level of talent here.
Barrel stuff, no scope for Lucid, holding forward on that left stick and clicking that right trigger. The perfect time, had no aim assist on his way down after that jump shot. Finds an aggressive slay to make it a 3-2 game.
And even though I said that, I mean, I really feel like Trippy could step up and be the best player in this lobby in a number of different scenarios, right? But right now we're seeing Renegade playing clearly at the top of his game. He's been hitting some insane shots. If he continues to play like he has been, I think that they will come out on top in the series, but can never count out Stellar and Trippy.
Yeah, one of my win conditions for Stellar and Trippy was going to be that Renegade doesn't have the shock in his hands. Your consolation prize is Lucid. Lucid has it instead. I mean, this is, I'm thinking to myself, oh, you got to get that over to Renegade. And then I'm like, oh, well, it's Lucid. So, I mean, this is a tough spot to be in the sense of who do you let snipe? Lucid for now. And you see why as he lands that no-scope reversal on Trippy, perfectly lining up that reticle on the aggressive slide. Does a great job maintaining positioning with that shock, and he's going to set up for... Ooh, we're going to see our first camo shroud screen pop there, as it looks like Renegade is going to make it away with that. Wow, I'm surprised. I was expecting maybe some more grenades bottom mid.
Both teams playing quite patiently throughout this engagement. Trippy trying to take some space on the other side, maybe recognize that Lucid was on that B box, tries to get on both sides of him, but Lucid hits the shot almost through the box right there. What a crazy looking shot that was. Renegade's got the camo, and he's going to take down Stellar as soon as he sees him. Stellar, recognizing he's at a disadvantage, tries to get the stick before dying, which was probably his best option to take him down right there. So Renegade's camo does expire, and they know where they're spawning, so this is looking bad for Trippy and Stellar.
Yeah, Renegade had that look of disgust as the opposition slid by his lifeless body, heading back to the respawn screen as Renegade heads into A. Wow, doesn't spot. Oh my God! Despite the first couple shots there from Stellar, it's Renegade winning it outright.
Not even a trade. You got to feel
Right?
like Stellar. I don't know. That looked like maybe a melee that did not work from Stellar's POV. We're not really sure, but either way, Renegade coming out on top, and a 4-kill lead this early is pretty powerful.
Renegade's pretty powerful with just the DMR in his hands, but he's got stickies to work with, and I feel like that's one of the guys you gotta point that sort of thing out. Renegade's so good with the sticky grenades. Probably would love to have a repulsor as well. Instead, gonna grab a grapple and look at the survivability. Wow, very difficult kill there for Trippy as he does ultimately find the slay. Lucid solo for now as Renegade returns to the respawn screen. Expect to see a push here. Down 5-9. There's the push, but Lucid thinks the same thing. Hey, I'm up by 4. These guys got to push me. It's a 1v2. I'm expecting the push. The push came, and Lucid handled it easily.
Says, yeah, buddy, you get that shock rifle. I saw what you did last time we were on this map. He's going to take the grapple and try to put himself in a position to help, but actually
Huge.
ends up isolating Renegade. Renegade gets 2v1. Lucid gets cleaned up not too long after, and now all the items in the hands of Stellar and Trippy. I think Stellar has the grapple. Trippy with camo shock. He's going to be very aggressive because he knows the other team is likely to just wait out the timing. Knows that that's a common spot for someone to hide. Tries to pre-nade it. The player was there, but able to dodge the grenades. so impressive how well these two teams know each other, right? Like
Look at that
they've
bait
got
and switch.
so much experience with and against each other that it's like they know what they're going to go for.
Look at that bait and switch. They damn near invited Trippy in with the camo and the shock rifle and still took down Stellar. I mean, unbelievable positioning and process of elimination there from Lucid and Renegade as they're up by 4 in this match. Usually we see a repulsor send someone to the drink. Instead, it's Trippy sending Lucid to the respawn screen with that shock.
Such a huge shot to hit right there. Trippy showing like, hey, I can do what you can do. I just got to have the opportunity. So far, he really hasn't had the weapons in his hands very often. And like just like this, a few times that he does get it, somebody's coming up behind him. It's usually Renegade, this guy known as one of the most aggressive flankers in the game. He just nonstop rushes his opponents in 4v4. And this, he plays a little bit more methodical, I would say. Not always holding forward full steam ahead, but once he gets in that advantage state, absolutely maintains that aggression.
And I'm going to be honest, Eli, it's really hard for me to be critical against Stellar and Trippy, but they just have not had the value that they need out of those shock rifle possessions. They've done such a great job to make sure it's not in the hands of Renegade. Haven't seen him with the shock all game, but when it has been in the hands of Stellar and Trippy, I don't think they've gotten a single kill with it.
No, you're exactly right. Trippy did hit the no-scope on Lucid.
That's right. That's right.
But,
So we got one.
But it's definitely been far less valuable in their hands than it has been in Renegade and Lucid's hands.
Oh, a little bit of a desperation effort there. Despite a big lead, it almost looked like a down 2-1 in a CTF with 5 seconds left. Stellar and Trippy drop for camo. Instead, they drop back to the respawn screen. Big win off spawn as Stellar takes down Renegade. Gonna stagger down to Lucid. Yup, as he goes down to the grenade from Trippy. And don't look now, but we got ourselves a game. 12-16.
That's just how that shows you just how close these teams are. That was like the first shot that Renegade has missed, and he died for it. Like, bro, you missed the shot, you're not good enough. You got to be so perfect in this lobby, not only with your timing, but your aim, your positioning, sandbox control. One mistake, and you're probably gonna die.
Well, and it goes back to Trippy's. It's like, one, incredible no scope on Lucid. Now, sorry, not good enough, dude. Not in this lobby, right? That's just where it's been. I can't believe it. I just looked at the bottom left. Winners quarters. What is this tournament, man? And what level of competition has LVT brought out with this 2v2 open series? Trades going down between Lucid and Stellar. Your 2 back-to-back season 1 and 2 MVPs are out of the mix for now. Instead, it's a 1v1 between Trippy and Renegade, the season 1 and 2 defending world champs. I mean, this lobby is so stacked.
Can't get any more stacked, I don't think. Right now, though, a 4-kill lead. Renegade and Lucid extending that now to 5.
Dude, Eli, look at the plasma pistol, how quickly it took Renegade. I think there may have been a melee in there as well, but did the plasma pistol get silent and buffed? It's looking way better today than it has even in last week's tournament.
I think that just you're not used to seeing it. I mean, it's always been as good as it is. It's just, I mean, most of the time there were other items to pick up. Some players would probably think the Needler was better than it in close range. I think that the 1v1 Needler probably, I don't know actually. I think the Plasma Pistol Bandit combo is probably faster at most ranges.
Oh, speaking of fast, Stellar quick to pick up the grapple and the shock rifle. Utilizes that deadliest catch combination to not take any shots, risking the jump between that ledge and the shock. Instead, Stellar puts it to work, taking down Lucid. Renegade cross map. Oh, that would have been an incredible peek shot. But you'll take that for now. 20-21. We are locked in the end game. Only 3:20 left on the clock.
Stellar, the confidence to reach out while already weak against the reigning MVP, like you said. I mean, he doesn't care who his opponent is. He's going to play with that confidence, and he's hitting another shot on Lucid. They're going to now collapse on Renegade. This is exactly what they need. They now take the lead for the first time in this game, and they've still got one shock round to work with, but can they predict the spawns and apply the pressure as quickly as possible here?
Ring the lvtSus alarms in chat because we have another Game 5 watch. 22-21, Stellar and Trippy getting only 3 more kills to send us to that Game 5. We would have witnessed back-to-back potential reverse sweeps. These series have been incredible so far today, and so too have the gameplay from the likes of Stellar with that shock in his hand, looking to extend this lead. takes some shots from Lucid. Now through process of elimination, expects maybe Renegade pushing through, looking to clean things up, but he does a good job with that reticle placement, defending the line.
So interesting. Both teams trying to figure out exactly where their opponents are. There's a trade that comes out that's in the favor of Stellar and Trippy because it gets them a little bit closer to the finish line. Now only 2 kills to go. It's a 1-possession game to close it out. But we've seen incredible comebacks already in this tournament alone. This could go either way.
This camo is going to cause some chaos here, as it is something to play for outside of the win
trade.
itself. 24-23. Trade goes out. Stellar can win the game with this shot here, but no.
The stick.
Lucid
No.
doesn't get the stick. I swear I heard a sticky instead.
It
24 all. Camo in the suit of Lucid. What is this game?
Oh my god, that was again the observer desync. So the observer thought that the stick happened. That's why you heard the sound, but it didn't actually happen that way on the player's screens.
Lucid's
with
spotting
the
an
camo,
opponent.
but
He's
he needs
pinging
to
him
win this
instead.
fight.
He's looking to ping him with the
Oh
shots, and he
my.
lands him for the win. The series win at that. Lucid clutches up.
Oh my god. I thought we were going to see another game 5, but Lucid said, no. I want to go eat my lunch, guys. So let me just win this fight real quick and move on. But holy crap, that felt like back-to-back series that felt like grand finals, man. I mean, look at this
100%.
layout. Like the first 2 games heavily in Lucid and Renegade's favor. Next one barely in Stellar and Trippy's favor, and then this game 4 by 1 single kill. Man, we're watching some incredible Halo today.
Back-to-back series with a 24-all finish. I'm as giddy as the first time I opened up Halo CE on Christmas Day back in 2011, Eli. This has been an incredible day, an incredible tournament, and we got 2 incredible casters on the other side of the desk looking to break down all these incredible matches. Tools, LVT, take it away.
I can't hear you, Louis.
It's time for the winter finals, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that, Tools. Ah, man. Okay, Tools, really quickly. Recap that and then let us know what's coming up next.
Okay, so honestly, it's a great 4-game series. Felt like a 5-game series, right? Renegade, Lucid, they look dominant, but there's lots of stuff going on around the bracket, right? So we're gonna jump into our first semifinals right now, but also we have Super CC and Bound going up against each other in the winners quarterfinal. You can see that right there. It's the last shot on Super CC. They are currently in a game 4 that could be heading to a game 5. We'll try to keep you guys updated on that. In the meantime, we're moving over to Frosty and Tusk going up against Septify and Soul Snipe in our winners semifinals. We'll be holding the other winners semifinals. So Renegade and Lucid will return back to stream. From here on out, we'll see the rest of the winners bracket. You can see Frosty Tusk haven't been having a problem getting their way throughout this bracket. A lot of 3-0s. Boo Boo Doo and Spartan surprisingly falling down, right? They look so dominant. Game 5 victory where they clutch it up. That falls short between Septify and Soul Snipe with a 3-0. So first time we're going to see Frosty and Tusk on stream coming up right away.
Man, impressive performance out of Renegade and Lucid. Can't say that anybody is surprised. Stellar Trippy putting up a good fight. But in the end, camo play makes a difference. Stellar almost getting the kill. Unfortunately, not able to do so. So Renegade and Lucid punch their ticket to the winner semifinals. We got Frosty and Tusk versus Skeptify and Soul Snipe coming up right next. Ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 minute. We'll be back on air in just a moment.
Turn going left. I spawned.
He's
yard.
absolute.
Can you turn?
Mid,
Can
you turn.
Hitting it.
He's one shot, still one shot. Dead.
Nice. I've camo.
One mid, he's S1. Just live,
Okay,
just live as long as you can. He's on. Yeah, there he is.
Camo.
Yeah. Fine, I'm gonna try to help y'all spawn.
I'm gonna
I
go
spawn
soda. I'm gonna go
yard.
soda here. Yo, soda. Doesn't see me. Soda. He's weak. Shot. Nice.
Dead, one guy to top mid, S4.
Okay.
One shot, three shot. He's still there. He's gonna try to drop one shock.
Yeah, he's S1. I kept him one shot S1. Stuck there. We're
Okay.
gonna spawn blue with him. Or away from him. Still stuck there.
Yeah, I got one. He's on the glass. Turn on glass.
Yeah, you're good. Gotta get shock here.
Still glass. Just
You get shock. You go
I'll get it.
So there.
He's out, bro.
Hey, watch our left. He's blue. I think we gotta push out.
Yeah, he's flowered. Yeah, we
Push
gotta
out,
just do
man.
something. Actually, you want to let's grab back to blue.
Okay.
Where we did last time.
Gold.
Ah, damn.
gold,
Top
weak.
gold. One guy. Truck on you. S1. He's jumping on you. S2. One guy top mid.
Get out. He's top gold.
Spawn blue. I can help.
Still top gold. Jumping. I got him. I'm traded. There's a thrust down. I can't.
He's bottom mid.
Grabbing
Mark
thrust. He's
it,
grabbing the thrust.
Yeah.
On
He
me?
has thrust or he doesn't?
He grabbed it, I think.
He's on dip. Top dip on me.
That's camo?
Yeah. Hey, one guy pushes their piece. Pinching.
Yeah, okay. Up gold. Flowers. Might be driveway. Yo, he's trim.
Wait, one got me. Thrust it. Yard. One shot. Dead. Nice.
Almost here. Died. He's there with a flank you.
Oh my god.
Nice. I spawned blue.
Hey, where'd you spawn? Okay.
Yo,
they're
he's
gonna
blue.
be-
LR. He's like loop, I think,
LR?
on you? Yeah, he's like LR ramp, and there's a guy nest.
I got traded.
Nice,
There's
good
a
trade,
thrust
good
on my body if you want to go play for it.
Alright, yeah. I got it.
Hey, shock's up in 6. Dracula.
I can nade it back.
Hey, yeah.
I just think he's for it.
I'm just gonna BR it, Loki. Top S4. He's in. The top.
I naded
Top
it
gold,
forward.
top gold,
I naded
yeah,
it
I'm
forward. S4 jumping
dead.
out. I'm in. Alright. Going yard here?
I got melee on him. No, I didn't. I blinked. He's on glass. Glass right now, chasing you. Glass chasing you. Nice play, bro.
No one on me.
Huge.
He's LR with a repulse. Oh. Going to driveway? Nice, good
Alright.
play. I spawned
I'm gonna
driveway. Yo, he's truck. I just saw him. He's going nest. Can't see him.
He's here. I'm gonna go up.
I can reach out.
Wait, no, they're gonna spawn blue. I'm not going S4. I'm gonna.
Yo, he's S4. He's S4. He saw me. And blue door. Top dip.
I got naded.
Top dip,
I
two
got
shot.
naded.
Okay, mark it in. Top mid got me. I can't see him.
Damn it, bro. Okay. Good.
Some posters of glass. I hide here. No, they saw me actually.
We got spawn blue in your phone.
Yeah, I got pinch. Yard and back tram. Yard's full shields going top gold, I think. Got a death cam.
Yard.
On camo. Weak. One shot. Two shot. And one's soda weak. Camo's. I think he's soda stairs. Other one. Yeah, he's
Poster.
posters.
Yeah, kick cam.
I naded him. I did not nade him. He's LR.
Rest this up and blame for this.
Alright.
Yeah, one guy back tram.
Top
One guy top
camo.
gold. Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Okay,
going
blue right now.
blue
Yeah,
and
yeah.
LR with thrust.
Shit. And blue with camo. 3 shots, 4 shots, 1 shot.
Posters weak.
1 shot blue. Yeah, we're about to get ran out.
Yeah, so one shot and S2.
Fight us two.
Okay.
Just lift up the gargo.
I get a melee.
Okay, bro. Alright. He's up here. That's incredible. Okay. On LR.
Glass. And blue door, man.
Just fight this guy glass.
No, I can't see.
1 shot. I mean, yard BR, 1 shot.
Dead. No one here.
Nice. Just
Top
live.
gold. One shot. Dead.
Nice, bro. Only down 2.
Alright.
Yeah, dude, can we try to make him spawn blue? I'm jittering.
Might be. No, never mind.
Lucky. I don't see anything blue. We're on a mid truck. Yeah, he's out there in blue, bleeding yard, hitting yard.
Okay. One's blue window. I'm gonna get back tram for a second. In yard.
He's sitting flowers right now. 3 shot. And then top gold bound.
Top gold, I'm looking. I'll try to. I
He's
can
in
try
the corner. No, he's LR. 2
top gold
shots.
as well.
Nice, bro. Good
I'm gonna
win.
get the other one. He's
Down 3.
going glass. Oh, he's going
The
loop.
key. Hold on.
Yeah, spawn yard. I see. Looking for him. He's glass.
On glass.
LR ramp on me. He's
Don't
going
die.
up
Don't
front.
die. Don't die.
Yeah, he's out front. Hey,
He's
grab him.
push. One shot. Dead. He'll die.
him.
Wait. What? Posters ran out one shot, man. Nice. Good kill. Top mid.
This. He's weak. He's weak. Silo. He's still there. Going up LR. Going soda. Soda to bed. Posters. Camo. Go nest. He's going nest. I can look. I look. Yes, 4.
I got top gold.
He's
Flying
nest.
out. Mark.
Flounder. I'm dead. Flounder nest with camo.
Give me S4. Yep. Okay. Got me. Inches right now.
Sitting back here.
That's one back here with you.
They're coming yard. Throwing nades in yard.
Dress up or no?
Yard? Yard, one of them? No, it's not. One's yard, got me. Both here.
Control.
Try another one there. He was there. Got his shields now.
What?
Wow.
Alright. Driveway right now. Rust. He's on soda.
Up,
Just
up.
legend.
Dang.
All good. Damn, bro. Good try. Nice try.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut off those comms. Wow. Congratulations to Bound and Legend for advancing to the winter semifinal. Garrett, let's go and take a look at this upper bracket as it's time for Frosty and Tusk to take on Skeptify and Soul Snipe. I want to hear your predictions as we get loaded into game number 1.
Don't sleep on Tusk. That's all I gotta say. Like, this guy is filthy at twos. Team him up with who I think will be the best player in this next coming season. I have Frosty and Tusk taking this game, but it could take a few games in the series. But what I like is that we're right into this lobby. We're ready for it to go right away. We're not having any stoppage in our Halo action.
With that being said, we're going to throw it to Mikowski and Eli as we've loaded into Recharge for game number 1 of your winter semifinal. Mikowski, take it away.
Wow. Eli, we are treated to more Halo. It just keeps coming. This is unbelievable. And an unbelievable composition here between Frosty and Tusk. A little bit of the brains and the brawn, you could argue. Tusk, one of the smartest players in the league, actually coached FaZe at the Halo World Championship in Season 1, and he's an incredible player in his own right. So I'm not surprised at all to see Frosty here teaming with Tusk and Skeptify and Soul Snipe. We've seen them already on stream today, forming some incredible chemistry as they've made a hell of a run here to the winter semis.
So yeah, this is a super interesting dynamic. I mean, yeah, we could talk about Frosty and Tusk, but I want to talk about Soul Snipe and Skeptify. I mean, I feel like these two players, we've known that they're exceptional, but I feel like recently there's just something different about Soul Snipe and also Skeptify. I mean, we've seen, I think in one of the online tournaments we saw Skeptify put up something like 27 kills in a Slayer by himself to take his team on his back to win, which is one of the most insane Slayer performances we've seen. Soul Snipe, fresh off of the FFA victory, and when we saw the way he was playing earlier, he was absolutely insane. Off stream, by the way, they 3-0'd Boo Boo and Sparty. So, I mean, these guys are on fire right now. So, like, that's how they got to this position, was by 3-0ing the team that we saw have the one of the most electrifying series we've ever seen. Definitely the most electrifying series. So, I mean, the fact that they were able to put Boo Boo and Sparty down like that, I'm kind of watching these guys, and right now they've got an early lead against Frosty and Tusk.
Wow, this tournament has had no shortage of surprises and incredible series. As hopefully we got another one here in your winner semis. A 4-7 start here. Frosty and Tusk down by a count of 3. Skeptify with a chase grenade on Tusk is going to take him down. Great process there from Skeptify.
What's so funny is chat is talking about, is it Septify or Skeptify? And you just used both pronunciations in the same sentence. You started the sentence with Septify and then ended it with Skeptify. Can someone in chat that knows this man personally, like, correct us? Because I really don't know. I've been talking about this guy many times, and I don't know how to say his name.
I feel like Skeptify rolls off the tongue a little easier, but you know what? If he goes by Skeptify, that's what we're going to call him. But we got to get some confirmation from that first. So yeah, if anybody could ask I don't know, Skeptify, what is the pronunciation? Because he's a player that we need to know what that is. We're going to see a lot more of this player on your stream here on LVT and the twitch.tv/Halo broadcast this year. And I think that's important to know, right? As we see Tusk now pushing up on the A side. Spot Soul Snipe, gets him down to 1 HP, has the shield advantage. And does not win it despite that Soul Snipe again. One of my favorite plays in Halo, in FPS period, Eli, is when you utilize geometry as a teammate. That's exactly what we saw there from Soul Snipe as he put the shimmy on Tusk.
All right, so chat, most people are saying Septify, which is the way that I wanted to pronounce it the first time that I saw it.
Yeah, but Renegade says Skeptify, and that's, you know, Renegade, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Renegade probably knows him, I would assume.
Yeah,
so
I think that's church.
Renegade, if you're still in chat, is it type it with a K, because all you did was type his gamer tag, so it doesn't really help, right? Like you just spelled it the same way. Use a K if it's the skep, because that's what I want to know.
It's definitely not sketchy as the shots land across the map. Frosty down to 1 HP. It's important to see how he works his way out of this. Oh my god, he finds the centimeter he needed, dodges the grenade, stays alive, and now has a grenade of his own out towards the gold frag side of the map. It's a 1v2 though for now. Frosty and Tusk. We'll see how they play this. Down by 2, needing to make up some ground. Wow, but look at this. Septify has split the 2 players. Frosty with a plasma pistol, not even going to get to shoot it, as Septify does a great job with his positioning. Tusk on the other side of the map takes down Frosty 1v1.
I'm glad you're casting the game. I'm just watching chat to figure out this dang pronunciation, because then Renegade's saying that he thinks it's skep, but now chat is making him doubt himself in what he's saying. So, oh, Stax is his brother, and he says it's skep. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we have confirmation. All of you are wrong in chat. That's crazy. I mean, how many people confidently declare something that they don't know to be true? Something I'll never understand about human beings. But regardless, it has been decided. Brother says it's skep, so it is skep, and that's how we'll try to say it from now on.
Yeah, it looks like the C might be silent, but the gameplay here that we've seen today has been quite loud from the likes of Skeptify. He now has the shock rifle in his hands. A 2v1 push here. Takes down Tuscan, sensing the pressure and a potential grab of the shock for Frosty with 2 shots left. Elects to just throw it off into the drink.
Okay, and yeah, like this patience from Soul Snipe. He's going to wait for his teammate to be in a better position to help him. Maybe predicting the rotation through tower, but it turns out the enemies are completely opposite. Maybe he's getting some intel from his teammates to maybe rotate, and he's just kind of holding this long haul spot. I guess he's comfortable here. Frosty and Tusk kind of have to figure out which way they want to push, and Soul Snipe's just trying to this guy never really stops moving. I mean, that was the longest that we've seen him stay in one spot, but I mean, this guy does not like to sit still, and I'm not surprised to see him continue to move here.
Soul Snipe down to 1 shot. Skeptify at the top of tower. You gotta watch those stickies as none land. Yeah, you gotta watch out for Soul Snipe stickies. Excuse me. You gotta really watch out for him, as we've seen several nice throws. Cross map shots from the side of gold go down for now. More sticky. Where are these guys finding the stickies, Eli? Frosty's got more. He's pretty good with them, but wow, Soul Snipe wins that. And I gotta imagine it's because he had the DMR, that BR, not the quite kit, you could argue maybe there for Frosty as he goes down, but maintains that 1 kill lead. Tusk now with the camo, looking to extend it out.
This camo going to be very important. We do have a tie game now, I believe. Is that 18 or 18-16?
Yeah, it's 18 all.
18 all, okay. Tusk with the camo.
That is.
Find this kill here. Yep, they do go to 19 now. Sorry guys, our feed of this to make sure it's on time for the cast is a little bit less quality. You can call me old and say my eyes don't work, but
you know,
looking at
Eli,
something different than you are. But
we have an advantage because yeah, the resolution we're casting in is about 440p, but that was what we were uploading our montages in back in 2005. So this is
we
like
should know
native,
how to look at it, right?
Yeah, this is like native vision for us. This is great. I can see and feel all. This it looks like Frosty sees and feels all with that shock rifle, lands the headshot. Skeptify now looking, wow, this is ballsy, and for wrong reason, as Frosty earns the killing spree. I don't know if I would have stepped there if I was Skeptify.
Yeah, I mean, if Frosty's got the shock rifle in my matchmaking game, I just try to hide in the corner and shiver until he's out of ammo, because, I mean, this guy's just going to hit the shots, man. So a little bit ridiculous to chow there, but sometimes it works out. I think that if he had a teammate maybe shooting from another angle at the same time, could have worked out. But he's going to hit this shot, and they're getting 1 kill away now from winning this game.
Frosty looking to clean up game one in a comfortable lead here. Might see him kind of extend out, press out for that final kill, and he's gonna get it with the trade reversal. Perfectly played process there from Frosty, as Frosty and Tusk will take game one.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that don't keep up with the Money 8's games that go on and Money 2's games that go on behind the scenes, they might not know just how good Tusk is. But I mean, this guy, if you watch people like Boo Boo Doo Boo stream, Renegade, like if there's some Money 8's going on, Tusk is in there playing with the best in the world, and he's keeping up. So like we said, no shocker to see him teaming up with Frosty and able to be a big reason why they won this game.
Yeah, Tusk is a great pickup in those Money 8's lobbies and even these 2v2 tournaments because of the fact that he sort of fits in as that player coach role. So if you are, let's say, trying to form some chemistry right off the, you know, the starting screen, and in Money 8's or even something like this 2v2 tournament where I don't think we've seen Frosty and Tusk compete in a 2v2 tournament before, they're able to get this far and create that chemistry quickly because you got, I'm just gonna throw it out there, one of the best IGLs in the league in Tusk. I'm not surprised at all to see him here, and you shouldn't be either.
I mean, not only that, like we talk about his big brain, but I mean, this guy hits the shots too. I mean, I've seen him hit some of the nastiest clips in those Money 8's. So like,
chat's trolling. They said, "Oh no, it's Tusk." Now we got more
like,
pronunciations.
Let's
to
just
worry
argue.
about.
So this is Frosty and Tusk winning game one.
Frosty, CPB,
Frosty and Tusk. But yeah, we've got Frosty making his way towards the shock rifle early, but actually walks past it. Take this fight. He wants to get the camo, more important. But it's Soul Snipe and Skep gonna win this opening break, and they're gonna get the items for it.
Yeah, you win the opening break, you win the weapons, you win the power-ups as well, as Skeptify pops that camo, has the kit to work with as he's lining up that reticle. Deadly reticle. Probably the deadliest reticle in Halo Infinite as it relates to the sandbox, Eli, is that shock rifle. There's just something a little extra sticky about when an opponent gets close by to it.
Definitely feels like it's got a little more aim assist on the no-scope. That's why you often see players elect to not scope in, even at pretty decently long distances. I think all the way across this map, you do want to zoom in with it, but at most other distances, gonna just go for that no-scope. You see Skep go for it here. It's a body shot, throws a grenade in a good spot. If that player tries to hide in that corner, he would have died to that grenade, but this player's playing on another level. They're gonna expect the grenade location and run away from it. Always making themselves such a difficult kill.
Look at the difference there. A week ago, that's a kill with the sniper, right? You go for that no-scope melee, that's a kill. Shock rifle, not the same case scenario. And just another one of those many factors to keep an eye on in the meta as Skeptify lands the jump shot, headshot, perfect reversal. It's a mouthful there.
Shot.
A wall one shot, right? That's a mouthful for us to say and a mouthful for its opposition as they take one straight to the face.
That was a disgusting shot. I mean, it was like perfect centering to hit that shot. I mean, like I said, I feel like there's something different about Skep. Like, of course, he's been good. He hasn't really had that breakout performance. I think best placement was actually at Worlds, finishing top 8 with the upset against the G1 roster at the time. But otherwise, like, you don't think of him as one of the best in the game, but he's had some extremely standout performances in big moments so far during the offseason, and maybe there's just something about the Bandit takes him back to his Halo 5 roots, and he's finding a new comfort zone going into the next season.
Tusk looking to find his comfort zone, an area where he could potentially find a back smack, but instead doesn't like the distance. He's just gonna get right to it. Takes down Soul Snipe with the shots. Gonna reshield, reposition, get that camo activated, try to find one more kill's worth of value, but Skeptify wins a crucial piv. 1v1 against camo. Soul Snipe on the other side says, I got you too, brother. I'll win that piv in addition to the one you just won, and that's gonna put them back in the mix. We got a 4-8 game here. Skeptify and Soul Snipe have doubled up on the lead.
It'll be so crucial. Who gets, yes, Skep.
Skep.
It's gonna be. Can he just change the C to a K just to make it clear for everyone? Like, come on. Scepter is not, like, it's spelled the same way, but not said the way he wants it to be said. Just saying. But anyways, they are going to get the shock rifle. Tusk is going to hit this shot. Like we said, don't sleep on this man. This man knows how to use the weapons. Superstar in his own right, despite not quite getting the spotlight as a lot of the other people in these lobbies. But, man, so far, it's Tusk and Skep, the lesser known in the lobby, that are the ones overperforming right now.
6-9. Frosty and Tusk looking to bounce back in this one. Frosty with a rough start, but don't expect that to last for long. And looks like we had a little bit of a stalemate here, Eli. Camo up in 15. I'm going to guess that the action won't ensue until we get about down to the 10-second mark or so. And looks like Camo will, in fact, force that next play.
The team's slowing down quite a bit. Frosty's got 2 stickies in his pocket and another 2 in front of him. Looks like he was going to wait till he used those and then freshen up with the others. Camo still sitting top mid. Both teams kind of baiting it. Nobody's got in position to grab it. I think Skep is going to find his way up. Nope. Thought he was going to make that jump off of the light poster, but unable to jump up. And now it's Frosty with the camo, and Tusk still has the shock rifle. They're going to get 2 dead, and they're going to come a little bit back into this. They're still down. Looked like Frosty wanted to... Or it looked like Tusk wanted to give the shock to Frosty, just dropped it right there, but Frosty said, no, I'm pushing the spawner. You hold on to that.
Yeah, he actually thinks he's better off with the DMR camo combination to maybe play a little bit more in your face as Tusk takes the positioning on the backside of Frosty. Shots going into the back as well as Tusk finds the cleanup on Soul Snipe. Frosty goes down though. Tusk down to 1 HP. That's going to be a difficult situation to survive. As Skeptify does in fact take him down with the absolute body shot there. Important to note that. As Skeptify does find the last shot and this 3-kill lead.
Got that battle rifle in his back pocket too. Looks like he was waiting for the player to spawn, maybe choosing the distance that would have made that spawn possible. Now that that player did not spawn there, it reduces the possible spawn points. Now they're going to actually make a play towards that area, but Soul Snipe gets caught off guard. Gets deleted from the ledge there, and Skep wasn't in any position to help him. Curious to see how he chooses to play this while Soul Snipe respawns. He's going to just bait it right here.
I like this play.
Thinking maybe they would rotate this way, but checking his corners as he progresses through the map. Gives his teammate a little bit of time to catch up, and with 20 seconds until both items come up, this next fight going to be one of the most important we'll see in this entire game.
And it looks like you give the edge to the red team on Snipe and maybe blue team for camo. This next gunfight is actually going to determine who has the edge on both. Soul Snipe takes down Tusk. Frosty takes down Soul Snipe for the double kill. Tusk does end up going down, which doesn't tie this game up at 13. Still a 12-13 game. 1-kill lead for Skeptify and Soul Snipe as Tusk sneaks away with that camo. That's going to be huge. Now all eyes are on that UI indicator of the shock rifle. It gets picked up and disappears. Skeptify and Soul Snipe know that now. But it looks like, knowing that camo is in the hands of Tusk, they're not going to give any of these kills away for free. Instead, they're going to look to push out to the backside. Frosty picks up on that. Great game sense from him, and Tusk, easy cleanup. Great process played there from both Frosty and Tusk. Oh, look at the bait switch there as well. Beautiful.
So clean. I think one of the things that makes Frosty so good, I mean, obviously this guy's an all-around superstar in every respect, but what I think kind of separates him is his ability to predict his opponents and also take routes and timings that are almost perfect against whatever his opponents are taking. You saw him going to the ledge early in a sneaky way that his opponent did not expect it, and he completely set up this play for them to get the double kill in that exact moment. It was almost flawlessly played by Frosty there.
Frosty's like the best. Frosty's the best player in HCS. I'm just gonna say it all right. Frosty's the best player in HCS at disengaging at the right time, but still finding a way to engage the opposition, right? Like, he's backtracking and still getting shots into opponents. He's never backing away and not making an impact on the map. I think that's so impressive from someone like Frosty, why he's one of the best in the world, as we hop on board here with the man himself, looking to spot an opponent across the map. But now I'm worried about where Skeptify is. He might have the back. Soul Snipe is going to call out Frosty. Gotta watch out for Skeptify's back smack. There it is. Skeptify earns that back smack on Frosty. Well timed. Great game sense.
I think you brought up a great point. Is like, one thing that I work on a lot in my coaching is like helping people find the balance between being offensive and defensive. Some players play too aggressive, some play too passive. There's a really fine line that you got to find in this game where you're right on the cusp of dying, but you ultimately deal enough damage to win the fight. And I think that Frosty just has that down to perfection. He knows exactly when to be in the fight, exactly when to be out of the fight, knows exactly how to position himself to help his teammates. Just got a perfect sense of timing that you don't really find with every single player in this game.
17 all, but with that grenade from Tusk, Frosty and Tusk take that 1-kill lead. We are in the end game. 3.5 left in this match. 1 kill. Now 2 separating these 2 teams, and that's massive in 2v2s. That's a full team wipe now needed for Skeptify and Soul Snipe to come back in this one, but you got to worry about Frosty on the flank with camo.
Also has the thruster. Despite the camo running out, this thrust going to be massive. See the way that he moves around the map is in such a way that makes sure he doesn't just get shredded immediately. Does just enough damage.
That's it right there.
That's what we talk
I'm talking
about.
Dude,
yeah.
That was like the dictionary definition of what it looks like to disengage and still make an impact on the match. What an unbelievable example of that there from Frosty. But Tusk and Frosty both go down. Just like that, it's a 1-kill game. 20-19, less than 3 to go.
Wow, right here, shock rifle coming up. They don't want Frosty to get that. They're kind of trapped at the bottom of the lift despite being so close to the shock rifle. Being at the bottom of this lift is super difficult to get out of, very easy to get grenaded, but they do get a kill from that spot. Skep is going to have to get a kill to trade this, but the repulse and the bait and switch was perfect on the side of Frosty and Tusk. Now they've got the shock rifle, and you see how quickly he takes this space. He is forcing the spawn into the tram side. Now that he knows they've spawned there, he's going to reposition and predict the routes that they take out of that spot. Look at him. He's already looking. It almost looks like he has walls, right? But it's just game sense. Like, this guy is just knows which spot you spawned at, and he knows where you're likely to go afterwards. And to the untrained eye, it could look like the man's literally cheating. That's how good he is.
It's incredible, Eli. How did Frosty and Tusk win that battle? Not only do you have the lack of positioning, stuck like a rat in a box at S1. Frosty takes down Soul Snipe. Skeptify takes down Frosty, though. But not only that, but you had just come off spawn 2 down, where Skeptify and Soul Snipe just had free reign of the map to take high ground in advantageous positions. But Frosty and Tusk, doesn't matter, as they go down previously there and still find a way to pick up the shock rifle, and that's going to be the difference. That's going to be the game as Tusk lands the headshot. Thought it might have been Frosty on your screen, but no, don't be surprised to see Tusk popping off like he did all game. 14 kills to finish with, and it's just 1 more needed to head on to the winners finals for Frosty and Tusk. We've seen some incredible gameplay here from Skeptify and Soul Snipe throughout the day, Eli, but what do they now need to do to come back in this one and start that reverse sweep that we've seen throughout the last 2 series?
Pacing, pacing, pacing. So far, before this match, I feel like the way that Skep and Soul Snipe were winning their rounds was just by controlling the pace of the game, playing hyper aggressive, hitting their shots. But then they match up against Tusk and Frosty, who I feel like just know how to disrupt the pacing that they want to play. Like, they're purposefully slowing down in moments that Soul Snipe and Skep want to speed up. They're speeding up when they want to slow down, and it's been Frosty and Tusk just playing situations better with the bait and switch. They're out predicting them right now, and I think that if you're Skep and Soul Snipe, you've got to find a way to slip back into that comfort zone. If you can get a lead, you got to keep it rolling. But at the same time, I don't know if Frosty and Tusk are going to allow that, because so far they've just been just controlling it the whole time.
Yeah, that bait and switch, the shining example of it was probably at the top of A ledge there previously, where Tusk and Frosty both went down to 1 shot and both found a slay to find the perfect flawless sequence there with a 2-0 +2, I should say, net outcome as they bait and switch to perfection. Skeptify now with the sniper looking to drop and stay alive. But Soul Snipe goes down. Skeptify already down to 1 shot. It's going to be even more difficult for him to survive this scenario, as Frosty takes the fairly easy slay, takes the snipe, and if not for a spawn back mud, should take camo for free as well. Wow, he does in fact have everything to work with in this 1-kill lead.
Only thing he doesn't have on the map, I guess, is the QT, but looks like somebody might have already burned that, or perhaps his teammate currently using it. Got shot, but he moves forward here. Doesn't look like they're aware of his location. Goes for the sticky repulse, which was actually very smart in that position with both opponents in front of him. But somehow Skep and Soul Snipe able to survive and take him down despite him having every tool in the sandbox at his disposal. That's going to be Skep with the snipe. Can he make use of it here to bring his team back into the series?
Great job disengaging, though, by Tusk, and a great shot there from Skeptify. I loved his process there, too. Threw that grenade out to the right side of Nest, lays the reticle on the left side, because that grenade almost acting as a teammate. Here, you go here and cover this spot. It's what we just saw as Frosty goes down to the body shot from Skeptify. As we see a nice little run with the snipe building here, as 2 is the kill count, 2 to 4.
You saw that there. That was the first time they did the bait and switch very successfully in the last couple of games. Saw Soul Snipe was one shot, just waiting behind the box for Skep to come and clean up the damage. Love the way they played that engagement. It looks like Soul Snipe is taken down. Skep by himself, trying to find a way to survive, but he does. Frosty unable to find the kill with the sidekick there. So another great play out of Skeptify.
And Camo's up, ain't it? Yeah, I think Camo is up soon. So that's going to force the attention over here to the right side of the map. Oh, Skeptify goes down to Frosty without even getting really much intel on where both of those players were, because he never had eyes on him. Probably could gather from where the shots came from, but not really going to walk away with much else other than the death there as Frosty.
Look at this.
Wow, and again, just like we saw from Septify, like great use of the QT there from Soul Snipe, going to keep him in the mix. Skeptify does clean up on Frosty. One's back and forth. We're really seeing, Eli, we're really witnessing that new meta form here in Season 3. Soul Snipe with one of the best QT plays of the day.
That was so sick. I mean, how often do you get a perfect where half of the time you spent on one end of the portal and the other half on the other side? I mean,
right.
That was a beautiful kill right there. I love plays like that where the portal is next to the enemy and you're fighting them, and you put yourself in a position so that mid-fight you can portal right next to them and go for a melee or finish the shots. Love to see stuff like that.
I never really got that excited for the QT on Aquarius. A symmetrical map spawns are a little bit easier to predict, movement as well. I think here on a asymmetrical map like Livefire, I think that's where the QT is going to find some time to shine. And let's be honest, Eli, it didn't really do much at all after its inclusion into the meta at about the halfway mark of Season 2. It looked like on paper, something like the QT could be a massive game changer. We haven't seen it quite yet, but maybe here on Livefire, we'll see just that.
To me, I think the biggest difference is the location of it, right? Like, think to Aquarius and Argyle. The location that it spawned at is so precarious. You gotta be exposed to the entire map to grab it. So how often are you going to even be able to place that initial portal? Versus here, spawning back green in a safe location is a perfect spot for it, because you can at least place the portal safely back green, go about your merry day, find another spot to fight, and then teleport back to safety, get your shields back, portal back. As we can see Frosty doing just that right here. Oh, he gets naded instantly, though. Caster's Curse.
There's your, I was about to say, you got to get a Caster Curse in, Eli. There you go. Frosty goes down. Eli's counter on the Caster Curse goes up. Soul Snipe looking to land a long-range no-scope with shots from Tusk. Aggressive decision there, but he's feeling confident. 5 shots left to work with. Skeptify's really pushed up, though, on the map, and you got to imagine Frosty and Tusk are going to sense that. They do. They take down Skeptify a little bit too far ahead, but Soul Snipe with an impressive headshot evens things up at 1-1. Frosty's down, Skeptify back up, so this does give a slight numbers advantage to them for now, but with Tusk not pushing the envelope, they're not going to get another slay. Oh, he does, in fact. Wow, I'm actually surprised to see Tusk. It looks like Frosty was a little behind at the top of a sandbag, so not as quite as an outrageous push there from Tusk. Nonetheless, though, it's a 4-kill lead for Skeptify and Soul Snipe.
Super important that they maintain this lead. There are camo is up. Whichever team is able to get this camo is definitely gonna take an advantage into the next fight. They're trying to stop Frosty from getting it, but he is gonna get away. Probably are trying to predict what route he's going to take from there, though. Something that's so important with camo is you can't just take the most obvious route. Like, you've got to go somewhere the enemies don't expect, especially in 2v2 where they just want to hold sight lines and slow it down. Of course, Frosty, though, finding full value out of it. They get the squad wipe. They're going to position themselves top middle to find the spawners. He sees the player immediately, but they shoot back right away as well. It's kind of impressive. They must have spotted him out or were watching in the death screen. I'm not sure, but it seemed like they knew exactly where Frosty was.
Yeah, Eli, one of the things that we've seen develop throughout the going into 3 years of Halo Infinite, as Skeptify and Soul Snipe both go down, Frosty trades out, is it feels like, I don't know, it feels like on Livefire the attention is most likely on the C side. That's the strong side of the map. And with the sniper coming up now, that is going to be the point of emphasis for both of these two teams. 15 all, we're tied. And it feels like, back to my point, it feels like there's something about game 3 here where, I don't know, players come back. They go down 2-0. Something about Livefire brings back that team that was down 0-2. And then lastly, the camo eyes. That's what's really developed throughout the 3 years of Halo Infinite. I have not seen so many players shoot off a camo than I have today.
I think there is somebody told me recently that if you turn your brightness down, you can see camo easier. I don't know if that's true, but maybe there's something going around the pro circle. It's like, hey, you know, if you change this setting, you can see the camo a little bit easier. Not sure if I haven't tested it for myself, but definitely worth thinking about.
Yeah, whatever allows you to spot camo like we've seen from these players today. I mean, how many times is a player he's making his push through the bridge on recharge or maybe through the mud side of snipes? Looks like a good play in theory, but the camo more often than not is getting shot at. And it's not like it has any glimmer, right? This is just pure camo being spotted out. So interesting to keep an eye on as we shift away from overshield on some maps into camo. How much of a benefit is that going to add if all of these guys got the goggles on?
Very true. Look at that, the patience to line up that shot. What's so interesting about the way he lined that up is there's more variables than you realize right there. Like if Skep hits the G slide, he's going to be moving at a faster speed than if he misses that, right? So, and then you also don't know if the guy's going to always jump at the end of the slide. So he's like, he waited to hit the shot to see how fast he was moving first, and then he would knew how to position the reticle to hit the headshot. But he's calculating all this almost instantly, right? So I mean, impressive stuff out of Frosty here.
Yeah, I love that play there from Frosty. You're right. He actually led maybe another good slow-mo replay. He led the reticle a little ahead of that G-slide from Skeptify, and it was more timing than it was aiming with the centering of the shot, and that's so fantastic from Frosty. He needs to land that last shot on Soul Snipe as he does just that, but for Frosty to have that predictive element where once your movement is predictable in that you're jumping or you're sliding and pushing out across the screen, there's nothing you can do to alter your movement. Frosty there is predicting plays whether you're moving efficiently or not. That looked like Skeptify had good movement there, but Frosty didn't care either as he takes him down. It looks like they're looking to put the finishing touches on this series.
He literally predicted that he would portal and then instantly repositioned his reticle to the portal in what felt like a millisecond to hit the headshot before the guy had time to duck behind the ledge. I mean, there's a reason why I've said a few times that this guy is secretly the best player in the game. In terms of value added to his team as an IGL support player, playing all these positions in a way that enhances his team's chance to win the game. Like, yeah, maybe Renegade's a stronger Slayer, but I feel like Frosty just adds so much value to whatever team he's on. He's so hard to play against.
Oh, 22-23. This one's getting close, and Frosty, despite an impressive performance, is going to need to do a little better here as Soul Snipe and Skeptify have the positioning on the sniper side of the map. 23-22. It feels like Frosty and Tusk should be up a little bit more, Eli, but instead, we got a one-kill game with 2:30 left.
Soul Snipe and Skeptify want to prolong the series. They're going to have to come back. They're only down by one. They've got the weapons. Got a full sniper. Not all the ammo is going to matter here, though. You could argue that it'd be all right to burn 2 or 3 shots out of this gun just in case he loses it, but right now, the team is just really trying to find each other. I don't think either team knows exactly where the other team is.
And like it does often in 4v4s, the stalemate going to be broken with the activation of a power-up on the map. Camo. Now they're displayed for all to see, but that's always bait for the team that's down in this match. So it seems to me like Frosty and Tusk might bait out that camo, but Skeptify has something to say about it. He's got the sniper, so Frosty and Tusk with the lead. Skeptify and Soul Snipe with the snipe. Makes for an intriguing battle for camo here as Skeptify lines it up. Some shots in the DMR from Frosty. Can't get too greedy here. Need to get those shields back, but he wants to pressure the camo. Keep eyes on it. Wow, really surprised there with Skeptify going down to 1 shot. We didn't see the camo grab, but that just tells me even more so that Frosty and Tusk with that lead are playing for bait as long as they can. They still haven't grabbed it, Eli.
Wow, and that trade is definitely in Frosty's favor. But there's been this little battle going on between Frosty and Skep. Frosty seemingly finding the timings to apply pressure. Skep got the body shot a moment ago, but Frosty predicted the route he would take to try to finish the kill, and he avoided it. And now Frosty sees an opening. He's going to push forward. These are the openings I talk about.
Wait, where do you...
He's got the repulsor, but Skep knows he's coming somehow. Wow, Skep with an insane escape route. Soul Snipe also surviving 1 shot on the other side.
He had that lined up for the no-scope. Oh my god. 24 all.
Oh my god.
24 all, 40 seconds left. Skeptify with the game in his hands. He's got plenty of shots to work with. Could double body, could get a cleanup here.
30 seconds on the clock too.
The edge is there, and this could go to OT. If not for a push from Frosty, he doesn't care if you have snipe. He's coming. He's pulling forward, G-sliding through,
Wow,
taking deep damage, and the grenade goes through. The aggressiveness takes the win for Frosty and Tusk as they move on to the winter final.
Unreal. That's exactly what I talk about, though. Frosty knows when to press forward and when to back up. I mean, did you see the way he survived throughout that whole situation, playing all parts of the map, predicting the rotations of his teammates, finding the timing to finally move forward, throw the grenade? I mean, wow. I mean, impressive stuff out of Soul Snipe and Skeptify, but like I said, I think that despite how talented they are and how dominant they looked in some of these other games, like when you're against Frosty and Tusk, these guys just know how to play the pacing in the game, and pacing is so important in 2v2.
Eli, that was our third 25-24 game of the day. 2 of those 3 came in a series closing moment in match. So, I mean, I can't believe how incredible the matches have been today. For more thoughts and reactions on that, we're going to send it back to the desk with Louie and Garrett.
Man, oh man, we got one more winter semifinal and then the winter finals on the other side. But Garrett, quick thoughts about that last series that we just witnessed.
Really interesting end to the third game, right? Something you don't normally see. Frosty having a lot of confidence that, I can run down this sniper. Usually when it's pro v pro, they expect the player to hit the shot than miss, right? You know, I think you get away with that a lot in these lower Onyx lobbies, diamonds, even mid Onyx, where you're like, I don't think they're gonna hit the shot. I'm gonna push it through. Well, Frosty was so confident after he got those couple shots in. Skeptify misses it, and really a high risk, high reward play. But I think he makes that play because they're up 2-0 in the series, right? Like he knows they have a game that they can let slip away, gets aggressive, is able to get those shots, and then the beautiful nade, right? There's a couple escape options for Skeptify at the end. He doesn't go to any of those. He stays underneath that ledge. So the nade was perfect, hits him just where it needs to be, and they get the win right there. I think a phenomenal finish from Frosty, showing that, you can get it done. You can be aggressive against the sniper and capitalize on those moments. Something that's a little bit more unique to 2v2 than something you would see in like a 4v4 game mode.
Absolutely. Macro game out of Frosty looking on point. They punched their ticket to the winter finals. And now it's a moment that I feel like that a lot of people have been waiting for. It's a moment that we baited on the YouTube channel. So if you're watching live on the YouTube, shout out and congratulations. It came to fruition. We got Bound and Legend going up against Renegade and Lucid. I'm in a lobby right now with Renegade and Lucid. We're waiting on Bound and Legend to join up. But Tools, first thoughts on this other winter semifinal.
I mean, this is the one that everyone's been waiting for, right? I want to see it from Bound and Legend, right? I feel like this is a team that everyone wants to believe in, right? They know how good Legend is. They know how good Bound is, especially in the 2v2s. Like, these are 2 of the best 2s players in Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. Legend was a monster back in the day when it came to playing 2s against those EU players, but coming over to Infinite, he's going to be on an overseas connection. It'll be a tough road. It's going to be a lot to get over. And then obviously Renegade and Lucid. When you see these 2 on a lobby, most of the time what you think is it's unfair. And that's kind of how I feel right now. It's going to be a lot of it being unfair. And I think the biggest hurdle that Bound and Legend have to get over is the Johns. There can't be any Johns in this game. You cannot complain at all. There's going to be moments where it's just you couldn't get the kill, something went wrong, but you just got to keep mentally straight, make sure that you aren't complaining, that you aren't, just getting in your own mind about it. And I think this could very much go to a game 5.
I completely agree. I can't wait to see how this one plays out. Legend, it's worth noting, right? Playing from overseas still has not moved to the States. I believe he's due in February, if I'm not mistaken, Tools.
Yeah, I think he's due in February. I will say it's a little bit odd that ever since I believe Wembanyama's been playing in the NBA, we haven't seen Legend in person yet at a Halo event. So I don't know if they're the same person. I'm not convinced. I think he's got some stilts. Yeah, I think he's got some stilts in the back pocket that he's been playing for the San Antonio Spurs. But no, I think Legend will be here soon. Obviously, visa issues are visa issues. They take a while to resolve. I'm curious where he'll end up in the United States, whether he's going to Texas. SSG's based in Utah. I think where you end up in the United States can make a big difference to how you play online.
Well, breaking news, Bound has entered the lobby. We're waiting on Legend, so we got 3 out of the 4. I wanted to take just a 1 minute break as we get everything straightened up for this series. You know what? Never mind. Everybody's here. We're ready to go. So I'm gonna R up as well. Okay, so we're approaching the start of this match. I gotta say, I'm very, very pleased of the best of 5 series that we've laid out for our competitors. Obviously, right? It's like you kind of scratch your head when you first look at it, like, why are we doing the same thing over and over and over? But can you not doubt the results? Garrett, I'm going to cut you off right here. It looks like we're loading into game number 1. So Mikowski and Eli are going to bring us back into this. We got Bound and Legend going up against Renegade and Lucid. This is still the winner semifinal, winner finals on the other side. So Mikowski, go ahead and take it away.
What do you know, Eli? Another matchup that could easily be your grand finals, and we're not even to the winners finals yet. This is ridiculous. Not only ridiculous is the fact that we have Bound and Renegade in a 2v2 tournament, but they're not on the same team. Now, this is another one of the insights I was looking for. Who's Legend gonna duo up with on that newly minted SSG roster? And it looks like the only reason Renegade and Bound aren't playing together is for that very reason, that Legend and Bound have decided to team up here. Eli, your thoughts as we get this series started? Eli, you might be muted in Discord there, bud.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I mean, what I'm excited about is just seeing this Legend guy in action, man. It's hard to say exactly where he fits in as the top player rankings because, you know, he hasn't. This is finally his first opportunity with a top team. So in 4v4, I think he's going to really shine with this roster. But also, like, just him as an individual, like, I think it's without question he could be a top 5 player in the world, but like he's finally got the chance to prove it. Keep in mind he's super young too. He's only like what, 18, 19 years old.
He's 19, and that always blows me away because he's got nothing. Talk about Neptune, nothing but upside. Maybe Legend, the second most upside potential in the league, Eli.
Absolutely. I mean, this man found himself in the top 5 KDs of most of the lands, despite his team, you know, not always ending at the end of the tournament. It would be like the first and second place teams in the top 5, and then Legend is just also there, despite his team not, you know, ending in the grand finals. So clearly a standout performer in Europe. One of the best that we've ever seen come from the region, if not the best. So I cannot wait to see what he brings to the table. Now, keep in mind, in this tournament, he is still in France. So he's playing what's unlikely a North American server. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be, but he's definitely playing at somewhat of a disadvantageous ping, and so far he's having a rough start against Lucid and Renegade.
And it looks like Legend may have just celebrated a birthday, as I believe he's 20 now, but doesn't make much of a difference when you look at the fact that this is a young gun. And, you know, you think of Collect, Cycle, Precision. There's a lot of guys you can name as a Carmea, now a Descendant, I believe. But there's a lot of guys that kind of come off the tongue as young guns. How come Legend's never in the mix? I don't know. Maybe Legend just rose so high above it all that you just think of him as a superstar. It doesn't have anything to do with his age. Nonetheless, we have a 4-7 game here. A 3-kill lead. Now 2 for Lucid and Renegade as Legend finds the slay on Renegade. Now both spotting Lucid with that camo. Going to allow him a chance to stay alive despite this press. But just like we see earlier, Eli, the camo gets spotted out. But Lucid does a great job to trade out with that sticky.
That's why sticky grenades are so important to hold on to. So easy to trade out. That, I mean, I wouldn't say easy. You still got to line it up and be prepared for it and hit it with the right timing. But definitely one of the few ways that you can trade out a kill despite being at a shield disadvantage in those melee situations. Because otherwise, you know, if the other guy does not have shields yet and you go for the melee, he's not going to die, right? But the sticky's going to kill him every time if you can land it. And we're seeing quite a lot of sticks today.
Lucid with that shock rifle. We've seen him land a few of those no-scopes where the player comes G-sliding through. Doesn't get the headshot on Bound, but cleans him up nonetheless. And Legend, with those 2 kills, gets the cleanup. I think Lucid there, just enough to get some body damage out as Legend and Bound are up on the map now. 9-10 as Bound and Legend have done a good job to tighten this lead for Lucid and Renegade. Now they got control of the shock as well. Watch out for Legend.
Legend already shutting up the trolls in chat. He was 1-5 to start, but he's 6-7 now, so give this man time to cook. he's gonna cook. And right now he's not hitting these shots, but still making himself a very difficult kill. Kind of surprising he lived as long as he did. Now the lead growing to 3 after both of them go down, but we'll see how they play off of their back foot here.
Renegade pushing up on that C side of the map. You got Lucid, his teammate. It's a nice little angle over there by the Season 1 Mauler. Camo up, and I think Renegade just took it underneath everyone's nose. Unbelievable pickup there, and with Lqgend down to low shields, that's going to allow Renegade to take those shots, but Bound earns the Sneak King medal and takes down Renegade with camo.
Where did Bound just come from? I didn't even see him on the map. Like, he just shows up and assassinates the camo guy. I mean, that's probably how his opponents feel as well. Like, where in the world did this guy come from? So it makes him so dangerous. He could be at any part of the map at any time. And Lucid with the sticky mid grapple. Are you kidding me? What's the calculation like for that? That was an insane sticky.
Yeah, I wonder, Eli, if with that speed boost you get from the grapple, does that work somehow like a repulsor speed boost to a sticky grenade? Don't almost look like it. As we see Lucid try to toss another one of those deadly stickies out. Doesn't land any intel or damage. And now has the commando to work with. Been a long time since we've seen that in HCS, huh, Eli?
It has. I think that commando's in a weird spot in the meta right now. It feels like it can definitely kill very fast if you hit all the shots, but it's got the most recoil of any gun that we have in the sandbox. So, I mean, most pros electing to just not even pick it up, but Lucid's one of those guys that it doesn't matter what the weapon is, he's going to pick it up and he's going to be effective with it. So I think that he's a player we'll see pick it up a lot more than the others.
A big takedown there, Lqgend on Lucid, because of the fact that Lucid and Renegade were split. Lucid in a 1v2. You can't let him trade out there, Eli. You can't let Lucid trade when he doesn't have the numbers edge. Instead, Lqgend takes him down cleanly. He goes down shortly after. 14. I believe that's 16. In the feed, as it looks like. Bound with the shock rifle, looking to push up through the top side of gold. Has Lucid and Renegade there. They're not going to press that at all. Impressive. That's actually very interesting. It goes to show the respect level they have for Bound, as they don't want none of that smoke.
Right. I mean, it just makes sense. Right? Oh my God.
For good reason.
We were on his screen for 1 second and saw him hit an insane snipe. I would have liked to see how that play started, but Lqgend now got the camo. Let's see if he can sneak behind the players here. Bound also here. We're able to sandwich that player. It was Lucid, and they also killed Renegade right afterwards. That was a very well played sequence by Bound and Lqgend, and you see them immediately taking space on opposite sides of the map. They're going for this pinch strategy where they just pinch on one side, get the kill, spread back out, go back, pinch them on the other side. I think that's a very effective 2v2 strategy.
Oh, Lucid finds the slay on Lqgend, and now Bound just has to hold the line. Renegade and Lucid are looking for him. Bound takes the shot, and he lands it on Renegade. Nice finish, but an even nicer trade there from Lucid. There's no way he takes down Lqgend, right? Yeah, Lqgend with the high ground and the shield advantage is going to find the slay on Lucid, and it's a 19-18 game. This one is super close. 5 minutes left. Bound with his teammate at the back of tower, looking to push up with Lqgend. A couple chase grenades go out towards the bottom, but Lucid and Renegade aren't taking it.
Was a little bit worried that Bound wouldn't grab those sticky grenades. Both he and Lqgend ran past them, but he did find them. Let's see if they come into play here. They do.
Wow.
Another trade. All 4 players in the lobby dead once again, and it's a 1-kill game. Bound and Lqgend with the lead now.
21-20, 4:30 left in this match. Lucid picked up those aforementioned sticky grenades that are starting to look more and more like a power up or a power weapon in this season's new meta that we're seeing forming before our very eyes. We're going to get an even better glimpse of that tomorrow for the LVT 4v4 Open. Make sure you guys tune back in for that. Make sure you guys are following the channel so you can see when we go live. We have a stalemate here. 21-20. Camo up in 5, though. That's going to be the next break.
Renegade in a very difficult spot, but if there's anybody that knows how to get out of difficult positions, it's this man on your screen right now. He does find his way into a more safe position. Now I'm going to use that shroud screen, keep himself alive while one shot. He's going to peek out just long enough to keep Renegade weak. And Renegade still, with all the confidence in the world, goes through the shroud screen while one shot finds a kill somehow. Such an important time to do so as well to keep his team in it. Lucid's going to find the other kill. And right now, Lqgend and Bound are staggered.
Yeah, Renegade just YOLO'd that there, and it really took Bound and Lqgend off guard. Almost seemed to shock them a little bit. And that shock wave lasted throughout the last 5 seconds after Renegade had even gone down, where Lucid was able to clean up that next kill to make it a 23-22 game. Lucid with the camo has to stay alive right here. He needs to be, well, sneaky. That's the location he's pinging on the map, and he's looking to do just that with the use of efficient camo here. Renegade goes down to 1 HP, but my goodness, Lucid takes down Lqgend, and now he has Bound. 23-all. We're tied. 2 kills left for both teams. Renegade finds the finish there on Bound, and now Lqgend, a little staggered off spawn, needs to just hold his positioning here, hold the line, and allow Bound to spawn with him. But look at this, a little bit of a split spawn, and if Lucid and Renegade recognize this, they can close the door.
They were not expecting it. As you can see, that player, it looks like Bound was able to get some shots on Renegade while he was Bat Ledge, has to reposition. Lqgend very intelligently staying A, but they're so separated right now. If they know that he's over there, they can take him out, but Bound with the sneaky positioning gets the kill.
24-all. Renegade goes down, and now Lqgend has the shock in his hand, looking to put the finishing touches and take down Lucid. They have the numbers advantage for now, but now Renegade is spawned in. We have a clean 2v2, our fourth 24-all moment of the day. This is insanity. This is Halo.
What are they gonna do? Bounce here. He knows they're probably gonna cross catwalk. Camo's up though, but Lqgend hits the shot on Lucid. He used the camo as bait and headshot Lucid. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Eli. We gotta chill out with the 24-all games, brother. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the winners finals, dude. This is insane. Oh my god, what a way to start off this legendary series. It feels like this is like a separate Money Tuesday activation for LVT. Like, is it Tuesday at 8 p.m. and this is the featured show match of the night? No, this is just what... I can't believe it. This is just what we got in the bracket in the tournament. I'm losing my mind. Eli, take the mic away from me because I'm about to freak out.
I don't know. Why are you giving me the mic, man? I don't know what to say either. look at the kills, by the way. 13, 12, 12, 12. Everybody being a part of this. Lqgend dying a little bit more, but ultimately hits the shot that mattered most. I mean, holy cow, man. Going into Solitude, I don't even know what to say about this next one.
And for, maybe the first time in my almost 2 years of casting Halo, I don't know what to say. I don't have anything to say. I just feel like at this point, just running replays from the day would suffice, and everybody in chat would probably be really happy with that content. I mean, it has been unbelievable, the level of play here today. And I teased it in the game one. We're just getting started, right? We have 3 straight weeks of 2v2 and 4v4 opens. Make sure you guys sign up by going to LVT on Twitter. I'm sure there's a link you guys can check out there as we are getting started. Our game 2, an unbelievable 25-24 finish, has Bound and Lqgend in the lead, 1-0 for now. I'm sure this is going to get even more intense and competitive as things heat up here on Solitude.
Wow, such an interesting start right here. So Lucid goes straight for the camo while Renegade just holds the line in yard. Both Bound and Lqgend were trying to make their way into yard. Renegade able to hold off the pressure. Lucid gets the camo and shock for free on the other side of the map due to that play, and still not a single kill, but Lucid is hunting, and I think they're Bound and Lqgend are aware of it. They're just rotating away.
Yeah, gonna milk out those 30 seconds. Have a pretty good idea of when that'll end if you're Lqgend and Bound, as they do a good job not engaging until the camo has dissipated. Lucid though still with some shock rifle shots in his back pocket. Lqgend and Bound a little stuck in the coffin corner, and that's gonna lead to their death. Lucid takes down Lqgend. Now a 2v1 push out pinch scenario as Bound gonna have to do his best superhero impersonation to stay alive, and that's exactly why I use that phrase and reference, is because he had no chance. Renegade and Lucid take him down easily.
Almost a minute and a half into the game, a total of 3 kills. We're pacing at 1 kill per 30 seconds so far. Definitely slowing down. Both these teams respect each other so much. I mean, that's just a side effect of respect, is when the game slows down like this, is you just don't want to give your opponent anything for free. Every single kill is earned in this game. So far, Bound grabs the shock, hits the no-scope on Renegade, pulls his team slightly back into this. Still a 4-2 lead for Lucid.
To Renegade doubling up on that lead. Camo up soon in 5 seconds. Lucid gonna make his way to put some defensive shots there on Bound. Gonna send him back to his teammate Lqgend. They're gonna group up here. Renegade down to 1 HP. Lucid's at full. Lucid rotating over towards the cafe side, and great dismantling there of Bound as both played a part in taking him down. Lqgend, though, answers back, takes down Renegade. Can he take down Lucid for the double? No. Lucid wins that.
Whoa.
And a quick spawn there for Bound gets him right back in the mix. Camo, a potential win condition for them now as well, as Renegade and Bound fight for it. But with Renegade taking the low ground, it's going to open the door here for Bound to take the camo.
Lucid just taught me a new jump. Did you see the double jump off of the silo onto the camo ledge? So there,
Can we mark that for a replay, maybe?
if you run into certain objects on this map and then jump, it registers a step jump. So you get like a short hop, and then you can jump again at the height of it. And he used the double jump off the silo to jump top mid to grab the camo. I had never seen that before. Cool stuff.
Oh, what a treat, man. How many times have we seen some new strategies, new metas? I mean, so many just fresh and exciting things happening in Halo. I'm just a total Halo fan right now. I mean, I don't even know what to say. This has just been an unbelievable day, unbelievable series and matches as Lqgend and Renegade get into a 1v1. Lqgend wins that. Big win there, as that keeps it within a 1-possession game, 6-8 with 9.5 left on the clock.
So patient. Every corner turned. There's so much intensity involved. Checking every corner. Once they know where the enemies are, that's when the pace picks up. But there's always this little like dead zone where both players just trying to locate somebody before they make a decision. So it makes these players so good. They wait till they have the information and use that information to make the smartest play possible. This is something that I think a lot of you guys in chat might learn from. A lot of you guys just run around the map without a single thought in your brain, but you wait to get the information, you're gonna make some better decisions.
And speaking of good decisions here, I'll follow up on that, Eli. Lqgend there previously went down to one shot at the back of trucks, had, I believe, both Renegade and Lucid soaring over with the grenades, and he took the front side of trucks and allowed Bound to take the backside. What was that shot from Lqgend? My God, he's making smart plays, accurate plays, as he gets the double to earn the camo, and now it's Bound and Lqgend with that 2-kill lead.
I wish we were on his POV for that. I'm pretty sure he literally shot the shock rifle as fast as possible and got the double kill back to back. That was an insane double kill. Even from third person, I could tell it was insane. The two opponents that he sniped were far from each other as well, so he literally snapped from the first target to the second.
Renegade kind of flying out there at S4. A little surprised by that from him, as he knew Lqgend had shock and the camo even, as he's now looking to shimmy shake his way out of wasting a couple of those last shots there for Lqgend, as the shock rifle has depleted, but the lead has not for Bound and Lqgend. Despite going 2 down right here, they still maintain that 2-kill lead, Eli.
Very impressive stuff so far. I mean, they won the first game due to some insane shock rifle shots from Lqgend, and it's not often that Lucid and Renegade are outmatched with the shock rifle, right? I mean, I don't right. It's kind of crazy to say right now, but I mean, I feel like Lqgend has been that dude with the shock rifle in these first 2 games already.
Ooh, and Renegade was planning some diabolical sticky trade plan or something there, but he goes down. The sticky's not used, so that's important equipment that can be gathered for the likes of Bound and Lqgend. Not sure who made it out with the stickies. I think Bound did, but he goes down quickly to the shots from Lucid. It looks like they'll clean up the duo. Yes, Lqgend and Bound, and you got to think of the timing there, Eli.
Yeah.
Lqgend going down long after Bound went down. That could force a stagger or a pinch here. It's going to at least give Lucid the shock for free.
You get the shock and the camo. 6-minute mark, always so important. That's when the timings line up for both camo and shock to respawn. Now that he's got it in his hands and his teammate has the camo, Renegade's going to try to make an opening for Lucid to hit the shot more easily. Lucid finding a target of his own, kind of isolating these 2 1v1s, which is not good right now. I don't know what that play was. He knew both players are below him. That's why he tried to play that high ground position and live long enough. Camo expires now, and Renegade's in a tough spot.
And it looks like, I don't know how much time Bound and Lqgend have spent together since Lqgend officially joined SSG, but it looks like Lucid and Renegade making some unforced error mistakes that Bound and Lqgend have done a good job to jump on to keep this game close. 17-18, Lucid and Renegade do still have that 1-kill lead with 5 minutes left to go, but it's Lqgend pushing up on that poster side. Has great shots there on Lucid. A potential for Bound to clean it up. No, he's not going to be able to. And the chase ensues. And the chase grenade goes out. Great sticky grenade there from Bound. That's part of what you expect there. That's why Ninja always taught me, Eli, to never chase, kid.
Yeah, I mean, chasing in a game like this usually is your demise against some of the best in the world. Right now, the lead in favor of Lucid and Renegade, but they're kind of like trapped. I don't know. They actually rotate all the way to Tram here. I don't know if Lqgend and Bound are aware of it.
Wow.
Lqgend almost gets taken down instantly. I think he was getting 3-2-1 in that moment. He does get taken down, and Renegade's got the shock. He's going to chase down Bound, try to keep him off the map.
Yeah, there's that 2v1 push.
What?
Bound with a potential trade, but no, Renegade. Oh, sloppy sequence there. But Renegade gets the better of his rival, Bound, and maintains control of that sniper rifle. 17-20 lead now for Lucid and Renegade with 4 to go.
It was once again a situation that Plasma was so close, the observer thought it connected, heard the sound effect again. But now the lead has mounted to 5, and this is going to be very difficult at this point for Lqgend and Bound to come back into this. Lucid and Renegade have the camo, have the map, have the prediction on the spawns. They've got them staggered as well. I mean, this is how you close out a game and don't give the other team any chance to come back. We got the sticky repulsor combo once again, and I don't know if there was any counterplay for Bound in that moment.
Yeah, Lucid doing the Renegade there as he finds the 24th slay of this game 2. Looking to notch things up at 1 between Bound and Lqgend. What an incredible winter semifinals here, chat. We have to really emphasize semifinals here because it feels like it could be a grand finals. Renegade pushing up on a shock rifle coming up in 5. Lucid has a 1v1. Tries to land that tech again, but no. Bound gets the better of him and extends this match for now.
That was Lqgend, actually. And Lqgend, I mean, he must have been 1 HP after that. That plasma grenade blew up very close to him. I'm surprised he did not die, but that staying alive keeps him in this for now. Renegade being so annoying and pesky. You see, played that pillar perfectly. Lucid just walks up, backsmack him. I mean, God, this guy is just so irritating to play against. I can't even imagine. I think maybe played against him a handful of times in matchmaking, but dude, he is the hardest person in the world to kill. I am convinced.
I think that's always a quality characteristic of some of these top players, right? It's not even that they're talented at getting kills. It's that they're so good at making sure that they're a difficult kill. We definitely saw that there with the backsmack bait and switch to end this game. As we take a look at more highlights from that game 2, Eli, what stuck out to you the most?
I mean, it was the bounce back, I think, from Lucid and Renegade. They kind of lost the heartbreaker game 1, didn't let it affect them at all, still played each position very intelligently. They were working together a lot better. I think they're recognizing, like, hey, we can't just play with our food the same way we did earlier in this tournament. We've got to really show these guys respect. That was the double kill from Lqgend that, like, man, I wish we had his first person POV for, but regardless, this man was absolutely popping off. But it was, as soon as Renegade and Lucid got them on that staggered spawn, it was just GG's from there, honestly. I mean, they built a lead here where they're killing one at a time for a while, to the point that Bound and Lqgend never have a chance to even work together. And that's really when they started to come away with it.
I think what you could argue is maybe most concerning for Lqgend and Bound here is they lost the match despite the fact that Renegade never really had shock. Now we move on to live fire, where the S7 sniper rifle takes its stand at the top mid location. Repulsor now in a perfect spot there, where you almost inclined to take that jump up to the vent side as Renegade steals the snipe.
Absolutely. Renegade realizes that he's going to be safer repulsing from underneath. He's going to be exposed for less time as he grabs the sniper than he would if he had taken the top mid route. On top of that, he's going to have the repulsor to put to work afterwards as well. And that was a very impressive sky shot from Renegade.
Look at the confidence. Just knows he has help there from Bound. The attention is on him. That's why he's able to maintain his pressure on Lqgend and then take the face of Bound shortly after. A flawless 4-0 start here for Lucid and Renegade. Look at this. They're looking to pick up the QT as well.
That was an intentional split spawn once again. See, the strategy in 2s that I'm noticing is once you get one dead, you push the other guy extremely aggressively so that when their teammate spawns, they don't spawn together. And it's just gonna, you can potentially put them on that cycle, and that's how you grow a lead against some of the best in the world. Renegade's gonna hit that shot and then immediately QT to safety. He's gonna come back knowing that Lucid is here, using that portal to control multiple parts of the map at the same time. Wow, gets that kill, immediately goes back, and he's probably gonna come right back here to tower. Wait, you fall off the map? What just happened to Renegade?
Not sure how Renegade ended up off the map, but all right. Well, 2 go
What?
down in a 3-8 game here as Bound and Legend need a few team wipes in a row to get back in this one. As Bound creeps his way towards a lag out, maybe?
This is looking very strange. This is not normal.
Not normally.
Somebody check him PC, because it has crashed.
Well, you know what, Eli? I think that's a fitting moment because this day's been too good, right? You can't just have everything go right and everything go your way. You got to have at least one moment where it's like, oh, man, that wasn't perfect. And that's probably the only time we've said that all throughout the day, as we do have a DC here on our live fire game 3, Renegade and Lucid versus Bound and Legend. Again, chat, if you're just joining us, in the winners semifinals. You might think tuning in, seeing these names on your screen, Eli, oh great, I tuned in just in time for the grand finals. We still have half a day to go, and speaking of, in the first half of this day, Eli, we'll take this conversation to the QT. In the first half of Halo today, we've seen more QT plays than we did in the entire half a season when it was introduced in HCS Season 2. Talk to me a little bit about why, how, who, what, where, when, all that, as it relates to the QT, and why we're seeing so many impressive plays here today.
I mean, like I said before, it's just really about the location of the QT. I think HCS made a great decision to put it back green in a safe spot so you can at least place that initial portal. I mean, thinking back to games on Aquarius and Argyle, if you go out of your way to grab the QT in the first place, you might just die for that alone. But on top of that, to survive with it long enough to place a portal and then also go somewhere else to like have some distance between yourself and the portal, it's just a lot of things had to add up in order for you to get any value out of it. But now Livefire is a really fun map to add it to, and you can place that portal somewhere, make some big brain plays, and you can play forward and backwards at the same time, like we saw Renegade doing just then.
And this is an incredible day, Eli. This deserves a tweet from Jake Sucky or something. We have nearly 4,000 viewers live watching a 2v2 grassroots tournament. Now, I know our best players are competing here today, but I got to give a quick shout out to the grassroots community and really just grassroots gaming in general. I really think it's the future for competitive gaming, and I think LVT Halo is the shining star example of that, as we have put together quite the event for you guys here today, and you guys seem to be enjoying yourself. Thank you guys so much for tuning in as we get back into the action. Game 3 here on Livefire, a tie between Bound and Legend and Lucid and Renegade as Bound and Legend find the opening break.
All right, so yeah, we saw in the chat there, I think it's a 5-kill lead for Renegade and Lucid. So right now, because it's a reset, and they had a 5-kill lead before, they're going to play it to where Lucid and Renegade only need 20 kills, and Bound and Legend will need 25. So if you're on the side of Bound and Legend, you got to make sure you take advantage of the reset. Winning the early game can snowball to win that 5-point differential that you need to come back into this, and so far they've done that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that mental battle that gets added to an already mental, warfare, essentially, between these two teams, as you can't feel like you're up 2-0, right? You got to always have those 5 kills in the back of your head, and you want to build that 5-kill lead. You want to press for more. You can't feel content and safe just because the scoreboard reads as a 4-kill lead. You're going to need 5 to tie this one up as Lucid and Renegade take the lead going into the reset, but Bound and Legend have started off really well here.
Oh my God.
Wow, how did that? I don't know how that sticky landed. I think it was actually a sticky from his teammate because it looked like Legend got the DMR finish, or maybe he snuck it in before the sticky blew up. Nonetheless, it's a 5-1 lead, and Bound and Legend are 1 away from tying things up.
Oh, he really needed to hit that spawn snipe right there. He had the prediction on it, just barely missed the shot. Legend, while his teammate's dead, gonna play passively. So important to just stay alive, because obviously you're at a disadvantage when your teammate dies. You're fighting a 1v2. Gotta just wait. Legend does find a kill somehow in this situation while Lucid goes and gets the sniper rifle. Renegade's left all by his lonesome. Legend able to take advantage of that situation. And now they're applying pressure to Lucid. They know where he is, and they know he has a sniper.
Lucid with the snipe, looking to make good use of that one shot that he has left, but it's not going to connect. Instead, he's going to have to utilize the grenade DMR combination. as Bound pushes up alongside Legend through the cut side of the map, but with Camo up soon. No, they're going to continue to push through Nest. No worries about that Camo. They're going to look for the Slays here and then reposition. Look at that bait and switch there as Lucid gets the back smack.
Renegade really put in the blender so far this game. 1-6. Legend, the one putting him in the blender. This man, I think so many of Legend's yeah, he's 8-1.
It's the opposite.
It's just
they're
math,
going
right?
head to head.
Yeah, Legend literally just getting the better of Renegade in all these situations. I feel like Renegade's the type of player, he loses a couple 1v1s in a row, he's just gonna keep going for him. Like he's gonna be
He's
like,
not-
you know,
yeah,
I'm never gonna back down. He's just like, I need to now win this fight.
Yeah, look at this, continuing to hold
surviving
forward.
though.
Has Legend down to one shot, and that's impressive, right? I talk about a characteristic you love to see in a competitor. They can be down. It looks like 7, but again, it's just 2. But they can be down in a match and play like they're up. Legend looking up there, not able to land that second no scope. Did land the first, an impressive shot. Lucid now with the no scope practice on his opponent Bound, but he doesn't land any of them. He's a sniper like a hot potato, goes back and forth.
You see how in tune these guys are with the spawn system. Bound rounded that corner basically pre-firing at Renegade, knowing that's exactly where he would show up next. I mean, these guys played on live fire probably more than any other map at this point, so no shocker that they are that in tune with the spawns in this. But I mean, this is the biggest lead we've seen since basically winners round 2 in any of the matches we watched so far.
Yeah, it's an 8-kill lead on your screen, but in actuality, it's 3, as Lucid and Renegade had the 5-kill edge before the reset. But speaking of reset, it's looking like a completely new game, as Lucid has that sniper rifle to work with. 1 shot left before taking on more opponents. That is depleted. His teammate Renegade at the back of mud can't help Lucid out. He's in a 1v1 for now. Renegade, I'm sure, working his way up to the C platform. And wow, look at that. Legend just going to QT out of there. Does he completely stay alive? Wow, another efficient use of the QT today, Eli.
That was very impressive. It's also interesting that he portaled while he had that upwards and angular momentum, because there was a version of reality where he actually portals back and launches off the map, because you do maintain your angular velocity as you go back to the other side. So it would have been very interesting if, because he QT'd mid repulse, if he carried that momentum off the map on the other side. But unfortunately, doesn't happen to him this time. And looks like the lead gonna be shrinking just a little bit. Both go down, but now it's also the camo coming up, so could be even further growing on the other side.
I just love how these 2v2s really isolate the individual skill. And we saw Renegade doing a great job staying alive. And you even get the microcosm of teamwork there with the bait and switches and 2v2s. I mean, this is just, this has been a treat. I think some people might think 4v4 is pinnacle Halo, but I don't know. The 2v2 feels like it's right there with it for the time being, as Renegade pushes up through the middle of the map. A tie game here, 16 all. Renegade with the camo, looking to change that, looking to give his team the lead. But just like we've seen all day, Eli, this is actually kind of ironic. The QT's been twice as effective as the camo.
Right. I mean, both teams know that the camo only lasts 30 seconds, so they time it out. But there's not really a way to time out the QT. The guy can just move around freely. He doesn't have to worry about walking everywhere. But the thing is, like, if you have the camo, you have to walk everywhere to stay invisible, and these guys are just G-sliding in the opposite direction around the map. Legend with a massive trade out as he dies there. It's going to be in the favor of Bound and Legends. Bound finding the QT, and let's see what he can do with it here.
18 to 12 now. Just a 1-kill lead after the reset. Now a 2-kill lead. 19 to 17. Bound and Legends. I was about to say Bound and Renegade. I'm so used to them being a team. Look to put the finishing touches on a Game 3 swing, Eli, that we've seen historically in best of 5s. You win Game 3 when it's tied 1-1. You take an 80% chance of winning the series if you do take and claim Game 3, and that's what Bound and Legend are looking to do.
Needed to win by 5, and they're currently up by 8. Keep in mind, Lucid and Renegade only need 20, so they could go on a run here, but it's only 4 kills for Legend and Bound to close it out. What impressed me about that situation we just watched, though, was Bound had the QT option, but he was so confident that he was going to get the kill despite being one-shot that he didn't even blink back when he was one-shot. He said, nah, I'm going to just stay here and kill you. Like, yeah, I know I could go back, but I don't need to. So, I don't know. The confidence from Bound right now definitely showing on the screen.
Yeah, one of those lessons. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. young warrior.
Exactly.
It really
Yes.
felt like that, right? I mean, that was just a great example of the patience and the trust that you have in your skill level to win this fight. 21-13. Still 4 kills needed for Bound and Legend. 7 for the likes of Lucid and Renegade. As we have a closer game than what it looks like on your score. A +5 net to Lucid and Renegade. As we did have a reset before this action resumed. Bound with the potential Quigley. Body shot there. Takes out at least one opponent to 1 HP. And this could be the finishing touches. Bound with the no-scope on Lucid. Renegade gets the kill on Legend. Now it's up to Bound to take down his absolute arch rival. Just getting a little bit into chase territory. You got to watch out. Chasing too much. Yep, Renegade takes him down.
With the perfect use of the spike grenades. Definitely the hardest grenades in the meta right now to get value out of, but if you place it on the right part of the wall and you predict that enemy will be exactly horizontal to it before it explodes, that's a way to get max value out of it. Bound and Legend now only need 1 kill. Lucid and Renegade would need 4 to close it out.
24-21 as Bound puts the finishing touches with the ninja and lets Renegade know about it. There we go. There's a little bit of action between 2 duos in 2v2s. Now just absolute bitter rivals, you can imagine, after all the fierce competition we've seen in 4v4s and now 2v2s, as Bound and Renegade have split up, and Bound splits his back with the ninja.
Yeah, look at this. Jumps while in front of him, turns. The game... Does the game turn for him? Like the lunge?
It looked like he mouse and keyboard 180, right? Like that was weird.
Yeah. Does the game change his direction for him right here?
He's looking towards Sniper when he gets the melee. Yeah, that was insane.
That looks a little wild. I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, I know Bound plays on super fast sensitivity, but I don't think that's even possible to move those speeds on controller without the game helping you out a little bit. But could also be observer desync. Maybe that wasn't what his POV looked like. Not sure, but regardless, Bound and Legend. Maybe a lot of people predicted that Renegade and Lucid would just win this tournament without losing a single game, but Bound and Legend showing they're here to play.
Bound and Legend haven't been teammates for long, but talk about a great way to form some chemistry, Eli. You sign up for the LVT 2v2 Open, and you win it outright against where you've had Frankenstein combinations of OpTic and SSG and OpTic and FaZe and all these other top teams that are coming together. Here you see SSG, at least with Bound and Legend, forming a new duo that might be one of the top duos to look out for in HCS Season 3. As we have a Game 4 here on our hands. Back to Recharge.
It's opening going to be so pivotal. Usually whoever wins this gets both the camo and the shock, like we've seen on Solitude as well. Lucid's going to wait. I think he's intentionally procking it away from them because it does make that sound effect, right? Like you can hear where the camo guy procced the item, so sometimes gives away your location. They know that he wants the shock rifle, so they're just kind of shooting towards the shock rifle. Despite having camo, Lucid knows that he's going to have to play a little bit safer to grab it and use the grapple to do so. And when Renegade gets taken down, I think he's going to want to back up here or just hang out and hit the shot.
Yeah, I like that play there from Lucid. He would have been totally fine, would have been safe to just jump over and grab the shock, but with 3 grapples in total to work with, the max you can take off spawn, I think it was worth it to be safe and use the one to grab that shock. And now we see it being put to use as Bound goes down to the headshot from Lucid. Has a chance there to potentially push up on Legend, but you can see with Renegade so far out on gold, Eli, that pinch is not going to occur. Instead, we're going to have a reset. Tied at 2.
This is so interesting. Both teams kind of know roughly where they are, but Lucid with this is so smart. He's so good at positioning himself to get the kills. Like, yeah, of course, he's skilled to hit the shots, but it's the process. He gets into a position that allows him to hit the shots where his opponents don't expect him to be there. And I think that's one of the things that people don't talk about enough about Lucid and what makes him so special. What?
Oh, Lucid finds the toes of Legends. A lot of feet talk on the stream today, and for good reason, right? Shots like that where you can hardly even see an opponent taking every inch of those toes as Lucid finds the slay with the shock rifle. Now look at it, grapple back up. Oh my God, goes in between a grapple shot melee. Assist earned as Renegade gets the cleanup kill, but Lucid earns another camo. Momentum is mounting here for Lucid and Renegade.
So important to do so right now as well. Looks like kills are traded out in the pipes. 1v1 for the time being. Lqgend, so slick with his movement. I swear, every time he finds himself alone after Bound dies, he picks the best route to get himself to safety, just to give Bound enough time to come back into the play and give himself a better engagement going next. And look at that, he wins another 1v1 against Renegade. I feel like he has had Renegade's number so far.
4-7. Game's been brought a little bit closer now, as Lucid has no more shock rifle left to work with. Could be a reason why the lead is dwindled a little bit for them. You have to imagine they want to be the first to jump on that next shock rifle, Eli, but it looks like, based on the positioning, that the red squad, Bound and Lqgend, should have eyes on the next shock rifle instead as Lucid goes down. Lqgend looking to find Renegade. Spots Bound on his front side on the C side. Knows that he needs to turn around to potentially find that opponent. And Renegade, oh my god, earns the double kill 1v2 win against Bound and Lqgend to extend this lead back to 4.
Lqgend looked like he had the plan to, you know, kind of use Bound as bait. Obviously, he's not purposefully letting him die, but, you know, just understanding that your opponent is looking at your teammate is a good time to engage. But Renegade just sees through the whole thing and hits the shots, gets an unlikely double kill. That was insane. Now, as a reward, Lucid's got the shock rifle, and he's going to put it to work.
Oh, they do, in fact, have the edge on that next round of fresh shock rifle. A full amount of ammunition to work with as the camo is up soon. 5 seconds to be, in fact. Lucid and Renegade positioning here on the C side seem to have the edge, but they're going to need to slay at least one of Bound or Lqgend before they do, in fact, grab that camo. The battle ensues. Lucid takes the face, and Renegade does the other on the other side of the map, taking down Lqgend, and I'll give them camo quite easily. Lucid and Renegade starting to build a case for a Game 5.
That was so interesting. You saw Lucid and Renegade holding diagonal corners of the map. So what that does is the only two places that the other team could spawn were glass or A, because they hold the other two corners, right? So Lucid stares at one corner to see if they spawn glass. As soon as they don't spawn glass, he knows they're in A. It just makes it's just process of elimination. They know exactly where they're spawning next, and they know how to position themselves. They're making it very difficult for Bound and Lqgend to come back.
Shock rifle control just been way too strong on a map like Recharge that really highlights and emphasizes that power weapon as Lqgend looking to dwindle this lead down. It's a double up, excuse me, on Lucid and Renegade, or for Lucid and Renegade, I should say, as they're up by a count of 8-16. As Renegade adds to the scoreboard, taking down Bound, trades out there with Lqgend, and when you're up this big, Eli, it's about as good of a sequence as you can imagine.
You are not wrong. They've absolutely turned up the pressure, but I think they've just been playing these scenarios so much better so far. I mean, they're always in position to help one another. In the early rounds of the tournament, there was maybe a question mark about that. Like, will these two superstars really work well together? They're rivals. But they've found some chemistry here, and a lot of these engagements, they're just outplaying.
And this now is probably, you could argue, the most dominant a team has looked in a match now, as Lucid and Renegade have maintained that double up on the score, 10-20, as the timer hits the halfway mark at 6 minutes. Renegade lining up his scope towards the back of blue. Don't have any opponents that are going to be peeking there. Instead, it looks like they're making their way towards the tower side. Lucid does a good job to trade that out, and then Renegade's just going to clean up the rest. Didn't even need the perfect headshot. Lqgend was down to low HP. Makes for an easy kill for Renegade, an easy camo grab as well.
Okay. Will he stay alive? Looks like he's taking a route that's unpredictable. This is what makes Renegade so difficult to play against. He's always thinking about what his opponent expects, and then he just does something else. It doesn't matter how many steps ahead you try to think about this guy. He's going to think another step ahead, and that's... Look at this, man.
Oh, what? Oh, my God. I was thinking maybe a triple. It was the Steaktacular medal instead. They're both purple. You can understand why I got excited there. As, my goodness, Renegade has opened up the gates to a Game 5. Here we go, chat. Another Game 5 on your screen. Will it be our fifth 24-24 sequence, regardless of what the score does? This is an all-time classic tournament at this point. What an unbelievable day, Eli. I'm not even going to ask you for a prediction, but what are some things that the viewer should watch out for here in Game 5?
Wow, I mean, this opening I think is going to be highly consequential because yeah, both teams are capable of coming back, but against the talent in this lobby, if you're not starting the game hot, it's going to be super hard to come back. I mean, most of the time in these games so far, the team that starts off with the lead is able to control the pace, control the map a little bit better throughout the entire game from then on. And yeah, that's what I'm looking for most. Who's going to come out hot from the very beginning of this next game?
All right, here we go. We're not waiting a second to start things up. Solitude, formerly known as Plaza in Halo 5, a map that these players have plenty of familiarity with. And for Bound and Legend, this is another opportunity to build that chemistry and to form into a deadly duo. Bound and Legend. We haven't even had a chance to really take in how epic that duo could be, but we're getting a chance to see it on screen here as we have our Game 5 winner semifinals, winner final on the line. We hop on board here with Bound, gets a couple of grenades out early. That's gonna close off the camo for now. Yeah, it looks like Bound is gonna make it away with that camo. He's got to sneak away to truck, still a little bit of visibility, and he is gonna make it out. Tied up 0-0, but Bound has the camo.
Look at this. He knew that Lucid would predict that he goes for the shock, so he takes a different route, but they're always thinking so many steps ahead, man. How does Lucid predict the other route as well? I mean, these guys are just really playing mind games and chess against each other here.
I was keeping an eye out for that. Renegade had some body disrespect. I was kind of hoping it was on Bound just for the the sake of the narrative and the storyline, but he actually body smacked Legend there. Interesting to note as Renegade mounts a little bit of confidence here, and he doesn't need any more attributes to add to his list of what makes him such a incredible player. Renegade is his nickname, and for good reason, as he lands the headshot there on Bound, just barely taking a sniff out the window to see what's going on, and gets his face ripped off for it.
What's kind of interesting about that headshot is it made the sound effect of the chain, so there is a little tick sound that you hear if the shock rifle also spreads the electricity to a nearby teammate. So that tells Renegade that the other teammate was right there next to him in yard, so that's why he more freely moved to this position so that he could gatekeep them from getting out of yard here.
Oh, Renegade, that's probably his dream right there. He had 4 sticky grenades to use within 4 seconds of each other. Doesn't get any damage, but interesting to point out nonetheless, as Lucid gets the better of Bound. Renegade still with that shock rifle, and he's got plenty to work with. A full magazine and then some. Look at this. Now he's got the repulsor as well. Takes Bound down to low HP, baiting out that camo. Don't hit the jump shot on Legend, as he's not going to be able to. I'm sure chat would have loved to have seen it, but my goodness. Oh, Legend's going to actually sneak the camo. Not only does he not go down to the headshot from Renegade, he gets away with camo. This gives Bound and Legend life. It's getting a little out of hand, a little too early. 2-6, but Legend has something to say about it. Now 3-6.
That was all part of the plan. Just shooting Renegade back in that moment was just to give himself enough space to grab the camo. Definitely a lot of forethought involved in that play, and like you said, able to take down Lucid, but Renegade taking a very sneaky spot over here. I don't think they're aware of his exact location. It presumed that he's over here. You see how much respect he gives to Renegade shock rifle, barely peeking for long enough to shoot him one time.
Ooh, and look at Eli, did you see that right there? Look at that right there. They did not take the bait and switch. Lucid and Renegade set up for that bait and switch to come through on the potential A side. Actually, it was Legend on the cafe side, and Legend went out towards the window instead, more towards top mid, and earned the double kill to bring his team right back. Previously, Lucid and Renegade were running a clinic on bait and switches like that, but Bound and Legend not taking the bait in this game 5.
You know Lucid has the shock, but wow, look at the pre-fire right there just to shut him down. Make sure you take him out of scope. That was a distance Lucid wanted to scope in, so taking him out of scope made that shot a lot more difficult to hit. And Bound's got the shock rifle now. This is now in favor of Bound and Legend, 7-6.
And it's still, you're only missing 1 shot in that shock rifle. You got 2 just about full rotations of use with it. If he can stay alive, oh my god, speaking of 2, there's the double kill from Bound as he makes it a 2-kill lead for Bound and Legend. They were looking down and out at 2-6, but now with this run, they're up 9-7.
Wow, you saw him predict the spawn, but he doesn't hit the shot. Once again, we saw that same thing happen to Bound on live fire. Maybe not trusting to zoom in that moment. Understanding is, oh my god, he's still hitting the shots though. Switches to the Bandit, doesn't get the melee for the trade, but you know Legend is on his way, and it actually didn't even matter because that opened up the timing window for Lqgend to grab the camo.
Yep, with a 3-kill lead, if you're Bound, you'll probably say, hey, you can take me down if it means that Lqgend gets the camo. But now, the next step in that process, you got to make some use out of it. You got to get some value out of this camo, and it looks like the push, the pinch is on. Lucid spotted in the back of the map. Lqgend creeping his way forward like Jaws in the water. Takes a bite out of Lucid, now looking to fatally remove Renegade from the map. Has the shots in him. Needed the 5 perfect, gets 4, needs 1 more, and look at this. Both of these players doing a good job to stay alive. And once again, Bound doesn't take the bait and switch. Neither of them do there.
So much respect given on both sides. No reason to give up a free kill in a moment where you already have the lead. All the time off the clock is going to play to your favor. Lqgend finding the back smack somehow. This guy is so slippery. I mean, we talk about how much of a difficult kill Renegade is, but Lqgend might be an even more difficult kill.
That was like a strafe I'd never seen before. That was, my God, almost Halo 3 levels of strafing there from Lqgend as he stays alive with the great movement, great shots. Renegade with the thrust. It's going to give him that movement edge he needed to win that fight outright as Lqgend goes down. Bound up on the map. Going to take a 1v1 here with Renegade and takes him down. Good trade out there from Bound and Lqgend in a sequence where they're up by 5. You can almost strategically play for the trades here. And look at that. The bait and switch is going in a different direction. That has been the difference here. The bait and switch execution there from Bound and Lqgend adds another one to the scoreboard. 16-10 with 6:20 left.
Look at this. Forced Lucid to spawn in the snipe lift. Somehow aware of this location. I don't know how Lqgend decided to turn around there to find Renegade. Didn't seem like there was any reason for him to think he was there. Maybe he heard a footstep. I'm not sure, but they are really isolating Lucid in so many of these fights and working so well together. They've grown the lead to 9, and they have the new shock rifle and the new camo. Can Lucid and Renegade create a miracle comeback victory? We'll have to see.
And you always tell me, Eli, the most important battle is often that at that 6-minute mark where you got a power up and a power weapon both up at the same time. And my God, Bound and Lqgend look like Lucid and Renegade last game where they had, I believe that was at a 20-10 double up lead. Bound and Lqgend looking equally as strong now as Lqgend has control of both the shot and the camo. Ooh. Oh, Lucid trying to make his way out to the Prius. An escape plan doesn't work as Lqgend lands the double kill on Lucid and Renegade, looking to shut the door on any chance of a comeback.
Look at this. They know where the spawn is. Teammate telling him where they're going to spawn. Based on their positioning, he's going to get into this fight. If he can hit this shot. Oh my, what am I watching?
Dude, his movement is
that was insane. Yeah,
and that's absolutely the thing, right, Eli? In Halo, a lot of the players' POVs, they look pretty. It looks pretty similar, right? Everybody's movement, right? Everybody on controller. It just looks. It looks pretty similar. Something about guys like Lqgend, it just looks completely different when you switch to his POV. It's almost like he's playing on mouse and keyboard, but he is on controller. I think that's one of the reasons why. I don't know if he plays on a fast sense or is just fast twitched naturally with his hands, but that is gonna do it as Bound and Lqgend absolutely dismantle Lucid and Renegade in a game 5 where we are expecting our closest match of the series. Actually had our biggest blowout as they take it in emphatic fashion and move on to your winter final.
Rest in peace to all the players or all the channel points that were voted for Lucid and Renegade. I mean, I'd have to imagine that was the more common vote, but Lqgend and Bound showing that they're here to play, and I think this really bodes well for moving into next season. I mean, we already saw them. They should have won that tournament, to be honest, right? Like, they blew a massive lead in the finals in the last game at Game 5 of Grand Finals, and I think that might have just motivated them to be even better. These two guys playing very well together, and this is some early teamwork from one of the front runners for next season.
All right, an incredible series there as Lqgend and Bound taking. We got our own pairing, like Lqgend and Bound. They're called Louis V Titan and Tools. We're gonna send it back to them and see what their thoughts were on that incredible best of 5 series.
Boy, oh boy, did that not disappoint. Bound and Lqgend pulling it out. They sit in the winter finals now. Tools, thoughts on that tasty series?
I think we clearly saw that at points in time, Lqgend can just completely take over a game. I really think that he showed himself to be the best player in the lobby today. Like, there was moments where he was unstoppable. I mean, you heard Eli at the end, like, just watching his gameplay. He was like, what is this guy doing? Like, He is clearly playing at just a higher level, playing fast, hitting those buttons, and getting some big kills. Really impressed with him. I think he pairs up well with Bound. When it's going well, it's going great. But then you also have the other side of the edge, right? Where when it's going bad, it's going bad. Remember that game 4, right? Everything just fell apart. Lucid and Renegade ran through it. We need to see some of that, some more stability from them as this tournament continues on. But Bound and Lqgend, I really feel like have cemented themselves as the favorites for this tournament after that series.
Indeed, Bound and Lqgend now sit in the winter final. Remember, frostyTUS put on quite a show. Skeptify, Soul Snipe making a run through the bracket, but Frosty and Tusk taking that one 3-0. So now we got Bound and Lqgend versus Frosty and Tusk. Obviously, it's been kind of a talking point, right? But Tusk, a money match type of man. Is that right, Tools?
Oh, yeah, right. He shows up to the big things. He doesn't play unless there's money on the line. He loves these twos. And, well, if there's anyone to upset this Bound and Lqgend roster, it's going to be Frosty and Tusk. They've been undefeated throughout the bracket all day today. Haven't dropped a map. On the other side, Bound and Lqgend, they seem to love the game 5s, right? Last shot Super CC took them to game 5. Renegade and Lucid took them to game 5. Biggest thing I got to say for Frosty and Tusk, don't let them get the Solitude. Don't play them on Plaza. That's where they've been having their bread and butter. Get it done before game 5.
Well, my trusty laptop here, surprisingly, the screen is like dead all of a sudden. So series layout might be down or MIA for a little bit. But nevertheless, we can see here we're in the lobby already. And it looks like players are potentially going to get onto their teams.
Wait.
Yeah.
Can you pull up game chat real fast?
Yeah, we can take a look.
Literally cheating. That's so... teammate is cheating. So I guess they're not very happy. Not very happy with the EU connection is what I'm gonna say. Saw that for the first time. That French internet coming in clutch. But you guys can see this is getting ready. Everyone's ready, and well, I think 3,500 people in chat are ready as well. Louis, let's get ourselves right into this first game.
Absolutely. Well, our casters are still out of this one, and as I said, series out is a little MIA at the moment. But yeah, this game starting ASAP. Obviously, this is winter finals.
Yo, Louis, you see what they're saying in chat, bro? Rossi asks who's on what team. He asks what team they are. Bound says you're on Cobra. Period. Doesn't let him have any conversation about it.
Bet. All right, we're loading in. Mac and Eli are back as well. So we're gonna throw it to them as we get into game number 1.
All right, Eli, here we go. This is our grand finals. We're finally here. It feels like we've had 2 or 3 series feel like it. I had to take my hoodie off because it was getting so hot and sweaty. The matches were so insane. But here we go. Your grand finals, Slayer, Recharge. And I got to say real quick, I've actually really enjoyed the format where you have the same map, same series layout every single time. I think this has been quite a day for Halo and competitive Halo as we have our winter finals, feels like grand finals, between Bound and Lqgend and Frosty and Tusk, as looks like both teams trading out for a 1-1 tie.
I'm going to be so curious to see how this one plays out. I mean, like I said before, what makes Frosty and Tusk so good is their pacing control. But against Lqgend and Bound, I feel like these guys are also very good at that, but they're playing like a little bit faster. But I don't know, Frosty, the mastermind that he is, might somehow find a way to beat this red hot roster.
Bound recognizing he does not need to hang around. Lqgend has the free kill at the back of Turbine. Great recognition there from Bound. That's going to allow him to not only stay alive, but push up on the map. Get a foot or even just a yard further is a massive situation here where map control could be the difference as Lqgend finds another slay. Look like isolated on Tusk. Frosty looking to even out that 1v2 gunfight as Tusk, spawns split, and if Bound maybe hears it, he does. He could, this is interesting. Frosty, and it looks like Lqgend in a 1v1 potential, but cross map. Bound's gonna get the shots. Gotta watch the back though for Tusk. Turns around, there's Tusk. Tusk with the push, and the trade ensues. What an unbelievable sequence we're seeing. Trades going out left and right, but it's a 5-2 lead here for Bound and Lqgend.
Continuing where they left off in the last series. I mean, these guys, like I said, are red hot. They seem to be very good at also just making decisions when they get a couple of kills, which is so important in this game, right? Is when you have the upper hands, how do you press that advantage to even more kills? And I think that's exactly what they did so well in that game 5 we just watched, and they're picking up the same exact behaviors here.
Will that 5-2 lead make it 6-2 as Bound finds that.
Look at
nice
that
cleanup shot. I love that
Double
quick flick.
kill.
I'm a big fan of the DMR, man. I think we are in store for a lot more juice this year as a Halo community. The DMR is just better content. I don't even care at this point if it's better competitive. It's better content, which should grow the game, as we see one of the game changers on our screen here. Lqgend with the camo to work with. Bound baiting and switching with the likes of Tusk, but Tusk, the close quarter combat, takes him down. Lqgend with about 5-10 seconds left. A camo looking to isolate Frosty in a 1v1, and talk about respect. Even with camo, Eli, Lqgend doesn't engage with Frosty. Wow.
I think it's more so his awareness. I mean, well, obviously respect too, but he was also aware that yes, Frosty's in front of him, but he had Tusk behind him at the same time. And if he starts shooting, then he's going to get 2v1s immediately. Decides to just completely re-engage, and paid off. That was the correct way to play it. This Lqgend guy, he might be young, but he's playing like he's been around the block, and he's playing almost every situation perfectly so far today.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, I think jotting down mental notes on your opponent is so crucial. Here in the game 1 of your winter finals, it's a great time to jot down some notes. And my note, if I'm a competitor, if I'm Bound or Lqgend here, is that Tusk has been on the flank more often than not. So you start getting that that sixth sense, that spider sense tingling, more often than not, it's Tusk on the flank. And Bound and Lqgend have done a great job picking that out.
Absolutely. Bound trying to find an unpredictable position to snipe from. Doesn't want to face pressure. Looks like Frosty with a perfect grenade to keep him one shot. I have to imagine there could have been an audio cue from his Spartan. Yeah, it looks like Frosty heard the audio cue and knows that he was still one shot, but Bound survives long enough to get the shield back. Right now, taking a
switch, though.
Very aggressive stance in the tower. Lqgend does trade one out, but that was a good trade for Frosty and Tusk.
Yeah, that was the bait and switch that Bound and Lqgend weren't taking in that game 5, where they just destroyed Lucid and Renegade. There we saw Bound almost a little bit of an overextension, flying into a 1v2 where tower control was there for Tusk and Frosty, and now control of the shot is in their hands. Tusk lining up an opponent, lands the headshot there on Bound. Lqgend peeking as well, making it difficult at that, sliding and jumping away through the left and right of the door. Things will reset. Lqgend going to stay alive, but Tusk maintains control of that shock rifle, has one left to work with.
So interesting, the positions he's choosing. He actually keeps going to the same spot, which is more unpredictable for Bound than him going to a new spot. It's just layers on layers of these guys in each other's minds. Lqgend's going to take the plasma pistol. The shock rifle goes on reset, so after Tusk burned the last shot, the 60-second timer began for that shock to respawn. I think it'll be up around the 6-minute 20-ish second mark. So I think that both these teams might know that. Frosty's team definitely knows that, so I think they will try to make sure they have control of this gold side before the shock respawns.
13-12. It is close at the halfway mark of this match as Lqgend going to sneak around a little bit on the sneaky side of the map. Oh, he had to have had some intel. It looked like the audio there as he turns back towards Tusk. Tusk jumping up and down. I'm curious as to why he's doing that, Eli. Maybe for intel, he thinks that player's head glitching on that spot right there on Bounce POV. What do you think?
Yeah, probably. Just trying to get a sight line on something he couldn't see from ground level. It's oftentimes why someone might jump in place just to get a specific sight line at a specific moment. And like I said, Tusk knew that shock was coming up around the 620 mark. He's right there to grab it. Knows this player is coming in after him, but look at the big brain play. He predicted that Lqgend would come in over the top and not expect him to be hiding under that spot. I mean, these guys are predicting each other in so many levels. Camo coming up now. We got a very close game. This next camo could be highly consequential. Bound with the grapple, though. Gonna be able to safely grab it despite Frosty being ready to bait it there.
Bound with the extendo. Looked like he had a couple extra meters on that grapple as he was able to grab the camo. 14-13, still a close one here as Bound could add another one to the stat sheet. Be a pretty easy finish there, relatively speaking, on Tusk as he gets cleaned up. Bound still with a little bit of camo left to work with, but now it's the shot you got to worry about most. Frosty looking to claim it. Instead, it's Bound down to 1 HP. Where did Where did... Oh, Frosty went... Okay, Frosty
Yeah,
went
Bound
down,
killed
so massive, huge. 16-13. Now we have what was really a one-kill game all throughout. Bound and Legend starting to regain some of that control. Up by 3.
Oh my god, the reach out from Bound, the confidence on this man. Literally one shot, like he could get sneezed on and die. His health bar was non-existent. And he was reach on to see if he can hit this shot on Frosty before Frosty finds cover. I mean, these guys, absolutely insane so far. He's only got a couple shots left to work with. He's going to wait for his teammate to maybe get into a better position before he engages here. Wow, just hits the shot, predicts the rotation. I think he had the intel, though, from Legend in that moment. Said, hey, he's peeking your door right now. Bound with a great reticle placement. Puts his cursor exactly where it needs to go to hit that headshot.
And on the topic of jotting down notes on your opposition, Frosty and Tusk, Eli, have been extremely split. And that makes sense. We saw Tusk on the flank early on. Usually that means, especially in a 2v2, someone's got to be split. In this case, someone's definitely split, as Tusk and Frosty just not as aligned as we had seen in the previous series. Bound and Legend going to put the finishing touches on this one. It's a 5-kill lead, now 4. 2 possessions between these two teams, but you're going to need the next couple kills if you're Frosty and Tusk, and they do just that. 20-17, a 3-kill match with 4 to go.
Chemo's on the horizon. I think Shock is also on respawn fairly soon. Frosty's got the grapple, so he's going to be more ready to grab the Shock. Actually, it looks like another 30 seconds or so for that Shock. Gonna hold this position. Not sure what happened to that camo. I think... Oh, no, it's still up.
It's still
camo
there,
is... Yeah, neither team really feeling comfortable enough to push out. Very easy to bait it. It's exactly what it looks like Legend and Bound are doing. They're in perfect positions to team shoot anyone that goes for the camo. Frosty and Tusk know that, so they're not going to take it until they can get a pick here.
Yeah, Bound and Legend with this 3-kill lead. I'm not expecting them to try to grab camo unless the coast is clear, as it is now. Legend takes that camo, and the coast is as clear as it could be as Tusk and Frosty get wiped off the map. A 5-kill lead for Bound and Legend, needing only 3 more kills with about 3 to go.
I don't know if you recognize what Legend just did, but he positioned himself perfectly as the timing of the respawns to force that split spawn, and it's reminiscent of why Quadrant last year were so good at strongholds. They forced splits nonstop. That's why they had an insane run in strongholds, and this man is just on another level when it comes to putting himself in an advantageous position by manipulating the spawns.
I forget which tournament it was. It looks like the score might have been set to 50. We'll have to have a user end it there, as we do have a 25-17 game, but I think it was... Yeah, it was either the OpTic HES event or Fort Worth. Go back and find the VOD if you can, between Quadrant and Complexity. My God, the greatest example of spawn manipulation I've yet to see in Halo Infinite occurred in that series. And again, like you brought up, Eli, you got to see a little bit of that from Bound and Legend there. Makes sense since Legend was on that Quadrant roster last year. And my goodness, if Legend can take some of what he learned as it related to spawn manipulation to an already cracked team like SSG that probably knows 99% of what they need to know as it relates to spawn manipulation, but who knows? Maybe Legend gives you that extra 1% to where you can claim that you're the #1 team in Halo as it relates to that level of manipulation. And I know it sounds a little picky, but it really is the difference. It's not always the accuracy. It's not always the quick flick like you see there from Bound as he earns the double kill trade. It's all about decision making and positioning. That's really the difference and the edge that you can gather here in Halo competition.
You're exactly right. It's not enough to just hit your shots. You've got to set your team up for the ability to hit your shots in an easier manner. You want to make the game easy to play. We play campaign on Legendary, guys. We don't want to also play multiplayer on Legendary. These guys play in a way that they can play multiplayer on easy mode by limiting the number of possible options the other team has to spawn. And this makes every decision a lot easier.
Yeah, there's no shame in loading up the campaign on Legendary, but here in a tournament with money on the line and legacies at stake, gotta make the game as easy as you can for yourself. And right now, Bound and Legend are doing a great job of that, at least as it related to game 1. As Frosty and Tusk look to find an answer for now, find the camo, and want to lead.
Wow. Tusk winning a crucial 1v1 there. Frosty right now has the shock rifle camo combination. We've seen it all day and every time. Wow, Legend I think spotted Frosty the glimmer there, but Doesn't land any shots of it. Still good camo eyes regardless. Able to disengage at least momentarily, but I don't think they're going to get out of this one. That early lead starting to mount here, but once that shock rifle ammo expires and there's no longer camo to work with, we could see it swinging the other way.
Down with the S1 spawn. That's tough. Frosty, though, not going to make him pay for it as he lines up on Lqgend instead. At 1 HP, though, he's not going to slide back out to the right. Instead, he's going to regroup here with his teammate Tusk. A full magazine left to work with, and he's not going to get a chance to. Tusk, though, might. As Frosty goes down, Tusk making sure he picks up that shock rifle. Don't want to leave that into the hands of Bound and Lqgend. And if it goes down here, does a good job at dismantling some of those resources. I think there's only 1 or 2 shots left in the shock.
So right there, Tusk was trying to force a trade since he was already weak and he's fighting a 2v1, but unfortunately ends up thrusting into his own grenade as a result. Looks like Lqgend and Bound finding their comfort, and they were down 4-0 previously, now tied 4-4.
Yeah, great regain here. It was a flawless start for Frosty and Tusk, but Bound and Lqgend have brought it right back. Bound spots an opponent, definitely knows Tusk is there after the intel goes out, as too does the grenade. Frosty coming back to help Tusk. Look at this, is interesting now. Frosty and Tusk together on the cafe side. Bound a little split. He's going to go down, but he does earn the trade. Impressive trade there from Frosty, but he does allow Lqgend to sneak away with that camo. That Tusk spots it. This is incredible. Did camo get nerfed? This is insane, Eli. How many times have we seen players shoot off perfectly good camos?
I mean, what it really is they know what the best route that camo player could take is, right? So if you already know what route they're likely to take, there's only so many places you got to look, and then you do see the distortion effects. Plus, like I said, I think there is some intel going around the community about a certain setting you can adjust to see the camo a little bit easier, but I think a lot of it's just predicting routes. I mean, there's only so many routes the camo guy is likely to take. You know he's not going to go to the other side, waste his time. He's going to be making his path towards you in one of the few ways that reach your location. So if you just look around and kind of spot him a bit more often.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Tusk just grabbing that camo, I believe it was, and had a 1v1 with Bound. So Bound thinks, you know what, it's a 1v1, but he has the edge with camo. I'm going to guess he's pushing me outright with the quickest route, and that's exactly what Tusk took. Bound spotted him out with another impressive set of camo eyes, which we've seen all throughout the day. 7-5, now 8-5 lead. Make it 8-6. Back and forth. Everybody in the lobby goes down except for Bound. That's going to be that net positive win you want on the scoreboard. And what a time to win it, as he now has the shock.
It's definitely a time to get back into the lead after such a rough start. So impressive for them to come back and have the lead for themselves now. But Bound is going to have to hit some shots to maintain the lead, and Lqgend's going to find a trade on the other side. Looks like Tusk got a death sticky. So now we got a momentary 1v1 between Bound and Frosty.
7. This one's still close. 9 left on the clock. And Bound with that melee has the upper hand on his opponent. Hey, when you got a teammate pushing in like Lqgend does as well, it makes for an easy slay there on Frosty, and with numbers advantage.
Wow.
Bound should have taken down Tusk, let's just say cleanly, but Tusk does a great job, especially at 12-8, to earn that trade and keep it a 2-possession game. That swing would have made it a 3-possession game instead. Huge trade there, I'm going to say there, from Tusk.
Talk about predicting routes. Did you see that grenade that Frosty just threw? He saw Lqgend drop off of top mid with the camo. Lqgend does the jump off the light post to go back to top mid, and Frosty had pre-naded the spot that he was jumping to. It barely didn't do enough damage to kill him, but like, that's just the levels to this, man. They know that's the best route that guy could take. The one most likely gonna just go ahead and put a grenade there. That was great play from Frosty, just didn't pan out this time.
This will probably be different tomorrow in the 4v4s, Eli, but it almost feels like camo is the new QT, where you're just kind of underwhelmed by the value that players are finding out of that power up. Another camo dissipates with not much action on your screen. 13-8 now, under 7 left in this game, as Lqgend looks to land some cross shots on the opponent at the cafe side. Frosty taking to the top of Snipe. That's a good sticky there on the window from Tusk, but Lqgend spots it out, avoids any damage, and now looks to recollect with Bound.
Such a tense moment right here. This is a 5-kill lead for Bound and Lqgend. They have a pretty good idea of where Frosty and Tusk are, so they're just going to try to watch both sides. Looks like Bound is actually infiltrating right now. Got all the way up here. They're now together. That slide animation made a noise, so that was Tusk's cue to get out of dodge, but he cannot escape. We're back to another 1v1 between Legend and Frosty. And Shock Rifle and Camo are coming up in 10 seconds. This fight going to be so important.
Here we go, Eli. It's the most important moment of the match, the 6-minute mark, where Camo and Shock are both up simultaneously. A win on your opponents mean you likely net all of that sandbox. I even saw it look like a repulsor there behind Legend. As he uses his last thrust, he is going to, in fact, be able to grab the Shock. I actually don't think he sees the repulsor there. Now he does. Picks it back up, and he could have a hell of a lot to work with here if he grabs Camo as well. That shot on Tusk is going to make him feel like the coast is clear, and it is, in fact, Camo, Shock, and potentially even repulsor for Legend, but no, he's not even going to worry about that. He's pushing through.
Such a good time to do it. Bound does find the kill on Frosty, though. And can they take out Tusk? Tusk has been so aggressive after Frosty goes down. I don't understand why. It seems like he's not willing to disengage after his teammate dies, and that's just like a crucial part of 2v2s in my opinion. But
right? Yeah.
Perhaps
unless there's a cleanup.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless there's a player to clean up, you would advise Eli to not engage there and almost make yourself a little bit of an easier kill just on the basis of simple math. 2v1.
Exactly. I mean, but Frosty goes down. He's like, no, I'm still going to win this 2v1. Or he did last time. He did find a trade somehow in a very unlikely situation to do so. So props to him. But I feel like more often than not, you're going to be punished for actions like that.
Frosty looking to punish Bound and Legend for giving him the Shock once again, but it's gonna require 4 flawless engagements and encounters where you take down both Bound and Legend, and that would just get you a tie. So an uphill battle, an uphill climb here for Frosty and Tusk as it only gets harder as Frosty goes down 20-12, 4:20 left on your clock, and Bound and Legend look primed to go up 2-0 in the series.
It's gonna be very difficult for Frosty and Tusk to come back in this. Not impossible. If they win this next fight right now, they're definitely still in it. Legend finding a trade, though, is going to be very good for them. Camo coming up. I have to imagine this is going to be used as bait once again. Neither team really in great position to go straight for it.
Frosty, crucial fight here. 22-13, though, as Frosty goes down, and that will all but do it. If not for a miraculous comeback from Frosty and Tusk, Bound and Legend are 2 kills away from a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and Frosty finds himself in not the position he wants to be in. That's just gonna. He just ran right in and killed them both. I mean, I think
that looked like Frosty.
Yeah, Bound was on the other side though, just shooting from that yard BR, and I think Legend just confidently said, "I got Camo. You're looking at my teammate. How are you possibly going to kill me?" Goes straight in and cleans it up. Great stuff from these guys.
And you talk about the levels to this, Eli. Usually by the grand finals, after what we've already seen as an incredible tournament, some of the winners round 4 already. We weren't even into the quarters and semis yet, and we had some incredible games. What's going on right here though in the winner final? It just looked like Legend and Bound. They're not only a stout duo, but it looks like they're getting better every single game.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where they're at in their careers, right? Like Legend's the new guy on the team. They're excited to play together. This is his first chance. I'm sure Bound is excited to team with Legend as well. So I don't know. There is some like level of energy that you probably produce with one another as you continually beat better teams. I mean, beating Lucid and Renegade the round before, that's got to inject some adrenaline into your bloodstream, right? And I feel like they're just carrying that momentum and energy into this one. And I don't see the same energy from coming out of Frosty and Tusk right now.
Yeah, and I think that free shot of adrenaline, if you want to call it, Eli, for Bound and Legend came in winners round 4? Let's take a look here. I'm taking a look at our bracket. No, it was winners round 5. Bound and Legend versus Last Shot and Super CC. That went to a best of 5. We actually saw a little bit of that game on our LVT Halo broadcast where we kind of took a sneak peek at that series, but I looked quickly at the bracket to just see, is this a flawless run right now? Because after a 2-0 lead here in the winter finals, you would have thought that Bound and Legend were working with a perfect record. That's not the case. They have had to win 2 Game 5s to get to this point, and now in the winter final, they seem to be really hitting their stride.
It's actually Frosty and Tusk that up to this point had not dropped a single map in the tournament. So
right? Isn't that ironic?
For them to now lose the first 2, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they felt like, oh, this is too easy. You know, there is something to be said. Like if a tournament isn't challenging you enough, then you don't have to bring out the best version of yourself. But now that they're finally challenged and their backs against the wall, maybe this is when they step it up and play their best once again.
Oh man, this just has me like wondering if our SSG, OpTic, and FaZe signed up for tomorrow's tournament. Are we gonna get to see what the rest of SSG look like as a team of 4? That is going to be an incredible sight to see. I believe we did get a sneak peek at that in the FaZe 6K last week. How cool was that? Seeing Ogre 1 and Ogre 2 cast. My God, you want to learn something? Go back and watch that VOD. The levels of knowledge and Halo history that were on the LVT Halo broadcast because of the addition of Ogre 1 and Ogre 2. Quite an epic duo in the casting booth. In addition to on the sticks. We have a couple other legendary duos in the scene here. Bound and Legend up 2-0 on Frosty and Tusk in your winners finals, and they're continuing through here in game 3 with a 2-0 start.
I think Legend missed grabbing the repulse. It's still bottom mid, which is a rare sight to see. I don't know why he ran past it. I guess it looked like he was looking at it as well, but it is the camo repulse that is going to show up and delete him off the map. Frosty said, oh, you're not going to pick this up. Let me just take it for myself.
Dude, if that connected, I almost lost my S. That would have been ridiculous. Nonetheless, Frosty looking to take down Legend with the use of the QT. Back to the QT spawn location, back to where the repulsor used to spawn, and he's got Frosty in a blender. Bound now with a potential bait and switch, but Frosty with the perfect shots. Perfect play! Pancake on... And whoa. Did he get pancaked into his own QT chat? Louis, run that replay back after the game, of course. What?
Yeah, I think that's what I talked about earlier. Remember, so when you portal, you carry the momentum that you still had and the angular, like the angle that you were traveling as you go through the portal. So he got repulsed off the map, decides to try to to teleport back to his safe spot, but there was a wall right there, so the momentum just carried him into being pancaked instead of dying off the map.
I'm sorry, that was the play of the day. We've seen some incredible moments, but that was already a difficult 1v1 for Frosty, taking on Legend with the QT, by the way. And then you have Bound spawning up on the mud side, putting in shots as well, and Frosty comes away with a double kill. I am absolutely amazed. We just got to witness that double kill from Frosty and Tusk, and it has them right back in this one here, tied 5-all.
Already so intense. We're pretty close to the first camo respawning. So the camo now spawns every 2.5 minutes. It's gonna spawn on the 9:30 mark. Legend here in a precarious situation, but he's got help from his teammate. Teammate has to fight their own 1v1. Bound gets the 1v1 kill on Frosty. Legend trying to play a sneaky jump in front of the tower. And a trade comes out. So overall, Team Bound and Legend come out 1 ahead and also get the camo as a result.
Now, Bound and Legend have all the equipment, all the repulsor, all the camo, all the QT. Even after Legend went down via QT pancake, he went right back to it and picked it up the next sequence. So despite the fact that Frosty and Tusk had a nice little sequence there, as Frosty, I think, had a killing spree, it's still a tied game, 7-all. But Frosty now, he has the snipe in his hands. Something to work with as he finds the gluteals of Legend, takes him down, and has one opponent left on the nest side. That's Bound. Use your help here. Don't need to engage without taking maybe a little bit of damage, as he does a good job. Again, there's that disengagement while engaging, Eli. Just an unbelievable... critical what is it called, I'm trying to think of a coaching session, a clinic, there we go, a clinic from Frosty as he's showing how to move around this map and hit your shots. There we go.
He is just fully aware of his limits, right? Like, he knows exactly how long he can stay in the fight. He knows exactly when he needs to get out of the fight. He knows when he can sneak in a little bit of extra damage here and there. He's also got an assault rifle that has cat ears. I don't think I've seen this yet, but I'm digging it. But he's gonna find both opponents down here and try to keep them at bay in the tunnel here. And ultimately Tusk comes in to clean it up, and they're starting to look like they're running with a bit more teamwork now. Like I said, back against the wall, I think this is where we're going to see the best version of Frosty and Tusk.
Down 2-0 in this series, but up 3 in this game 3, looking to start that reverse sweep comeback. But Bound takes down Tusk. Frosty gets cleaned up as well by Legend. Both players winning their 1v1s. has Bound and Legend back to within 1 kill. And there you go. This seems to be a point of emphasis for maybe even SSG as an entire roster. That QT as Legend goes back to the well and back to that QT starting point.
Does leave Bound by himself, though. Keeps himself out of safety, but puts his teammates in position to get 2v1. He's going to show up, though. Try to make up for lost time. Gets the kill. Keeping them in this. They're only down by 1 now. Looks like camo is back up. So 7-minute mark. It's one of the new camo times. And Frosty with the stick play. Wait, no, that didn't connect.
What?
It looked like it.
He was
did
a
that not look
unicorn,
like a
bro.
stick?
Yeah. Tusk was cosplaying as a unicorn. I don't know how he didn't die. It looked like the spiker was directly implanted on the forehead. But a little frustrating sequence there for Frosty and Tusk, as this one's now tied 12-12. Legend with the camo. And I think if you're Frosty, that's got to be a short memory. You just got to wipe that one off, because that's almost like a tilting moment in a game 3. You need every bit you can get, and you don't get that. Frosty, though, I know he has the mental to bounce back.
Enemy
I
halfway.
think he has one of the strongest mentals in the game for sure. This guy is not phased by anything, no pun intended. He is always locked in. I mean, I'm sure he might have said one word to complain about it for a second, and then it's immediately off his memory. It's never going to affect the way he actually is playing in the game, so definitely don't think that's going to be a factor. They do actually now extend back to a 2-kill lead. Got the sniper here as well. Tusk should be able to finish this kill, but no. The survivability from Bound and Legend so impressive throughout these games.
And that was the difference. When Bound and Legend were losing games, they were getting lulled into some bait and switches. Now they are not taking any of the bait. If anything, they're flipping advantageous bait and switches for the opposition into bait and switches for themselves, as Legend lands the hands on Frosty, takes him down. Tusk at the bottom and back of A has to watch out for a surging Legend holding forward on the map, and Tusk is going to have no chance as his focus is on Bound. Legend on the flank now with the snipe. Land that shot on Frosty, but Frosty now in a tough spot.
What?
Legend lands the snipe, but it looked more like a no-scope. Wow.
That was an insane shot. There's such a small window where he could have even seen the Spartan. Somehow finds the headshot. Gonna take this sniper back to the nest. Gonna control the spawns just a little bit. They want to force them to spawn on that screen side of the map. You can see him now immediately approaching. He knows where he forced these guys to spawn. And if he can apply pressure right here, he could hit another shot. Oh my God, what was that shot?
And that looked like a no-scope too. But I'm getting sniped from Jeff Steitzer, so I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Legend, a crazy Halo player. Absolutely unbelievable. Look at this. And it's not to say Bound's having a bad game at 6-9. I want to focus on Legend at 14-7. 15 out of the 20 slays. Unbelievable. He'd be damn near tied with Frosty and Tusk on his own. And it's a close game, Eli. Unbelievable. Again, what we've seen from Legend, but Frosty looking to answer back as Bound goes down and Frosty has the snipe in his hand once again.
Tell you what, if you're Bound and Legend, you want to end this series right here, right now. You don't want to give Frosty and Tusk any momentum to carry into the next game, and they do have a 2-kill lead right now. That kill, though, if they can isolate Legend and finish this kill,
gotta get this.
Wow, look at Legend's movement. He's all over the place. They can't predict where he's going to go. Somehow survives. He's going to get his shields back, but Frosty's got the QT activated. Bound also surviving with no shields. Wherever Tusk is, he should be pressing them hard. They're both one-shot. No, Tusk not in a position to do so.
Yeah, maybe would have liked to seen Tusk there at sandbags, maybe pushing through mid at the point when Bound and Legend both went down to low HP at the Nest Bridge. It's all food for thought at the end of the day. Kind of hard to be so too critical of these guys as they are in the heat of the moment. 21-19, and Frosty with the slippy with that QT gets the back of Legend.
Wow.
And Bound now in a 1v2 of his own, only up by 1. This is so crucial. Not only does he make it away, but he earns a little bit of sandbox to his liking as well. And if he takes it over to the snipe tower, things could get really interesting. Instead, it looks like he's going to set up on the camo as Frosty pushes through, has the shots, but Bound takes him down.
Such an aggressive play from Bound, but it pays off.
Bound with a double.
How did he take them both down right there? That's absolutely insane. And he's predicting to spawn. Look at this. Oh. How many times has he predicted the spawn but not hit the shot? Slick movement, but Legend finds a kill somehow in the moment. And they just need one more.
One more kill needed, and that is going to be an easy cleanup for Bound. What an unbelievable finish from Bound. Unbelievable game from Lqgend as they'll move on to your grand finals.
Unbelievable. I mean, they just... Okay, so to put this into perspective, guys, Frosty and Tusk did not drop a single map leading up to winners finals, and now Bound and Lqgend don't drop a single map to them. I mean, very impressive stuff to take all this momentum into winners or into grand finals on the winner's side. They will have to wait for a while though. We've got a losers bracket currently in action. A lot of demons battling out. We've seen so many impressive plays all day, not just from these two teams, but from several others. So very curious to see how this losers bracket plays out.
Wow, wow, wow. Eli, what an incredible day, dude. I'm going to host up the hand and hit that virtual high five with you, my man, because this was absolutely incredible. Great day of Halo. 2v2 delivering double the action even than 4v4, some might even say, as we will get out of your way. It's been an awesome day. Active and Tony are coming up next. They're going to take you guys through to the lower finals, grand finals as well. Eli, any final thoughts as we depart an epic day of Halo? But it's still not done yet.
Man, I just want to say shout out to LVT. This is the first of 6 tournaments that we're running this month, by the way. So every Saturday, Sunday for the rest of the month, you guys are going to have some hot Halo action. 2v2s on Saturdays, 4v4s on Sundays. We got a new format. We've got the best in the world playing. We doubled the team cap from 64 to 128 because so many people were signing up. So, I mean, if you like, I don't know what more you guys could ask for. We also got to shout out the community members like Mash, throwing in an extra $1,000 to the prize pool tomorrow just to make it that even sweeter. So hopefully more pros see that and sign up as well. But I mean, this is just the first of many awesome weekends to come for the rest of January.
All right, that'll do it for Eli. I'm Mikowski. We'll see you guys bright and early again at 11 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to kick things over to Tools and Louis V Titan before welcoming Active and Why Not to the broadcast. Y'all take care and enjoy the rest of this incredible tournament.
All right. Thank you for that, Mikowski. Welcome, Tools. Wow. So Bound and Lqgend, right? Not really a surprise that they're sitting in grand finals after defeating Renegade Lucid. We got Frosty and Tusk. Frosty and Tusk obviously had a stellar run through the winner bracket. We're going to see how they play out in the lower finals later on today. But Tools, first thoughts of that wrap-up series?
I mean, Bound and Lqgend, they're by far the favorites. They look phenomenal, being able to take down Frosty and Tusk the way that they did. Not only were they dominant, but they were resilient, right? We saw games where they just ran away with it, but we also saw games where they held in tight, got big kills, were able to eventually overcome. And that's really the recipe of a successful team. I think Bound and Lqgend, this is any indication of what they're going to be able to do. Well, everybody is going to be looking at their wallets every night whenever those twos wagers come in. And well, tournament time, when those 4v4s come in, SSG is going to be a problem if Bound and Lqgend keep playing the way that they are. Wouldn't be surprised if these guys win a championship this year.
That's big talk. It's early. The season hadn't even started, man. But yeah, Lqgend looking promising, and Bound doing his thing as well. Man, I want to take a quick look at the lower bracket. It's going to have to be updated as we look at it, but this is where we stand at this point in time, Tools. I'm going to add teams as we go, but any thoughts, anything that jumps out at you?
Over at the bottom half, I've been trying to keep an eye over on the elimination bracket, but you can see Boo Boo, Dubu, and Spartan. They might be going up against some of Mexico's finest, but it's Team Stellar and Trippy that I think are going to have a tough matchup. Collect is waiting in the round before. They still have to get through one last team. I'm going to check in on that. I think we might be getting an invite to that lobby, but it's going to be Magico and Pink Sakura that are waiting for them. So Collect versus Pink Sakura, that could be very good. That'll determine who goes up against Stellar and Trippy. And well, Collect and Neptune, I think everyone's got their eye on them.
Alrighty, well, while we get our next swap of caches in here, we got Active and Tony coming in. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. You're going to take a quick ad break as well. We're going to get into the lower bracket where we said we were going. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, we're on to the lower side of things, and we're pretty much only halfway through this tournament. Tools, I already can tell you that we're in this match with Collect and Neptune. So without further ado, I want to introduce our final set of casters for today, Tony and Active. So Tony, go ahead and take it away as we get into game number 1.
What's up, guys? What is up? The same way that I need a haircut, I need me some Halo action in my life. And luckily, LVT and the crew have stepped up and given us some in the form of 2v2s. And tomorrow, we got the 4v4s. Why not be Reckless AK? Why not be Casting? I got Active E. And the E stands for entertainment with me. How you feeling, Active? Are you ready for this one?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm entertained. What an incredible tournament we've had thus far. 2v2 is really playing well with these bandit starts, and we've seen some really close series, a lot of game 5s, and I'm hoping that continues on as we get through this tournament.
Pink Sakura and Magico going up against Collect and Neptune. I remember casting over Magico's gameplay time and time again back in Halo 5. Really surprised he hasn't been able to make it to land just yet. I hear having a bit of visa issues with one of the best players out of Latin America. Pink Sakura, I've played a few times myself, and they've given me the business time and time again as well. Meanwhile, Collect and Neptune is back here in Halo, back here in Halo 2s, where I knew him mostly from back in Halo 5. And of course, Collect, who was going back in Halo 5 as Zolda. He's also was a demon in the 2s as well. It's going to be really interesting to watch. A 9-2 start in favor of Collect and Neptune, but a nice little appetizer to the main course that we're going to see the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Magico and Sakura beat Kratos and Hative to get here, two very prominent names in the scene, and so you've come to a point where you're in elimination round number 7. Obviously, this is the elimination bracket. You've got to do all you can to make it further, but you're stepping into the likes of Collect and Neptune, and you honestly gave a real good intro to these two players. Neptune coming back from Call of Duty, professional Call of Duty. You know, obviously previously in Halo 5 at a professional level, but Tony, they always come back. And it's them dominating here with a 10-4 lead, that being said. 10-1 right here. Come back to one Pink.
Love that movement tech coming in by Collect, just like grappling across the map all the way toward the A side, right next to his teammate now, as able to isolate Pink Sakura with the quickness. Earning a quick kill, leaving Magico by himself. I would imagine Magico's going to try to hold things off a little, wait for his teammate to come off his spawn, but eventually they have to make something happen. They need some dynamic plays. You were down by quite a bit, and things are kind of in danger of getting out of hand here.
Honestly, you're absolutely right. 12-6, a little bit of a lead built up here for Collect and Neptune, and now the shock rifle in Magico's hands. This is his chance to bring this back. He has the opportunity with that weapon. Shock rifle obviously being very powerful on recharge, and now of course added to Solitude as well. We'll see what he can do with this weapon.
Magico looking to make some magic happen here. Sniffs out Neptune over towards the B corner side, ends up getting himself a kill and stays alive with the grapple, doubles back to try to finish out that kill. Would love to see Magico stay alive there and trust Pink Sakura to pick up that one, but eventually Magico goes down. Pink Sakura holds the fort, Magico getting another kill, and this should be a big 1v1 fight against Neptune. Out of this world, as Pink Sakura and Magico put themselves back within striking distance. Now it's not quite as out of hand as it was in the early game.
Yeah, honestly, they've definitely brought this back, and it's really impressive, right? I honestly thought with, Collect and Neptune getting control of the initial weapons and, of course, that initial camo, that they would get a little bit of a larger lead here. It looks like Pink Sakura and Magico, making this very close. 15-10 now. It's not, out of their hands just yet, with maybe a camo and maybe a potential shock rifle control. They can bring this game back, but you see, Neptune and Collect are on that high side of the map. They've got control of the positioning. It takes Magico to come on and break on through, and now they have control of the glass and shock rifle spawn.
it makes me sick that you pronounce the name like this. I know you haven't watched anime at all, so that would have to be the whitest name. The whitest way I ever heard somebody say Sakura. Disgusting, but we're not going to talk about that now. We're here for Halo, not for Naruto, but we're going to have a talk later on. Trades out and kills, giving Collect and Neptune back the 4-kill lead that they also deserved earlier. Collect now going to try to find the second player, but looks like he might end up running into a 1v2 if he doesn't be careful, but apparently Sakura coming in with all that strength from Naruto, breaking down walls, getting himself a huge kill, and now Neptune looking to clean up some of the work, but a shock rifle is going to be really good in the hands of our native duo.
Honestly, what's really impressive to me, besides that beautiful shot from Neptune, is the fact that Collect and Neptune have done a really good job of getting those initial kills and kind of isolating the other spawner, right? It comes down to getting that first kill. There's a little bit of time in between the two player spawns, of course, and you're able to isolate that second player, and then that continuation in the isolation of players just makes it really difficult to take a 2-on-2, and you can see it right there. The spawn timer very off. So if they push Pink here, Magical spawns across the map. Thankfully for him, it's going to be on that C side potentially. Oh, never mind. Unluckily for him, it's on A as well. 24-14. Collect and Neptune really stepping up here.
When it rains, it pours, and this is what happens when you manipulate those spawns. You end up punishing the opposition. I hope you like your steak medium rare, because let me tell you, that was barely cooked. Collect the Neptune cooking quick in that game number 1. What was that, a 25-11 win right there? I don't even know. It was 25-14, an 11 kill advantage for Collect the Neptune going into game 2.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really impressed that, Magico and Pink Sakura were able to keep it close. But one of the things is that, Magico for one point of the game had that shock rifle control and wasn't really able to utilize it. But you saw when it was in the hands of Neptune or Collect, they really treated it like it was a power weapon. You get that shot in. If you miss that shot, you stay alive. You're able to make yourself a difficult target, because that power weapon essentially is everything on that map. If you end up dying with that, you end up giving that away, you're potentially giving away your, I don't want to say win condition, but your ability to come back in the game. So even though it looked close for a while, the minute Collect and Neptune got control of that shock rifle, got control of the top side of the map, they were able to take control of the game. And you saw it right there with that big win, 25-14.
And that's exactly why, I'm going to say my opinion, I'm sure you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I feel like when you're playing at Onyx 2000 or even, or forget Onyx, just a professional level, it is a different game than what something like I play. For example, I'm Onyx, I think 1550 at the moment here. Anything on like low Onyx and below, you think you're playing the same game as these pros. You're not. They hit every single shot, and it limits your I guess room for error that you can make. Like if you make the slightest mistake in an Onyx lobby, you could probably get away with it. If you make the slightest mistake against Collector Neptune, you're gonna pay every single time, because they come at you so quick, and they've seen this time and time again, and they're always on point.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. The higher you get in terms of tiers, the more people punish even just slight mispositioning. You see right there, a great job though by Magico and Pink to just take control of this side of the map. They work together on that bait and switch as well, and now they have a 2-kill lead. The question is, what are they going to be able to do with the power weapon in their hand? That is the shock rifle in the hands of Pink.
Sadly, Pink Sakura not able to stay alive with that shock rifle, and now Magical. He's going to try to fight for it here as he's pushing up quickly over to the side of the map. Collect immediately takes height, can't quite win the pivotal battle against Magical, earns himself that shock rifle right back, and also a 3-kill advantage here for Magical and Pink Sakura.
Neptune is isolated here. This is what they have to take advantage. They end up getting the trade, which allows them to keep that lead. Very, very good. What do you see right away? It's going to be only a 2-kill lead here for Magico and Pink. And unfortunately, I talked about this in the last game. Collect has the shock rifle in his hands, and look at his ability. Even with only taking 1 shot of damage, stays alive.
It almost like Magical was like teabagging in place, just waiting for Collect to push that corner. Well, great anticipation coming out of Magical, even though he didn't quite get the kill there. But now Pink Sakura being isolated while one shot. Looks like eventually Magical tries to cover their back. Not gonna happen. Magical hits the black screen. The same is gonna happen for Pink Sakura, and right as active camouflage is coming up, this is where you have to value your life.
Value your life. Does collect here with the camo. Is gonna miss that shot, but still gets the cleanup kill onto Pink. Magico not in a position to get the angle to finish off that kill, and that's where it becomes difficult, right? Collect and Neptune very comfortable to take separate sides of the map. You can see it happening right here, and their ability to just play off of damage is what's allowing them to now have this game be a tie. It's now 7-7. You see the information comes out, and look at the pinch. Instantly goes in onto Magico. They take him out, and now they can 2v1 onto Pink. And this is what makes this team so good. But Pink with a massive kill right there stays alive as well. Neptune down to no shields.
Maybe a bit of miscommunication there. Thought maybe Neptune had the shields, or hopefully was hoping he could make a play, at least to trade out his life with Pink Sakura. Pink Sakura making an absolute play to take down one, and eventually two goes down. And with that, Pink Sakura and Magico well positioned to grab a hold of this shock rifle that Neptune wants so badly. Another pivotal shock rifle still on the ground here. Collect might not be able to hold off two different players going after Pink Sakura. May not be able to get it for now, but Magico is aggressing onto Collect quickly. Little bit of combat evolve. Love those plasma grenades come out of Collect. Not only does he combat evolve the actual shock, but takes down Magico right as Neptune gets the kill onto Pink Sakura. And just like that, the turntables are table turning. Collect and Neptune, they take the energy right out of the room.
That was absolutely incredible by Collect. The ability to combat evolve that to the back wall, obviously, but also delay. Pink was looking for that shock rifle. Obviously, it did despawn, but looking for that shock rifle to utilize it. Collect also gets a kill on his side. Neptune gets his own kill. And now you see the clean wipes are continuing to happen. That's 2 clean wipes in a row here for Collect and Neptune, and they've got control of the camo once again, Tony.
Twos is already a snowballing type of format, but when you combine that with Solitude, you can see these large swings like you're seeing right now. Collect and Neptune have taken control, and they have the opportunity to continue to snowball it forward and make things very difficult for Pink Sakura and Magico, but they stay with it. They end up getting the kill on to Collect despite the fact that both players were super weak. No trades happening. Both players stay healthy and tie things up once again at a dozen apiece. What a play. Time and time again, Pink Sakura and Magico are making plays that they have no business doing.
I mean, that was beautiful, right? I think Collect and Neptune, as Neptune ends up getting a kill onto Magico, they had a little bit of a hard time with target prioritization, right? They weren't sure which target to focus on, and it was Pink Sakura and Magico who focused on one target at a time, and they ended up taking both of them out. Very clean, like you said, and this will bring us to a tie game now, 14-14. Collect with a repulse, 1 repulse left to use. He's got his teammate back behind him. They're looking for a push potentially here off a yard, but Neptune once again takes a different angle, and you can see this is time and time again what they do. They're getting that information, and once they get a bit of damage, they can act.
Pink Sakura and Magico, they were quite dominated in game number 1. I mean, Collect and Neptune won by an 11 kill advantage, but here on Solitude, they look so much more comfortable. And they have been keeping it tied up at 14 apiece at the moment here as we're on board with Neptune. Long range shots, trying to do that initial damage. I promise you, if he can get one player one shot, one player cracked to half shields, they're going to advance forward. But it looks like they are so healthy, holding out Neptune over toward the cafe side. And now the same aggression that Neptune and Collect were looking to put onto Sakura and Magico is now being put right back on them. Back-to-back kills here as 16 across the board for Sakura and Magico, right as Camouflage is coming up. Can he stay alive? Elects not to go over toward the U-turn side, and I don't think Collect and Neptune expected that. Magico now with the most dangerous combination here in Halo Infinite. Camouflage shot combination, but finds herself in the middle of both Neptune and Collect.
Magico, though, does such a good job of staying alive, but Collect ends up helping out Neptune there. Some beautiful teamwork. They wipe both as well, and you can see that all the work that Sakura and Magico are able to do to get that potential lead, to get those clean kills, it's all just erased instantly, and now the advantage once again in the hands of Collect and Neptune. This is where it gets a little bit scary here. Magico does get a kill on the kill feed there on the Neptune and pushing aggressively here by Collect with a beautiful shot to the face, takes him out.
Finds himself in a non-advantageous position and somehow is able to fight out of it, taking down one before going down himself. Was a huge play made by Collect, but now we're going to find out if Neptune can feed off of that. Body shot onto Magical, puts him down to one shot. It looks like Collect is able to not only spawn up, but make his presence known immediately, taking down Pink Sakura, and now Magical has to slow it down.
Perfect.
Playing peekaboo with the wrong player. Neptune is not the one to try.
Slowed it down just a bit too much right there. Was trying to get information, wasn't able to see the angle on the top snipe, and you see once again, it's just a complete contrast to what we see on Pink Sakura and Magico's side, where they play very close together. They're doing it again here, but it's Collect and Neptune that are constantly taking space on the map, making sure that they can watch each other's angles, and it's been really working out for them. 20-18 is the lead here. Neptune gets another kill. Great trade by Magico though, and we still have a 2-kill game.
Making magic happen out of nowhere, ends up getting the stick before going down. Huge play by Magico, but you're still down by 2 kills going into the end game right now, as the last thing you want to do is give Collect and Neptune any more momentum. Pink Sakura wants to get away with this camouflage, at least burn it, but with those shields coming back, with Magico getting some of the double kill, tied up at 21 apiece, blackjack has been achieved by Pink Sakura and Magico. 4 more for the win, and Magico is going to continue to punish them. Finds Collect off a spawn, now gives them the lead. Pink Sakura giving off that information, waiting for the right time to strike, gets the guaranteed kill, and now Collect is still coming off a spawn right now. Pink Sakura and Magico, they're stepping up when it matters most. 2 kills away from pulling off a major upset here in Game 2.
Very impressive by Pink Sakura. Staying alive, making sure not to rush the play, not to rush the damage with that camo. Because of that, gets a beautiful angle here. And now you can see they're starting to play a bit of a different play style. The angles are being covered. Pink Sakura almost gets the second kill, but Magico ends up getting his shields back so we can come up and clean up the kill. And now we've got a tie series, Tony.
You gotta love that by Magico. Not only able to stare down the one-shot player over toward the Prius side, but not get overzealous. Take the longer angle over towards LR. Get your shields back. Get yourself the guaranteed kill, because you knew there was almost nowhere he can go. If he tried to challenge where both were weak, there was a 50-50 shot, and maybe he would have gone down in the clutch moments, but still having the wherewithal to always think, make the game easier. Make the kills come to you, and you gotta love that. That is the type of mentality that top professional players to have, that, you know, the top 4, the top 3, the top 2 teams, and Magico showed it on display right there. Love that decision making coming out of him.
My favorite part is that on paper, this goes to Collect and Neptune every single day of the week. But the underdog story is the one that we live for, and the one that we constantly create memories out of in all the years of Halo. And we're seeing one right here. A beautiful job bringing that game back, even being down by 2 or 4 kills even at one point. But now we go to Live Fire Slayer. This is where that essential tiebreaker happens, right? This is a best of 5. But going into this next game, getting another notch on the belt will be massive for whatever team is able to do that.
You know, I remember watching Naruto, and I remember there was a rule that medical ninjas should never be on the front line unless your name was Tsunade or Sakura, because what we saw out of Sakura right there, that offensive ability, let me tell you, they belong on the front line. They are doing their thing, and I'm loving what I'm seeing out of both Magico and especially Sakura right there, because I'll be honest, at this level of gameplay, I haven't seen that much of them. So huge plays coming out of Sakura and Magico to tie things up after game number 2, but will it be enough? Because now, you know, you put yourself within this conversation. Forget about just tying up the game. Forget about just stealing one. Why not steal the series? Why not pull off the major upset and close it out here in the best of 5?
I'm just going to give a shout out to the Insights team. I'm going to be honest with you. This is the best place I've seen the QT being utilized on the back of green. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, Tony, but just you know, on an asymmetrical map, just being able to stay alive, it's such a powerful equipment, and it's not something we really saw with it on Aquarius, so we get to see it here where it's much more powerful. And honestly, it didn't end up allowing Collect to stay alive in that situation. Because of that, they both go down. It'll be a 4-3 lead now. The sniper now out of ammo as well, and a trade by Neptune, which is all you can ask for at this point.
Too quickly going down here. Wiped out our Pink Sakura and Magico, and now Collect the Neptune. Looking to find out where those spawns are coming from and make a play there. Neptune was approaching this side. Meanwhile, Collect close over towards Sandbags, and Quantum Translocator coming up in less than 10 seconds. As of right now, they have full advantage of it.
Something to play for, something important. Neptune's gonna go for it. Now the push ensues. Neptune staying alive here is very, very important, being the back line. He has to go to the front line, though, but unfortunately he's not able to. He does get the cleanup kill. He's able to play his life as well. Pink is pushing very aggressively, and he still has that QT to utilize, so I'm assuming he will utilize it once again to get that damage in and stay alive, and that's what makes it so very effective, but he ends up trading out right there. 6-7 now. Pink Sakura and Magico lead by 1.
And you see Collect with the early nades, expecting the push coming from cuts or dummies. Doesn't know that Pink Sakura is baiting him to push past the key door. Both players playing a little cat and mouse, and actually Pink Sakura going over towards the rat tunnel, allowing Magical to push up and maybe steal away Camouflage, but he's going to be hunted down, and Pink Sakura goes down as well, giving Collect the Neptune the lead, but more importantly, making sure that Camouflage is not going to be a nuisance to them.
Yeah, Camo's just really difficult on that platform. The contrast of that and Overshield, and it's going to be very tough to just get your hands on it and stay alive at the same time. The perfect kill comes out of Neptune. So impressive to see how much, how good this player still is. Still able to maintain and contend with the best of them. I know, obviously, he did it on Halo 5, but being that solid at multiple titles is just so much respect given to him. Collecto with the repulse, tries to get the kill, not gonna happen. Ends up going down, and it'll be a 3-kill lead now for Neptune and Collect. Sorry, I'm sorry, a 2-kill lead here as the trade does come out.
Pink Sakura serving up breakfast IHOP style all day, baby. But ends up being hunted down, not quite able to get away with the sniper. Still, the kill from the grave with the spike grenades. Huge for Pink Sakura. Magico now looking to grind forward, not allowing Neptune to get away with the sniper. Almost able to turn that corner, but does Magico know? Collect was right over toward the pillar side. He steals the sniper for himself, gets over towards his spawning teammate, and now Magico just one step behind. Meanwhile, Collect the Neptune 2 kills ahead.
Yeah, I love Magico going back towards C there. Almost gets the second kill, but essentially you're just playing back and trying to get that spawn for his teammate to just create a little bit of time. As he runs around the back tower. It's still a 2-kill game though. Collecting Neptune hanging on to the lead just barely here with the QT being up. It's Neptune who's got to get this kill, but Magico with a clutch piv once again.
Collect down to one shot he goes in a battle against Pink Sakura, who simply does not lose those. No assist at the moment, but when you're slaying like Pink Sakura is, even against some of the best in the world, Neptune and Collect, you don't need no assist. But there's one for you. Collecting going against the one-shot. Magico just barely dodges that spike, and with that, steals away Camouflage. That's going to be devastating for Pink Sakura and Magico.
Yeah, well said. That one death out of Magico, even though he gets that kill, he overextends just a bit too much. That's going to cost them the camo this side of the map as well, with QT being on the back of green. They're going to have both to utilize here, and with a 2-kill lead, it's not what you love to see. See if Collect and Neptune are able to utilize both of these power-ups to make something happen.
Right behind enemy lines. Collect finally makes his presence known. Takes down the one-shot Pink Sakura with this repulse. Might try to get away. Looks like that's exactly what he was trying to do, but Magico shutting that down immediately, and Neptune got an instant transmission his way over toward the green side. Collect happens to be spawning there. We see a sniper coming up in less than 10 seconds. As of right now, Magico and Sakura find himself over towards the low ground. Neptune and Collect not quite that close to it, but eventually both these teams are going to have to battle it out over toward the top mid. Looks like Collect getting some initial damage onto both players. Gives us the skill jump. Neptune holding the line here towards Sandbags. The kill comes out. Sakura goes down, but where's Magico?
Yeah, that was a beautiful job by Neptune to stay up top center there, block that side of the map off, and then you see Collect making the jump like we witnessed. Magico still has that sniper. You asked where he was. He's got a very powerful weapon in his hands. He's got a lot of ammo to use, but he's got to hit some shots here, and Neptune makes him pay for missing.
One goes down for the duo. Two right up next to double kill coming out of Neptune. And right as they hit the 22 kill mark, 3 more, and this game is over. Magical curb slides his way with confidence past the C-plat side, but right into the hands of Collect. Neptune hits the black screen, another 1v1. Collect and Pink Sakura, they've been going at it all game long. And oh my gosh! Despite not having the shields to work with, Pink Sakura doesn't care. That shot is mean.
That's insane. I mean, you don't see pivs like that against players like Collect very often. Of course, we talk about online and all of that, but it'll be a victory for Collect and Neptune. A little bit of body disrespect out of Collect. You know, just showcasing, yeah, you might have outshot me, but I outgamed you. And it'll now be 2-1 in the series.
That shot is good, though. Let me tell you.
It's good.
And mind you, Collect, he's one of the shifty players out here. He uses that movement to oftentimes throw off his opponent's reticle, but Pink Sakura showing that they can hang with some of the best of them either way. Still not able to take that game number 3, 25-20 here on Livefire. Going into recharge game number 4, it looks like Collect and Neptune have the opportunity to close it out right here, right now, but something tells me Pink Sakura and Magico, they still have something up their sleeves. You got to watch out for those magicians.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think this game would be that close. I honestly thought after that Solitude win that, you know, you only have so much gas in the tank to be able to utilize, and I thought that they had used all their gas for that game number 2. But they kept it real close in game number 3, and that's very impressive to me. We saw some of the 1v1s that were showcased on screen, and you saw that the individual skill on Pink Sakura and Magico, it's definitely there. And I'm sure we'll see that here in this game number 4. This is it. This is where we potentially go to a game 5 or Collect and Neptune close it out. That camo is so very important, and it always has been on the recharge. Let's see what happens here.
Camouflage over toward the mid-map. It looks like Pink Sakura and Magico not going to die for it and go for the burn. They're trying to go for the clean kills, and it's a 1v1, make it a 1v-none. Collect going to finally finish off Magico there, steal away that camouflage, and right back to that deadly combo. Camo and shock in the hands of the young gun. Takes down Magico with the quickness. Allows Neptune to get away with the grapple, and now the communications in. Pink Sakura is here over toward the gold side, but a beautiful nade to take down Neptune. Collect gonna pull out of this fight immediately, wait for his teammate to come off the spawn, which should have been a quick 2 down. Pink Sakura making something happen there, and here's another one. Man, Sakura playing so well.
Tony, making something happen to me is an understatement. What a beautiful job by Pink Sakura. I mean, being able to stay alive when you're getting isolated and pushed by 2 players, getting a kill, still staying alive, getting another kill. Extremely impressive. A tie game we have here, 4-4. And with some body disrespect after the last match, you know that Pink Sakura and Magico are looking for this game 5.
Hey, you never want to give your enemy any kind of motivation, especially with how good Sakura and Magico both have been playing all series long, but looks like Collect and Neptune, they're also ready for the challenge. Long range shots from Collect gonna connect onto Magico. With that initial damage, you find him trying to curb slide his way right into it, forcing the split spawns. Neptune pushing one angle, Collect blocking off the next. Can they get the kill onto Magico before Sakura gets involved? Apparently not. Magico takes down Neptune. Collect, it looks like his position wasn't known just yet, but Sakura and Magico both able to break out of their spawns. Camouflage is coming up. We're going to see another very important engagement.
I love the decisiveness of Magico to get that kill and make sure to get back to his teammate, make sure to get back to that gold side of the map. It's honestly shows a lot of discipline in his gameplay. And honestly, what I'm seeing here, Tony, is a showcase of piv after piv after piv being won by Pink Sakura and Magico, absolutely dominating in the 1v1 sense of the game. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, they definitely have the shot to compete with both Neptune and Collect. I mean, when it comes into the 1v1s in an open space, they feel comfortable with going into these engagements and often winning them. But will it be enough? Because oftentimes, especially 2s, it's not just about the gun skill. There's a lot more that goes along with it. And being a sneaky snake with the camouflage, that's part of it. Ooh.
but not able to take advantage of that camouflage. And now both players going down for Sakura and Magico. You've now given Neptune, possibly the most dangerous player on the map, a shock rifle. This is not what you want to see.
Hats off to Collect right there. Spots the camo player. That camo player tries to make something happen in the corner, but a beautifully placed nade changes everything. And by everything, I mean the momentum completely in the hands of Collect and Neptune. Now shock rifle to work with, elevator control as well. We'll see what they're able to do with this and if they can extend this lead. As you see, they do by 1.
They're able to clear out the A side for the most part, leaving that player one shot for Neptune to come in with the quick cleanup. Both of them go down, and Collect and Neptune do get a 1-kill advantage. Still having that shock to work with plenty of ammo in the hands of Neptune, and now surrounding both Magico and Sakura. They have to break out of the spawn, but Neptune and Collect, they want to hold them in. There it is. There it is. Trade out and kills. Now we should see another 1v1. Collect and Magico, they are going to go at it here over toward the tower side, and Collect going to get real creative with that movement.
Yeah, he's used that a couple times, especially when he has information. No one on that gold side, no one on glass. It's going to be a shroud screen utilized to get that camo, and Collect will take out Magico as well. And this is what separates it, right? You're able to not allow that trade to happen. The more you do that, of course, it's just easy math. Tony, 14-11, a 3-kill lead.
How cliche is it? A commentator saying bait and switch, but I mean, that was the perfect example for Collect putting his body on the line, drawing in the offensive Sakura and Magico, luring them into a false sense of security, and Neptune coming in quick with the cleanup. That was just beautifully played by both Collect and Neptune. The timing, the execution. 15-11, Neptune off screen taking down Sakura once again. Magico trying to get the cleanup kill, but you gotta be careful. You know Collect is waiting, baiting, trying to get an easy kill on you with the shock, trying to cycle both Magico and Sakura.
Well, something I'm seeing out of Collect and Neptune in these last couple of kills is the fact that they're playing a lot more discipline. Unfortunately, right there, it was a missed grapple by Collect trying to go top tower, but they've just played a lot more discipline, and unfortunately, discipline doesn't pay off in this scenario. It's going to be 2 clean kills here for the blue side, only down by 2.
I love how as you're trying to compliment their discipline, you see Collect just fly across the map with the grapple. I was like, come on. I'm trying to make a point here, and you're proving me wrong.
Right.
No, but I think they really have been. Even when they're not on top of each other, like right on top, they're still able to create teamwork from being across the map, working with each other, having that awareness and that communication. It's been really fun to watch Collect and Neptune here on Recharge, because their teamwork is easy when you're sitting there running in a single file line, but when you're trying to surround the enemy and put them into these awkward positions like they're doing, I think they've played masterfully, have Collect and Neptune at the moment. That's why they have a 3-kill lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's like, it's right there, you know. Pink Sakura has gotten the respect. You can see that, right? When you're you know, on the red side of things, and you've got, you know, all the accolades and all of that, you tend to test people, and you tend to test their individual prowess, and you see that now a little bit of respect being gained, nothing crazy being challenged. You see right there, Magico gets the trade. Only a 2-kill game still. They get both kills. Collect and Neptune on the spawn now.
And that's really the magic that Magico and Sakura have been missing. They've been able to gather a decent amount of camouflages and shock, but they haven't been able to really take advantage of them. You know, when Collect and Neptune have the power weapons and power ups, they're going off. They're putting separation in the scoreboard where we haven't seen that same energy out of Sakura and Magico. So I love that camouflage play being made by Magico. I want to see them continue that. When you have the shock and the camo in your hands, you either have to go off with it or throw it off the map, but don't give Collect and Neptune those items.
You see these players just, again, on the blue side of things, just running so tightly in tandem, and just completely different than what we see on the other side. And it's gained them these single kills here and there that just add up. It's a 2-kill game now. Neptune ends up getting the kill onto Pink Sakura. Magico in trouble now. It's going to be in a 2v1 situation, and he still gets the trade. Every time we see the trades constantly coming out. Collect and Neptune to get 2 clean kills. Honestly, a difficult feat.
all these trades working in favor of both Collect and Neptune at the moment. You're holding on to a 2-kill lead, and you're at the end game at the moment. Pink Sakura able to spot the feet of Neptune, goes in for the early grenades, who aren't exactly able to find their target, and as Magico is focused on one, the other comes in quickly. Bait and switch once again. Collect takes him down. Now as Magico goes down, Sakura's gonna try to make a play for the camo. It's just gonna be burned. Magico quickly with the cleanup on the one-shot player, and as right now, Neptune has an idea of where Magico is, and there's no reason for him to force that engagement. Get out, allow your teammate to come off a spawn, and keep playing Great 2's fundamentals like they've been doing all game long.
Magico gonna take a very risky position there on the bottom side of the map, but Pink Sakura once again wins another piv, almost gets the double on to Collect. Magico's there to clean it up. The mechanical skill, the individual skill out of these two is honestly extremely impressive in my opinion. I've played matchmaking against both of them, but you know, I always thought I just lost because I was terrible. Apparently, I lost because they're really good, Tony.
Well, no, hold on. You're still terrible.
Oh, okay.
But,
Sorry,
but in addition to that, they are very good at both Sakura and Magico. But all that work, and you're right back to the 2-kill advantage that it feels like Collect and Neptune have had literally all game long at the moment. They need to get a large swing, and these happen right here. This is the battle that's going to determine it all. And a trade all right off the rip, and it looks like Neptune is able to close it out. Maybe, just maybe, if Magico and Sakura were able to get a clean wipe, or at least make it a 2v1, we could have seen something happen. But it looks like the native duo are going to be advancing forward.
Just so interesting to see. Like I said before, Tony, they always come back. All right, if you left Halo, you're taking a break, you always come back. It's like, I don't know, it's attached to you like a slug. Okay, it's just the way it goes. You can't get rid of it. It's just a beautiful game. And here we saw a beautiful series. 3-1, Collect and Neptune step it up at the very end, but still extremely close, Tony. I mean, if I asked you before this series if these series scores would be like this, what would you tell me?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I said, I've known of Magico for quite some time, and I've been casting his gameplay since Halo 5, but I haven't seen much of Sakura at this level of skill. So I underestimated. I'll be honest with you. I underestimated this duo, and I probably would have gone 3-0 easily in favor of Collect and Neptune, but that was very competitive. That was extremely fun to watch. And I definitely want to give a round of applause to Sakura and Magico because they absolutely did their thing.
Well, I can't wait to see what Collect and Neptune do as the rest of the tournament moves on. But let's go to Louis V Titan and Tools to get their thoughts on this match.
Pretty impressive stuff right there out of Pink Sakura and Magico. Collect and Neptune move on. But any final thoughts about that series that we just witnessed there, Tools?
I think that was a phenomenal tournament from Magico and Pink Sakura. Like, when you go back and you look at their route, when you look at this bracket, this is sort of the untold story when you watch these tournaments, right? Because we only watch the winner's side in the later half of the elimination bracket, but they have been going through battles and coming out on top. And I think taking a game off Collect and Neptune is a huge accomplishment, right? And it's great to see these storylines, right? They don't continue on, but we got to see something really special from those two, something where you see that competitive nature and how players are getting better, right? Like Pink Sakura and Magico, players have been grinding and they're just getting better and better and better. And this time they take a map off Collect and Neptune. Next time, maybe they get around further. They have 2 more tournaments and try to get as far into this 2v2 tournament as possible. But honestly, hats off to them. And now Collect and Neptune, well, they have a boss battle ahead of them. Look at this, Stellar and Trippy, world champions standing in their way. The SSG and OpTic duos coming in right here. Honestly, do not know which way this one's going to go. All I know is my hype meter is at 100.
Yeah, that thing is maxed out, hitting the edge. And yeah, as we see, right, things are starting to shape up here in the lower bracket. Still got a couple of rounds till we get to, the nitty gritty of the grand finals. But nevertheless, right, we're still in this. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for 8 hours. It's 8 hours in a minute. In 1 minute, it's going to be 8 hours, Tools. We're still going. So shout out to the competitors. Shout out to the talent. Shout out to the admins. Shout out to the moderators and chats. It's been a journey, and it's I honest, like, from the bottom of my heart, I feel like this has been one of the best tournaments that we've already seen in Halo Infinite, period, right? Obviously, when we started pushing twos at the very beginning of Halo Infinite, there were GAs left and right. Maps didn't feel right. You know, there was tons of ammo everywhere. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we've got something to work with. Do you agree, Tools?
Yeah, it's almost like we're seeing the same exact story that we saw in Halo 5, where the game settings weren't quite right. You know, like, we loved the game, the base game. It was great to play. But, you know, you wanted these little changes. And then the changes came in slowly and slowly. And then by the end of year 3, the changes were exactly what everyone wanted. The game started playing phenomenal in 4v4. But then what we also saw was the game had a huge 2v2 circuit towards the end of it because of how fun twos were. And I'll say, we played twos just in-house, you know, a little in-house, me and you versus Nighty Night and Active, and I was hooked right away. You know, it wasn't even serious. We're all in the same call, just shooting the shit, but it was incredible to play. Like, twos is just, it scratches that itch. It's the right settings, it's the right time, and now I feel like we need to have regular tournaments. In fact, I'd say, I'd love to say to see a large-scale 2v2 tournament at HCS LAN this year. You know, we love those FFA tournaments; they're great. But I would love a 2v2 tournament at some point this year, just because of how well it plays with these settings.
Absolutely, we're learning some knowledge today, boys. As I digress, we got Collect and Neptune. Stellar Trippy. Stellar has entered the lobby. We're just waiting on Trippy to come through. Imagine he'll be any minute now coming through. Predictions for this, Tools?
I think it's going to go to Game 5. Really going to be a toss-up of who wins it in Game 5, but I'm going to go the Cinderella story, Collect and Neptune. Neptune's one of the best twos players I've ever seen. I think he'll be able to pull them forward in that Game 5. Though I wouldn't be surprised at any other result.
I feel that. I wonder if Atik starts to step in the conversation. Obviously, Collect and Neptune going to the elimination bracket a little earlier than expected, and so they've got a couple of games in their belt. I feel like the gameplay that we just saw out of them was a little trolly, and maybe, right, that's a sign of the mental starting to either crack, or, right, they just know what's coming ahead. They're just trying to save that brain power, and they're ready to make a run. Nevertheless, all 4 players are in this lobby, so I'm going to let players know that we're ready. But, yeah.
Hey, Louis, I have to say, we're 8 hours in. Still have plenty of tournament left to go. $1,000 on the line today. This is all possible due to everyone that's been watching us for a while, right? Like, this is all funded by us right now. I'll say, if you want to continue helping, watch the ads or sub to the channel. That helps a lot. Or if you think there's a company that would love to sponsor, like, or you know someone, like, go say, hey, like, I watched this Halo tournament. I think this would be a great opportunity. Like, we're looking for partnerships for these tournaments. We want to run them more often, right? Having sponsorships on these events is a key way to do that. I think right now we're sustainable, right? We're able to do it the way that we are. We want to do more. Like, we had twice as many events scheduled for January, depending on whether we could get certain sponsorships or not. We'd love to do that in future months, have more events, have it be Halo action all month long. You can help us doing that by just giving us a shout out, following us on Twitter, tweeting out the streams, being engaged with everything that comes out, on top of, you know, just traditionally helping in the ways that you guys have been these past couple months.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The milk is done. We are already loading into map number 1. So it's time to bring back Why Not Be Reckless and Active as we get into Stellar and Trippy versus Neptune and Collect.
I love that by Garrett right there. Can you imagine us saying, you know, LVT Halo powered by, who knows, could be your favorite company. If you guys know somebody, you never know. You never know. We'd love to get those recommendations. And if not, you can still support, like you said, watching those ads, subbing to the channel. We know there's a lot of ads there, but you also got to realize there's a lot of hard work and dedication that goes into these broadcasts, and the boys at LVT Halo are doing their thing. So, you know, you got to watch a few ads to show some love. I think we all would trade that out.
Yeah, you hear him, chat? Stop complaining about ads. I'm kidding. But here we go, Tony. It's going to be a massive matchup here. Collect and Neptune versus Stellar and Trippy. And honestly, when it comes to these two, I'm going to go ahead and agree with Louis V. Titan, one of the statements he made previous where, you know, Collect and Neptune might have been not giving 1,000%, but it also could have been, you know, due to some maybe, you know, some fatigue setting in potentially. You know, there's a lot of energy that goes into playing 100% at all times, and it's something that I really respect out of these top players. But we'll see now both of these teams put to the test here as they're, oh my gosh, Neptune gets the cleanup kill. A little bit messy, but with that kill, he takes the lead.
Yeah, Messi is right. That certainly wasn't clean right there. Looked like one of my melee battles, but hey, all that matters is you get the kill. It ain't got to be clean all the time. 4-3 lead here for Neptune and Collect, and Neptune putting that shot to work, putting a shock to that player's system quickly. Stellar being left alone here. You know what? He could join Trippy on the black screen.
Yeah, they're not going to take advantage of the staggered spawns, but just due to the fact that they don't have the time, Trippy spawns very quickly, but they don't really need to act on any isolated spawns. They have the shock rifle in the hands of Neptune. We saw he was able to do a little bit with it in the last series, but I'm assuming at this point we'll see 100% of what Neptune's capable of. But Stellar is there to match him. A quick trade comes through, and Trippy's gonna slide away with the camo.
Collect trying to get some damage onto the camouflage player. It's not gonna happen. Meanwhile, Trippy, he's not on the defensive. He's actually on the offensive right now. He's advancing forward, trying to find an avenue over toward the gold side. Gets spotted out quickly. Back down to battery to try to play his life. Does the damage for the MVP to come in with a quick double kill. Stellar and Trippy within striking distance. Trippy somehow still has a bit of camo to work with. How long does it? Okay, I'm about to say, how long does this camo last for?
It did last a very, very long time. A little bit of value comes out of it, but not as much as I'm sure Trippy would want or ask for. They are only down by one, though. Stellar, pushes in on the damage once again, and that's constantly what these top players do. Even a bit of damage, you will get pushed on. Taking that little advantage and utilizing it to put a kill on the board and take the lead. Stellar and Trippy up by one.
Trippy trying to get out of dodge. Down to one shot he goes. Stellar, meanwhile, off the screen, able to take down yet another. Chasing down the singular player that's left of this duo, and there it is. Finally gets the kill. And meanwhile, all that happens, Collect comes off a spawn, makes his presence known, gets himself one, but it's not going to be enough. Stellar comes in quick with the cleanup, and Stellar and Trippy, their lead starting to grow. Collect and Neptune, they have to draw their line in the stand. They have to get a clean round of slays right here, and it looks like that may not come. Trippy takes down Neptune. That's going to leave Collect by himself over toward the A side, and he's surrounded at the moment.
Yeah, Stellar's in a weird position, though, because they could be on A, and they could also spawn on the C side behind him, but it looks like they end up both spawning on that A side of the map, so actually, no, Neptune did spawn on C plat. Stellar's aware of it, though. He tries to be patient on that 3-shot melee, but he's not able to connect on one of the shots, so he will go down, but it'll still be a 3-kill lead here now as Trippy falls for Stellar and Trippy.
Trying to get the burn onto the camouflage Neptune, and all you did was give him a shock rifle to work with in combination of that camouflage. And time again, we've seen how devastating, how this combination can turn the tables, turn the tides of any gunfight. And we're going to find out if Neptune with this combo can get a couple of kills onto Stellar and Trippy. One may not just be enough, because every trade works in favor of Stellar and Trippy, who already have a 4-kill lead.
Yeah, and that camo gets taken out as well, so great job by Stellar there. Trippy's going to have the shock rifle to work with, and I think they've got information on the spawns. You can see Trippy rotating over. Do they know someone's behind them? No. Trippy does not. Stellar gets the trade, and he doesn't take any damage, so a positive situation here for Stellar. He gets out with a shock. He doesn't take any damage, so he's able to take this 1v1, but the peak shot, so dominating with this Bandit in Halo Infinite now is that peak shot, and we have yet to see it on land. I'm so excited for this next HGS season.
The patience worked out so well for Stellar and Trippy. Stellar stays alive. Trippy gets a kill, turns it into 2, and now an 18-12 lead here for Stellar and Trippy. Quickly moving into the end game. Trippy gets another kill onto Collect. That stick avoids the trade-off damage, and once again, Neptune and Collect being separated due to these spawns. Shock is out.
Perfect.
Shock is in, at least in the face of Neptune.
It's definitely in the face of Neptune, and an 8-kill lead in front of Neptune, as well as Stellar and Trippy starting to dominate here. A large mountain to climb for Collect and his duo. And the only way they're going to do it is to get clean kills, but look how difficult Trippy and Stellar make it. Trippy gets the stick for that trade, and Stellar looking to capitalize on Neptune. This is really good by Stellar right here, right? He gets that reversal perfect, but not only that, he forces the spawn of Collect out, and it allows him to take that 1v1 safely.
And Trippy's able to take down Collect right off of spawn. Meanwhile, that camouflage is going to be grappled over to the duo of Stellar and Trippy, which as of right now, I'm questioning myself, how is this team in the elimination bracket? Because as of right now, they're playing like a championship duo. They're playing like they're fresh off of a 2's national championship. I am loving what I'm seeing out of both Stellar and Trippy. Just one more kill in order to take this game number 1, maybe game 2. Will work out better for Collect and Neptune.
I just had steak for dinner, Tony, but I'll take another one. Steak-tacular comes out right here. A very dominating game number 1 for Trippy and Stellar. We'll see if game number 2 is anything like game number 1. And interestingly enough, we have a shock rifle and camo as well on Solitude. So we'll see a little bit of that in this game number 2, and we'll see if Stellar and Trippy can continue on that run.
You're seeing the level of competition. It's getting harder and harder as you start to advance closer and closer to that loser bracket semifinals and that loser bracket finals. It's going to continue to be an uphill battle for each and every one of these competitors. Neptune and Collect, they fought hard and won a great series against Sakura and Magico. And now you got to question yourself, is Stellar and Trippy going to be too much for this native duo, or will they bounce back in game number 2? I never want to count a duo out.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of like downloading that happens, right, Tony? You play a team, you're kind of aware of their tendencies, you're able to play around them. Obviously, the map changes, but the tendencies stay the same for the most part. So we'll see if maybe a little bit of a counter comes in here for Neptune and Collect. I feel like they were playing a little bit too separated in most of these games. Of course, it was more of Stellar and Trippy doing a great job of doing things like this, like isolating, being aware of that spawn timer, making sure to push at the correct moment. And also, Neptune was able to hit some shots. It just wasn't enough. I mean, they started the game really well. But we'll see here. Right now, in this game number 2, if Neptune and Collect can make a comeback.
Leave it to the online kid to bring in download into the conversation. God bless. I've seen your 5 ping. I've seen you on LAN. The tools kind of gave you the business, but sorry. Camouflage shock rifle combo in the hands of Trippy at the moment. And it looks like getting into the face of the players over toward the yard side. Trippy biting off a bit more than he could chew. The MVP tries to get involved. And now Trippy has to clean up both players. Takes down one, can't quite get the second.
I mean, that thrust made Neptune so difficult to hit. It was like he was going backwards, but in a like an ocean, in a wave. It's just very difficult to hit that very last shot. And we talked about that a little bit in the green room, Tony, is basically with this bandit, I think it's a little bit more difficult to hit the last shot compared to the battle rifle. And the bandit, that's going to cause some really interesting things to happen in these clutch situations where a team or player can use his movement to completely avoid that last headshot in a tournament, in a tournament environment where the lights are the brightest. So really curious to see how that turns out here for HCS Season 3. And Stellar, he's having a little bit of deja vu from Season 2 where he doesn't miss. He ends up going down there, though.
I love watching the difference in Stellar's play between his 4v4 tournament gameplay and maybe matchmaking when he's playing on his stream, or even a 2v2 tournament where you just have so much more of the map to work with. You really see Stellar open up the bag of tricks and show you that he got some movement. I mean, Stellar got some moves, and his shot is just as good when he's flying at you at 100 miles per hour. Both teams gonna trade out their lives there. Stellar was the first one to go up, but he knows that the opposition gonna have favorable spawns, so does not go straight over toward the camouflage. They want to fight it out. They want to earn this camo, not just burn it.
Great job by Stellar to just play his life there. Unfortunately, it's 2 players now on that blue side that are no shields, and Collect and Neptune will take full advantage not only of those 2 kills, but also a 2-kill lead. And the camo as Neptune pops that and goes to S4.
I feel like professional players, they always take camouflage over towards either the highest point of the map or the most mid point of the map, and that's just great fundamentals. Come on, Neptune, you want to be able to get in and out of action as fast as possible, put yourself right there to capitalize on the damage that your teammates able to get, and just make the game easy for you. Sometimes players in matchmaking, they make the game difficult, where instead you can just take your time, just like Neptune did, and just play good fundamental Halo.
Well, the timing won't be on Neptune's side there, as he does get the shock rifle, but the camo does dissipate. Still, he's getting some solid angles. It's a really good job by Stellar and Trippy to not really show in terms of Neptune. It's going to be Collect who pushes very aggressively there to take out Stellar isolated, but the trade does come through.
Just barely missing out on the headshot onto Trippy. Trippy still advancing forward, putting Neptune down to absolute. Collect tries to get involved, able to put Trippy down to one shot, but still at a disadvantage right now with Collect and Neptune, and they're quickly being aggressed on. Trippy and Stellar are doing the damage, but starting to inch forward, but Neptune is the shot onto Trippy, making another 1v1 here. Stellar sending that player back. You don't know him like that. 14-11 lead. Trippy and Stellar advance forward for the camouflage.
What a beautiful job there by Stellar, utilizing all the tools in the tool shed. Make sure to guarantee that kill. Trippy now has the camo, so all that time that Stellar created allows Trippy to get camo, and he's already got value as well as he gets the first kill from it.
Stellar immediately taking the gold side, cutting off that angle, but Trippy doesn't need the help. He takes the 1v1, and as he gets his shields back, Collect and Neptune, they may be up by 1 kill at the moment, but I feel like Trippy and Stellar, they have that momentum, and they also have the momentum maker. That shock almost gets the headshot onto the player. But Collect makes a huge high-risk, high-reward player over from driveway towards bottom mid, and it's going to work out. Him and Neptune just break right out of their spawn, and 3-kill lead once again.
Yeah, generally when you're no shields like that on the gold ledge, you think you're safe, but an unorthodox play to go through the driveway there, and it pays off. Stellar on a little bit of a cycle right now along with Trippy, and it's an 18-13 lead here for Collect and Neptune.
As of right now, they're playing out of this world, and we're on board with Neptune. Checks to make sure that thrust is out. There it is. Had that on a timer right there. Love that out of Neptune. 3 thrusts to work. We're gonna feel really comfortable within these seemingly equal individual gunfights. We're seeing advance forward through the LR side. Stellar puts the shots on him, but it's not enough. Thrust him back, hits him with the fadeaway. Does enough damage onto Trippy to put him down to 1 shot, but Trippy gets away. Clean break out of him.
Neptune just looks really solid right now. Honestly, it's starting to heat up, it seems, from, you know, last series to this one, even that last game to this one. It just seems like he's playing on another level. And it just comes down to getting into that flow state. I talk about it so very often. I've always talked about how important the flow state is. And if you start to see players enter that, it's very important to make sure that you take them out of it, because Neptune could really go on a tear here. You know what? Exactly what could take him out of it. It's the camo now in the hands of Stellar.
You saw that LR position normally so strong, but you also got to be careful not to get trapped there like Collect did. Eventually those nades dealing with them, and Stellar right up high towards S4 with the camouflage. We've seen this play before, but we didn't see a player go right at him. Neptune getting aggressive onto the camouflage player, cleans him up quickly. Now it's Collect stuck over toward the low ground. Trippy with the shock enhance and that height advantage. He might be staring down the barrel of a 1v2, but Stellar gets involved. Another 1v1 here, 21-17. He's just looking for 4 more kills, and Trippy connects.
Oh, what a beautiful 2 kills there by Trippy, able to continue to maintain S4 control, and that's exactly what they need. But unfortunately, a bit too aggressive here is Stellar, and it'll still be a 4-kill lead for Collect and Neptune. After all that work, it seems to be worth nothing at this point. 3 kills is all they need.
Collect and Neptune are looking to tie up this series. They're just 3 kills away from doing just that. Trippy with the shock, looking to make a game-changing play. Meanwhile, Collect looking to do the same. I think he's trying to make a play from bottom mid to driveway. Stellar didn't check that angle, but still takes down Neptune. Collect comes with the cleanup. Can't quite take down 2, but we talk about trades favoring the team that already has the advantage, and as of right now, Collect and Neptune, they still have a 3 kill.
I mean, yeah, Stellar and Trippy, they need at least one wipe to make this possible at this point. If Collect is able to even get one kill, it's gonna be nearly impossible to win this game for Stellar and Trippy. Neptune and Collect do have that top snipe side. Trippy looking and favoring that camo, but it's a risky play to go for it at this point, even with Stellar at Gold Ledge.
And all this positioning that Collect and Neptune have now, like you know, instead of getting aggressive, I was gonna say they could use that camouflage as bait, but you know they say the best defense is an overwhelming offense.
Kill.
We're gonna see if that pays off for them, because now instead of baiting that camouflage to get those final 2 kills, you try to get busy and try to end it there, and you allow Stellar to get the double kill and turn it into a camouflage of his own. Now we can use it to come back in this game, because now they're only down by 1, taking down Neptune. Collect left over toward the S1 side. He's being pushed on by both players. He needs a trade here, and I think he knows it. And he's not going to get it. Perfect kill out of Stellar. You do see the second player, Neptune, looking to get involved, looking to find the one-shot player. It's not going to happen, but Neptune still wins the 1v1 piv. Both players full shields, and Neptune simply wins those.
I was gonna say it right. I was gonna say Stellar with the championship caliber, you know, that clutch gene. It was talked about early in the broadcast. I 100% agree that some people have it more than others, and I'm not saying Stellar doesn't have it whatsoever, but Neptune showcased that he was clutch at least in that moment. What a beautiful way to end game number 2, and it's by 1 kill. We're tied up, ladies and gentlemen. This is potentially gonna go to a game 5. What a beautiful job by Stellar, right? He gets the camo. Now, I would expect Collect and Neptune to play time here. They don't. Neptune ends up going down. The 1v1 on Collect, he wins that fight, but it's this one that matters the most. The 1v1 versus Neptune. Trippy not an angle to help, and Neptune comes away with a perfect.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not even like a bad play by Stellar, because I don't even think Stellar was looking to like quickly like collapse onto Hotel without Trippy. He was just trying to block that angle. You know he's in Hotel. You know Trippy has the left-hand side of the map watching open. He's trying to cut off that angle, not necessarily trying to get into a 1v1. It was Neptune's aggression. Neptune knew there was going to be a player that's going to block off that angle. He's the one that initiated that offense and forced Stellar into that 1v1, which Stellar still had an advantage of with that camouflage. But I mean, I tried to tell y'all last week, y'all didn't want to listen. I'm gonna tell y'all again. I promise you, you could take a man out of the Halo, but you can't take the Halo out of the man. I'm telling you, Neptune coming and showing this is exactly where he belongs.
Yeah, it's like he never left. Playing phenomenal. Look at the peak shot here on the Stellar. Stellar's gonna back off and show a bit of respect, but Neptune's not done just yet. Stellar tries to go for the snipe. Neptune now gonna pick up the sniper for himself and a 2-0 lead at that.
And when players like Collect and Neptune, they feed off that energy. They feed off of that momentum. You know, off of a big win like that, I'm sure they're feeling confident going to this game number 2, and they're playing like it. Neptune.
Double kill.
Another double kill, clearing off the active camouflage. A 4-0 start coming out of the native duo. And now with camouflage in hands, things can go from bad to worse for Trippy and Stellar.
I said Neptune was starting to heat up, and I wasn't lying. Look at him right there. 5-0 to start a killing spree already. And a 5-1 lead. With camo in his hands, he's got 3 bullets left in the sniper to work with, and he's isolated Stellar as well in the back of green.
See both Collect and Neptune quickly pushing up over toward the green side. Well timed at the same time in the face of Stellar. The MVP, meanwhile, Trippy hiding in another corner. You know, you ain't got no corner here on the map, Trippy. Just waiting for Stellar to come off a smart play coming in for Trippy. The problem is that Stellar gets spawned on, and the attack is still coming. Now Neptune, before going down for his first time, put 7 kills on the board. And Clay says, you know what? Maybe now I'll put in some work. I'll take one down, I guess.
Collect trying to scurry away with that sniper. That's exactly what he needs to do. You'll see the top tower control will come out. He's only got 1 more bullet to work with, I think, in this sniper. Yep. We'll see if he can connect with any sort of damage here. Even 1 body shot will be worth. But here comes the push. He gets 1. And again, another with the stick to the face. A 10-4 lead now. Collect and Neptune coming away with this one.
Yeah, I guess Collect's saying now it's my turn, because what a play by him to take down both players, both Trippy and Stellar. 10-4 advantage still in favor of Collect and Neptune. A swing game number 3 in this best of 5 at the moment. Excellent damage coming in out of Neptune right there, and eventually it looks like Collect comes in with a cleanup. Now that leaves Stellar by himself, Collect does the initial damage once again. The nade finishes that player off, and Camouflage has spawned up, but I think Trippy is still gonna get a mean spawn for it to defend it. There it is.
Great stick right there by Neptune as well. 13-5 now. We constantly talk about trades, and in a 2v2, this is very clean here by Collect and Neptune, really showcasing that the momentum is on their side. It's a tie series now, a very important game for both of these rosters, but it's going to take a big swing out of Stellar and Trippy. It just doesn't look like they're comfortable. It looks like they're very disjointed as Neptune gets another sniper in his hands.
It feels like at this point, Neptune and Collect are tired of playing at Stellar and Trippy's pace. They said, you know what? We're either going to win at our pace or we're going to lose. But either way, we are going to control the action. We're the ones going to speed up the game and make you uncomfortable. If you beat us, it's because you are going to outgun us and you are literally going to slow us down. But they are not playing at Trippy and Stellar's pace at the moment here. Collect and Neptune, they have taken control of this game. That's before Trippy comes in like a wrecking ball, taking down Neptune, leaving Collect by himself. Collect fighting off 2 players, the sidekick looking like the main character as he takes down Stellar.
Yeah, see, that's the problem right there, right? It's unfortunate. Neptune's able to get a kill, and then Collect kind of goes in and ends up trading, and it's exactly what they don't want. They've got to get those very clean kills. Trippy ends up getting 1, but it's still a 10-kill lead. There it is. This is the momentum swing they would ask for in this situation as QT spawns to the back of green.
Almost doubling the scoreline of the opposition now is Collect and Neptune at the moment, but Stellar taking down Neptune quickly with that in that pivotal battle. And now Collect being left by himself, being chased down by Stellar, but once again, Collect taking the individual battle, ends up winning it out against Stellar, and now it's Trippy the one that slows it down a bit, but they know that he's over here from those nades that he threw earlier, but he still makes a play.
Killing spree.
Wow. The MVP and the player who, let me tell you, he plays like an MVP at times, making plays to bring us back within a respectable game.
Yeah, that's how you bring games back right there out of Trippy. They've set themselves completely up for this camo that's coming up in 2 seconds, and we'll try to utilize that to even add more to this score line. It's a 6-kill game still. Stellar's a bit over aggressive here on that brute side, but he does back up intelligently. So now, once again, Trippy and Stellar playing a bit together.
Trippy with that camouflage, trying not to give no information, no audio cues, just hopping around. Oh, thought he was in the line of the Quigley right there. It ends up getting the body shot onto 1 of Collect and Neptune. Can he capitalize by the time he gets involved? It looks like the shields are back. The green gun goes out, doesn't find a home. Denial grenade is down. This is a 2v2, and Stellar comes in with a flank that takes down both players. Only down by 4 kills now with Stellar and Trippy still in this swing game number 3. And this is the spawn trap that Livefire is oh so known for.
Yeah, I absolutely love that discipline, though, by Trippy, and he continues to show discipline here on the training side of the map. See, the damage comes through. He gets the call out for damage, and again, discipline in his life, doesn't want to give up anything, and because of that, it's a 3-kill lead only now. Make that 2 for the side of Neptune and Collect. Stellar and Trippy really turning things around.
Auto translocator is up, and Trippy denying access to the QT with that plasma grenade, lining up the sniper. Looks like Collect and Neptune are going to collect it up. Meanwhile, Collect trying to get to the safety over towards sandbags. Collect and Neptune, perfect teamwork to fend off both Trippy and Stellar, but the body shot is in. Trippy gets the kill. It looks like a trade-off once again going to favor Stellar and Trippy, although Collect and Neptune have the lead at the moment. It was 9 kills just moments ago. Now it's just 2.
Yeah, I absolutely love how these players have stepped up. They're just, you know, you talked about that aggression earlier, Tony. They're allowing Collect and Neptune to be aggressive in disadvantaged positions, right? It's all about that positioning. And Collect and Neptune are finding themselves in bad positions on the map, but finally a little bit of individual skill comes through. Collect with a body disrespect, 24-21. Collect looking to close this out with his snipe.
And that ain't no body just, man. That's I learned from Zombieland. That's called the double tap. Okay, you gotta make sure them zombies ain't coming back.
Gotcha.
I know. I see you. Collect with a sniper in hands, looking for just one more kill, but you can't get sloppy. Meanwhile, Stellar Trippy only down by 3. One good round of slays puts them right back in it as Neptune does the initial damage, trying to bait both Trippy and Stellar in. It's not gonna happen. Active camouflage is coming up. Collected repulse up to top mid. Trippy somehow ready for him over there. Camouflage is up, and as of right now, both teams are playing the counter meta and not even going towards it. And meanwhile, Neptune, the first one to go down of the duo, Collect trying to make a play on him. It's not going to happen. Sniper in the hands of Stellar. Now you have Camouflage in the hands of him as well. The MVP has the opportunity to steal this game away.
This is why you don't double tap, as Tony would say this early in a game. The comeback from Stellar and Trippy is real. One kill will tie it up, and Stellar has the tool in his hands to do so, as well as the second one, which is the QT. See if he's able to close this game out, though.
Body shot in. Stellar takes down one. Quantum translocated his way back out. Meanwhile, Collect, he's still by himself. Trying to take down the one-shot player. Gets drawn right into bait and switch. Gonna be too much for him. Stellar and Trippy like a thief in the night. A highway robbery, dare I say, like bandits.
Well, you saw Trippy and Stellar doing a little bit of double tapping there, Tony. And this time, Collect didn't come back, so it might have worked. And you can see... what a massive comeback right there. You just assume, right, when you see a 21-24 lead, you just assume Collect and Neptune are going to be able to close that one out. It's this play right here that turned everything around, in my opinion, though. That double kill out of Trippy was absolutely beautiful. Taking on that 2v1, able to close it out. Stellar winning that piv as well and staying alive, just, you know, for a little while at least. Just phenomenal gameplay out of these two, and it was the discipline. You said it yourself, right? Very aggressive gameplay out of these two, Collect and Neptune. Trippy and Stellar just played back and let them play into the defense and, you know, let them play out of position. And it really worked out for them in that favor. We had a 1-kill game in Solitude. We have another 1-kill game here on Livefire. I'm excited to see what Recharge brings.
And... you know, I haven't seen much 2's gameplay here in Halo Infinite, but this is what made me fall in love with Halo 5 2's, is because the team is never truly out of it. You know, a couple of squad wipes, it's easier to take down 2 members of a team than it is to take out 4. So, you know, you get these few squad wipes, you go on these crazy runs, and just like that, you take control of games. You take the momentum and you run away with it. We saw Trippy and Stellar do that over toward the end of that game number 3, and things continue to snowball from there. 3-0 start. Not even out of the duo, out of Trippy himself.
It takes a lot of mental, a very strong mental, to become a world champion. You don't want to ever test a world champion's mental. You're going to come out on the other end of it not very happy. And you see right here, Trippy starting off very strong. And this game number 4 continues on that strength, gets another kill for himself, and he hasn't died just yet. 4-0.
Wow. 5-0 start for the duo, and Trippy really feeling himself. I mean, the last thing, like you said, the last thing you want to do is shoot a world champion's body. You don't want to give any free motivation for a team to play even better, especially the likes of Trippy and Stellar, looking for just one more game. They're already up 5-0 to end this series and advance forward, and you're seeing the perfect teamwork, perfect timing, perfect execution. And as of right now, Collect and Neptune, they're getting executed.
Yeah, did you see it once again there, though? They had a setup on the tower. Trippy plays really slow in the corner. They let the aggression play into their setup, and then all of a sudden, you're just trapped. It's like rats going for cheese. You eat the cheese, you get trapped. That's exactly what happened right there. Trippy and Stellar showcasing that championship prowess. 8-0 now.
Well, there's a problem. I love cheese. I'm getting trapped every time. Let me tell you, man. Gouda, smoked cheddar, and a good old melted American on top of a burger. I'm getting trapped every single time. Meanwhile, Stellar not looking to trap this camo. Instead, wants to grapple it over to him. Stays out of harm's way with that camouflage and kind of keeps the enemy team guessing on exactly where his location is. The only kill that Collect and Neptune were able to get was a trade-off, which obviously is not going to be enough. You are down by 9 kills. Stellar and Trippy have complete control. They're looking to shut you out of this game. How do you respond?
You respond by
God.
not getting shot in the face with the shock rifle. Stellar's 5-0. Trippy's 7-2. They've isolated the spawner onto Collect. They blocked the spawns on that C side. There potentially is a spawn on that long haul side, but look how fast they are to push on these isolated players there. It's going to be Stellar and Trippy in a 2v1. The long haul spawn comes out as well, and there it is. That's exactly what you need on the side of Neptune and Collect. Neptune gets a double.
I mean, yeah, the problem is you need about 3 more of those in order to put yourself within 3 at the moment. I mean, you've dug yourself so deep of a hole that I don't know how you climb out of it. You need a grapple, or you need Neptune to continue to play as well as he is at the moment. That was excellent damage on Neptune, excellent collapse out of both of these players, and just like that, things are respectable. But still, a wide lead for Stellar and Trippy. We're looking to take a wide formation. Trippy on the gold side, Stellar across the map over toward the blue side. Looks like their location has been identified by both Collect and Neptune. Neptune was going to take the 1v1, puts in a little bit of damage, backs down, not quite ready to take that action just yet.
Yeah, he's unaware of the information on where Stellar is. He finally gets it just now. You see him scoping towards that tower side, but before that, he's pre-nading, expecting the that bait and switch to come through once again. Now that he has the information, they can kind of play off of that, but still, he does not know where Trippy went. Trippy decided to back up. Stellar gets a stick onto one player, and now Trippy has Neptune trapped inside the batteries. Not a good scenario. Tony, what have we learned in this game here? I think I've learned not to shoot bodies, is what I've learned in this game.
And I feel like that's like one of the worst things when you're playing too, is like in that situation, like, you're calling out, you're putting in the work, and then once your teammate goes, one shot over here, you know he's down. you know he's down, and you know you're now in a 1v2, and it's your job to try to fend off the opposition by yourself, and sometimes that's just too hard to do against the likes of Stellar and Trippy. Meanwhile, Trippy does take a long-range challenge from across the map, ends up going down, but luckily Stellar, he's coming in quick with the shock. 10 kills is to his name. I don't like the fact he doesn't have an assist just yet, but I'll give him a 1-day pass on this one.
I'm just fearful that the words that were said is, okay, that's enough. Let's get this done. Because you see just a completely different team here. 18-9, not to take anything away from Collect and Neptune. Absolutely just great players, but it just seems like Stellar and Trippy have cracked the code. They've allowed Collect and Neptune to continuously push into their traps, and are able to get these kills. 19-10 now, a 9-kill lead here. And if Stellar and Trippy are to win this one, they will move on, and Collect and Neptune will be out.
Well, they look out of it right now. They look hungry. Look like they protein. Look like you on your keto diet. They're weak right now. Is Neptune and Collect, Trippy and Stellar making things look easy, and it doesn't even feel like a who's gonna win this matchup, but more of like, at what time will it happen, as every single kill looking confident for Stellar and Trippy, inching them closer and closer to that 25 kill mark. Trippy taking a bunch of damage, does cross the mid map, somehow is able to stay alive, and somehow Collect and Neptune not able to clean up on that damage.
Oh no.
And here they come, they're right back at you.
It's just unfortunate, right? You shoot bodies, and then you end up being down in a large deficit, and then you're getting your body shot at. It's just demoralizing, right? It takes some of the best players in the game to have the strongest mental to not allow that to affect them. And as you can see, it didn't affect Trippy in the slightest, or Stellar, as they win the series. It was close for a bit there, Tony. I'd figured, you saw it right there, 25-24 on Solitude, 24-25 on Live Fire, but at the very end, it's like they started out strong and they ended real strong as they win Recharge and win the series as well.
And one thing I will say, I think Recharge is going to favor the more disciplined players, and I feel like when going up against a team like Stellar and Trippy, the one thing I do think about is discipline. That's why they were able to take both of those Recharge games. When it comes to Neptune and Collect. God bless. I want to see them take the Solitude and the live fires. I think if they, they obviously win that game, even if they lose the recharge, we go back to Solitude, which I think favors Neptune and Collect style, where they want to constantly keep you on a cycle, constantly snowball on you. That's what I think of when I think of Solitude and live fire. But sadly, recharges, I just don't think you're going to beat a team like Stellar and Trippy, because they're just way too fundamentally sound, and I think that's a real big favorable matchup or favorable map for them.
Yeah, honestly, I 100% agree. It's beautiful. I agree with you with the recharge, favoring that structured team a bit more, but I don't know. I feel like Trippy and Stellar just flipped a switch, and sometimes it's all it takes. Turn the lights on so you can see. At this point, that's what I saw in that last game, and just absolute dominance. I don't know. I'm sure they're being playful in the body disrespect Collect, and even Collect saying you're so bad at the end. I'm sure it's all playful banter, which is great to see in Halo. But Trippy's about business. You saw the response was just GG. None of the fluff with it, and they'll move on. I'm not sure who they're playing next, Tony, but these games are very, very close.
They were very close. It was really entertaining to watch, and we know how you feel about that matchup. I want to send it over to with Louis and Garrett and see how they felt about it.
All right, man. You do the crime, you pay the time. You know what I'm saying, Tools?
Hey, I'm not one to say don't bag. I like the bags. I like the team shot. I like the shooting bodies. It's fun. But when it's Stellar and Trippy, like they're going to find their way back into the games, and the way that they came back into games was really impressive. Honestly, a very big win from them, and I think it was vital that they didn't go to a game 5 and play on Solitude once again.
Yeah, I feel that game 4 was dominant. It's exactly what they needed, and it's quite unfortunate, right? Collect's gonna shoot some bodies, and then that's just like the literal turning point of the entire series. It looked like at the time, right? It was 24-21. Collect thought they had it in the bag. Unfortunately, not the case. Shout out though to Collect and Neptune, because that was very entertaining, which I cannot lie. That's what we're here for. So thank you for putting on a show, boys. Unfortunately, they do go home a little bit early, but here's how the lower bracket's playing out as we speak. Tools, does anything just jump out at you?
Top of the bracket, right? Interesting. I want to see that match between Last Shot and Sniper Drone. I think that's going to be interesting. One other thing, Dubu starting a little bit of an early exit. The players from Mexico have been having some good performances today. Leor and Acid will continue on, and it looks like we got a little bit of an international match going on right there. I believe Spar from overseas, or using someone else. I believe he's overseas.
Not 100% sure.
Someone confirm it. Is Spar from Europe? I think he. No. Spar's not. I'm thinking of Spike. That's who I'm. Spar. So Spar not from, but still good match.
I do have a bit of unfortunate news to report right now, and it's not damning yet. But I hear that one of these winter storms has knocked out the power to Soul Snipe at this point in time. It looks like they're gonna have time until they have to play the winner of Stellar and the winner of Last Shot and Super CC versus Snipe Drone, and you see it right here, right? So hopefully that's enough time for Soul Snipe to get power back, get internet back, all that good stuff. But there is a pending forfeit if Soul Snipe cannot get his power back, which is quite unfortunate. But nevertheless, ladies and gents, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to roll some replays for a little bit. I think this is a perfect chance for us to kind of catch our breath. It's been a long day, but I promise you there's still plenty to be looking forward to. As you see, we've been looking at the lower bracket, and on the winner's side, in the grand finals, Bound and Lqgend are waiting very patiently for their potential opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
in white. They're in white. They're in white. He's on blue. One guy blue.
Pipes, yeah. Back blue. They're gonna just hide back there. I gotta walking up C-Pot with this.
They're both white. Both white. Both white. They're gonna run at me.
Chasing?
Yeah, they're
Watching you?
nice for it up.
So
The other one's
top,
gonna
I
be
think?
here probably. Yeah.
I'm grappling
I'm
top.
walking.
He's up here. Dropping.
I catch traded. Fuck. Got the god lunge on me. Only down 2.
Yeah, still
I spawned long haul. Might be you actually on your white. I'm not with you right now. They on you? Oh my god, they're both turbine.
Are they going A?
Yeah, they're going A. They're going hitting Lqgend cat right now.
I'm watching this. Staring at cat.
We got needles half. They might actually run at me.
Cat still. Top A.
I'm coming to you.
Getting out,
One
getting
guy
out.
might be going bottom mid.
Dude, my grapple. Oh my god, he's there. Tower. I'd shock and grapple. Gotta pinch you.
Fuck.
They're both there. I spawn tower. Or spawn A, I'm looking. Hilo, both there, one shot. I got the other one.
One.
Nice.
Nice, bro. Only down one.
Yeah.
Here, low key, just yeah, stay right there. I'm trying to spawn on top gold. Or they might be long. I'm gonna try to back up. I'm back up.
I got red pipes if they try to push this.
Okay. Should play
Gonna double
grapple
something.
like. They're probably back. You want to shit gold?
Yeah.
Camo's intent. We just gotta go long haul. We gotta go fast.
Yeah, we gotta go. Got bottom red here.
Yeah, just I don't know.
Gotta go full.
Sneaky, one guy, one shot. One more here. We gotta play for this camo.
Yeah.
I got a melee.
Nice,
Dead.
shoot.
That's shock down, shock and camo. Here you go. We win the game with that. I'm up right now. I spawn C. You're fine. Might be an A.
Yeah, I think they're just hiding in A. Yeah.
Go needle. Yeah,
Turbine,
one guy top A. One guy top A.
Half wall, like under the stairs.
Here, I'm chilling. I'm here.
I'm out of shock, dude. Watch out.
Top A.
Okay, yeah. You hit him. They're both weak here. 2 1-shots. Nice.
Got
One,
one
two.
more.
He's stuck here. Oh, you ran out Mang.
Yeah, it's fine. We only one.
I can push this.
Yeah, go. I'm walking with you actually.
What's here? Might be on the stairs
Clear
here
every
hiding or
corner.
something?
Clear every corner.
Yeah. Good.
I'm nading this corner right here. He's back blue. 100%. He might have run out that long.
Gone? No, it's tower.
Yeah.
Tower nading us. They're both here.
I got naded.
I'm on. Yeah, I'm on. Nuked out.
On you. Damn, bro.
That's annoying. I don't know where he went.
I don't know either. He must have went out like... Yeah, he had to. There's no way he didn't.
Dang.
Good luck. It's game
Just
1,
got a
whatever.
million shocks, yeah.
Yeah, they go. All good. Go next. You should be fine.
Plaza now?
Plaza, yeah.
Invite LVT.
Which one? Just the regular one?
I guess. I invited him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, we're in a game 5 situation. We got the invite for observer mode. So, Tools, I want to know really quick, really quick, who you got for game 5?
Oh, give me last shot. Man's a legend, FFA world champion. Playing with Super CC, 2 really good players. I think they'll get out.
Alrighty, well, we're throwing it to Why Not Inactive for this game 5 situation. Winner of this will face Stellar and Trippy. So, boys, take it away.
I'm so happy to be in this matchup. Ain't nothing better than watching a bit of a bonus matchup, especially when it's one of my boys. But on the other side, you still got Moses Snipe Drone. And when you talk about, 2 players that are veterans that have been doing it for quite some time, Moses Snipe Drone are definitely those dudes. Meanwhile, Super CC, he's been top 8 a few times. He's been doing his thing, but last shot, when I was casting him back in the day, he was a SWAT kid. I was casting SWAT tournaments with this young man, and to see how far he's gone from there, just it warms my heart. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's crazy what kind of game types will like grip you into the game, and then you kind of get sent off into other things. You know, starting off at SWAT, going to free for all, winning, you know, worlds, and then that's kind of where your individual skill is realized, and then you can start to develop your Force game. It definitely takes a little bit, right? Because with that FFA prowess, you have just a lot of aggression in your gameplay. That's just generally how you play FFA, is just very aggressive, kind of throw away your life if you're able to at least get a trade or so. So it's going to take a little bit for last shot to, you know, develop that Force playstyle so that he can continue to contend with these top players.
Well, as of right now, 3-1 start coming out of the last shot. Still manning this shock rifle. A few bullets to work with the cross-map shots. Trying to hold off the push from Super CC, and the last shot down to one shot he goes. But do they know Super CC is in the hotel room taking down Mose, leaving Snipe Drone by himself. Snipe Drone comes in quickly with the cleanup, and now it looks like he wants that shock out of the hands of last shot.
I'm getting word in my ear that this might be actually game 2. I know we just witnessed the last shot in Super CC losing that last one. So we'll get you an update on that as fast as possible. Regardless, it's last shot with a shock rifle. Gets the double as well. Repulses back up, taking space on the map, and that's what I love to see. You get those 2 kills, you take space, they now have camo, and they're pushing aggressively to potentially try and isolate Mose, who spawned first, but unfortunately they guessed wrong on the spawn, so both players will spawn on that side.
He may not have any ammo left in that shock, but he used that last shot to get the double kill. Did last shot, putting Moses Snipe Drone on the respawn screen. Super CC getting that damage off. And oh my gosh, the double stick goes out, but it still favors the duo of Super CC and last shot. A 4-kill advantage in this oh so important game 2.
Yeah, Tony, that's a great way to answer back here for Super CC and last shot. And now, again, they can play that kind of aggressive play style I'm sure they're comfortable with playing, and make sure that they at least trade. Snipe Drone with some great shots on the side of S4. He's going to have to back down. But it'll be last shot, of course, and Super CC playing very closely. We see such a difference in players' play styles. Some 2's players play very close together. Others, they like to take separate angles on the map, and it seems like Super CC and last shot, at least in this scenario, playing very close.
We saw what last shot was able to do with the shock rifle earlier in the game, and now Snipe Drone getting the first shock here for the duo coming from overseas. Gotta love that. I will say, I'm not a connections like, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I still love the idea of seeing international competition within these off-season tournaments. Hopefully it's a steady ping for everyone. That's what I'm hoping.
That's what we'd all hope to see. See Snipe Drone not really caring too much about the ping here on the side of Snipe's side. Shock rifle in his hands, lots of bullets to work with as well. Camo's coming up though in 10 seconds, so it's gonna be up to Snipe Drone to get that first initial pick or a trade if he needs to. And now this next kill, the most important one, but look at that last shot taking an unorthodox angle, takes him out, and as a reward he gets the camo.
Camouflage just popped, and it looks like it's not gonna be burned. Last shot able to get away with it, a 13-8 lead here. Coming in for the duo in blue. Meanwhile, off the screen, Super CC taking down Mose, and that's devastating for your 2v2 partner. He's being left on an island, being chased down by a man he can't even see. Snipe Drone ends up going down. Eventually, Super CC awarded the kill for that one. Mose did spawn over towards S1, but it looks like they're not aware of it, and they're being baited out by Snipe Drone across the map, and Mose comes in and takes advantage of the damage.
Yeah, but great job by Super CC to get that trade. You know, it's moments like that. And the double, my goodness, the nade shot for the second kill. Not an official double, but Super CC takes a really rough situation with that bait that you talked about, and he turns it into 2 kills for himself, a 2-for-1 trade.
Still on board now with Super CC. Last shot is across the map. Look at the fend for himself against Snipe Drone, who's getting all up in his face. Super CC comes in with the collapse, and I'm gonna have to pass it to you for a moment.
Well, I'm going to have to pass it back to you, Tony. It's the same thing for me. But regardless, we did see game number 1. We saw a little bit of game number 2, a definite answer back there, which is what you like to see, right? When you're this last shot, the last shot Super CC squad, you go down in that first game. You heard the minute that game ended, they said, GG, go next. I mean, that's the exact mentality you have to have. And they're showing dominance in this game number 2 as Super CC continues to play his life. Wait a minute, I did not know that was an angle up there. That's like Snipe 5, apparently. My goodness.
Hey, look, he's got to keep getting higher and higher. You know, it's like Fortnite. Just keep building, baby. Last shot off the screen, taking down Mo. Snipe Drone trying to get the cleanup. It ain't going to happen. Super CC going to close off that angle. There's nowhere Snipe Drone can go but forward. Takes down last shot with them before going down, which is great for him, but still not great for the scoreboard. Super CC and last shot just looking for the last 2 kills.
Yeah, it's just inevitable at this point, right? Coming back from this is nearly impossible. All last shot and Super CC have to do is push together, trade out a couple of kills, and that first one goes in. Super CC gets the second one, a spectacular and a 25-12 victory. I mean, that's what you love to see after that game number 1 disappointment.
Surprised to see that out of the boys out of Europe. I mean, we talk about Snipe Drone being one of the best players in Europe. I mean, from the Ascend days, you know, alongside Lqgend, who's now on SSG, you know, all the way over to the Navi days, which obviously didn't start off well for them, but they really were starting to make a comeback and probably going to continue to build off of that going into season 3. And then you have Mose, who's been teaming along the likes of veterans Septic and Flux for a little while, you know, journeyman as far as the orgs, but that's kind of been, you know, that their crew for a little bit, and they're obviously some of the best in the world. And to see Super CC and the young and up and comer last shot get a big dominant win in that game number 2, I wonder if they're going to be able to bounce back, or is this where Super CC and last shot run away with it and end the series?
I mean, I've been watching Halo for just under 2 decades, competitive Halo, and I'm going to be honest with you, it is so great to see this EU representation and to see, you know, what they're capable of. Last season, I think we're even on the precipice with Quadrant of seeing, you know, a win, and it's just, you'd never think that. You know, coming from 2006, 2007, 2008 MLG, you'd never think that would even be close to possible. So I cannot wait for HCS Season 3. And honestly, these off-season events, are so beautiful for these players, because it's just practice, just reps, and reps is what you need to get those muscles strong. But Super CC looking real strong right now with the double.
Strong like ox right there. Love that out of Super CC, and more importantly, is able to clear the way for his teammate to grab hold of Camouflage, who already had an S7 sniper in his hands. Moses Snipe Drone making a smart play. Get out of dodge. After you lost that Camouflage, there is no reason for them to stay and try to fight it out. Try to waste this time. Try to make sure that Camouflage isn't as effective as it can be. You're already down by 3 kills.
Yeah, you constantly see that, right? When a team picks up camo, you'll just see like a massive rotation. You don't see anyone moving right now, but generally you see just a rotation around the map. But that's exactly what happens, Tony. You're right. They just wait that camo out, make sure it's not a factor any longer. That's exactly what happens here. Last shot and Super CC playing this very slow, but they don't really have a choice at this point. They have the power weapons. They don't really need to move. They're just letting Snipe Drone and Mose come to them. A lot of damage is done, and a cleanup comes through, but a trade follows it up real quickly.
And not only is that rotation able to waste a camo, but also keep Super CC and last shot guessing. So eventually they were able to break through and get the first kill off, but eventually, after taking down Snipe Drone and now Mose being left over toward the green side, the Italian Stallion almost gets the kill onto last shot, but last shot simply hits those last shots and closes it out. 6-1 lead.
That's what makes FFA players good. You know, whether the player's no shields or full shields, you get the kill regardless. Oh my goodness, a beautiful use of the QT. I'm going to say it continuously as this season goes on. Get sick of me if you want. The QT on this map is amazing. Honestly, so much better than what we saw on Aquarius. Shout out to the Pro Insights team for you know, coming up with this. I think we're going to see some nasty plays as this season turns out.
I really hope we start calling Mose the Italian Stallion from now on. Like, I hope this nickname actually sticks here. Perfect shots coming out of last shot. Not done quite yet. The Italian Stallion gives it right back to him. 2 kills to his name so far, but it's still Super CC and last shot that not only have a 6-kill advantage, but Super CC himself that gets away with camouflage. Quantum Translocator is up as well. You can imagine Snipe Drone and Mose do not want to allow Super CC and last shot to grab a hold of it, but who's stopping them?
Once again, a lot of slow play here. This camo is probably going to be wasted as well. The least you could get with it is maybe some information. Sniper is up top center. Again, you don't spot anything. You hear a couple nades in your ear, but that's not going to be enough. Last shot utilizes the QT to stay alive. The snipe in the hands of Super CC. This is exactly what Super CC and last shot need. The power weapons once again. QT being utilized as well to take different angles, but last shot put himself in a bad spot. Snipe Drone's going to take full advantage of that, but he peeks a bit too much. His shoulder gets taken out.
5-0 start here for Super CC. Still has that sniper to work with. 7 bullets in the chamber, but he's being chased down by both Snipe Drone and Mose at the moment. Sandbags is clear. It looks like they're closer towards cuts. Last shot finds out the hard way. Super CC hits a shot that at least alleviates some of the pressure. Last shot comes in quick with the flank and kill onto Mose. Snipe Drone still takes down the sniper, gets him off the tower side. Great distraction out of them and a great push over toward the C side.
Yeah, just a great overall job by Snipe Drone right there, right? He does not give him that snipe angle on the ramp. Instead, he sits on the rail of the ramp to change that angle, so only a body shot is taken. So Snipe Drone ends up staying alive because of that, and he's going to get a sniper to work with because of it.
Snipe Drone angling out over towards green, but looks like Super CC and last shot know where his location is. Quickly grabs that QT and relocates, barely missing the shot onto last shot. Now we're seeing Snipe Drone cutting the map in half. Last shot advances forward exactly where Snipe Drone expected him to. Anticipation is on point for Snipe Drone. He knows exactly where CC and last shot are going.
2 bullets to work with. A great shot there with the QT to stay alive. It's not going to get cleaned up, though. Mose tries to find the angle, but finds himself now in a 2v1. Oh, great urgency by Snipe Drone, but unfortunately, it's going to be Super CC that comes out with the kills, and now a 6-kill lead and camo as well for a reward.
Doubling the score line, the enemy team right now with Super CC and last shot. And Super CC having the camouflage. Snipe Drone and Mose, they have to get this kill. They have to slow down the duo win with Mose taking down last shot, leaving Super CC by himself. He wants to make a play with camouflage, but he ends up being spotted out. Gets the melee onto Mose. Nade goes down. Snipe Drone finishes the kill, but last shot might be able to clean up the final one. So a 2-1 split. Once again, favoring Super CC and last shot, and it's no wonder they've had such a wide advantage for most of the game.
Yeah, it's just creating that time and allowing your teammate to come through. Super CC does that. He does go down, but last shot's right there to clean up the kills, and now with Sniper coming up, it's continuously Super CC and last shot that are taking advantage of these power weapons and power-ups, and they look to do it here once again.
Nade goes down, last shot, trying to fend off both Snipe Drone and Mose at the same time, and actually doing a great job of it, but eventually back-to-back kills for the European duo, and Mose gonna pass off that sniper. Already a great sniper is Mose, but I mean, he has snipe in his name.
Anyone who has snipe in their name, if we go by history, dominant with the sniper. Okay, Mr. Soul Snipe, snipe down. I'm not gonna go any further. Snipe Drone, though, at the top of tower. He's got a lot of bullets to work with, 7 total, and he finds, oh gosh, the patience. You never want a player to stand still with a snipe, because that's exactly what's gonna happen. Don't move if they don't move, because you're dead if you do.
I don't know why you're not mentioning my Halo 3 Smurf. Why not be sniping, but whatever. Both Snipe Drone and Mose going weak and going right through the rat tunnel over toward the A side, but Mose catches a stray and well-placed grenade. Body shot onto that player, finishes him off with the trade. This last shot, a 4-kill advantage. A Snipe Drone is lining up that snipe, a shot that he has to hit. You're still down by 4 kills at the moment. Mose coming out on top, Mose coming off of spawn, excuse me, and camouflage is coming up as well.
Snipe Drone lining up to potentially secure this camo with Mose at the top of sandbags. Why not be sniping? Would have hit that one for sure. That camo's still up, and Last Shot's waiting for an opportunity to get that. It's so much more difficult to get that camo on that platform. They're gonna have to get these kills first, and it's exactly what Snipe Drone does. He gets two, or gets one, I'm sorry, as his teammate gets another with the trade. It'll be camo now, and 2 bullets, a sniper for Snipe Drone to work with.
Super CC was trying to make a sneaky play, baiting out that camouflage, but he might have been able to take down one player. Sadly, both Snipe Drone and Mose were able to get their reticles trained on him, and camouflage and sniper combination back in the hands of Snipe Drone. Only down by 3 kills. A clean sweep could put you within striking distance. There's the first, no scope. Doubling it up onto Last Shot, leaving Super CC by himself, but where did he go?
Missing that shot would have been devastating, but you're right. The other player scurries away. They're not able to find him just yet. Mose does have that QT to try to take space and just survey the entire map in a very quick way. But they're not going to spot Super CC just yet. There he is on the top of C Plat along with his teammate. They rally together here and try to make a push. Unfortunately, Snipe Drone does take out Last Shot. Super CC forced to back up, but Snipe Drone's not missing.
Has to be a situation you recognize there. Last Shot going down in a very crucial point. Sniper's coming up. You got to be able to anticipate that the double push is there. And once again, Last Shot ends up going down. And although Super CC takes down Snipe Drone, the nade actually putting Mose down to 1 shot again. But Mose had equalized the situation with a huge spike grenade. And meanwhile, Last Shot emerges from the ashes with an S7 sniper. But it's a tied up game here. This is about to be a pivotal 2v2. But Mose and Last Shot might be getting into a little bit of a 1v1. Oh my gosh, one and done.
Wow. That was an incredible angle there. 1 pixel to work with, but he makes it happen. I love the idea to check angles at this point, too. Mose is up top center, though. Information will be given. A little bit of a problem, though. One player does spawn on the opposite side, but not a problem for Last Shot as he gets the 2 kills.
And the wise words of Tiffany Gomez, that mother effer's not real. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh. Last Shot clearing out the EU duo in order to grab a hold of this camouflage. Another sniper and camo combination. Mose ends up going down. The same for Snipe Drone. Back-to-back kills. This game was once tied at 19 apiece. Now with Super CC and Last Shot, they're only looking for 1 more kill. And their body shot looking for the headshot. There it is. Super CC and Last Shot taking that pivotal game 3, that swing game 3, and swinging momentum into their favor.
There's that aggression I talk about with free-for-all players all the same. It hasn't changed since 2006. Free-for-all players, very aggressive, but at the same time, extremely mechanically talented. And you see that here out of the Last Shot, right? Doing a great job of making sure to solidify these kills. Many 2v1s. Super CC can't take anything away from him either. He had some massive clutch kills towards the very middle of the game. And Last Shot that was there to close it out. So beautiful job by this squad to close out that game.
What a fight that was. What a fight that was. But once again, we see how momentum driven and these large swings that can go either way. Tied up at 19 apiece, ends up ending 25-19. And a game that was largely neck and neck almost the entire time. It just takes 1 round of slaves, which leads into 2. You gotta be careful when you're playing 2s, because no matter what the score line is, no duo is ever out of it, especially when you hit shots like that. Look at this. That was absolutely ridiculous. Then, boom, and hold on. Good
That was
God.
a turning point right there. That literally was a turning point. You said it was tied 19. Those 3 kills changed everything. And Mose nowhere to go. Ends up going down as well. It's not over just yet, Tony. Now we move on to recharge. A chance for Snipe Drone and Mose to bring this to a game 5.
And this is kind of what we talked about before, where I feel like Recharge really favors the teams that are able to slow the game down and be a little bit more fundamentally sound than counting on, you know, dynamic plays like I imagine Super CC and Last Shot really count on doing. So I think when looking at Recharge, I think that Mose and Snipe Drone have the advantage on this map, but it's not always about what happens on paper. It's about what happens in action, and it's a 2-0 start for Super CC and Last Shot.
It's definitely a good start, and you see their positions on the map as well, looking for a push here. It's going to be up to this 1v1, and once again, Super CC going to come out on top of that one. Looking for Snipe Drone, who's scurried away towards A, but it's going to be a spawn coming out for him as well, as his teammate spawns on bottom elevator. Now they can work together to potentially push on this tower side of the map.
Both Mose and Snipe Drone over toward the A side. Meanwhile, you see Super CC and Last Shot fighting off of the C side. Super CC and Last Shot electing to play tight, and I respect that. Honestly, I think if you get into a fight with both Mose or Snipe Drone in a 1v1, they're gonna come out on top most of the time. They have amazing shots, and as long as the connection is stable, things will look very good for them. I think Super CC and Last Shot, they really want to count on that teamwork, especially with those long sight lines on Recharge.
Yeah, it's a good call. You're seeing, even though they have a 2-1 series lead, they're still just, you know, controlling the pace of the game. They're still playing very tight, close together. They're not necessarily throwing away free kills, and that's how they're going to win the game. Last Shot doesn't seem to be missing whatsoever. That's definitely helping out the cause just a bit. Shock rifle in his hands, lots of bullets to work with here. But again, another kill goes in his favor. Wants the double, but the stick comes out from Snipe Drone.
Ooh, beautiful kill onto Mose, but a great answer back by Snipe Drone with the stick, and does the damage onto Super CC enough to end up playing it right into the hands of Mose, and Mose snatches away that camouflage. I found out we can't call him the Italian stallion. I was told.
Why not?
I was told he's not from Italy. Halo Wiki lied to me. Halo Wiki said Italy. My bad, Mose. No disrespect. I was going by the wiki. My bad.
It's unfortunate. The name definitely rolled off the tongue, but it is what it is. I've seen a lot of brand name changes here. You know, pro player name changes. You know, I call them brands because that's, you know, pro players are brands, even though they don't always think that way. Regardless, why not Mose change his name as well? You know, Snipe Drone's definitely not changing his name. Continuing to hit shots here. Looking for this one onto Super CC. Super CC trying to just get away. It might be a favorable spawn for the Last Shot, and it is. And Super CC shooting some bodies. Uh-oh. We saw a little bit of that before. No, be careful.
It's some hook, line, and sinker with that well-placed grenade. But Mose, you ain't gonna shoot his teammate's body like that and not catch some hands because of it. Mose covering his teammate's back real quick, earns himself a shock. Tries to line that up against Last Shot, but Last Shot is able to advance forward toward the Whirlpool side. Both him and Super CC are there. Last Shot takes down Snipe Drone, and what could have been a beautiful collapse out of Snipe Drone and Mose. Snipe Drone ends up going down. Mose smartly backs up.
Backs up a little too slowly, though, and takes a lot of damage. It's not going to be capitalized on, and he's got Snipe Drone to kind of push on this elevator side, so this player will probably be taken out here. I don't think he ends up getting away. Super CC is just so slippery. He just gets away from everything. Every situation, every bad situation he's in, he's just constantly staying alive. Look at this. The most annoying player to play against. I'm so glad I'm not playing against him right now, and I'm here instead.
He just evades damage. I call him Super CC. You can't catch the man. Last Shot chasing down Mose over from the C plat side to the tower side of the map. Make sure you check every corner. Hey, I'm not mad at that. The moment you curb slide past it and get back smacked, you're going to be kicking yourself, especially with how close this game is so far. Last Shot dropping right in front of Snipe Drone, making that kill easy for him and isolating Super CC by himself over towards back C. Snipe Drone and Mose are not going to let him get away, at least not easily.
That's the thing with free-for-all players, man. They always come back. That's exactly what Snipe Drone was ready for. He gets the kill. It'll be a trade once again. A tie game here, Tony. A lot closer than the previous. 12-12. I mean, the previous was close too, though, to a certain extent up until the end.
Oh, Snipe Drone with the shock. Man, we saw what he could do with the S7 a few times. The Shock, I mean, arguably an even easier weapon in the hands of these professional players. So last shot gets one planted right to the head. Perfect kill out of Snipe Drone and the nades. Snipe Drone anticipates that Super CC will be backing down, throws a denial grenade over toward the gold side. Looks like Super CC goes low, then goes high, just to get knocked right back to reality. 15-12 lead. Snipe Drone and Moz taking back control.
All right, now it's up to what they do at this point, right? They've got that 3-kill lead. Snipe Drone, unfortunately, does go for the grapple, which means he's in batteries. Fortunately enough for him, he does survive. But Mo's now going to push aggressively with the Bat Ledge player and Snipe Drone. He can push safely without having to worry too much. Camo coming up. This kill is huge, and they get it.
One thing I'm noticing from Snipe Drone and Moz, I feel like I can almost see the wheels turning within their heads. I can almost feel them anticipating and thinking one step ahead. Not just what happens right here, but reacting to what happens after this kill, what's going to happen here and there, and kind of moving one step ahead. And I think that's kind of lends to them controlling a lot of these power-ups and power weapons and just anticipating well what Super CC and Last Shot are going to do. A 4-kill advantage. They continue to think and play this way. They might just be tying it up, and we might just be going to a game 5.
This is gorgeous here on a Snipe Drone. Unfortunately, he does miss a couple of shots, though. His teammate ends up going down as well, so you're seeing he's very hungry for this kill, and he does pick it up, so ends up being okay. He still keeps the 19-14 lead, but got a little bit scary there. Wasn't able to hit those shots cleanly to extend this lead even further.
11-5 score line here for Snipe Drone. 3 assists to go along with it. And I love that he has both the shock and the grapples. You know, one miss with the shock and usually you're in trouble, but that grapple might get you out of a situation or into another one. Ends up being left by himself, taken down. The same for Moz, a 2-kill swing for Super CC and Last Shot, but now can they punish those spawns? Now can they build off of this initial damage?
Yeah, if Super CC are taking live notes of the game they're currently in, they would realize that pushing S2 is seeming to work. They're catching Snipe Drone and Moz off guard just a bit. You see Super CC ends up going down, but that 2's push was very quick and precise. It was actually beautiful. But can they replicate that is the question.
Snipe Drone heads up play to push right to the Whirlpool side. But Super CC comes off a spawn with the cleanup, eventually goes down, and you're already at 22 kills. Is Snipe Drone and Moz, Super CC and Last Shot. If they want to end this series on this map, they have to start valuing their lives. 14 deaths out of Last Shot. He's going to have to slow it down as well. Some way, somehow, Super CC and Last Shot have to find themselves some clean sweeps, some 2-0 engagements at the moment. And with Snipe Drone hunting them down like this, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Clean sweeps is what they need, and like you said, very difficult to see 24-18 out of this team. 1 kill is all that remains to secure the dream.
I didn't even know you were a rapper. I had no idea. Active Entertainment. I had to shoot. Now it sounds like now it sounds like a studio. I didn't even know. My bad. 24 kills and counting here for Snipe Drone and Moz, looking for that final one, and the shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone might just be the tool, might just be the utility that he's gonna use to end it right here, right now. Even in the 1v2, finds the one-shot player, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 5.
Beautiful. I mean, absolutely beautiful by Snipe Drone and Moz right there. Honestly, just a lot of use of that shock rifle. We talk about it being such an important item on the map here on Recharge. It's been like that for the past 2 seasons, and now another, in season 3, the iteration of it being on Solitude. It's going to make Solitude a bit more interesting as well. But it's really cool to see, teams continue to dominate with that. Like you said, I agree, Tony. I think it's a bit easier than the S7, especially for controller players. I think as an M&K player, it's definitely, shock rifle is definitely a lot harder for me. But for controller players, I would definitely agree that the shock is a bit easier than the S7, and you're seeing whatever player whatever team is able to control the power weapon, but also that side of the map to keep control of that timer. That's the team that's going to dominate. You saw Last Shot hitting a couple shots here. It just wasn't enough.
I'm not gonna let you sneak in that comment. I'm not gonna let you see your thumbs and let you sneak it in there, and I'm not gonna. I am so tired of you mouse and keyboard players just complaining about it. Just a quick, oh, you know, it's easy on controlling the hard on mouse and keyboard. Oh no, I can crank 90s and then and turn on a dime. Oh no, my movement is so amazing, and I'm so good. Oh my, bro, I'm tired of the woe is me. Good God. Yes, controller has aim assist, but you got your whole daggone arm to aim with. You got the movement of bound even in silver players. I'm sick of it. Solitude game 5.
You said I had a controller brain. What is that supposed to mean, Tony? Huh?
You know what it means.
1-1 is the score so far. Game 5 is what we have. And also what we have is a battle rifle. I want to talk about that a little bit, right? The starting weapon for the first 2 seasons, people utilizing it now for that long-range fight, and then pulling out the bandit for the close range, just like Last Shot was able to do there. But who are you looking at to win this game? I mean, Last Shot and Super CC had a phenomenal couple of games. Snipe Drone and Moze bring back a couple of games as well. I mean, this is going to be a tough one to talk about, but you spoke a little bit about how Recharge is more of a structured type map, and your prediction was correct.
You gotta tell me, I already knew I was right. I'm waiting for y'all to catch up. I knew I was right.
Let me get my notebook.
But doesn't mean that Last Shot of Super CC are gonna get an easy win on this one. They're still going to have to earn it. As of right now, playing lights out and earning this 4-kill advantage, 5-1 lead here. Super CC and Last Shot trying to set up the S1 spawn trap, but it looks like Moses Snipe actually spawning over toward the yard side. It looks like they weren't exactly ready for that one, but Super CC ready for the flank, and what a collapse. Adapting to the off spawns and still reacting and getting those kills.
Yeah, the big thing for me was Last Shot taking the angle back, making sure to go for that insta-float. Shout out to old man Walsh back there, but that put a lot of damage in, and because of that, are able to get those clean couple of kills. The 6-kill lead is nothing to forget about. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult comeback, especially if Last Shot and Super CC are able to get this camo.
It is, but I said it before and I'll say it again. When twos, no, you're never out. No matter, we saw what a 19-10 run going into the end game, end up going and seeing a crazy comeback. All you had to do is take it one squad wipe at a time, and that's only 2 kills in a 2v2. You should always feel in it when you're in the 2v2 battle, and hopefully Snipe Drone and Moze do. Moze off the top rope right after 1, make it 2. Beautifully played by Moze, and just like that, you're only down 3.
You just said it, right? It's never over. Moze continuing to dominate with the camo. A little bit aggressive there, doesn't cut the angle quick enough, so he ends up going down, but now we have a 5-8 lead here for Super CC and Last Shot, and it's gonna be Moze and Snipe Drone just not missing at this point.
And here we go, just like that, Last Shot being caught over towards Cafe. It's Moses' job to cut off that angle. It looks like Last Shot already made it towards Flowers, so with Super CC spawning across the map, excellent damage and excellent collapse out of both Last Shot and Super CC. Able to free up their spawn just a little bit, holding on to a 3-kill advantage. Last Shot is gonna back down, tries to bait himself out for Super CC's shock rifle.
You see Last Shot and Super CC taking minimal damage on this push. I believe those were just information nades, maybe trying to get info on the spawn, but I'm not sure if they actually know that they did spawn on the blue. Regardless, it'll be Super CC and Last Shot pushing in that 2s, holding hands essentially throughout the map. It's worked for them in the past, but every time they separate, it seems to give Snipe Drone and Moze a chance to utilize that the capability of not missing, because that's essentially what's been happening lately.
Another battle coming out. It's funny you talk about nade checks. It's almost like a counter meta. Like, to advanced 2s players know that a stray grenade just means the other team is not checking that angle. They were checking with the nade. It's almost like a counter strategy. As Super CC takes down the first one, hits a beautiful body shot onto the second and almost takes him down, but Moze, call him Moses, he's splitting up the defense right now, taking down both CC and Last Shot, keeping them off their spawn. And if they continue to play like that, I can see them tying this game up, especially with the assistance of the camouflage. But You can't throw that away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the play previous, Mo's very aggressive, very confident, and I was hoping, I was essentially gonna say that his confidence is definitely paying off for him, but in that scenario, when you have such an important power-up on you, aggression like that is definitely not the way you want to handle things. It'll be an 8-12 lead here for Super CC in the last shot. It's a big mountain to climb. 7 minutes left, though, so plenty of time to do so.
Mo's trying to get sneaky over toward the loop side, ends up making a bit too much noise, but those shots, they still hit. Perfect kill onto the first. Almost able to take down Super CC, as Lqgend actually took some damage from that stray grenade, so he couldn't even clean up that kill. At least trades out his life to Lqgend, which is a huge play when he was absolute one shot. Still a 4-kill advantage for Super CC in last shot, and I'm about to see another engagement.
Yeah, well said on that trade, Tony, because he was one shot and the spawn was coming out from behind him, so a trade is all he could have gotten, and the most he could have gotten in that scenario. A 3-kill lead here for last shot and Super CC still. Make that still a 3-kill lead as the trade comes out once again.
I gotta blame last shot on that engagement a little bit. He was kind of peeking over toward the LR, peeked down when he knew that his team was coming off a spawn. Ends up peeking a bit too much, goes down, and team ends up getting cycled because of that. Trying to get some information, but curiosity is what killed the cat. 15-13 lead. Super CC and last shot continue. They still have the lead right now, but they can't play sloppy. Moses Lqgend, they're going to take advantage of your mistakes every single time, and one of them might just be allowing him to get away with this camouflage. Now he has a thrust to work with as well. Right to the S4 side, putting last shot down to one shot. He knows Super CC's coming quickly. At least he's able to take down last shot. Beautifully played. Super CC finally getting involved, but it's just too little too late. Now only a 1-kill game active.
Yeah, that Lqgend played that phenomenally, right? That is the epitome of how to play camo. He dodges lots of shots. There's no aim assist on those shots. The aim assist that you control players need in order to hit your shots. Sorry. There's no aim assist on the shots when Lqgend is camoed. He's able to stay alive, get a high position, waits for the 100% kill, and gets it. I mean, beautifully played. Now he's got the shock rifle. No more camo, but he's got control of snipe, and he's got the shock rifle as well.
Lqgend right up to the S4 side with that shock in hands. Both players lining up. One headshot can chain react a little bit, but you still have to hit the shot. Denial grenade down. There it is. The body not going to be enough to take down last shot. And this teammate Mo, he's across the map. This is not a well-timed push.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, right? Your teammate Mose doesn't have an angle on your aggression. On that snipe side, you're taking a 2v1. Mose does get a trade right there, but it's still a 2-kill lead, and they've maintained a lead for most of this game. So the only way you stop that from happening is ensuring that your teammate has an angle on the fights that you're taking.
Shock in the hands of Super CC, taking down Mose, but off the screen, Lqgend goes right after last shot. Momentary 1v1, right as active camouflage is coming up. And just because the shock is in Super CC's hand doesn't mean he's gonna hit it. And apparently he does. Mose goes down. He knows that Lqgend could have been making a play for the camouflage. Not going to work out for them. So now shock in the hands of last shot, who just activated that camo. Unselfish pass out of Super CC. This team already has a 3-kill lead. One good round of slays could put it out of reach, but Lqgend takes down CC.
I have only one bullet to work with here as well. He gets it. That's all he needs. But he doesn't get the second. A beautiful win there by Lqgend. A must win. Especially still being down 2 kills. I mean, that 1v1 extremely important because it allows you to have this side of the map. And now Mose has S4 as well. So an opportunity now with all the power off the map. An opportunity for Lqgend and Mose to utilize that teamwork to bring this back.
And can we also talk about the pressure on last shot right there to hit the last shot with that shock rifle? He knows he's being commentated. He misses that shot. There's a pun coming out. But he hits it. He does what he has to do. 21-19 lead. 2-kill advantage. Combat evolving the shock over toward the poster side. Not quite as far as he would want it to, but still making Mose and Lqgend work for it. And Mose almost gets worked. Overzealous over toward the Super CC. And last shot almost bait and switches him. Meanwhile, that shock, I believe, is still over towards posters. And Super CC and last shot, they're going to have no angle on it. They are rotating out quickly.
Yeah, it seems that 343 and the Pro Insights team added a couple more at least plasmas to each of the maps, and what that ensures is what exactly you said. The combat evolved, ways to kind of break through and make sure to get those power weapons. Maybe lineups will come in the future, different lineups, etc. But it's just a way to kind of make sure to get those power weapons in a position where you shouldn't get those power weapons, and it kind of just shifts things a little bit. Moz does have a position here for this camo with it coming up in 1 second. I'm not sure if he has information on where Last Shot and Super CC are. It looks like they're rotating close together once again on the backside of yard.
Camouflage been gathered up, I believe, by Snipe Drone. Meanwhile, Mo's down to 1 shot. Super CC and Last Shot still try to work their way from driveway toward bottom mid to finish off that kill. High risk, high reward play. But now they see themselves trapped over toward the A side. Super CC takes down Mo before possibly going down himself. Grenades, some shots. Disruptor to kitchen sink. He's throwing everything at the camouflage player.
Kitchen sink would hurt. It's getting thrown at you. Mo's though, he's putting a little bit of hurt on. But you can see time and time again, they're not able to close this lead. It's been a 2-kill lead this entire time, and now with only just over a minute left in the game, there's a potential that Super CC and Last Shot play time here, and it's up to Snipe Drone and Moz to make the push.
As right now, Snipe Drone is already stretching out over towards this Flowers side. He has Moz that's flanking quickly, but is it quick enough? The sticky right onto Super CC, sends him back. Last Shot finds the exit route, goes right through the mid. The problem is he's being chased down. Super CC comes off his spawn, tries to cover his teammates back, but now just trapped here by him lonesome. Mo's forced him down to the S1 side. Last Shot has come off his spawn, but he's still probably not going to be in it. But somehow Super CC takes down Mo's, and now it's Snipe Drone. The hunter have become the hunted, as Super CC and Last Shot are on the prowl to possibly end this game down toward the low ground. Snipe Drone taking some early damage. Mo's is quickly approaching the mid side to try to cover his teammates back. Last Shot and Super CC are not able to angle out Snipe Drone, but Moses there. They're trapped. This is it. They just need one more kill, and Super CC is going to find it. Mose was pushing up, but he wasn't able to get there in time. What an ending.
That's insane, right? You have 2 players stuck at the bottom of Snipe. Your time is dwindling down. We're up to like 5 seconds left, and some damage comes out, but no one's challenging. And I got to talk about the play before that, Tony. Super CC, he used his lunge. He lunged on a player. It was before this, but he lunged on a player essentially to get to top Snipe. So watch this. Look, lunge, and he gets to top Snipe.
Wow.
He doesn't even need to use the lift. It's absolutely insane out of him. Because of that lunge, he stays alive. If he didn't lunge here and get to the top of Snipe, he would have 100% died in that scenario, and we would have had a tie game. But regardless, beautifully played.
But then the fact that, look, now they're trapped over here towards S1. And they really wanted to get that kill onto Snipe Drone, but they knew that Moz was over toward the glass side and possibly could have angled them out, and it may not have worked for them. At one point, Snipe Drone, I believe, gets a shield. Moz is here. This is nade central. This has to be the worst position I have ever seen a team in, and they continue to fight off it. I'm like almost wondering, was Moz like a second or two behind? Should he have been faster on that? Could Snipe Drone have stayed alive a little bit there? Was it a combination of the two? Because I feel like that was their win. That's what they wanted.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-2-1 scenario. I'm not even kidding. And that's in that situation when you have a player that's no shields, like I believe Super CC was no shields at the bottom of Snipe. That's where you call it 3-2-1. Like Moz goes in, they maybe shift, maybe shift their attention to Moz, but the problem is it's 1 kill, right? So like all that needs to happen is a melee or whatever. 1 kill is all that was needed. It just makes things very difficult for Snipe Drone and Moz because they want to get that kill without dying, or else either way the game's over. So they had time as a factor. They had the fact that they were down 2 as a factor, 2 away from winning. Just a lot of things on the clock there. It's tough. I mean, it really is tough, but Super CC and Last Shot close it out in beautiful fashion.
Well, guys, I mean, you know how we feel. We talked about it already, but I'm sure I'm sure Garrett and Louis have a lot to say about that, and we're going to kind of walk us through that ending of that game and what to expect later on in this tournament. We're still not done. Guys, don't go anywhere. I'm sending it right over to Louis and Garrett.
All right, thank you for that, Tony Active. You guys go ahead and get up, relieve yourselves. We got more to do, but yeah, Garrett, that was quite the ending, though. And out of a bonus series, right? We joined that in progress after game 1. We thought it was game 5. Guess we just read the script. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like it was an amazing match, right, Tools?
Oh, I absolutely came down to the wire. All I gotta say is USA, USA. Let's call.
I got breaking news because we're literally loading into the next game.
Oh, really? They're right into it. Love that. They're getting right in. Obviously, the EU hopes and dreams not dead. Yeah, you guys still have one player left in the tournament, and well, he's all the way in the grand final. So you can rest easy there. Bound and Lqgend gonna be the duo that represents the Europeans for the rest of this tournament. As you see, they reached it to the grand finals from the top half of the bracket. But man, when you look at this elimination bracket, you can see just how stacked it is and how hard it is to get yourself forward in this. I mean, look at what's last shot in Super CC. If they want to get to the elimination finals, who are they going to have to go through? Well, first, you have to go against 2 world champions in Stellar and Trippy. After that, you have Septify and Soul Snipe waiting for you. And then you're probably going to have to play against Renegade and Lucid, or potentially the best players in Mexico. And then after that, you have Frosty, who I consider probably the best player in the game, right? This is just such a stacked bracket if you want to go the distance.
All right, well, I got a spoiler alert, Super CC, and it's the last shot are on a roll still. I'm going to throw it back to our casters as we're getting into the next series already. We're already in game number 1. So Tony and Active, go ahead and take it away as we get into this game.
We heard you guys hate breaks. Here at LVT, we give you what you want. No more breaks, guys. We got another matchup for you after we just saw Super CC and Last Shot go the distance in that previous round. Now you go up against the MVP and a player who, when he's playing at his apex, plays at an MVP caliber. That's right, Stellar and Trippy are on the map right now, but Super CC and Last Shot, they're the ones with a 1-kill advantage.
Yeah, I'm not a coach or anything, a professional coach or anything, but just a little bit of a tip for Super CC and Last Shot. Don't shoot Trippy's body. That's all. That's the only tip I have for you. If you don't shoot his body,
okay,
you don't awaken the beast, you're good.
I'm writing it down. Okay, shoot Trippy's body.
No. Tony, don't shoot Trippy's body.
Okay, don't not shoot Trippy's body.
I give up.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm here. Camouflage coming up. And as of right now, Super CC going down. Last Shot being led by himself. Stellar sneaks away with the cam one. Notice he grapples right up to his teammate. They're not pushing one at a time. They're going to show Super CC and Last Shot some respect and make sure they're together when they're pushing up.
Stellar. You can spot that one player is not together. Ends up killing the Last Shot there. Gonna swap out. That's the timer on that shock rifle, of course. Stellar's got that. He's aware. And you'll see him continue to maintain control here of the pipe side of the map. And has no pressure, really. But Trippy's getting double pushed, and he ends up going down. Stellar's not there to help him. And because of that, there'll be another kill, another clean kill here for Super CC and Last Shot. But unfortunately, it's going to be Super CC that gets a bit too confident there and gets taken out.
And to be honest, I'm not even sure if Trippy's getting double pushed. He was single pushing the 2 players. Like, he was one advancing forward from 8 to tower, and I guess they were going to try to work a little collapse, a little 1-2 combo from across the map. But Super CC and Last Shot, they're ready for these challenges. They feel confident, even going up against the likes of Trippy and Stellar. They will take these 1v1 battles. Meanwhile, Trippy, you know he accepts those. We see Trippy and Stellar collapsing onto Last Shot real quick. Once you get that first kill, you make the second one look easy, doubling the scored line of Super CC and Last Shot have Trippy and Stellar.
Yeah, if you go down first, it's your teammate that just has to do everything he can to survive. He better know how to make a campfire. He better know, where to get food, because otherwise he's not going to be able to live in those 2v1 situations. And then it becomes a stagger over and over, Tony. Like, you die, and then your teammate dies, and then you're dying again, and if teams are good, they can consistently push these spawns. An 8-4 lead here for the side of Stellar and Trippy, and you can see how aggressive they're being here. Stellar doing a great job living, still putting in that damage, but he gets taken out pretty quick.
Stellar, great damage coming out of him, but it looks like him and Trippy just weren't on the same page with that push, and eventually Trippy goes down by his lonesome. Stellar gonna try to make a individual play. It works, immediately drops the Shroud. Beautifully played.
Wow.
And actually, I was Trippy, excuse me, not Stellar. Stellar's the one that comes off a spawn and grabs a hold of that camouflage immediately. What a play by Trippy.
Yeah, that was actually beautiful, putting that Shroud screen down. It's gonna be interesting to see how that Shroud screen is used. Obviously, I would assume to get camo most of the time here on recharge, but shock rifle in the hands of Stellar. He's already got the camo, and he spots two players holding hands. It's not a party. Stellar is crashing it instantly with a 2 dead, a 6-12 lead.
I mean, two players hiding in a corner, holding hands side by side. It's not much of a party to begin with, but I guess he crashed it. 12-6 lead. Stellar and Trippy putting some distance in the scoreboard between them, Super CC, and Last Shot. However, Stellar the first one to go down, and Trippy nowhere to be found to get into that action. Luckily, they've afforded themselves the opportunity to lose out on 1 or 2 of these battles. They already have a nice lead, and one thing about Trippy and Stellar, they're not going to let things get out of hand. They're not going to overreact to any of these individual kills, but Trippy trying to juggle the Plaza Pistol over towards his teammate. Super CC and Last Shot, they must have heard all of that action over toward the gold pipes.
Yeah, oh my goodness gracious. Last Shot with a beautiful shot onto Stellar there, but one thing I want to say once again, and I mentioned it earlier in the last series, is that these two guys, Super CC and Last Shot, they just seem to play way better when they're double pushing like that. It always turns out to work in their favor, and because of that double push now, it's only a 3-kill game, and Last Shot has the shock rifle, so he can make something happen with this. He could potentially be in a good spot. The grapple's gonna come out, but Trippy really quick to make him pay for that misposition.
And Last Shot was trying to distract the enemy team long enough for Super CC to grab a hold of that camouflage, but eventually both players end up going down without getting a single kill to their name. I love that name by Last Shot, but somehow it's not enough. Stellar wasn't able to get the kill, but Trippy has his back. Super CC with a well-placed grenade to at least clean up Stellar there, but still a 5-kill advantage, and Trippy and Stellar, they still have control.
Look at how they take, this is constantly what they're doing, you know, we're talking about the Super CC and Last Shot taking, basically holding hands and just running together on parts of the map, but look at how Stellar and Trippy make it work, right? They're on separate sides of the map, they're watching each other's angles, they have that trust factor and that ability to make sure that they have each other's angles at all times, and then they just continue to win pivs. And when you win those 1v1s and you take control of parts of the map, you're aware of spawns, and you just continue to rise this lead, or to raise this lead, I'm sorry. 19-13 now. Last Shot gets 1, but a lot of work to be done still.
Clean sweep on Last Shot and Super CC. The battle rifle comes right out for that long range engagement. Trippy does pass over from long haul to C, and I don't think they're aware of where Stellar went. Stellar's actually right behind Last Shot, and while Trippy's making a lot of noise here, the collapse works out in favor of them. Trippy awarded the kill for that, when Stellar gets involved within that fight, and Super CC, he's across the map. Not much he can do besides go down to 1 shot and get chased out of his position. Trippy and Stellar playing lights out within that engagement, and turns 2 into 3, and 3 into 22 kills at the moment. Just looking for 3 more are Stellar and Trippy.
Every engagement out of these two has been so good. You saw right there how quickly Trippy was able to convert on the damage that Stellar put in, right? He didn't allow that player to get his shields back. He made sure to converge within that 5 seconds. And Trippy continuing to do damage here. Does not expect the player to re-peak with 1 shot. Because they don't expect it, both of them go down. But Tony, 23 kills is for Stellar and Trippy, and I mean, this is looking nearly impossible at this point. You need to play absolute perfect Halo. I know we say that often, but it's true, right? You cannot make any mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, if you're gonna trade out your life, you can play for 1v2s right now against Stellar and Trippy and still end up coming out on top, which is a dangerous position for Super CC and Last Shot to be in. Although Trippy wasn't able to get at least one, get a trade off there. still a 23-16 lead, make it 17. As Super CC and Last Shot slowly starting to inch their way forward. We've already seen 2 in a row right now before going down, and Trippy being isolated here over toward the glass side, still somehow feeling comfortable enough to go in for the long-range challenge. Stellar might end up right behind enemy lines, maybe not. Super CC and Last Shot doing a great job of watching each other's backs, even when they're not right on top of each other.
Yeah, they've got a lot of damage off on Stellar and Trippy, but they're just not able to convert on it whatsoever, and it's just due to the positioning of Trippy and Stellar, just being in a position to potentially put that damage in across the map, but not take bad damage, and if they do, they end up getting out and just, you know, going towards another angle. The push finally comes in from Last Shot and Super CC, and you can see the double push once again. Works out in their favor. They trade out 1, but only 1 kill is left, and Stellar and Trippy will win this game number 1.
I've been caught off guard so many times by players grappling up towards that top white, toward that top tower, but it's crazy. Last Shot got that. He got that information. He heard the grapple, and he knew exactly where to drop that grenade to trade out his life. Sadly, trades not exactly what they were looking for, as Trippy and Stellar were just looking for that final kill in order to end game number 1. A well-fought battle, but ultimately a losing one for Super CC and Last Shot in game 1.
Again, I gotta mention it, right? Just in terms of stylistic play styles out of these guys, it just comes down to Trippy and Stellar playing different sides of the map, able to get just massive angles on you wherever you go on the map. And then if Last Shot and Super CC can play their play style of pushing together, all you have to do is deal with that one player, you know, and they did it time and time again. That last play, you saw they dealt with that one player, but then, you know, I believe it was Trippy came grappling in and ended up trading out the kill, but you're still in a 2-for-1 scenario there. And if you start that at the very beginning of the game, I mean, you're good to go. So coming into Solitude for game number 2, I would assume that maybe things change up just a bit.
Well, one thing that's not going to change is the major power weapon and power up on this map, because just like we saw in Recharge, we're going to see a lot of camouflages. We're going to see a lot of shock rifle action, especially after the recent change that happened during that ranked update split.
Right.
A lot of people questioning the move. I will say the shock rifle on Solitude kind of makes sense as far as like a map theory. Like, you know, a Solitude's already small map, S7's a longer gun, so you want, like, you know, what's a shock rifle? A closer range sniper. So it kind of makes sense as far as map theory. But man, for a map to be as momentum driven as this one is on Solitude, things can get out of hand if a team has control and has the shock.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to kind of talk about, right? Is you know, this is a very snowball map, which is what a lot of people are talking about, and maybe potentially they thought that, oh gosh, Stellar, taking out the sniper and putting a shock rifle would make that easier. The only problem is you got that chain link that happens if multiple players are spawning in yard or spawning in blue, and you just shoot one player, you do damage to all of them, and then they're stuck in blue even longer. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this kind of pans out over time. But Stellar, he doesn't want to hear anything I have to say, because he's dominating with a shock rifle right now. A 4-2 lead so far for Stellar and Trippy.
And a 4-0 start, making a 5-0. Stellar doing it by himself at the moment here, showing why the shock in the right hand is deadly. Super CC and Last Shot finding out the hard way. Meanwhile, the game slows down just a bit. Last Shot and Super CC both on the same spawn cycle. Not for long. Stellar comes in quick with the perfect kill to Super CC's head. And Last Shot, if you want to join him, be my guest. 7-2 start. Stellar literally has all 7 kills.
I was going to say, make that 8. Make that 8! There we go. A beautiful shot there once again by Stellar. Super CC left all by his lonesome. Has to win this 1v1. But the thrust is utilized. That's Stellar's last thrust. But my goodness gracious, are we going to see a killing frenzy here out of Stellar? One more kill to make it happen, and Camo is up.
For somebody whose name is Chasen, he sure got chased down to Super CC right there. Stellar not done, and almost gives him the business from across the map. As at this point, I think this really constitutes a cyberbullying, I would say. Stellar 1 kill away from the killing frenzy, and he is challenging everyone. He doesn't care if your name is Super CC, it don't matter. He is going in, he is feeling himself at the moment. Everybody's one-shot deuce to this young man.
Yeah, it's just incredible to me, right? He's 9-0, and the player gets him down to no shields. He has maybe one shot on him, and he just full chows. Like, that's when you know he's feeling good. We'll see what he's able to do if he's able to get any of these cleanups here. A beautiful positioning is going to put him in a, I'm sorry, bad position because he gets taken out 2v1, but it'll be camo for Trippy. So, you know, nice and selfless by Stellar, right? Doesn't want the killing frenzy. Instead, he creates space, it creates a distraction, allows Trippy to get the camo, which could turn into multiple kills.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would love to see him, you know, kind of stat pad a little bit and go in for the frenzy, maybe go in maybe for a perfection, but distracting both members of the opposition long enough to allow your teammate to grab a hold of the camouflage. That's just great unselfish play. 11-4 lead here. Stellar and Trippy doing a great job, and let's be honest, right now it's the Stellar show. I mean, no disrespect to Trippy, the world champion. Let me tell you, ain't gonna find a bigger fan of Trippy than myself, and maybe someone's related to him. But Stellar's 10-1. He's still going off.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to continue on that momentum with the shock rifle. I think a couple of shots with this will make it happen, and you can see it's already working in his favor. 12-6 now. A 6-kill lead here for Stellar and Trippy. They're already up one game in the series. This is a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, and we are in elimination round number 9. This is the LVT 2v2. Don't forget, we have a 4v4 tomorrow as well. If you like Halo, you better be here, because Stellar, I'm sure, will be a part of that too. But the camo comes up. It's going to be last shot and Super CC with a chance to cut the momentum in half and bring this game back in their favor.
And we see a couple kills go in favor of Super CC, and last shot they're able to snatch up that power weapon off of the hands of Stellar and Trippy. So maybe they can make something happen. But last shot, the first one to go down. Super CC now in full defensive retreat mode. Gonna try to beat at least one of these players. Maybe buy some time for last shot to spawn up and get involved, but sadly, a second too late. Now staggered spawners, one by one. Super CC and last shot fall, and that's about 3 kills in a row for Stellar and Trippy, just due to some Stellar play.
Yeah, Trippy wants a little bit of that spotlight as well, right? He gets 4 kills here, looking for another, gets the perfect with the shock. He says, it's my turn. As they push, you said, another isolated player in Super CC. Great awareness by Trippy and great game sense to understand that the drop was coming from Super CC to try and stay alive there. And not only that, they've got control of the spawns. Those nades prevent last shot from spawning there. And now look, they spawn separately, and it's up to Trippy to take advantage.
You know, if you're wondering how to become a better twos player, watch the film. Like go back and watch it, because what I'm seeing personally from after the 9-0 start by Stellar, which was crazy, but since then, I'm not seeing anything fancy. I'm not seeing any kind of like crazy dynamic plays that not anybody can do. I'm seeing great fundamental Halo just played at the twos level. You know, just staying healthy, putting down damage, getting his max damage onto your opponents, taking advantage of that damage, and just cycling your opponents due to teamwork. I think this is great film to go over if you want to become a better twos player, because this is just great fundamental twos action that you're seeing before obviously both players getting wiped and Super CC and the last shot finally able to weather the storm.
Well, this is a chance now for Super CC and last shot. Last shot's got the camo. He's got spot on one player, but not going to take that information and go with it. But look, he spotted out once again. I mean, I should have ate carrots as a kid. I knew it was a bad idea to not listen to my parents. I don't know how the heck they're seeing these camos, but Trippy almost gets another one. 22-10, a 12-kill lead. They smell blood in the water. They're looking to finish this right now.
I love how the deciding factor of you realizing you should listen to your parents is that you can't see camouflage in a video game. You know, maybe there's probably many reasons why you should listen to your parents. You know, and not even just carrots. Eat all your vegetables. If anybody's watching at home right now, listen to your parents for multiple reasons and eat your freaking vegetables. Good God.
Nah. Vegetables are not keto, so I can't do that.
5 minutes remaining.
10 kills in the lead here for Stellar and Trippy. 23-13, very dominant in this game thus far, and honestly, it has a lot to do with Stellar's run at the very beginning of the game. Last shot has something to say about that, but again, we end up in a scenario where it's nearly impossible to come back from this game, and We'll see if they're able to make something happen. It's only game number 2, so it's a best of 5. They still have a chance. They can make it respectable, give themselves a bit of confidence going into the next one. But it doesn't look like that'll happen. 24-14, 1 kill is all that's left.
Those final 2 kills were eluding Stellar and Trippy for quite some time, but it looks like that's not going to be any more. Super CC trying to find the exit and enters the House of Pain because of a 25-14 win. Stellar and Trippy taking a decisive game number 2 and now looking for the sweep.
Well, here we go. I mean, they just look dominant, right? It was a closer game in game number 1. Solitude definitely snowballed just a bit, just due to Stellar literally not missing a shot, but then Trippy started to catch fire as well towards the mid and end game. But here we go to live fire, where there's one difference. There's a couple differences, I guess. You got the QT now at the back of green. You got the S7 sniper, aka Betty, at the top center. We'll see if they're able to utilize that. That is the last shot on Super CC to make something different happen. Make it a different outcome, Tony.
I'm gonna be honest, when you said there was a cutie on the map, I thought you meant like Stellar. My bad. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There's a quantum translocator on live fire, and that's what we're gonna see plenty of. We only see one of this map, unlike Recharge and Solitude, where there's a chance that we can see these maps twice if the series go further. But to be honest with you, what I saw after that game number 2 and what I saw with this entire series, I don't know if there's going to be a game number 4. I think this might just end right here on live fire.
By the way, Tony, Betty's the only cutie on the map, okay? That's a sniper. She's cute. All right, look at her. She's just sitting there all nice, waiting for someone to scoop her up. And there it is. Who is it? It's going to be, I believe, Stellar. Yep, Stellar pops off with it. Doesn't hit a shot, though. Ends up staying alive as well, but taken out pretty quickly. Great job by Super CC and Last Shot to converge on that kill as quick as possible to make sure that sniper is not in Stellar's hands.
I've heard of people naming their cars, never heard of people naming their sniper rifle, but hey.
You have now.
It's 2024, huh? Trippy with the big kill onto Last Shot, defending the active camouflage. Super CC, great anticipation to take down Trippy, and now Stellar's gonna try to make his way towards that camo. Can pop up at any given moment here. Super CC trying to line up that shot. It looks like his teammate is also trying to get involved on the sandbag side, and eventually Super CC ends up going down.
I'm sorry, I'm fanboying right now. That was freaking beautiful, right? Stellar has the QT. He goes behind the camo side. He QTs out, and then he gets the kill from Nest side onto the player. I believe it was Super CC still watching the camo to wait for Stellar to pop out. That was absolutely beautiful play right there. And now we're in a tie game. Trippy with the camo in his hands. We'll see what he's able to get out of value.
Oh. Already able to take down one. Anticipates the grenade coming in. Goes from one pillar to another. I thought that was going to be enough, but Last Shot awarded the kill after that nade. 5-4 lead in favor of Stellar and Trippy. And Stellar thought he was checking that back A corner side for the spawners, but they're spawning over towards the more favorable tower side of the map.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's favorable, and there'll be a trade there. A little bit aggressive his Last Shot. Super CC tries to shoot the nade on the floor. If you didn't know you could do that. Comes a remote detonation. We're 2 years in. If you don't know that, then you're probably a noob. But but here we go. A 1-kill lead here for Stellar and Trippy. I'm having a blast, but a 1-kill lead, and it's Super CC and it's the Last Shot who have a chance potentially to put one game on the series scoreboard, and that's exactly how you start the reverse sweep, isn't it, Tony?
Oh, it definitely is, and one way to do that is also control the quantum translocator, one of my favorite equipments that's been added to the Halo universe. It's so versatile. And in this case, he's not even going to use any of it because he's exchanging for a camouflage. Although the QT is versatile and fun, the camo is camo, so tied up 8 apiece right now. Super CC and Last Shot do have an advantage, but Trippy and Stellar trying to hold the line. Super CC comes out with the double kill, wiping out both players. They turned the QT into a camo and should be a sniper as well. But here come Trippy and Stellar.
That's interesting right there, right? Normally you'd have those players would spawn on a pit. Last Shot gets the sniper out. Okay, Super CC catches it. Gonna make something happen here though. Trippy's gonna make his movement difficult to hit, and it'll be Stellar now with his snipe in his hand. But yeah, what I was gonna say was usually you have players that spawn a pit, but those two players spawned a plat. It made it a little bit difficult on that angle to be prepared for that. But Stellar, he's gonna back up. He has a very important weapon in his hands. Does not want to go down.
Stellar over towards tower with the sniper, and Trippy having a lot of faith within Stellar actually extending over toward the green side of the map and maybe getting behind both Super CC and Last Shot, who are making a bottom mid push. Both players over toward the rat tunnel towards bottom mid. A Ryan Noob and E United-esque play right there normally would work on most players, most teams, but not against Trippy and Stellar.
Yeah, that was a nice Stellar and Trippy sandwich right there. Super CC and its Last Shot find themselves in the worst end of that. QT is up, but it's a 3-kill lead here for Stellar and Trippy. And look at them scavenging on the map, trying to utilize every bit of the map that they can. 4-kill lead, looking to extend it now as Stellar.
Stellar has that QT ready to engage, but also disengage to any gunfight. This QT gonna be so powerful, especially as Trippy gets the first kill onto Super CC. Last Shot was able to take down Trippy, but that nade almost held him down like quicksand. Eventually gets the kill. Super CC gets bodied by that sniper. Stellar quickly translocates right out of that situation and into a more safer positioning. Active camouflage coming up real soon. This next battle going to be so important. The last thing you want to do is go 2 down when active camos coming up. You don't want to give the enemy team a free camo, but Stellar, he'll pay the price. He'll pay the cost to be the boss.
Yeah, that 1 kill is going to solidify them camo as well. And look at Trippy inching his way forward here. Stellar with all the trust in the world as he gets his shields back. It'll be a top center push. They'll get the audio cue onto that one, and they'll be ready to potentially pinch on to these 2 players at sandbags, but look at all the damage that goes in. What do you do? I mean, what just perfect play here out of Stellar and Trippy. Beautifully executed.
What do? You get swept. that's just how it is. I love Super CC. I have loved them for a while. I'm a big fan of Last Shot, like I said, since the Halo 5 SWAT days. But what we are looking at right now is a classic. There's levels to competition. There's levels to this. And as of right now, you're going against the top tier. Stellar and Trippy, they were destined to win this one. It's been written.
They're just playing their positioning so perfectly. Like, there was even a play earlier on the, you saw Stellar with a sniper. He shoots the guy onto brute ramp, and then Trippy spawns on camo, so he leaves it and he uses the QT to get out. You'd expect him to chow that. It's trust, it's teamwork, it's beautiful positioning. It's everything you need in order to win a series, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Stellar was able to get a hold of that quantum translocator, finds himself in the middle of 2 different players, uses that QT immediately, but he's still down to 1 shot. And looks like Super CC and Last Shot not feeling confident enough to collapse on the 1-shot player. Luckily they didn't, because Trippy had his back. Over toward the more favorable tower side. Super CC and Last Shot immediately taking height. The problem is Trippy nades are going to knock them back down to reality. Super CC was able to take down Trippy, but Stellar getting real creative with the movement and eventually puts them within 1 more kill. 24-15, and CC, Last Shot, you played well, but sadly it ends here.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible series by Stellar and Trippy. I love at the very end there, you know, you were laughing, Stellar taking, that jump off of the tower jump, but jumping over to essentially give himself information, avoid the nades, and get a better angle. It's just little things like that add up. They constantly do. It's the way Halo works. And again, a great job by It's the Last Shot in squad to keep it interesting for us. Definitely a very entertaining series. But just unfortunately not enough. A great series in elimination round number 9. We have so much more to go, Tony. I mean, the tournament keeps getting better and better and better, which is usually how tournaments work out, because you filter the teams out. But just watching twos is just different for me. Casting twos has just been such a blast.
It really has been, and I haven't actually watched too much of Halo Infinite 2s, although in previous titles I've loved 2s, whether it's Halo 3, Halo 5, or more so. I'm excited to see Halo Infinite's 2s in play. Maybe Louis and Garrett can be out with this, because I see Trippy's service tag is Thor. I see Stellar's his son. Does the son somehow help Thor? Is there some kind of hidden meaning going into I need to know what's going on with the service tags. I'm gonna send it over to Louis and Garrett. Maybe they have the answers.
Don't test me, Tony. I got nothing.
But well,
Yeah,
the son of Odin,
sure,
and the sun god, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Hey, Louis.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta
Great
check
stuff
my
today.
DMs real quick.
Yeah, right. So Louis has to check his DMs. That's for one specific reason. Right now, unfortunately, Soul Snipe's internet did go out because his power went out because of a winter storm that was going through his area. His power is still out. They will be forfeited, and we'll be moving on into our elimination semifinals. Something we don't want to do, but with the weather that's going on, I think their expectation of that power coming back was
So
not
1
anytime
a.m.
soon.
It was the estimated time. Okay, yeah, it's unfortunate. We got to move on. So, read them and weep, right? Soul Snipe and Skeptify unfortunately have to forfeit. That sets us up prime for the elimination semifinals. We got Stellar and Trippy versus Renegade and Lucid. It's time, Tools. That was an excellent showing out of It's the Last Shot and Super CC, right? It's the Last Shot, our FFA champion last year. Super CC, an amazing competitor. But nevertheless, right, things move on. And now we move on to the elimination semifinal. Same series layout, of course. And you know what? Let's take a peek at the upper bracket, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, we already seen this match. We have.
I think it was a 3-2, no? A little.
It's a
game
3-1
action.
in favor of Renegade and Lucid in the winner bracket.
It's only 3-1 with Seahawks. Is that crazy?
It's either been 3-0 or game 5s.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, everybody's here in the lobby too. Beautiful. The players aren't quite ready yet. But yeah, this is happening. It's unfortunate for Soul Snipe. It is what it is. Hopefully they get that fixed tomorrow, because I know that Shopify is indeed signed up for the Swiss format 4v4 tomorrow, which, by the way, we're going to be live here again tomorrow. So all you viewers, come right on back, get different drops. And then the prize pool, right? $2,200. So significantly more money on the line tomorrow. But I digress, right? 2v2s today. You get a fat chunk of change if you get into the top two. First place walking away with $800. Second place walking away with $200. Third place, you get nothing, unfortunately. But yeah, the match on the screen, Tools. You think there's any reason for any bit of a different series than a 3-1 that we saw in the winter quarterfinals between these two?
I think it's going to be a game 5. Whenever you put these players together, I think it always goes the distance when it can. I think Renegade and Lucid knew they had to put it away the last time. They're able to do it. I don't think they're going to be so lucky this time on getting the series done early. I still think they eke it out. I think it's just going to be a very close game 5 victory this time around.
All right, I'm down for a game 5, especially when we have 4 goats on the screen, just like you see. Man, this has been too much fun. I'm so happy that today has gone the way that it has as far as the tournament goes and the gameplay and the competition. I got to shout out the admins that have been working hard and tirelessly throughout the day. We got Dragon Knight in the background. We had Frag Out. We had Thug Nasty, right? Coach of LVT Halo last season. Now, just helping out where he can, right? So, shout out to everybody that makes this happen. Shout out to the Twitch moderators in the chat, because we've been in it deep today. Let's see, what's our uptime at this point in time? 10 hours and 7 minutes. And ladies and gents, this is not a rerun. Not yet.
Not yet, right?
We're still in it.
And that's about how long the normal off-season tournaments were running, 10 hours, 7 minutes. But for this being a double elimination best of 5s throughout the entire bracket, I think we're making pretty good time.
Not bad at all. I see the players are on their teams as we speak, so I imagine this is going to be getting started any minute now. Yep, it's starting right now, ladies and gents. We're loading in right now, so if Tony and Active are good to go, we're going to get right back into it. I think active, you're frozen. So before we throw it to you guys, we'll let you go ahead and try to restart your things. Get back
While
into
we wait for
defense.
that. Yeah, thanks to everyone. You talked about the prize pool increase you can get tomorrow. That's thanks to Mash, and who else? Mash gave 1,000, and then I think we had 200 from another individual, right, Louis?
Yes, T-Code.
T-Code, right? So those two help and support the prize pool. Love seeing that increase. If you guys want to do the same, like we have a donation link underneath our banner, like on the bio. You can just leave a donation. Tell us what you want to put it to. Like we'll put it there.
All right, ladies and gents, it's time. Why not inactive? Lead us into Renegade and Lucid versus Strippy and Stellar.
This is going to be one hell of a matchup that we have here. Former teammates in Renegade and Stellar, current teammates in Lucid and Trippy going at it here in 2v2s, which, let's be honest, most of these players, they've been doing their 2v2 thing for quite some time. Maybe Lucid, I haven't seen too much of in 2v2s, but come on, he's Lucid. He can do anything.
He can do it. He can do it all. But here we go. It's a little bit what I thought we'd see in this game and in this series. It's a tie game thus far, 3-3. Lucid does have the shock rifle though, and you see Renegade at the back of A. A trade will come out on this side. Renegade with a clean kill, so that'll be the first lead of the game. It's going to be 5-4 now in the favor of Lucid and Renegade.
So far, neck and neck between these two, which is no surprise here. As far as when it comes to individual skill with the bandits, movement, and everything, I feel like we're pretty evenly matched between both of these squads. Maybe I would say slightly in favor of Renegade and Lucid, arguably two of the best players that we have in Halo Infinite, but I think the difference maker really becomes these power-ups and who's able to take control, who's able to really take advantage of power-ups and power weapons. So shock rifle and camo, watch out for those, because that's most likely going to be the deciding factor between these two.
Yeah, the thing that's scary for me as well is, like, you know, Lucid and Renegade, definitely, you know, top caliber players in the game. We would even put, I would put both of them in the top 4 players of the game. I think going through that elimination bracket, you get all that warm up, you get all that extra play time that you wouldn't necessarily get if you just made it to the grand finals, or you're bound potentially in Legend waiting in the grand finals. You get all these reps, and that's sometimes what you need to continue to be on fire in these tournaments. Renegade, though, gonna miss a shot, ends up getting taken out.
I was actually surprised that Renegade let this stay over toward the gold side as long as he did with that shock rifle, as opposed to like maybe rotating through long haul, getting a better position for fighting for camouflage. But either way, clearly works out in their favor. Back-to-back kills, still has the shock rifle in hands. Camouflage was burnt, so not able to be utilized by Trippy and Stellar. Really going to work out for Lucid and Renegade. Still only up by 1 kill.
He's got information on at least 2 players now, I would say, because he saw Trippy and he saw Stellar on the top of glass earlier. So, see what they're able to do with that info, though. Renegade, great job again, not taking a lot of damage. Lucid, though, caught out. He ends up getting pushed right there. Renegade's not able to react to either one, so wants to try and play this slow, but he's going to get pushed as well. His ability to get a trade here is what he's looking for, and unfortunately, that is not going to be the case.
And that's what both teams are going to do time and time again. They're going to get an easy kill and then isolate that second player, force the split spawns, and turn 1 kill into 3. Trippy and Stellar doing that masterfully and taking control of the game because of it. No camouflage on the map. I think shock rifle still probably is waiting for a bit here. Now it's just Stellar, Trippy, and bandits only.
Stellar, all he needs is bandit, apparently. Gets Renegade to fall. Almost wins the 1v1 versus Lucid. Lucid gets out with his life as well, so that's just going to be huge. Those little lives that you're able to play. As Trippy gets a perfect. We're going to make sure that this game doesn't get out of hand, and that's exactly what's happening. 12-8 now. Some individual pivs won by Trippy and Stellar.
You know, I said I would give the Lucid and Renegade a slight advantage when it comes to the individual skill, or at least on paper, but as of right now, Trippy and Stellar are playing absolutely lights out. Whether it's individual skill, whether it's just the great fundamental 2v2 game, they're winning all facets of the game. But Renegade did get away with camouflage, one thing that Trippy and Stellar didn't want to see happen.
Yeah, Renegade's a very individual, kind of isolated type player, right? He's always going to go for those 1v1s, always going to go for those flank plays, and Camo completely allows him to do that. The problem is, Lucid just died in the kill feed, so Renegade is there to trade, but he gets naded out because the information is given. Now a 5-kill lead for Trippy and Stellar, who've been playing out of their minds. They continue to do so against probably one of their biggest tests in this tournament, even though they had it before. And earlier in the tournament, I believe it was the earlier winners bracket. It's still a bit different here as we get into the later stages as Stellar is not missing.
Double kill.
All right, Stellar, I see you. 3 kills in a row once again. Trippy and Stellar putting some distance in the scoreboard against Lucid and Renegade, and Stellar is simply not missing with this shock rifle. Let this man cook.
Nearing victory.
Yeah, you said Stellar, I see you, but I don't think Stellar is hiding at all. I think he's in the open. He's channeling everything. He wants every shot. Gonna miss that one barely, but a 10-kill lead now, 20-10. Trippy and Stellar making this nearly impossible for Lucid and Renegade, but when we talk about those two names, I don't think anything is impossible, but you gotta get down Stellar first, and he finally falls, as well as Lucid and Renegade fall.
Little battle between the current MVP and the previous one, Stellar and Lucid, going at it just a bit, but Stellar did have the shock rifle, making things a bit unfair. Stellar is the first one to go down of the duo, though, so the same thing Lucid and Renegade had done to them is the same thing they can do to the opposition, but Trippy shooting absolutely lights out against the demon, trading out his life there, and that's just kind of been showing everything that's been going on as far as this entire game. Trippy and Stellar, just everything working for them, even in the craziest, non-advantageous positions, they still find a way to grind forward. They still find a way to prevail, and game number 1, it goes as quickly as it came. It's going to Trippy and Stellar.
I mean, do you see anything different here going into game number 2 is my question for you, Tony. Solitude, do you see Renegade and Lucid just having a different flow to this game as opposed to Recharge?
Oh, 100%. I think the same thing I've said since we got on the broadcast, the same thing kind of rings true. I don't think there's a single team that's going to have a clear-cut advantage against the likes of Trippy and Stellar on Recharge. I think this is the best Recharge duo that we have seen so far on the stream at the moment here. Where Renegade and Lucid, I can definitely see them wanting to play more in open field. I can definitely see them wanting to get tricky when it comes to the movement and collapsing on teams and really punishing those spawns. And when I think of that, I think of both Solitude and Livefire more than when I think of Recharge with the way that the map flows. So I don't want to count Lucid and Renegade out just yet, but there's, you know, we can't sit here and deny the fact that Stellar and Trippy, they had their way.
They definitely had their way, and you can see a little bit of kind of like a GG go next at the very end there by Lucid. But the question is, we're now going into game number 2. Will Tony's prediction be true? Will this be a different game? Will Renegade and Lucid feel comfortable on this map in a 2's environment? Let's find out right now.
Trippy and Stellar both electing to go straight through yard. Love those nades that they dropped early. If anybody would have contested that, it most likely would have been obliterated right away. But with nobody watching camouflage, Renegade sneaks right in, has the confidence to fly out for it activated. Meanwhile, for screen, Lucid gets a kill. So maybe a high-risk, high-reward play come out of Trippy and Stellar and not going to pay off for them. Now to see how they respond with their backs against the wall. You're down by 1. You don't have any power up or power weapon control. That's in the hands of Renegade both.
Yeah, Renegade surely does have both. Camo does dissipate, though. Renegade pushing on with his teammate here. Lucid cleans up that kill. Trippy gets a favorable spawn on the side of the map, and a great job right there by Lucid and Renegade to not fall, as they were very weak from the previous engagement.
Now it's up to Stellar and Trippy to try to find a way to weather the storm. Like even right there with Renegade and Lucid not pouncing right away, you would hope they can get on the same spawn cycle and try to break out together. But the moment they take one step, the moment they breathe one breath, Renegade and Lucid are in their faces, making a 6-0 start. And Renegade still has that shock rifle. You see Stellar lining up the nade, gets his head lined up. That's a fade he won't forget.
Yeah, I mean, Lucid was expecting the push from an opposite angle, but you saw Trippy and Stellar push from the same exact angle, which means Renegade does fall, but 8-1 is a large lead here. Stellar finally picks up a kill, gets traded out very quickly, and that's something I'm seeing, right? Lucid and Renegade, like you said, a bit of an opener, a more open map, I should say. They're making sure to clean up that damage that they're able to cause.
Yeah, smaller map, faster pace map, and that's what Renegade and Lucid want to play at. They don't want to slow things down to a recharge pace where Trippy and Stellar maybe feel a bit more comfortable, at least from what we've noticed so far within this tournament. 11-2 start. Lucid 7-0 at the moment, and Renegade not missing. If you thought the series was over after game number 1, you were sadly mistaken.
Definitely showcasing dominance here as Lucid and Renegade. I did not know where Trippy went, but Lucid did. He put a blueberry right on his face. And now a 13-3 lead for Lucid and Renegade as they continue to stagger spawns, isolate players, and play some perfect 2v2 Halo.
You know, they say a blueberry a day will keep the doctor away, so as of right now, Trippy Stellar looking healthy. 9-1 start by Lucid, not quite able to get a hold of that killing frenzy. Stellar didn't get it earlier with his hot game that we saw in the last series. Shock in the hands of Stellar. If there's any chance for them to slow things down and really kind of turn the tables a bit, it's gonna be on the backs of a power weapon. It's gonna be on the backs of this Shock. Stellar, former teammate in the sights. Body shot not enough, but the headshot on what could have been his teammate, I guess. Or there was rumors going on.
Whoa.
Hey, I'm just saying, there was rumor. We all heard this. We thought Stellar was going to OpTic for a little bit. Yeah. Reigning MVP and previous MVP.
Definitely some mix-ups. Gonna be interesting to see how those pan out, but Renegade still looking championship caliber with a beautiful 2 shots. That's gonna secure him camo as well.
When we talk about the reigning MVP, we talk about the previous MVP, and we're looking at who could be the next MVP, and that's Renegade. Because let me tell you, at the end of Worlds, there was no question in most people's minds, Renegade best in the game with how well he played and with them closing it out. It's a 19-8 lead, still in favor of Lucid and Renegade. Stellar was able to grab a hold of yet another camouflage. Trippy with the kill onto Lucid. So I say it all the time in twos, you can't count a team out. Even down by 10, it is still doable. Stellar and Trippy having that camo, but not having the information on where the heck Lucid and Renegade are hiding on the S1 side of the map.
And that was 100% Renegade right there, playing slow, right? When he saw Lucid go down, he played slow. They're both stuck at the bottom of lift, though. And you would think that would be damning, but it's not. Trade comes out, 20-10 now. Trippy looking for some damage, but has to turn away as the spawn is coming on to blue. Renegade, because of that, he will live.
If I'm Renegade and Lucid, forget just hiding there to waste the camouflage. I say you have an 11 kill lead. I say you go back down there. Go back down there, hop in both quarters, and you make them work. 6 minutes of 45 seconds of HLG. And for those of y'all who don't know, Hidden League Gaming, look it up. It was a thing back in the day. I'm not even joking. I'm saying it. No reason for you to push up. Go hide right now. Ready? Why are you shooting? Go hide.
Did you have a team in the HLG, Tony?
I was HLG pro. Let me tell you, you weren't catching me. You weren't catching me.
Well, there you have it. I don't think hiding is what will happen here, as you see a big push coming through. But what a dominating performance, a complete contrast in what we saw from game number 1. And you called it yourself, Tony, and you predicted a little bit of the same here in the next game on Live Fire. We'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think Solitude and Livefire, they're smaller maps, they're more momentum-driven maps, and I think that favors both Renegade and Lucid's playstyle, what they're looking to do on the actual map itself, where we've seen time and time again Stellar and Trippy they are the best recharge team in this tournament. And whenever I see recharge on the chopping block, I give them the advantage when it comes to it. But we'll see. Just because on paper you might be favorable doesn't mean you're going to win. It's the best. So there you go. So Stellar Tribute not happy to see Solitude. Maybe they'll be a little bit more happy to see Livefire. And the way I'm looking at it is, if they lose Livefire, they're gonna see Solitude again. So if you're Stellar and Trippy and you don't want and you hate Solitude that much, great. End in the next 2 games. Win Livefire and win Recharge again. Otherwise, you're right back to the map that was game number 2.
Yeah, and you can see, right? If I was dominating on a map, Tony, I'd love the map too. If I was losing on the map, I wouldn't like it so much. But Livefire, here we go. It's game number 3 here. Lucid and Renegade versus Trippy and Stellar. A dominating game number 1 for Trippy and Stellar, but Lucid and Renegade taking their dominating game in game number 2. It's tied up now. We'll see who takes the third one.
2-0 start coming in from Stellar and Trippy. Much different start than we saw on Solitude, and we should see another little bait and switch. Trippy does the initial damage. Now Stellar's gonna move in to try to finish off that kill. Meanwhile, the multitasking is perfect out of Trippy and Stellar. Trippy was able to get a hold of the camo sticks, Lucid, and sends him back. They're gonna be talking about that in the locker room and at the next team meeting. They're gonna be playing that on replay over and over again. Lucid's gonna tell Trippy to make a play or tell him he made a mistake in film reviews. Or, yeah, you know what? Well, watch this.
Oh my word! Are you kidding me? That was absolutely incredible. The QT play out of Lucid. I think that's the one they're going to be watching over and over in the review room, because that was phenomenal. Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah, that was dirty. I ain't gonna lie. He got him right back. I thought the sticky and repost play, that was fun, but that right there, there was nothing fun about that. That was disgusting. Lucid no longer having the QT to work with, but still has a few nades, including the spikes that gave him problems just before. Trades out his life with Trippy. A momentary 1v1 between the Demon and SS Jesus, tied up at 5 apiece.
What a contrast in personalities there. Renegade has the sniper though. I think he has 1 bullet to work with maybe, but he's gonna get taken out regardless. I don't think the sniper has any bullets left, so it'll be just down to the quantum translocator. It's coming up in 3 seconds, and Stellar just diving right towards it.
He wants to make sure that Lucid doesn't get into his hands again. I'm not mad at you on that one. But now Stellar having the opportunity to use it himself. I do see active camouflage kind of showing up a little bit. I would imagine about 15 seconds or so. We could see that pop. Stellar ends up instant transmissioning himself right out of the mud side over towards green. And now they're quickly going to try to flip these spawns. Make sure that Renegade and Lucid don't spawn over towards the camouflage. Renegade down to 1 shot, same for Stellar, but Trippy gets away with camouflage and takes no damage while doing so.
Camouflage number 2 for Trippy here. The first one, he was able to solidify a 4-0 run for the side of Trippy and Stellar, but this time we'll see what he's capable of. Looks like he's pushing pretty aggressively here. I believe he does have help on his backside towards camo spawn, but I think he's gonna opt to maybe go for that sniper. Decides not to, pulls out the pistol. Return to center, beautiful. Repulse on the nade to take out Renegade.
Beautifully played by Trippy. The counterplay onto that grenade leads into another kill. And now look at that. Isolating players, splitting those spawners. He puts Renegade down to 1 shot. I'm wondering if Stellar can get the cleanup.
Stellar has the snipe here. He's got to be careful. This is a very important weapon to utilize, but it looks like he might try to jump off with it. He does. Not going to be able to survive. Thought maybe he wouldn't get the kill, but sniper off the map now.
I think he had 1 more sticky. Well, let's see him throw a sticky right back on the map, like as he's falling. Imagine that hits Lucid. It'd be crazy. As Lucid ends up being chased down by Trippy. 14-8 lead. Trippy and Stellar still have control in a swing game number 3. Oftentimes in the best of 5 series, the team that wins game 3 ends up winning the series. That's just math.
Yeah, I mean, that math is not going to pay off, Professor Tony, because these teams have been back and forth all day long, and I'm sure they will continue to be all the way through to game number 5. And we'll find out here shortly. You Lucid, we've seen what he's capable of with that QT. They make sure to put him down quick. And it's now Renegade all by his lonesome. Whiffy. There goes Trippy.
Whiffy. There goes Trippy. Yeah, that's a new one. That is definitely a new one. Trippy on screen at the moment. Off his spawn, has Stellar to work with. Less than 30 seconds, we see the active camouflage, but that is so much time for anything can happen, including a couple rounds of slays. Bait and switch action coming from Trippy and Stellar. Stellar awarded the kill with the sidekick. Trippy somehow able to stay alive. Right back in the action he goes. Challenging Renegade. No fear in the dojo. Stellar gets the cleanup, also gets away. Active camouflage coming up, and Lucid's trying to figure out where the hell does Stellar go.
Sometimes you do have to challenge like that to just kind of solidify dominance, right? It's like a dog peeing on a tree. You just got to make sure they know that you mean business, and that's exactly what's happening here. A 19-10 lead for Trippy and Stellar. It's constant back and forth in this series, and it's going to continue to be so as Trippy and Stellar in dominating fashion looking to close this out.
Trippy doing what his teammate tells him all the time for him. He always says you gotta piss on him. Get aggressive, play fast, get those wins. That's exactly what we're seeing. 21-10. Trippy and Stellar absolutely going off. Renegade can't quite chase him down and get the kill. As of right now, Lucid having a tough time with the 3-11 stat line. Make it a dozen as far as deaths.
There it is. A dozen as far as deaths, both of them. A baker's dozen is 13, so one of them's gonna have a baker's dozen, right, Tony? So, I mean, we'll see who that is as Trippy pushes on really aggressively onto his teammate Lucid. And it's Trippy. 14 and 7 out of him. Again, it's just really interesting to see the contrast between the first game where they dominated Trippy and Stellar, second game where it was Renegade and Lucid with a 25-13 win. I mean, goodness me, it really looks like Stellar and Trippy based on that game number 1. We'll take this as well. And that's exactly what you said. If they don't want to go to that game 5, they've got to win this next one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we've noticed that Trippy and Stellar are the best recharge team that we've seen in this tournament so far. But one thing they kind of admitted themselves, they hate Solitude playing, at least playing twos on Solitude. So really going to be interesting to see what happens here. In my opinion, you have to close that out, especially being that we're going to recharge, which has been your bread and butter. Otherwise, we're going what should be your best map out of your own words, or out of your own fingers. He typed it because he typed it. So you got to close it out. I wonder if they're going to be able to do it.
Look at that.
Oh,
Can we rewind that, please? Can we please? Can we please?
Look at this. What is this? What is this?
He QT's the melee, and then just, I don't know. There's a snowstorm that took out Soul Snipe's internet. Maybe there was a snowstorm in Trippy's house as well, and he just, this is nuts. Look at this. Goodness, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't hit a shot on that strafe. That was disgusting.
I don't know why y'all got some aim assist, right? Don't mouse and keyboard have aim assist now.
Goodness, here we go.
Don't y'all got a little aim assist?
It's not aim
What's
assist.
the problem?
It's friction, Tony.
What's the
Friction.
problem?
You know friction, like when you put a balloon to your hair. Friction.
I know a little about friction. Let me tell you, man. It ain't appropriate for the ball guy. I teach you a little something. Don't worry. BR in the hands of Stellar, holding Lucid back by himself. Meanwhile, Trippy, I think he might have been able to get away with that camouflage, taking damage now. Now, actually, Trippy got away with camo.
Okay. He got away with camo, and Renegade's trying to play his life here. Stellar's going to be pushing aggressively, though. Trippy's not going to be needed in that scenario. Lucid's trying to fly in to help his friend. But, oh no, not again. Okay, there it is. Good job. Trippy ends up cleaning him up. The shock rifle and a little bit of a bag. I mean, it's a little bit of pressure playing against your teammate, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but like, whenever I played against my teammates, I just had this ego where I had to show them I was better. And that's probably why I'm casting today. So, yeah.
I'm right there with it. It means a little more when you're playing against, whether it's friends or whether it's current teammates. I actually had the chance to match up against LVT Halo. They were running as a full squad, team of 4, 90 It was Louis, Tools, Mikowski, and Eli the Sensei running as a full team of 4 against me, Solo Dolo, again with teammates who didn't know how to play the ball, and I handed them the fattest L of 2024. We in January, 2 weeks in, but we're gonna talk about that another time.
Disrespect, Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need another duo because Tony's going to be fired after this match. But anyway, here we go. 6-3, a 3-kill lead here for Lucid and Renegade. A bit different than that game number 1, but it's what we love to see. A bit of, just throw a wrench in it real quick as Stellar gets another kill. And now we're only 1 kill away from another tie.
1 kill lead indeed. Stellar did find Renegade over toward the Whirlpool side, but a spawning player onto the gold door, and somehow Stellar ready to get the kill, ready for the push from Lucid, and turns it into a double. That's my MVP right there. That's my MVP. Jeez.
Well, honestly, it might sound a little weird, but you're kind of able to tell when someone is, again, in that flow state, and you can tell by Lucid's reticle, Stellar's reticle, I apologize, that he's starting to feel real good right now. So I would love to stay on this POV just to kind of see what he's going to do, but a 9-7, a 2-kill lead now. Looking for Lucid. Lucid's so smart. He turns to the wall so his gun is not poking out the side. And because of that, Stellar gets caught off guard, down to no shield, still gonna chow, but gets taken out.
Up by 2 kills at the moment. Excellent damage coming in from Lucid, taking down Trippy from long range, bringing us back within, I believe, just 1 kill. Meanwhile, Lucid makes his way over toward the A side of the map. Renegade right on top of him. Another 2v2 scenario. Damage is out. Renegade down to 1 shot. Trippy and Stellar both backing down, but the nades are coming in quick. Trippy being left by himself. Lucid and Renegade anticipating that he's backing down, and they both played the longer route, cutting him off immediately. Lucid and Renegade taking the lead.
It's just interesting to me that it's just such a close game. I absolutely love this. Maybe they learned a bit from that game number 1. You hate when I use the term, but maybe they downloaded the strategies. I just think that when you play someone and you get dominated like that, you know that there's a reason that it happened. You know what their tendencies are, and you're able to kind of play off of those for this next one. You can see a very slow pace out of Renegade, which is 100% not what we're used to seeing out of this man. But it's working out for him because he gets another kill with no trade. Does not go down, and a 2-kill lead now for Lucid and Renegade. Make that 3.
Back-to-back kills right there. Stellar spawning over toward the C-plat, makes it into long haul. I'm not sure where Trippy's gonna spawn here, but looks like Renegade and Lucid are cutting off his options early. I said I didn't know where Trippy's gonna spawn. I found out real quick, and apparently so did Renegade.
Still a 2-kill lead though. Stellar's gonna pre-fire a bit. Takes out Lucid with that camo. Now it's down to a 1-kill lead. We're gonna have a very close game here, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare. Make sure you get your popcorn, or if you're on keto, your blueberries. Tied up, 13-13.
I'm telling you, man, people on keto and vegans, man, they have to tell you what their dietary. We're talking about Halo right now, and so 14, tied up at 14 apiece. Lucid down to 1 shot, turns the corner over towards his spawning player, somehow able to stay alive, but an opportunity for both Renegade and Lucid to reset and also to rotate out of that A side quickly and without being seen.
Yeah,
as of right now, I bet Trippy and Stellar are guessing.
Yeah, and Trippy's in a good position to guess though too, right? He's on that glass side, just there's so much information up there. He looks like he rotates though. They're going to be rotating towards this A side, so basically both teams just flip on the map. So Stellar does have the shock. We'll see if he's able to get that first initial pick, and we both know what happens when that first initial pick goes through, Tony.
There it is. Stellar gets on Renegade. Almost gets chased down and eventually does end up going down. Lucid not going to allow Stellar to get away with that shock. Tied up at 16 apiece once again. Stellar did spawn over toward the C side of Long Haul. He's pushing in quickly, but he pushes right past Renegade. And now Renegade gets some early shots, gets the kill onto Stellar, trades out their lives once again, but Lucid and Renegade end up out of that situation at an advantage, and maybe with the camouflage as well.
Yeah, it's just a great job by Lucid right there to block the spawn with the plasma grenade. He also threw a nade at Glass. And that allowed his teammate and Renegade to spawn there. Very aggressive, but hits every shot, and it'll be huge for him now because now potentially, I believe, Shock Rifle coming up very shortly. There it is. About 10 seconds left out of that one, but Lucid getting some massive value out of this camo.
4-kill game right now. Lucid and Renegade 4 kills away from tying up the series and sending us into a game 5 that Trippy and Stellar don't want to see because it's on Solitude. They have to find a way to end it. They have to find a way to slow down Lucid, who's coming in quick with the grab one. Ends up right back over towards safety. Somehow Trippy with the nade onto Renegade. Was that across the... Where did Renegade die?
I have no idea.
Oh my god. Wait, yo, Trippy was in gold. How did he die? Oh, what is happening?
5 minutes remaining.
Everyone's all over the place here. 22-19 though. Stellar with the shock rifle. The most important position on the map, but you can see doesn't provide any value, so decides to move up quickly. The trade comes out for Trippy and Renegade. This will be the 24th kill for Lucid, or it could be the 21st for Stellar, and it'll be both, Tony.
One more kill needed. Lucid and Renegade have an opportunity to end it right here, right now, especially when you give the Demon, the shock rifle, the most important item here on Recharge. Stellar and Trippy, they're going to gather their forces because they're not out of it just yet. I know Lucid and Renegade only need one, but it looks like Stellar and Trippy, they take the first. Renegade no longer having his life nor the shock rifle to work with, and Lucid down to one shot is forced to rotate out quickly. Do Trippy and Stellar know that Renegade spawned over towards A? And he's pushing forward here. They have the opportunity to use this camouflage as bait. Trippy and Stellar are in a bad situation compared to Renegade and Lucid, who already have a 2-kill lead. Lucid down to one shot, refuses to go down, and buys enough time for Renegade to get away with the camouflage. This could be game.
That was a massive miss right there by Stellar. Not to call him out, but it literally allowed Lucid to live on the cross, and it allowed Renegade to go in it. No, he didn't get... Oh, he did get it. Okay, I was really nervous that he didn't get the trade there. He did. 25-23. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5.
Let me tell you guys at home, there's not 2 words that I love more here in esports than game 5. Or maybe game 7.
Okay.
Game 9, game 11.
True.
Game 10. There's nothing I love hearing more than an elimination game in a series, and we are going to just that. Solitude is going to be do or die, and the last time we saw these two Titans going at it, Lucid and Renegade, they ran house in that game too.
Double kill.
Oh, it's a very different series than we saw in that early winners bracket. It's a very different game of Recharge than what we saw in game number 1 of this series. But now we go to the Solitude map, where you saw Trippy and Stellar literally said this map is bad in 2s, and Lucid said, no, it's not. So there's already arguments ensuing. I think some fists are going to be thrown.
The best. He said the best, actually. I want to go to this. This was scary, honestly, toward the end game. I think we're about to see it here real soon. Okay. Renegade, I thought Renegade had the back smack set up on Trippy. Oh, I was like, but towards the end of that game, I thought Renegade had the back smack set up on Trippy. Then didn't. Then was fighting Stellar in this awkward battle where he threw the sticky grenade. It was. Oh wait, you might be seeing it. Hold on. Oh, do the stanky leg. Do the stanky leg. Okay. All right. What? That's what he was doing. What do you mean? All right, so I guess we'll see the end of the game as we're waiting for players to come into the lobby. But eventually, Lucid does a great job over toward the goal side. He understood the assignment. Renegade approaches. Lucid has to buy enough time onto both of these players in order to allow Renegade to get with the camouflage. Yeah. Does it. Understand the assignment completely. Renegade goes ghost like Danny Phantom. So we see the jump, we see the skill jump. Love this. I think he has a kill onto Trippy, ends up going after Stellar there, and that sticky doesn't connect. That got really scary for a bit. Ends up dropping a couple grenades that luckily Marty Dom and end up getting him from the grave. But honestly, if Renegade goes down here, I think Lucid's still on the opposite side of the map. I'm not sure he can pick up on that damage, and we may be talking about an entirely different game. In fact, we may be talking about the series ending right there. So things did get a bit scary for Renegade and Lucid right there. Maybe, just maybe, we were close to not seeing a Game 5.
Well, here we go. We are in a Game 5. Everything is added up to this point right here. This is the elimination semifinals, so the team to lose this will be done. It will be out of the tournament. Renegade has camo, decides to stay alive here, but in a tricky situation on the top center of the map. He has info on both players, or at least one. So he'll make his move. I really love the play, though, by Trippy to back off there and just recollect himself and be with his teammate.
Wow.
Wow.
Renegade ends up getting caught with the camouflage. You could tell he wasn't even going to pick up those grenades. He wasn't even going to even pick up the plasma grenades to give off any information, but still gets spotted and dealt with. Lucid turns it into a double kill, and just like that, a 2-1 lead. Lucid and Renegade have control.
You know what just amazes me and just aggravates me at the same time? Lucid has been, you know, taking a little break. He plays Halo, you know, pretty often, but he's been playing a lot of Warzone. It just looks like he never left. This guy just literally, that was a headshot off that repulse on glass. He just doesn't miss. And now a 3-1 lead for Lucid and Renegade. A little bit of what we saw in that Solitude's game in this series, the previous one. Now in game number 5, maybe we see something a bit different from Trippy and Stellar, though.
I mean, he's fighting 4 versus 100. So I mean, like 4v4 must 2v2 must be easy work. You know, that's the trading. You play battle royale in order to succeed in the arena. Shot is connecting with the shock. Sends Stellar flying, but doesn't exactly connect with the kill. Stellar working the truck, working that cover, eventually gets the nade off onto Lucid while going down himself. A momentary 1v1. Camouflage is coming up. Trippy says, I don't need to fight you. I'm gonna grab camo and not get away. Renegade with the burn.
Yeah, great job there. Lucid gets his 1v1 as well, so it'll be now a 7-3 lead here for Lucid and Renegade in this game number 5. They have information on the spawns too, so see Lucid trying to get that cross angle, but Stellar takes him out with a nice kill.
That ends up leaving Renegade by himself. Cross map shots onto both Trippy and Stellar, feeling confident as he knows they're both literally across the map, and he knows that Lucid should be spawning up real soon, but bites off a bit more than he can chew. Renegade definitely didn't want to get average from across the map like that, but it's gonna happen, and now Lucid gonna work with Renegade off his spawn. They find the first kill onto Stellar. Trippy in the exact same spot. Lucid wasn't ready for it, and Trippy was able to get a hold of that kill onto Renegade and looking to get one more.
It's pushing onto Stellar here. Great kill. Great cleanup by Lucid once again. Great job, though, to trade out. Trippy gets that trade out. Has to fight 1v1 versus Renegade. Great positioning. He stays on the top side of this fight. And because of that, he's able to drop in. But Renegade wins those low percentage fights. That's what makes him one of the best players in the game, individually at least. And he gets another one as well with that nade.
Both Trippy and Stellar going down. Renegade snatches up the shock rifle because of it. Camouflage still has a bit of time to come up, so Trippy and Stellar are going to work their way towards the strong side of the map. They definitely want that LR and posters control, but just because they want it doesn't mean they can have it. Lucid takes down Stellar. Renegade trapping Trippy, who just barely makes it towards the LR tunnel, but looks like Lucid might be waiting for him. Stellar almost catches a headshot himself. Trippy and Stellar dying one by one, falling like dominoes as Renegade gets himself another advantage on the map.
Yeah, just a really great job by Renegade, though, with that shock. He's going to solidify Campbell, but the play previous, he does a really good job of utilizing unorthodox angles, and that's what makes these players some of the best in the world, is they're able to take those off angles that are not expected and get kills with them. 14-7 now. Renegade trying to clean up Stellar. Stellar's going to do his best to stay alive, but Renegade will spot him out. There'll be 2 down and a full wipe. And a potential spawn on the snipe side. I think Stellar's going to spawn out, maybe, potentially. He does. He spawns onto that blue, so Renegade is ready for that.
It's game number 5 here. Do or die for both of these teams, and Lucid and Renegade nearly double the score line of Trippy and Stellar. Meanwhile, Renegade still has that shock rifle in hands, no longer has the camouflage to work with. Lucid, you can only imagine his position is known over toward the nest side, but they don't know that Renegade's just creeping every corner, waiting for them to fall for the bait for Lucid and maybe catch a long-range shot with the shock, but Lucid ends up going down, ends up finding both Stellar and Trippy. Renegade, perfect shot onto Trippy, domes him real quick, equalize the situation just a bit, and now with Lucid on the same spawn cycle, we see more 2v2 action on the map.
Stellar and Trippy isolated here. Looks like they will come together though as Stellar makes his way towards the LR. Trippy looking to push in the 1v1 versus Renegade. And he does not get the trade. Renegade comes out with the reversal, the beatdown, the killing spree, and everything else, Tony.
Some way, somehow, Trippy and Stellar, they have to slow down Renegade and Lucid. This is quickly getting out of hand. I have said it multiple times that no matter what in 2v2s, you're not truly out of it, but you're not always going up against the two best players in the world in this esport. Stellar chasing down the one shot. Lucid ends up getting the kill. Should be able to grab a hold of this camouflage before Renegade gets involved, and there it is. Stellar, camouflage, and shock once again. Only down by 7 kills, so it's not impossible, but it's pretty damn close to improbable.
Yeah, this is the turning point here, though, if there is one, right? Stellar with everything in his hands to change this scenario, to change the direction of the pendulum. It's how, like, I don't understand. Someone check him, PC, please. That's actually insane. He gets the stick on the camo player. It's only 1 kill that Stellar's able to get with camo and shock. And now 4 kills is all that remain for Lucid and Renegade.
Some way, somehow, you gotta take advantage of the sandbox. When you have camo and shock and everything else to your disposal, you have to go on large swings, especially when you're in a deficit this bad. And it doesn't happen. Lucid may be in a bad situation right now, but I mean, they're still up by 8 kills if I have my math right. Making 9. 2 kills away from ultimately ending the series right here. Lucid taking down Stellar. Both players end up going down. Trippy spawns over toward the cafe side. Renegade is quickly in the action. And I'm not sure Trippy's ready for this one. Trades out. Spectacular. It looks like Lucid and Renegade are advancing forward. Trippy and Stellar go down.
Wow. Just an insane turn of events, right? You didn't expect to see the recharge win from Lucid and Renegade. We saw that, and we saw the same dominance on Solitude that we saw previous in this series, and now they will move on. What a beautiful, an absolute beautiful showcase in this series out of these two squads. It definitely came down to the wire. Look at those dominating games by Stellar and Trippy on Recharge and on Live Fire. 25-13, 25-12. You would not expect that after seeing the score on Solitude on this last game 5. I mean, absolute dominance by Renegade Lucid.
And it's tough. I mean, you saw Stellar and Trippy talk about in the game chat. It's not their favorite choose map, and it kind of reflects within the scoreboard itself. What I will say is, Recharge has been their bread and butter, and we talked about it beforehand. If Stellar and Trippy wanted to win that series, they had to end it in 4. They literally had to end it on that Recharge map, and it simply didn't happen. So really tough to see. Renegade and Lucid end up coming out on top. Still one hell of a series, and we still have more to come in your elimination bracket finals. But before we get there, Louis and Garrett, tell me something.
And then there were 3. We're in the money matches, Garrett. It's about damn time, man. I think we're going on 12 hours now, 11 to 12 hours. It's been a long day. But nevertheless, man, exciting series. It felt like a slobber knocker, heavyweight fight, just exchanging massive leads and massive wins. And then, you know, kind of tightens up in game 4. And then Renegade Lucid kind of pull it out at the end. What were your thoughts there with that series?
Honestly, surprised at the scores for each game, right? Like, it's a game 5, but only one game was close, right? Every other game is just an absolute blowout.
Yeah, absolutely. So pretty impressive there run from Stellar and Trippy. Not surprising whatsoever. They go down to Renegade and Lucid, and we can take a look at the lower bracket to see exactly where we're at. We got Frosty and Tusk waiting for them in the elimination finals. We're going to get that racked up as soon as we can. Not skip any time, here. What are your thoughts leading forward?
Leading forward, I think priority number one for Frosty and Tusk is to keep the sniper out of hands, right? What I really saw from Lucid in Game 5 that I think was a big difference maker was the way that he plays when he has that shock rifle in hand. What you'll notice is he loves to get that repulse and put it to work on Solitude. He uses that repulse not to throw nades back or to stay alive longer. What his priority is take low ground, expect players to come up top and pop them in the air. The best thing you can do when you have a shock rifle in hand is have the player caught in midair. It makes the shot that much easier, and Lucid was able to hit the shot time and time again because he was popping players up with the shock rifle. It came at the beginning of the game that I think changed the entire momentum, was when he popped the player up into the air from window, was able to hit the easy shock rifle shot, and from there was able to dominate the game. Love to see micro plays like that from Lucid. If Frosty and Tusk are going to take care of that, they need to make sure that two of the best snipers in the game don't get their hands on them.
I feel like it makes the task a little easier knowing that Frosty's on your side. You know what I'm saying? Frosty, man, the man's nasty, especially with the shock rifle or the sniper rifle, whatever it may be in his hands. And it's not going to be an easy one. But, obviously they had an impressive run, Frosty and Tusk, that is, through the winner bracket. So we can go ahead and take a look at that. All the way to the winter final where they went down 3-0, but I don't think they dropped a single map all the way up until that moment.
No, I mean, they were dominant throughout the winners bracket until they met Bound and Lqgend. But momentum is a real thing in these tournaments. And the last game they played was a 3-0, and now they've been cold for probably another 4 hours, right? It's been a while since they've had to play. While on the other side, you saw Lucid and Renegade, they went down a little bit earlier. They've had a couple matches now to keep themselves warm. I'd give my advantage to Renegade and Lucid because of that.
Well, I can see that all 4 players are here. We got Lucid, Renegade, Frosty, and Tusk in the lobby. We'll see if there's any chatter before the match as we get ready. But I have not seen much at all in talk of GAs. Am I missing anything, Tools? Or I don't think there has been.
I don't think there's anything that needs to be GA'd on any of these maps anymore. I think the only discussion that I saw that was a little bit serious was Bound was talking about GAing the shroud screen on this map on Recharge, but I think most of the players don't really share that same sentiment. I think they're ready to play with everything on the map.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you were paying attention, you saw that this lobby is starting. We're loading into game number 1. We've got Renegade and Lucid going up against Frosty and Tusk. This is the money match, the first money match. So without further ado, we'll send it to Tony and Active and let them guide us through the action.
Ooh, we got plenty of money on the line, but also I think there's a little bit more to it than just that, because obviously the money's nice, but a little bit of bragging rights as well. This is the first Halo Infinite 2's tournament of this magnitude that we've seen, and I'm excited to see what happens here. Renegade going up against his current teammate in Frosty, and I always talk, just because you're teammates don't mean there ain't a little bit of trash talk in there, so watch out. I would love to see these two go at it, and maybe some friendly body disrespect.
I love that so much, and you can see already a very close start here at the very beginning of the match, but Tusk does get away with that camo. He has the grapple and potentially the shock rifle as well to work with, so everything in his hands to make this a successful start for the side of Frosty and Tusk. We'll see if he's capable of that, though.
Tusk, no stranger to twos. I believe back in the duel. Oh my gosh, that perfect shot onto Lucid shuts me up real quick as they look to collapse onto Renegade. Renegade just barely getting over toward the bottom A side alive. Eventually ends up going down before Lucid is able to get involved. I was going to say Tusk, no stranger to twos. I believe he used to play money twos, big money twos back in the day. And if I remember correctly, I thought Renegade was kind of his normal partner. I used to see them playing twos all the time together back in Halo 5.
Yeah, Tusk, a very, very solid player. Coaching at one point, and I always thought, why is not that there are you know, the talented players can't coach, but I just felt like he had more of a career in playing the game, even though his knowledge was there as well. It's good to see him playing once again as they have a 5-kill lead here. 6-1 so far for Tusk and Frosty. Tusk trying to make something happen with that shock rifle, but he's gonna get taken out of position. We'll see if he's able to stop this push as his teammate and Frosty goes down.
I'm pretty sure what you were trying to allude to was saying that those who can't do teach. Is that what you're trying to say? Are you gunning like every coach like that has ever lived? Yo, Lunchbox, get this man. Shock rifle in the hands of Tusk at the moment. Camouflage is coming up, and Tusk was able to get a hold of that shroud. So if Tusk or Frost are able to get close to it, that shroud can be the deciding factor of them maybe, just maybe, getting away with it, or Tusk may be getting away with his life, but he certainly shouldn't right there.
Yeah, the shroud definitely saved him, but look how quick Renegade is to capitalize. It's going to be Frosty as well in a 2v1 versus Lucid and Renegade. And now we've brought this within 2 very quickly to the turntables, Tony.
The turntables do be turntabling. And Lucid pushing up over toward that gold quarter with camouflage. I always get scared when I see that. Bringing me back to the formal versus Royal 2. I don't even know why. There it is. Renegade taking down Frosty quick. Lucid controlling the gold side of the map, making sure there's no chance that Tusk and Frosty spawn up, and looks like they're going to spawn all the way over toward the seaside, perfectly in the middle of what could be a collapse by both Lucid and Renegade.
So quickly is this game change, right? 6-1 was the lead for Frosty and Tusk, but Lucid and Renegade demanded control. Renegade pushes up very quickly here. Lucid takes out the one shot. Renegade, the damage dealer, the entry fragger. Lucid, the cleanup man, as they take the lead by 1.
8-7 lead. Lucid having 6 of the team's 8 kills, but don't count Renegade's 2 kills and 5 assists out. Perfect teamwork coming out of these two, which might just be needed because Frosty and Tusk, they ain't bad in 4v4s, and he certainly ain't bad in 2v2s. Lucid right after Tusk, big kill onto him, challenging the second and takes down both without going down. Lucid clearing house, camouflage coming up. This is where they can make a run.
Yeah, and they've completely controlled the spawns here at the same time. It'll be a player, both players actually that make it down bottom center. Lucid has the information of that. No way, he wins another 2v1. Frosty gonna get away with his life. Lucid smartly playing back as well. They've gotten a sizable lead here, and Lucid wants to keep it.
I mean, he was already able to take down one player. I mean, granted, if he takes down 2, that's great, but he did his job. Staying alive even better than that. Can't exactly say the same for Renegade, who ends up going down, leaving Lucid momentarily by himself. Lucid recognizes the situation, rotates out immediately, and by the time Tusk and Frosty get over, it looks like both players up on the same spawn cycle. A trade out in lives, Plaza Pistol shredding the shields of Tusk and a BR, finishing him. No bandit rifle in sight here for Lucid. He's feeling comfortable with the Season 1, Season 2 combo.
That's where he won his championship. You can see the skill is definitely there. 10-4 for Lucid to start this game. Beautiful shots by Renegade as well, who definitely favors that bandit. Had a great stint in Halo 5. One of the best players in that game has now transferred to being one of the best players in Halo Infinite. We'll see how that story develops as the season goes on, but nice little lead for Lucid and Renegade. They're taking full advantage of the damage that they put in as well. You can see it right there. The trade comes out, but it'll be Lucid who cleans up the one-shot player in Tusk.
5-kill advantage here for Lucid and Renegade. Lucid immediately grabs a hold of that shock. I always get scared when players are taking damage like that, but they're still lining up the shock, as you can tell. Man, when it hits hard, and Lucid barely missing that headshot there, but still a 6-kill advantage. Lucid currently 11-4. And now it's Camouflage that are coming up. Renegade and Lucid find themselves over toward the favorable side of the map, but Frosty and Tusk chase them out of that direction, and Tusk looking to get away with the Camouflage. It looks like they trade out in lives and leave Frosty and Lucid in a momentary 1v1. These two have been battling it out for quite some time.
Yeah, but just always disciplined by Lucid in those 1v1s to back off and get a better position, right? This is perfect out of him. He gets his teammate to spawn onto pipes. He's able to get control of this side of the map, and now we can utilize Bat Ledge to get more information. He's got the shock rifle to utilize while in that high position as well. So it's a great job by Lucid. We wouldn't expect anything less out of this man.
And with that grapple, gets right out of the whirlpool angle immediately. Renegade is taking a lot of damage. Both Tusk and Frosty are attacking the gold side, and I'm pretty sure Lucid has no idea until it's too little, too late. Renegade ends up going down, quickly taking him out and then backing down before Lucid is able to get involved, and Lucid forced to rotate all the way down. That's practically a free kill for Frosty and Tusk. We're only down by 5 kills at the moment.
I absolutely love the two-man pushes here on a Tusk and Frosty. It's definitely working out for them, but the only problem is there just seems to be a lot of trades happening. Renegade versus Frosty. Renegade takes Frosty out, so now it'll be a 21-15 lead. 4 kills now. All that Lucid and Renegade need to close this game now. Make that 3.
It's funny. I remember we always used to talk about how good Tusk was at the long-range fights. I was asking people around, like, who is this Tusk guy? Why is he so good? And people talk about his long-range shot. He told me quickly, like, it ain't just the shot that he's good for. He also talked about his communication, his leadership, and it's coming out in the Sus. I mean, he's 11 kills right now. At this point, I mean, you're talking about Frosty, Renegade, and Lucid in the lobby, and Tusk is out here, 11 of the team's 15 kills. So loving what I'm seeing out of this man. Sadly, not loving it so much because eventually Lucid and Renegade, they get that 25th kill and they're going into game 2 feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, it's a very dominating win, but I don't know. I am not going to even let that decide anything. I just feel like what we saw the last series completely opened my eyes to what's possible in these series. You know, we saw dominating game 1 by Trippy and Stellar, and then we went to a game 5. You know, so I'm assuming we may see something like that here as we look at some replays. A great angle there by Tusk, by the way. You know, just jumps up on, and again, I've said it before, an unorthodox angle, and gets the kill because of that, and that just opens everything up for him and Frosty. That's such a good start in this game number 1.
That is a crazy play, bro. that is a crazy confident play by Tusk there. It looks like Lucid wanted to match that that one grapple play by Tusk and get a grapple play of his own. But man, that was beautifully played in the early game, and eventually, you know, maybe it almost feels like they ran out of steam. You know, they left it all on the line, and things were so competitive until about the 3rd quarter, where eventually Renegade and Lucid ran away with it. Going into game number 2, Solitude. Luckily for all 4 of these players, they all played Halo 5 plenty, and obviously Solitude is the remake of Halo 5's very own Plaza. So if there's one thing that I know of all 4 of these players, they are going to be very comfortable, even in the 2 settings, which they've played a ton of that as well on this very map. So going to be interesting to see what comes out here on Solitude. Camouflage and the shock, though, which is obviously a bit different than what we've seen in the past.
Ladies and gentlemen, Halo community, we are now going into game number 2. This is the elimination final here between Lucid and Renegade and Frosty and Tusk. 1-0 lead here for Lucid and Renegade. Make that 2, but Renegade has the shock and he gets another one onto Tusk.
You know what? You are talking to the Halo community right now. There's only maybe 3,000 or some odd people that's in the chat right now. Tell your friends, tell your mother, your grandmother, your sister, everybody to get in here, because it's the elimination finals, baby. There's no shot. There's Halo fans that are out there that are not in this chat right now and not watching some of the best players in the world duke it out on the new meta, not only Bandit Rifle but the new ranked setting. So I'm happy you said that. Did I hear the stick? You know, I thought I heard the stick, and like Renegade shake his head no, and somehow
you didn't know? You didn't know you can shake your reticle left to right and shake it off like Taylor Swift? Yeah, you didn't know that? They added that in the most recent patch. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't want to get fired. I'm kidding. But yes, it happened earlier. I think it's an observer glitch where the sticky noise happens, but the stick actually doesn't go through. So
5-2, make it a 6-1 lead. Make it a 7-1. Some way, somehow, I'm going to be wrong. And Lucid and Renegade, man, we saw how good they were on Solitude going up against, I believe it was a Trippy and Stellar. And it ain't changing. They're damn comfortable when it comes to Solitude 2. It's a 7-1 start, even against the likes of Tusk and Frosty here in the Elimination Bracket Finals. Winner of this makes it into the Grand Finals. And looking dominant are Lucid and Renegade right as active camouflage is coming up.
Yeah, it's just the angles they're taking. You saw right there, right? Frosty taking a fight long range onto Renegade, but I mean, he still has to deal with Lucid, who's on top snipe. So just really difficult to stay alive in these scenarios. They do get a kill onto Renegade. Lucid's gonna go down as well, so this might be the opening to potentially get this camo, but Renegade's gonna be up there to scoop it up. Just like that. Once again, Renegade Lucid in full control here with the lead, but Frosty takes him out that much quicker.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought he might have gotten away when he got in the middle of the dip side, and that melee gave me a bit of a jump scare as Frosty hunts him down to get the burn, bringing us back within 5 kills. Tusk doing everything he can to stay alive, but Renegade stops that short. Frost's gonna be left by himself for Renegade to pick up yet another kill. Shock rifles coming up. Spawner should be going over to the cafe side, having some kind of angle on it. Both Renegade and Lucid find themselves on the low snipe side, and Lucid actually gonna try to take space immediately.
He's got to be careful though. But this is how they like to play, completely separate on the map. Lucid tries to stay alive here. He gets caught out on that loop side. Renegade's really not going to push aggressively here, so Lucid is going to go down. Renegade can going to continue to hold his top position on snipe. And now it'll be up to Tusk and Frosty to push aggressively on this before Lucid spawns. But look, Lucid still gets that snipe 1 spawn, so Renegade is going to have help once again.
I'm gonna need someone in Twitch chat to check the stats on this one. Has there ever been a team that won a 2v2 with 0 assist? Like, is that possible? Because there's 13 kills on the board for Lucid and Renegade, making 14.
Jeez.
And 0 assists. Are these two even working together? There we go. There we go. Like,
are these two even working together?
They're playing the same game. They're playing 2 1v1s.
Yep. 2 1v1s. 15-10. They're winning most of those 1v1s, as you can see. Renegade with a shock rifle once again on the Tusk. Another double for him. 17-10 now. A 7-kill lead for Lucid and Renegade on probably their best 2v2 map that we've seen them play.
And as of right now, they're playing absolute lights out. 7-kill advantage. Renegade with the camouflage. Frosty spots him out. The nade does minimal damage, but he's not able to get the kill. Lucid now being left in no man's land. He's already committed to this. He wants to take down at least 1, and 1 will go down. Maybe 2 if he plays his cards right. Frosty down to 1 shot. Renegade can't quite find the cleanup there. And at this point, I think they should maybe try to reset. That's exactly what Renegade does. Stays over toward the glass side of the map. Keep it at long range shots. Try to buy time for your teammate to come off a spawn, get on the same spawn cycle, and now that he's there, now maybe you can make something happen. Lucid cleans up 1, can't clean up 2, but still 5 kills ahead of Frosty and Tusk. Excuse me.
I mean, dude, Renegade is so aggressive, and the crazy part is it works, like, most of the time. You just see him right there, like, I was gonna say, hey, you know, great job, you know, outputting that damage, but not taking a lot. And I just feel like he heard my thoughts and just pushed forward onto 2 players and didn't care. Like, most of the time, he'll, like, win those 1v2s, which is kind of crazy, but you see a 20-15 lead here so far for Lucid and Renegade. Playing aggressive like that will work out, especially with the lead like this. 5 kills is all they need.
Isn't there like a rule in volleyball where you can't hit the ball on the other side of the net unless like 1 or 2 players on your team hit it? Like, they gotta kind of set you up. I feel like there needs to be a rule in Halo 2. It's like, you can't get a kill unless your teammate gets the assist. 21 kills and 2 assists. Am I the only one upset by this? Like, I am fuming right now. Like,
oh man, that's actually hilarious, because every time I see like a high assist count, I always think of you, and I'm like, Tony loves this right now. And now we see 3 assists on one side. There's only 4 on the other side though, so it's not much different. It's gonna be double mad if you want. Renegade, shock, Boom. There it is on the Tusk. Frosty, boom. Has to pull out the Bandit, and there it is. 2-0 now. Lucid and Renegade. They lead the series. What a crazy... That map is just OP for them. I don't know what to say. They dominate on that map. That is incredible. And it shows up twice in the series, so same as Recharge, but they're definitely looking solid for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, at this point for the rest of the tournament, if we see Solitude come up and Renegade and Lucid are in it, we're going to skip over to the next game and give them just give them the win. So to say 1-0, that's it. On to the next one. No, amazing performance, and honestly, the end of that game was kind of anticlimactic. Renegade making those final 2 kills look easy, but so far they've made every Solitude game look pretty damn easy. Have Renegade and Lucid. Frosty and Tusk go down for the second time in a row. Now find himself in danger of getting swept, but we will see Livefire, which hopefully can change up the pace of this game. We saw Trippy and Stellar catch Renegade and Lucid on Livefire, catch a win on there, so maybe that's what Frosty and Tusk need. They need an entirely new map, one that we're not going to see twice in the same series.
Yeah, the only problem with that is if they do well on Livefire, they won't get it again. So they have to face their demons at some point. By demons, I mean Demon and Renegade. But it's very difficult. Going to be a very difficult situation for Frosty and Tusk here. I'm gonna, someone's got to pop off essentially. It wasn't a bad game. It got kind of close. Well, 16 to 25, I guess, but it was kind of close, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to gas him up. It's not working. If I don't believe it, then I don't know who will.
Well, I mean, luckily I saw what Tusk can do on Recharge. I thought it was an incredible game that he played. That 5-0 start was crazy. And obviously, it's Frosty's the freaking snowman. There's no way I'm doubting a former MVP in the league back in Halo 5. So, I mean, I'm not counting them out just yet. And momentum is a real thing. Even though you come out with the win on Livefire, and obviously you've already lost on Recharge and Solitude, I can see a world where you ride that momentum from a Game 3 win and maybe come up with a different outcome. So not counting Frosty and Tusk out just yet, but we'll see what happens here. So far, a great start for them, 2 in a row. Lucid and Renegade stuck over toward the green side of the map. Pings and damage is going out. But so far, Renegade and Lucid, they're fairly healthy. They're still alive. Lucid is grinding forward quickly, and Tusk takes the 1v1, takes Lucid down, and the trade goes out, but that works in favor of Frosty and Tusk. 1 kill advantage.
Yeah, I really like the play by Frosty right there. You saw him with the camo pinging the side of Lucid because he had the QT, and if he started shooting at him, Lucid would get away, and then he'd get traded out. So great play by him to kind of slow play that. At the end of the day, though, Renegade and Lucid get 2 clean kills and take the lead right back, and it'll be Renegade with the sniper in his hand.
5 kills in the chamber at the moment here. We do see a little bit of time before the QT's gonna come up, but Renegade has position, and a couple of kills go his way. Maybe, just maybe, gets that QT. Well-placed grenade to take down Tusk. Down to 1 shot he goes. He knows that Frosty is fairly near, sends him back with the repulse, misses the no-scope, but the second one is gonna take him out at the knee. Renegade down to 1 shot, but apparently that's where he thrives.
I just need to understand how he survives these situations. It makes me so mad because, he just survives everything. That was a scenario where he's put down to no shields. He has a guy top center who gets pinched, obviously from Lucid, I believe. There's a guy Nest, and he ends up living, staying alive, and getting a kill. It doesn't make sense. But I guess that's why he's one of the best. 1 bullet left in the snipe here for him. Camo is up. Frosty looking to go for it. Frosty playing this really slow, which I really like. And he gets away with the camo. Huge play by Frosty.
I feel like you were sounding a bit jealous there.
I am very jealous.
Why can't I be Renegade? I'm gonna call my mother up. Why couldn't you make me Renegade? 8-6 lead in favor of Renegade and Lucid. Excellent shots to the Frosty, putting Lucid down to 1 shot. Can't exactly find the kill, but you already know you can find a sniper. Frosty gets the kill on the Sandbags player, snatches up that sniper right as Camo is running out. Looking for the spawn snipe from across the A corner. Nobody home.
Yeah, the spawns are a bit interesting. They're going to spawn on the B side instead, even though Frosty tried to break that line of sight. If you don't look at a spawn, they're more likely to spawn there. And unfortunately, it does not work out for him here. The pace of the game, Tony, has completely flipped on its head here. 9-8 is the lead for Lucid and Renegade, but Frosty does have the sniper on tower side, so they're just playing this slow. They want to make sure not to give Frosty any angles to bring this game back in their favor.
I mean, well, Frosty and Tusk have done successfully what almost nobody's been able to do in this entire tournament. That's slowed down Lucid and Renegade. You know, seeing a stalemate, especially on a map as fast-paced as Livefire, is pretty unorthodox, but the chases are out. And so is Lucid and Renegade. Double kill out of Lucid as he goes down. Renegade emerges from the ashes with the S7 sniper. Looks like the spawn snipe isn't going to work out over toward the green side, but Frosty sneaks from big door to green without being spotted. Tusk can't exactly do the same. Lucid wins his 1v1 battle, and Renegade finishes off Tusk. Back to a 4-kill advantage, and Renegade back to tower.
Camo coming up shortly, so that's going to be a factor. Lucid all by himself. You see Renegade just taking this top tower side, and it's because Lucid has the QT to use. So he puts a lot of pressure in, gets the information, and stays alive at the same time. But the question is, can they get back to the camo side of the map quick enough? With Renegade on the top tower, this will be very difficult to pick up this camo.
What is exactly where Renegade wants to be? He wants a sniper in hands. He wants to try to bait out Frosty and Tusk over toward the camo. What he didn't want is for his teammate to go down quickly. I think he needed some kind of buffer zone in order to do what he wanted to do. Eventually, he gets the kill onto Frosty, but Tusk gets away with the camo. So 14-10 lead, still a 4-kill advantage. With Tusk and this camo in hands, if he plays it just right, this could be a clean 2-0 sweep. Maybe, just maybe, he gets himself a sniper, but Renegade refuses to go off the map. Lucid pitches a fastball, grenade right to the body. And with that, Camo's no more. But Lucid and Renegade's lead, it's still here.
4 kills is the lead. Renegade still alive here on the side of Mud. Ends up finally going down to Frosty, but he gets traded out that much quicker. And now Lucid looking to get some peak shots in. Great movement being utilized there, and all that we see is just constant trades. Lucid with the QT once again as well.
QT goes down. Lucid looks to push forward. If he bites off a bit more than he can chew, you'll see him portal right back, but they can't avoid that. A sniper bullet right to the head, the ultimate equalizer going up against the quantum translocator. Meanwhile, Lucid, he did spawn up over toward the green side. Renegade's looking to take height, but down to one shot, and he ends up going down himself. Lucid, who was pushing up, now trying to find the exit. I believe Tusk Nade might have connect onto Lucid over toward the bottom mid side, but doesn't exactly know it. Tower side still being held. Tusk trying to back down, but both him and Frosty taking way too much damage. Renegade and Lucid trying to find the angle. Lucid's able to take down Frosty, and Tusk looking for at least a body shot, but it ain't gonna happen. Renegade snatches sniper right back up, 18 of 14. Lucid and Renegade, they look locked. They looking like they want to end it here.
Yeah, they will if they win this one. Obviously up 2-0 in the series, so ending it here is exactly what they're looking for. Oh, no way. Almost hit the 1 pixel angle there onto Tusk. It'll be Lucid, though, playing very aggressive on the white wall. He's got a support from Renegade, though. Some great communication. He somehow gets the kill onto Tusk. Camo's coming up. If Lucid's able to get this second kill as well, this will be a free camo again for Lucid and Renegade. But look, Frosty's trying to sneak on through to grab it. He just doesn't have any support, unfortunately. It'll be Lucid once again with the plasma pistol. This time he's the one using it, and Renegade picks up a snipe kill. This will be camo once again for Lucid and Renegade. And not only that, a 6-kill lead as well.
Lucid has been showing off with that plasma pistol literally all series long. That trigger finger, it's tough to deal with, let me tell you. Meanwhile, camouflage in the hands of Renegade. Nades are going down towards the nest, trying to zone out Tusk. It's either you ended up in open field and into Renegade's line of sight, or you take a grenade, and sadly, that's neither what Tusk wanted to do. Only 2 kills needed here for Lucid and Renegade. Make it 1 more. Frost is gonna spawn by himself over toward the A side. Renegade puts him down to 1 shot, and Lucid is gonna get the final kill. Lucid and Renegade pulling off the 3-0 sweep. They're going to the grand finals. They're looking to compete here to win this tournament.
Wow. I mean, just absolutely beautiful out of this squad. And now they have to face Bound and Lqgend, Tony, in the grand finals. Very, very close match in my eyes, at least on paper, I think is what we'll see in this next series. What an amazing freaking tournament this has been, Tony. I've had a blast casting with you.
It's been a blast watching it. You know, we were watching it even before we started casting together, and just seeing how amazing 2v2 Halo is, and in Halo Infinite with the bandit rifle. Because let's be honest, but I think that with the BR, it wasn't the same. But so far, I think it's been an amazing tournament so far, and maybe, just maybe, Halo 2's is back. Gonna pass it over to Louis and Gary. Get us ready for that grand finals.
That's right, baby. 2s are back in Halo Infinite. Actually, not even back. They're here for the first time ever. I feel like, Tools, am I right?
Yeah, I mean, like, what we had before was great, but it didn't really capture the essence of what Halo 2v2s are, right? Like, what we were trying to chase back in Halo 5, the BR and the maps just weren't quite it. Now, with these 5-game rotation, bandit rifles, snipers all over the map, this kind of feels like what we wanted to see in Halo Infinite. Only thing with Halo Infinite, it's a little bit different from Halo 5, right? Is when you look at the best of 5 rotation, in Halo 5, it was 2 symmetrical maps, 1 asymmetrical map. In Halo Infinite, we have 3 asymmetrical maps. It might be time to think about introducing some sort of symmetrical map into the rotation. I'm not sure. We'll have to take player feedback, right? We're hearing, we're listening to the ground. If you guys have feedback about what you liked and didn't like about the tournament, make sure to message one of us, or just put out that feedback on the Twitter. We'll see it.
Yep.
But so far, I've been having a blast watching this tournament.
Absolutely. We're open to feedback. We want to make these as best as possible, including any type of critique that you may have. So just reach out. But nevertheless, right, grand finals is finally underway. Bound and Lqgend versus Renegade and Lucid. Listen, I teased this match in every notification that we had on YouTube and Twitch, and I'm happy to see it come to fruition once again. The first time, it was pretty damn entertaining. It was a winter semifinals match, right? Bound and Lqgend taking on Renegade Lucid. It was a 3-2 game 5 finish. Garrett, you think we got a grand finals reset on the horizon?
I think we have to at least have it with how hot these guys are going into the series, right? They're playing game after game. Bound and Lqgend, they have to be a little bit cold. It has to be like 5 a.m. in France right now. Like, what time is it over in France? It can't be anything pleasant.
Yeah, maybe about like 1 a.m. I actually have no idea. You know what?
1, 2, hey,
these guys are
after
creatures,
2
bro.
o'clock, it's my cutoff, right? Like, I start playing bad after 2 a.m.
I feel that. I absolutely feel that. Well, nevertheless, man, I could not be more excited. I will say this, though. It seemed like we've never seen a Spartan move the way that we've seen Lqgend moving today. It's just, the movement is cracked, and something about like the network connection, it looks even crazier. I know that's crazy to say, right? He is in France, right? I assume in France. And so it's just, I'm excited for this because, this is... There's no better duo to take on the task of Bound and Lqgend than Renegade and Lucid, and it's time.
This is awesome, and we're seeing the Money Tuesday duos split apart, meeting in the winners final, meeting in grand finals. Like, this is exactly what we wanted to see in this tournament. Some of the best players, and honestly, it's been star-studded throughout. It feels like we've only seen bangers throughout today's tournament.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to roll a break. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go offline here. Tools and I will come on cam as we wait for the champs, the current winner bracket champs to come through into the lobby. Right now, we're still just hanging out with Renegade and Lucid just to keep everybody in the loop. Oh, I say that they both enter at the same exact time. Man, that's a good sign. I think they're here for business, Tools.
Yeah, I think this is get the job done. I don't want to be up anymore. let's go to bed sort of situation right here. I'm sure Bound has some money riding on the NFL game today. He's probably wanting to see the end of it. So I'm sure these guys want to get business done ASAP. I just have a feeling that Lucid and Renegade aren't going to let that happen anytime soon. What I love about this matchup is we're going to see that Renegade versus Bound. That is just a classic. Well, yesterday, I mean, just last night, these guys were playing 1v1s in Halo 5, right? And it was just a blast to watch these guys having fun once again. And it's always a great time to watch these guys play. I think they're going to have a little bit of a dispute about who's going to be on Eagle and who's going to be Cobra is going to be my guess right here, because I think Bound's going to want Eagle in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like Renegade's going to just go ahead and move on over. So, no need to argue about anything. They are the higher seed, right? So they do get the choice. I am so excited. It looks like we got Why Not and we got Active ready to go too. So we're gonna go ahead and give them a little time to breathe themselves going into this match, right? Normally we throw it into them and then it's like we're in the game, but nevertheless we're gonna throw it to Tony and throw it to Active as we load into game one. We are loading in as we speak. So Tony and Active, take it away.
All right, we getting thrown right in. I'm ready too. I'm right there. And forget bedtime or whatever it is. I'm ready because I want to see this matchup. I didn't get to see the winners bracket semifinals match. I was actually on the road, so I was listening to Twitch chat or Twitch, but I didn't get to actually watch it because I was on the road coming back here home from my girlfriend's house. So I want to see these two go at it. I want to see Bound and Lqgend bat together to two very good twos players. I also want to see them in the actual lobby together. That'd be nice. I want to see Renegade and Lucid once again, because I'll be honest with you, when I heard Renegade and Lucid were in the elimination bracket, I was like, oh, okay. All right, who sent them there? Bound and Lqgend going up against Renegade and Lucid. Talk to me about this matchup.
Well, I've talked about this time and time again. I think it's really important to understand that Bound and Lqgend have been sitting and waiting for this matchup this entire time. So I think that without understanding that that's a factor, it's kind of crazy. Yes, they're maybe playing some like Octagon or whatever to keep warm, whatever they decide to do in order to keep warm and prepared for the tournament. It just doesn't match up to actual tournament gameplay, and that's exactly what Lucid and Renegade have gotten to going through the elimination bracket. That being said, it could be a different situation. It could be where they come out real hot, and I don't think we have a blowout here for Lucid and Renegade. I think, based on that information that they, Lucid and Renegade have come in and they're coming off of a little bit of a hot streak. It might take a game for Bound and Lqgend to catch fire, and of course, like Tools had mentioned, you have that time zone difference as well. So, all the intangibles that you got to think about going into this. But going into the fact that it was a game 5 when they previously played, I don't think we're going to see anything different here in this series.
So what you're saying is I can't replicate tournament gameplay by playing Super Fiesta.
That is true, That is true, Tony. Yes.
No
Super Fiesta.
Okay. What about Husky Raid?
Husky Raid? No, doesn't work. Sorry.
SWAT?
Sure. I'll say yes so you don't tell me Big T Battle next or something. Yes, so SWAT works. Yeah, sure. Yep.
I mean, when I first started casting over Bound, it was over in SWAT. So
true. So many players
I'm a SWAT kid. You know, it was Bound and Falcon. That was the deal. They used to always go by either Balcated or they would go by Found. And it was the most unoriginal names ever, but that's what they were going by. They were nasty, bro. So I'm about it. Renegade and Lucid going up against Bound and Lqgend. You're talking about two players that currently make it. I would say, and as far as the power rankings go, I believe we have to give FaZe number 1 as far as the power rankings going into season 3. You win Worlds, you get the number 1 spot. But I can easily say, easily make an argument that SSG are in the number 2 spot right now. You talk about Bound and Lqgend, 2 of the fastest players that are on that team, 2 of the young stars that are on that team, going up against Renegade and Lucid, arguably the 2 best players individually within the game. This is so exciting. I'm shaking right now, but I got the goosies. I got goosebumps.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, man. It's gonna be a great one, and if history repeats itself towards the end of season 2, even going into the off-season tournaments, there were just so many Grand Finals resets. Tony, have you ever seen this many Grand Finals resets in Halo ever? Like, I've seen more Grand Finals resets towards the end of Season 2, even into the off season of this game, than I've ever seen in Halo ever. And I've been watching for almost 2 decades. So, yeah, I mean, I think the competition is as close as it's ever going to get. And this is kind of interesting that we get to see 2s once again. So a shout out to LVT for putting on these events. Again, guys, we are community funded, but enough of the jibba jabba. Let's get in to the Grand Finals. Game number 1, Slayer on Recharge.
No more jibber jabbing. Game number 1 about to set the momentum here within this matchup between Renegade and Lucid going up against Bound and Legend. You're talking the shock rifle, you're talking the active camouflage, you're also talking about Renegade fighting for active camo. God, but Legend, you gotta stay in the lobby, brother. Good God. Someone get him a plane ticket. Get him over here to North America already. God bless.
What's funny is the epic music continues, so I'll continue. And we're gonna be hopping into to Recharge game number 1 of the Grand Final. Now, honestly, I really like this for the Grand Finals. I couldn't have asked for a better matchup. I do think that there are a lot of great players in this tournament, so a shout out to anyone that has competed and a shout out to anyone that's signed up. But yeah, I wanted to kind of go on this real quick, guys. LVT is community funded, okay? We do not get paid by any outside source whatsoever. Like Tool said before, if there is a sponsor that wants to take us on, you would be, smart to do so. I feel, because LVT is growing tremendously. But a shout out to LVT and a shout out to you guys for allowing us to put on these events, to have these off-season tournaments. Absolutely beautiful that we're able to do this, that I'm able to cast. I mean, I love casting. I've put in a lot of work in the off season to try and get better. I hope that comes through. But, I get to do this because of you guys have supported us and you continue to do so. So from my heart, from the bottom of my heart to everyone in the chat at the moment, I love you and I thank you. But enough of that. Okay, Tony, we're hopping in, I think, to the game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Okay, this is the first Grand Finals. I'm assuming we're gonna see a reset. Game number 1 happens right now.
Are you sure this time? I mean, so far, Legend's been teasing us a little bit.
He's not moving, Tony. He's not moving.
Defeat.
He's not moving, Tony. Maybe he fell asleep. It's really late in France, so maybe he wakes up to enter the game, but the loading screen happens and he sees the loading screen, he falls back asleep again. What do you think?
I think that has to be the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. What the funny part this time, if you notice, Bound was the one who left ultimately.
Well, maybe they're both falling asleep. What do you want from me? Anyway, we're gonna get into this, guys. I'm gonna provide you hype on every intro. I don't care if there's 20 of them, okay? Tony and I, we're gonna bring the energy, baby. Right, Tony?
I mean,
okay.
We're not looking at any action. What am I supposed to give energy to?
I want you to start dancing, Tony. What was that dance, the stanky leg that you were talking about earlier? Yeah, do that.
God bless. What is it called?
The stank leg? What is it, dude? I'm not a hip dude. I'm a dad. I'm old. What do you want from me? What is the dance called, Tony?
You got it right. The stinky wig. What did you say?
Stanky leg.
Okay.
I don't know, dude. You said it earlier, man. I'm trusting you. This is you're my source for dance moves. So I don't know.
Guys, I promise you, we want to see this Grand Finals just as much as you guys do. We're just waiting for everything to get right. Obviously, connection-wise, you got Legend all the way out in France. You got Bound in some strange, unheard of island called Ohio. I don't freaking know. We just try to make sure everybody gets in and has as fair as possible of a stable connection so to go at it. So, yeah, we're waiting for them to actually get everything lined up and get situated. But Bound and Legend, by the way, Legend, snatched up, a #1 player in EU, snatched up from France, going to be brought over to North America. I believe he said in February he'll be actually living here in North America to compete alongside Space Station Gaming. You know, we've seen this so far with Barcode coming from Australia all the way over to North America. We've seen this with Tapping Buns coming over twice, you know, back a few years ago. Now coming back in also with Halo Infinite, the Tapping Buns here in North America. And now we're seeing finally with the final region, the EU. Just absolutely amazing that a player can be recognized from a whole nother continent and brought in and brought in to compete in North America. I think it's amazing.
Bound in the chat, if we can pull up the chat real quick. Bound says, I'm not playing if he's on 240 ping. That's Australian Barcode ping. A shout out to Barcode. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's really cool. I didn't know he's moving to NA, Tony. That's complete news to me. You're always on top of the news, Tony. It's very impressive. That's really cool. I think SSG made a really good move picking him up. I'm really excited to see what SSG does. We saw them in that FaZe tournament perform really well, even with him on high ping. So very excited to see how that kind of moves forward as time goes on. But yeah, I mean, just great to see. I talked about it a little bit earlier. Great to see, you know, players that are not in NA find success, and that to me is amazing because it's, you know, Halo has been that one dominant game as the years have gone by. You always look at any other game. League of Legends is Korea dominant. I don't know. Counter-Strike is EU dominant. You know, very EU dominant. Whatever. Street Fighter. Any game. You know, NA doesn't have a game, at least that I know of. And Halo was always that game all throughout the years. And now it's starting to shift a bit, and that makes things interesting and fun, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really exciting to see where we're at here with North American competition, but I also love the fact that everybody's getting stronger as well. Like, obviously, North America has been dominant, as you kind of alluded to, but look how far Latin America has come. Latin America has become extremely strong. Look how strong how Europe has come. I mean, dude, Quadrant was absolutely insane. Navi was getting so much better, and obviously there's gonna be a little bit of a change with how things work over in other regions. Australia, I think I'm pretty sure there's probably some improvement going on there, but there's probably a little bit of a ways to go. But every generation, every year, it seems like every region is getting better, and maybe North America ends up being challenged by someone from Europe. Maybe North America ends up being challenged by a team from Latin America who can legitimately win a LAN tournament. That would be insane.
Well, here we go. We're looking at the series layout here. Recharge, game number 1. 100% agree with you, Tony. 100% agree with you. Sorry. All I picture is that forehead emote, like when I'm trying to announce the game from happening. This might be unplayable or something, says Bound. Tony, you want to take someone else? I'll take Bound and you take someone else so we can like voice the chat. That can be what we do tonight. What do you think?
Okay, you fill in for Lqgend.
Okay.
I fill in for Lucid. That's the only way we make this fair.
Okay. Everyone restart the game. Okay. Louis V Titan taking the race and start the game. Start the damn game now. Oh, goodness. Guys, I love you all. Halo community, big W. Can I get some W's in the chat? We're still surviving, ladies and gentlemen. We're here. We're in love. We love this game. There's lots of W's, okay? Regardless of what's going on, you know, obviously a player with a lot of ping. But just W is the letter for today. What a great day it's been. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We have tomorrow. That's right, 4v4 tomorrow. And from what I hear, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a terrible caster. I didn't do my homework, but I did hear that I believe Shopify Rebellion is in tomorrow. Do you know any other teams that are in tomorrow, Tony?
Well, it's funny you actually mentioned Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion actually won the first 4v4 tournament that they played in. Actually won, I guess it was against a star-studded lineup. What was it? Stellar, Frosty, Boo Boo Dubu, and Diagram, and Shopify Rebellion ended up coming out on top. I know Crowd Pleasers is in there. I know Luminosity signed up. Alpha Esports is up there. I know Ryan Noob is sporting out a team. I'm not sure if they're going by Complexity or Incognito, but they've been scrimming alongside Complex. I know Cloud9 is there. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head who else is on there. I don't know if like there's any like a SSG or like a FaZe that are signed up.
Okay.
But I know for a fact that some of the players are signed up on different teams, making like a little bit of an all-star lineup. So
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. And we're using the Swiss format. Are you aware of what the Swiss format is, Tony? In terms of the bracket, are you are you aware of the Swiss format? Could you explain to the chat what that is, or are you not sure?
Yeah. So you normally, instead of having a 64 team actual full bracket, instead of doing something like that, you would split up the teams into their own group. So
okay.
I would imagine 64 divided by 6. So maybe you have, or do you have like maybe like 9 teams, or maybe like 6 teams or 5 teams per pool, per Swiss format. They would go at it. They would play each other and try to get the best record possible. The best records would advance forward then into a bracket. So I think it's really good to kind of maybe speed up the tournament a little bit. But on top of that, just having to play the most matches you can, like, kind of sucks. You know, for someone like myself, I signed up for a tournament. I'm gonna get double first rounded, like straight up. I'm not beating FaZe, but and you're playing a little bit of Swiss format, you get to play more matches and try to get the best record possible. And even if you're not winning those matches, at least you're having fun playing as much Halo as possible.
Got it. Well, it looks like everyone is here, and I believe they will try once again to start this up. Let's see if we can have a complete game start here. Here we go. It's the grand finals. Game number 1, Recharge Slayer. See who's able to come out on top of this one, or if we're able to get this one started. Hopefully Lqgend and everyone restart their game, and we have a clean start here once again. Let's find out.
Recharge. Loading up here. We talk about it time and time again. Shock rifle, camouflage, and everything else you need to get your hands on in order to come out on top. May the servers be with everybody in the lobby right now, as apparently Bound, he's liking his server. It's a pretty nice cross map onto Lucid.
Yeah, there's some good shots by Bound right there, and honestly, it'll allow Renegade, or it'll be Renegade, I'm sorry, that scoops up the camo with all that distraction. 1-0 lead in favor of Bound and Lqgend. Renegade trying to find an opening. Lucid and Bound are going to trade it up. So Renegade not finding a lot of value out of this camo. He does get the shock rifle, so he cuts the center of the map, gets that shock, but this camo is going to go out now.
Shock in the
oh, I'm sorry.
A shock in the hands of Renegade. Waiting for Lqgend and Bound to potentially push up over toward the long haul side. Not happening just yet. But here we go. Finally, we should see Bound. Not yet. So far, Lucid on the opposite side, making sure that nobody pushes over towards A, and both of these teams willing to slow the game down completely. I mean, you can drop a pin on one side of the map and hear it echo all the way towards the other.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Like, this is the first time we've watched a Recharge 2v2 played this slowly at the very start of the game. I'm assuming they're just not allowing Renegade to get any sort of open shot here. Lucid playing on that grapple side. They're looking for just a little bit of information. Renegade's going to be aware of Bound trying to flank on this long haul side, but the timing's not going to be in his favor. If they find information on Renegade, Bound is going to push up, but no, Bound backs up all the way back to tower.
Lqgend and Bound over toward the tower side. It looks like we saw a shock rifle onto the gold side of the map, and both teams just staying on each of their respective sides. They're saying, you know what, we're gonna wait till camo comes up. When camo comes up, that's when we'll push.
Well, hopefully they'll push really soon. You can see Lqgend does. He grabs the camo, decides to go to C plat. You can see. You might have missed it because you guys closed your eyes. I told you not to do that, but it's now 5-1. Lqgend and Bound lead.
Bound's able to take down Lucid. 6-1 seemingly out of nowhere. Bound having all 6 of the kills at the moment. Legend having a few assists to work with, and Legend still working with that camouflage. Puts his first kill on the board. Meanwhile, for Scream, Bound is still getting aggressive over toward the gold side. Challenges Lucid, but Lucid gonna get the best of him momentarily, and Legend's gonna slow things down just a bit. 7-2 lead here in favor of Bound and Legend. Finally, things starting to pick up a bit.
As you say that, yeah, it's going to be Renegade pushing on the C plat. He gets taken out. A very defensive type plays, very defensive plays here from Bound and Legend. Lucid trying to find a little bit of an opening, just a bit of damage with that green gun. Not going to find any damage at all, though. Both Bound and Legend are going to be full shields here. And they're going to be playing very close, very tight on this back Hydro side.
It looks like there is a player that's stuck up over toward the blue pipes, and when you hear the plasma pistol going off, you know it's Lucid. Bound somehow taking down both Renegade and Lucid with the double, keeping their 7-kill lead. A 10-3 run by Bound and Legend.
It's actually insane. I honestly didn't expect this. I constantly said, you know, waiting inside of the grand finals for teams to come through the lower bracket, you'd be a bit cold. It does not look like that is the case. 12-3 now. Bound has the shock rifle. He's got the camo to utilize as well, and Luce is going to be pushing aggressively on the Whirlpool. He gets one to the face, and it'll be Bound looking for more on the tower side of the map.
Bound really starting to feel himself. Camouflage and shock rifle, 10-2 at the moment here. 360 for the killing spree. Now we're just getting fancy with it. Turned into yet another double kill. This is the Bound show, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely insane. Anytime it's involving Bound and I say, you know, waiting in the grand finals, blah, 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 I'm just not going to say it anymore. Like, this is incredible out of him. 12-2 to start this game.
Wow.
Make that 13. Going on to Lucid. Lucid into 1v1. Bound getting a little shaky here, but he gets the kill on to Lucid once again. And that's going to be a 14-2 scoreline for Bound.
Oh my gosh, all those resets, and out of all of it, somehow Bound, he found the server he was looking for. Let me tell you, and that's right in his living room, because the way he's playing is absolutely unreal. He's putting like NBA 2K create your own character type of numbers right now. 14-3. Mind you, Renegade and Lucid as a duo have 6 kills. Bound is 14-3. This is unreal.
And he wants more too. Aggressively pushing into this glass side. That sticky hit. Oh, I thought it did. I thought it hit the leg of Bound. Renegade trying to get fancy with it. Bound's still alive though somehow. 19-6 now. Renegade's gonna try again on the top of gold. Camo coming up. These next couple kills very important. Lucy gets one of the kill feed. Bound takes a 1v1 versus Renegade, and Renegade comes out on top of that one with shields to work, with no shields to work with, and the information on the spawns as well. That camo coming up. It's gonna be Renegade with the long-range battle rifle pushing back the opponents.
Back-to-back kills for Renegade and Legend. I'm sorry, excuse me, Renegade and Lucid. Might be exact what the doctor ordered right there. 19-9 lead, still in favor of Bound and Legend. Or maybe we see one of the greatest comebacks here in this tournament, as Lucid putting the camouflage right to work. The pings are out. They know exactly where Legend is going. Legend trying to make his way through long haul, being hunted down by both Renegade and Lucid. I can't imagine what's more scarier in Halo Infinite than these two flying at you somehow. Still has a few seconds left with this camouflage. Excuse me, it just ran out.
Yeah, just great game sense by Lucid, though. You wouldn't expect anything less, right? Gets the cut off on the long haul. Make sure to get that clean kill. They've got a lot of work to do still, but 19-11. They're starting to bring this game back. We're within 8.
And right back to slowing the game down, which, to be honest with you, I think that's really kind of what Renegade and Lucid have to do. They have to try to somehow minimize their mistakes and force Bound and Legend into their own, because Bound's playing absolutely lights out and Legend's making 0 mistakes and perfectly supporting him. At this point, you're still down by 8 kills, no matter the run you just went on. Renegade with the shock. Looking to change things just a bit. Nobody home over toward the top tower side. Legend's actually over towards blue pipes, and Bound is in like a perfect bait position waiting for them to push Lqgend so that he can pounce on them.
Yeah, that's a great call right there too. Just waiting for that cross like you said. Lucid down to no shields though. Still gonna come out and chow. He thinks Renegade's there to help him, but Lqgend takes out both.
What?
My man's on 180 ping and he's popping off as well.
Camouflage coming up in less than 10 seconds here. Renegade and Lucid have to find their way from the gold side of the map through Long Haul and put themselves in a favorable position to at least bait out this camouflage. And instead, you're just a bait for Lqgend. The beautiful headshot onto Renegade. The damage onto Lucid to allow Bound not only to get a hold of that camouflage, but also pick up the kill as well. 2 more kills needed here for Bound and Lqgend, and they're taking game number 1.
Yeah, 2 kills. If there's 2 people I wouldn't count out, even at this state of the game, it's these 2 guys and Lucid and Renegade. But still, it's a very tough comeback to have happen. You've got to get control of every camo that you can, and there's only 1 camo left to take control of anyway. I don't know if that's enough to bring back this huge deficit, but Lucid keeps hitting shots like that. It might be true. He gets taken out, though. A little bit of a trade there from Renegade, but still only 1 kill is needed for Bound and Lqgend to win this first game of the Grand Finals.
Oh, wow.
Oops.
T-Rex arms coming in. Lqgend can't quite find the melee. And I know you said if there's 2 players you don't want to count out, it's a Renegade and Lucid. Well, let me tell you something. They can get themselves the Yogurt Twins and Walshy, and I don't think they're winning right now. You're talking about just 1 more kill needed. There is no way. There's no universe. There is no universe in the multiverse where Bound and Lqgend don't get this final kill. I refuse to believe it.
I don't know. I've honestly, if it happens, I've never seen anything crazier, but I also wouldn't doubt that it possibly could happen. Oh, the Renegade's way too aggressive here. There it is. Bound and Lqgend winning game number 1 of the Grand Finals on Recharge in a dominating fashion. It looks like that sitting down in the Grand Finals waiting didn't affect them whatsoever. Bound and Lqgend, like I said, getting that first W. Renegade and Lucid, though, started to bring that game back just a bit. So, obviously, very good by them.
Well, you know, you talked about Bound and Lqgend potentially being iced out with having to wait in the Grand Finals. Well, why don't we talk about the other side of things? With all those daggone resets, you know, it's like icing the kicker. You know, in football, right before they cook a field goal or say an extra point, the opposing coach might call a timeout to ice the kicker right before we're about to kick it and kind of give him a little bad. I mean, maybe just maybe that was that was them icing the kicker right there with all those resets. Now going to this game number 2, I can imagine both teams, they're a little warmed up, they're ready for action. Lucid and Renegade coming out through the elimination bracket would have to win 2 best-of-5 series in order to become your champions. Meanwhile, Bound and Lqgend, off of that amazing game number 1, 2 more wins, and they are your champions. They are taking this lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool provided by LVT.
You know what's really, my favorite thing is the chat. Bound says, I'm not playing on 240 anymore. So apparently Lqgend's still on 240 ping. Lucid says it's an East server. and Renegade says, it's okay. All you do is hide anyway. Bound. Absolutely love it. I love the banter so much. I can't imagine playing on 240 ping. I cry if I'm over 40 ping. So, you know, it is what it is, but that's why I'm not competing, and that's why I'm here. Camo in the hands of Lucid. They get 1 kill as well. Renegade and Lucid do.